this at the Pentagon. What year was that?
That's in 61.
That's in 61.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
The day before the standoff at Checkpoint Charlie.
At what point did the Soviet Union start building up their ICBM?
What he was boasting about was a non-existent ICBM force that he started to build called the SS-6. And we had overhead reconnaissance, and before that, U-2s that told us basically they couldn't hit their targets in the Far East. They were terrible missiles. And so Khrushchev said, okay, scratch that. Let's go to a second generation that's going to work better. So they were working on that the whole time, but it takes a long time to do that. And you've got to have silos, you've got to have all kinds of things in the impact areas and the launch areas. You've got to have the telemetry for these new missiles and so on. It's not something you can just snap your fingers and do it in a few weeks. So they were still working on this stuff. But we knew that after 1963, they were going to start adding ICBMs to their whatever else they had. That's what we knew. And that's why back in 61, they told Kennedy, this is the maximum moment of where we can get the win. They'll never be able to strike back at us. They won't know what hit them. So that's it. And then, when we get to the end of the game, the only way to do it is Kennedy's got to be removed. He's not going to do it. He's just not going to do it. He's 3 times victorious. And the reason why it works, in the Cuban Missile Crisis, is because it worked here in Berlin. Here's why. So what Kennedy did, he said, he's the one who broke the ice at the last minute after this happened. He says to Khrushchev, look, I'll go easy on Berlin. You withdraw your tanks first, then I'll withdraw. People, we're going to withdraw our tanks. And I promise, the Americans will withdraw theirs too 20 minutes later. So that's a lose, right? But he does it.
And he does it.
Yeah, he does. He moves the tanks.
Is that why he trusted Kennedy during the AFX, during
Cuban Missile Crisis. Yeah. Because guess what happened? 20 minutes later, moved all of ours out of there. And that was, they were talking to each other, not through their military services, to each other. Bob talking to a KGB guy in Washington, and Khrushchev had his guy in his spot down there. So that worked. 2 leaders avoiding talking to each other.
All the generals and all the middlemen.
Yeah, and we're talking about an Armageddon because we're talking about huge ground forces as well out there. This is their Soviet Union and all of its allies, all their forces, the Warsaw Pact, against a much smaller Western forces that were there. And there was nothing we could do about it if they were going to go to war there. And so Kennedy pulled a big one. I call it a big turd in the punch bowl, and that stopped everything. And on we went. But here's the thing about what happened. It doesn't really stop it. Because what does Khrushchev realize? Oh my God. I'll be outed. He was living on very
why are they talking about this? This is about geography.
He didn't really win very big in the 4-year war to succeed Stalin. And so he was always vulnerable to being purged, and he did get purged in 64. Very close to this. So he decided that he would do this, and it worked. But then he said, I've got to have something quick, or I'm going to be toast. So he can't make ICBMs in a few weeks, but he can do something else. He can send medium-range ballistic missiles to Cuba and change the equation. That's what, and he's on to that instantly, okay, in January, the next month. Within 6 weeks, he's got a plan. Now, he doesn't tell hardly anybody in the Soviet Union for one reason, because there's we got our own moles in their facilities. So he only tells like the head of Soviet Strategic Rocket Forces. He tells that guy. And he goes over instantly in February and starts casing out all those honeycomb caves all over Cuba right away. And then there's some ships that start showing up. And the National Security Agency is able to to pick up signals about what's their list of things that are on the ships. And some of the manifests are just blank. And some of them are just false, blatantly false. So they know that their ships are starting to come and they're lying about what's on them. That was in February. And so the NSA knew, and here's how they knew it right away what was going on. And there was another reason I know about this. And I'll say it because I had a friend in NSA that I knew. I don't mention his name, but he liked he liked what my book JFK in Vietnam, and we would talk about it a lot. We met in the cafeteria one day, and he said, "You know what? We knew that they had all those MRBMs in Cuba. They were coming. We knew that in January 1962. January. Furthermore, the overhead reconnaissance part, they also imaged a facility in Cuba, and it looked very similar to a warhead storage unit that they'd been seen in Russia. And it turned out later on, of course, this was the major warhead store facility on the Cuban island. Anyway, we had all indicators in January and early February of 1962. And the person who knew this right away in about March in the CIA was Marshall Carter, who became the deputy director of Central Intelligence. And he was Lemnitzer's protege. So Lemnitzer knew all this as soon as Carter knew it. So no later than March, than early March, we knew that they had those missiles coming. And McCone even said, and this is not, this is avoided if possible. McCone said, you know what? Some of these things look like they're surface-to-air missiles. And that's always for missiles, for real missiles. And so nobody paid attention to him. But here's the teaching point. They should have told Kennedy right away what they had. If they had done that, he could easily have stopped all those missiles and all those parts and all those things coming. How? By just blockading before they got there. When he did the blockade, all the missiles were there. And there were more coming. But he could have stopped the whole thing. They wouldn't have had enough to do what they did later on. It wasn't until July that he found out. And there were some bad, atmospheric stuff. There were clouds and things like that. They got it away. But there was no doubt in the minds of a lot of people who knew at NSA and in the Joint Chiefs that they were going to do this. And they let it happen on purpose because that meant it would get closer and closer to maybe Kennedy would have to do it. And it's just one shot, one missile goes. It's cookies.
Now, Kennedy was able to have another direct phone call with Khrushchev during the Cuban Missile Crisis, and they had another deal similar to one that happened in Berlin.
Exactly. So it got so close again. I mean, everything was going sideways, and they had to stop it, and they knew that. But it was the same thing. What Khrushchev thought he could use would be if we would remove our MRBMs out of Italy and Turkey. Everybody talks about Turkey, but there was twice as many in Italy as there were in Turkey. Yeah, twice as many regiments, missile regiments. So Kennedy said, yes, I will do it.
As long as you do it first.
He says, I can't do it now. If I do it now, I will be gone and there's going to be war. He would have been, pushed aside somehow. It would have been a coup right then and there. Yeah. He said, I can't do it now, but I promise you I will do it. And so Khrushchev said, fine.
And he told Khrushchev that he thought there was going to be a coup.
Well, I don't know whether he said that or not, but that's what he was saying. Yes, and he did. He had to wait he waited several months, but he did. He pulled them all out. And the only reason he did that is because, and that Khrushchev pulled his out first, is because they had a deal once before. Kennedy honored it, and this time we're looking at another Armageddon that's going to kill us all. So we had to find a way out of it, and so it was the same formula they used in Berlin. And that was the really last one. That's the three times that Kennedy saved us from an Armageddon. So when it comes to the fourth one, it's the fall of '63. And you know what happens there? We got all these things that came into play all at once because they were waiting for it. They knew that Lansdale was another guy who knew that he couldn't. He would never get to be where he wanted to be, which was to work with the M, as long as Kennedy was in the presidency. So a lot of people wanted him dead and were participating in Mongoose. Lansdale, that's the Mongoose plus.
What is mongoose?
Okay, so what happens is a mongoose is a terrible decision by Kennedy. They're still mad because of Castro, so they decide to go back again and try and do something about it. Bad idea. Now, when you compare how much stuff the Soviets had put into Cuba by that time, compared to what they had during, the Bay of Pigs, it's 4, 5, 6, 10 times as much power, military power, and KGB folks there too. So there was no way that it was going to be. We're going to remove Castro, but we're not going to use any combat troops. We're not going to war. That was a nutty idea. And again, you just like Bugs at the Lysol Convention, you have William Harvey and you have Lansdale was another guy. Those three guys were put in charge of Mongoose. And these guys all three hated each other. So this is a, crazy idea. And what happens, Lansdale is in charge of describing all the activities. And all the activities that Lansdale does, actually, when you look very close at them, are pre-Northwood stuff. He's setting up Lemnitzer for Northwood from the get-go during Mongoose. The Kennedy out of the picture, and then they go to work. But by that time, it causes the little snake in the grass to come out and show himself, and it was Lemnitzer, and he had no problem walking in and telling Kennedy what he wanted. Okay, and he told him, I know that you didn't want to do this back in January of '61 because we would be beating up on a little guy, but how about if we have a pretext? What if we have people dying in say, Miami and Washington, D.C., and we tell the American people that these were done by Castro? How about that?
How would that have worked? How are people going to die, man?
They're going to shoot them.
Who's going to shoot them?
Our people dressed up as Cubans.
And this is part of Northwoods?
Yes, this is the Northwoods operation.
And Northwoods was also, there was a plane, an unmanned plane.
Well, that was two. They were going to shoot down an unmanned plane. They were going to actually kill someone in their dinghies trying to escape from Cuba. It was about 5 or 6 things. It wasn't just one. There were all these things that they were going to do. And so what he was trying to do, and the public will be in support of it. But you know what?
Who was the mastermind behind Northwood?
Well, Lemonster actually, but you have, he put together secretly during the Mongoose part. He put together secretly all the units in the Pentagon that had to be there. S1 organization, S2 Intel, S3 operations, S4 logistics. He built up all the things that were necessary for Northwoods to work.
Did Dulles have anything to do with any of this?
No.
Behind the scenes?
No.
Nothing.
So that's what happened there. And Kennedy just made a terrible mistake because he gave him another chance. You know, he gave him another chance, and it was no need to do that. Anyway, it was clear that the Russians were going to do something. They had to do something, so that's why they were while we're playing Mongoose stuff, they're doing the missiles thing, right? So this is all going sideways, and it doesn't have to. It's because they're hiding everything from Kennedy all the time, trying to push him around, make him do what they want him to do. And he eventually figures out, and unfortunately it was very late in the game in the Cuban Missile Crisis. It should have been much earlier, but he still says no. He'd rather die than utilize this type of trauma to our planet. And so was Martin Luther King like that. And so was his brother eventually. Bobby stopped being the protector of his brother because his brother was dead. It was his job now. And suddenly Bobby felt the weight of the world lunch like it had been on his brother.
I want to talk before we get into the Bobby and MLK stuff. I wanted to talk a little bit about the 7 Days in May movie. Now, there was a movie, or there was a novel that was written that JFK, and that was eventually turned into a film. Can you explain the story behind that novel, and then JFK's reaction to it?
Well, it was his belief, and it wasn't his idea. It was Frankenheimer and somebody else. But Kennedy, he also had the same idea, and so he was helpful when they asked for his help. Okay, but he wasn't his original. He's not the one who originated it. He's the one who went along with it when he found out about what they were saying, because he always believed that. That's what I think explains the 63 things he was doing. He thought that they were going to try and kill him.
So the premise of this novel, 7 Days in May, is what it was called. What was that the military would overthrow the president, which is exactly what happened. And what did he say? He made some sort of a public statement, or he sent some sort of a response based on his reaction to reading the novel, that he said that it would be possible but very unlikely that could happen.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact quotation. Yes, but it was a mediocre thing, and he was a lot more.
Maybe you could find that, Steve. I think it's public. It's online somewhere. Kennedy's reaction to 7 Days in May.
His public reaction.
His public reaction.
His private reaction. This is terrible. He was very afraid they would kill it, and that he wasn't going to live.
What did you say?
All right, we can't. Yeah, we lost control. That's okay. No worries. Yeah. So, and then eventually, what was the story? They wanted to shoot it at where did they want to film? They wanted to film the movie at the White House or something.
No, they wanted to use the Pentagon.
They wanted to use it, right? And the Defense Department was not going to authorize that. So
he went down to Florida for a while and let them have that. But it's a very good film, and you know how people like films, and so it will teach you quite a bit. It was done very well. There were one or two things I could, complain about here or there, but 90%. Okay.
Let's talk about Martin Luther King. Sound good?
Yeah.
You wrote a whole book about
But
Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy.
It hasn't been published.
Has not been published yet.
It's better because of all the new stuff I keep finding out.
So what is the premise of this book?
Its book is about the CIA penetration of Martin Luther King's inner circle.
Okay.
But it's growing into much more than that. But that was how it started. There's a lot of FBI in that, but it goes back into the past. But what I wanted to do with you today isn't that part of it. That's just something that's coming, and that I have basically all the evidence that I needed for what I have, and there's more things that are coming that are going to be added to that. But there's a piece of his story that fits in with what we're talking about here, and that fits in with the larger story of MLK's life. And I'm getting reels now with my interns at James Madison University that have never been used before. They're very hard to find. They're on old type machines, and we've got some new ones built at James Madison that we can use to examine the reels. And it's just amazing. It's everything that Hoover was doing to stop the bus boycott, for one thing, and to stop King. Period. King was a real threat to Hoover. And we have 21 reels, and each reel is huge. It takes many days to actually print out all the stuff that we have that Hoover was trying to stop.
About film.
They're microfiche. Film isn't what it is. This is stuff that goes back into the 60s and 50s and so on. They're microfiche, they call it. Huh. And they're not like film stuff you see and you take it through. It just is, but it kind of feels like it because it looks like it's film, but it's an earlier technology. But it's very important, and not just on this subject, but on all kinds of other subjects. And people who are doing PhDs that are going back in time, trying to look at whether it's LGBT things or any topic that they're trying to study from a historical perspective. You have to have these reels. You have to pick them up because they exist, but they're very hard to find because they've been housed in a company that does that, and they exact money out of places in order to let them use their stuff, and then one big company swallows up another company, and so it took me a long while to find these MLK Hoover films, and I'm using, and so that's another thing. It's going to change a lot of things because until you have the exact things that Hoover is asking for and saying, it's not the same thing. So this is a project that is coming through adding book that I've written in many different ways. So it's going to take me the rest of this year and possibly some of next year to finish the MLK book. But it's only the first volume. The second volume, I've never announced it publicly with the title. Should I tell you? Break that news with the title of the second news. Well, it's so obvious. MLK in Vietnam.
Ooh. Okay.
That's the second. That's it. Two volumes on MLK coming.
Okay.
But the first one is going to be first. And if people obviously are trying not to pay attention to me too much, and so I'm not afraid of somebody doing it first. And if they do a good job, good. That means I don't have to do it. Go ahead and do it for me, so I don't have to do all that work.
So why did Hoover want to stop MLK so bad?
Okay, from the time he was in high school, and he was in debates, the three things he didn't like, let's see if I know all three of them. One of them is he doesn't want civil rights. He doesn't like rights.
Hoover.
Hoover does not like rights. And what else? Oh, yes, no voting rights for women. I forget the third one. Anyway, this guy was his racism. He wasn't born racist, but he had a grandmother who used to come over and visit all the time, and she was hell on wheels. She poisoned that young person. That's how it started, and it stayed with him his whole life. He persecuted homosexuals. He was homosexual. He was actually the woman.
Oh wow, he was the bottom, huh?
Yeah, because he liked powerful men, and that's really Clyde Tolson was his partner. Yeah.
That's a crazy story. So,
Yeah.
do you go through all that in the book?
Well, I'm going to go through a lot of it. There are other things written about this, so but I'll do my own thing.
Right. So, what was going on during that part of the? So, can you explain what was going on when JFK was campaigning and what was going on with him and MLK? And I forget. Can you remind me who was running against JFK? It was Nixon. Yeah, Nixon. So can you give context to that and kind of explain what was happening in that era right there, like the relationship between MLK and JFK and that whole presidential race?
I like the term footsteps erased for a lot of things, like geology and things like that. Things have been erased because people don't want to change it. But it works perfectly for Martin Luther King because people have forgotten a lot of things, and this is one episode in his life. Not the one that everybody, like the bus boycott, was a big deal, and there are other things that were a big deal. But this is a very interesting one. Once you know about it, you'll never forget it. This was the Kennedy campaign was in its final stages, and what happened was there was talk about meeting with King. And so it was difficult because the campaign itself, there were three of them, and Sergeant Shriver, who was part of the Kennedy family, and a guy by the name of Howard Wofford, and one other person. Where they worked in Washington during the campaign was around so that nobody would see them. You have a storefront, the campaign, and but you don't see any blacks because they're very worried about the Southern white vote, and that had been what had always worked. For Democrats, that's where they get that's their breadbasket. Right? So the Kennedy civil rights team was very small, but very crafty people. Yeah, they were smart, and but they were around the other blocks, so nobody would see who they were or what they were doing. But so at the last moment, they decide to do something about it because that's what they're doing. They're supposed to help the black vote. So they get to work. Now, here's what happens. There are 7 steps. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Basically 7 or 6 steps that take place in a short period of time between 17 October and 28 October. Okay, this is very close to the elections. And each one of these events produces a second event. The second event won't happen unless the one before it does. And so the first thing is you have a lot of sit-ins going on all over the South by students, high school students, in several states. And they're going into soda fountain places and like that, and together as black people, and they're not supposed to be there. And so they're getting smacked, they're getting stuff poured all over their heads. And so the students have been doing this in a lot of southern states. And they've been after King, asking him to come and support them, to come to one of these events. And King's was sort of happy not to have to go there because he's got all these other things. And so here's what happens. So they agree on they're going to have a meeting, Kennedy and King. And then King says at the last minute, look, I have to tell you something. And, oh, what's that? Well, I have to give Nixon a chance, too, to be fair. And Kennedy says, oh, no, we're out of here. Kennedy did not want to do it on that basis. So now all of a sudden,
because so just quick context. At that point in time, the African American vote in the U.S. was Republican.
I'm going to get to that, yeah.
Okay.
But this is where things start, which is that you have a bunch of kids that are trying something about that. Okay, kids, not King. He's not in there yet. Students are doing it all by themselves. That's right. And so King comes to understand that, but these people are far more, brave than I am, and it worries him about it. And so at this point, when JFK cancels the proposed meeting, and the kids find out about it, they come to him again and say, "Come on, you could, what do you got to lose now?" And so he does.
The kids go to who?
To King.
To King.
Yeah. And tell him, hey, okay, come on, it's time. And so he does. He goes to his first sit-in. And, and they, of course, are pouring milkshakes on people's heads and doing all that stuff and pushing them and doing things like that. And so they arrest everybody, but they release everybody except King. So King is now his first, and he's never been arrested before. This is the first arrest of Martin Luther King at the soda fountains, and they let all more go except for him. Now this is an adjacent county called DeKalb County, which is a terrible county, very racist county.
Where? What state?
This is happening in Georgia. So he agrees to do it. He's arrested. Everybody else is let go. But in the adjacent county in Georgia, so the county they were in, I guess it was in Atlanta area. He has a parking, a car citation of some sort, which he told his financial guy to pay. And as far as he knew, it was paid. Well, apparently it wasn't. It was just a minor traffic violence. That's all it was. They put him on the chain gang at the Reedsville Federal Penitentiary. And a lot of people, these are blacks that are being put on the chain gang, and a lot of them are not coming out alive. Right? And so this is a big, oh my God, what are we going to do? So now we have, that's the third event, right? So it all has to start with JFK canceling the meeting. And so these are the dominoes that are falling. And so what happens now is that the civil rights team decides they're going to do something. So Wofford has the idea, why don't we, in this very moment, have JFK call with a sympathy call. And so the problem is that everybody is in his bedroom at an airport, he's getting to go someplace, and so they have to wait until everybody walks out of the bedroom, because they know that if they dare say anything about blacks, it's going to be canceled. I'm not going to let it happen. Okay. So they wait. And so in the room is Sergeant Schreiber, and Kennedy lays down on the bed, and so he says, and he says it very, very quietly, what Wofford said. He suggests that you call for a King. And Kennedy doesn't even think about it. He just gets up and gets the phone and makes the call. Doesn't coordinate with any of the staff at all. Okay, and she's well, I don't know what to say, and she said, well, anything you can do, it'd be great, and like that, and that's all there was to it. And then RFK finds out what's happening, and he does something he shouldn't do. He intervenes in the case and calls the judge who made the decision. He's the attorney general. You're not really supposed to do that kind of thing. But he does. He calls up and reads.
Wait, this is before he was elected, though, right?
That's right. Yes.
Yeah.
He's not the attorney general.
He's not the president.
No, he's not.
Right.
He's not the president, and that's not the attorney general.
Right.
But he is He is JFK's brother. Right. And he is an attorney. Okay. He's not the attorney general, but he is an attorney. And an attorney is not supposed to interfere in cases unless he has a. But anyway, this is a personal thing, and he should be. He does. And he calls Judge Mates and tells him everything that we know, and Judge Mates realizes this is going to get out now in the newspapers and everything, so he agrees to let him out of prison. So now he's out of prison, and does the whippings happen? So Bobby Kennedy tells his brother, okay, he says, you've done it now, you've lost the election.
They thought because it made it out into the public that him and Bobby got MLK out of prison, they were going to lose the southern white vote.
That's right. He said, what did he say? Here it is. So we care about urbanization for the same reasons we care about why people migrate. Anyway, look, let's just do this. So they put together a plan to send out pamphlets to all African Americans across America. And they actually ended up printing 2 million. In churches, they're going to distribute them in churches the weekend before the actual election itself. And they do that. And Sergeant Schreiber is the one who actually decides on a daring gamble at the very end. What they do is they establish a committee called a quote, dummy committee, unquote, of preachers that have nothing to do with this, but say that they're doing it so that nobody in the Kennedy campaign has touched it. So this is a stealth operation that Schreiber's
covert preachers.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. And it works. And so they print all these things that they call them the blue bomb because they're printed on blue paper. They put in the Schreiber makes the final decision to do it on his own. He'll take the responsibility for it and finance the pamphlet himself. But he was so lambasted by Bobby, it almost ruined the relationship between Schreiber and the rest of it. And he did the same thing to Wofford, tongue lashings and all that stuff. But he himself had made that call to the judge, Judge Mitchell. So this small group of these 3 guys had no intention of stopping, even though they were told not to do another damn thing, and they did. So here comes the blue bomb, what happens here? I think it's
250,000 black votes.
The central place is, centrally located, so that accessibility from surrounding areas is maximized. For example, in the 1930s, towns and cities in southern China were still mostly
what happens is that 7 states go to JFK instead of Nixon. That would have gone to Nixon. And you can look at the map. It's just,
do we know what states those are?
Yeah, I'm listing them right here.
Oh, okay.
Most of them anyway. So you take Illinois. There might have been some fiddling around in there.
Illinois was the mob stuff, right?
Yeah, but it wasn't everybody in the mob. The mob can't reach 250,000 people. So they upped it, I'm sure, and maybe that state itself might not have gone. But anyway, overall, the Republicans had always got 6% of the black vote.
60%.
Percent.
Okay.
All the way back for years and years and years.
To Lincoln.
That's right. And then all of a sudden, in this election, 1960, now 75% of the Democrats, and so you only get the Republicans are now only getting 25% of the vote instead of 60, right?
What a swing that is.
It's huge, and it's still the closest election in history up to that point. So it's the civil rights section that is responsible. Now we've been talking about that, and so anyway, we have several states we mentioned here. Carolinas, it's in the Carolinas, it's Michigan. There's 7 states in all, and that is what
the blue bomb was 7 states.
That's right. Now, I want to just say this about this particular story.
Okay.
You see, people don't remember this, and it's amazing that they, because it was in the newspapers, but it was just like one day. So you know how a one day thing can happen. I mean, it didn't happen. It was just people go on to football games or whatever else they do.
Yeah.
So, but this is what I have to say. This is just me talking here. I am pondering what I think is a real forgotten dichotomy, and it's all because of the black vote. There were bad things that did not happen because of the role of the black vote in the 1960 election. For example, to send at the wars in both hemispheres of our planet that would have led to a terrible Armageddon. You know how many times that. The other thing that I ponder at the same time is the good things that did happen because of the role that race played in the election, and that's JFK's New Frontier. Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security benefits, minimum wage, low-income housing, Peace Corps, and peace instead of war. He took care of the little guys, the poor guys, and by the time 3 years later, everybody was making money, rich people and poor people. It was in 3 years because he had the economics group of a lifetime with John Kenneth Galbraith. So, without MLK, there's no way that JFK was going to be president. Okay. And so, in retrospect, we have 3 people: MLK and JFK, not to mention the civil rights unit that were responsible for remarkable things. But those 3 guys that I just mentioned are all assassinated within 8 years. So, fast forward now. Suppose that you and I live through our lives, and it keeps on going because we don't destroy the planet. That's hard to believe the way we're going right now. But let's just say that we don't destroy this planet, and it doesn't destroy us for what we're doing on it. What will the people say 150 years from now? Okay, so we're going to 2170. What will they think about the election of 1960? Will it be there at all? Yes, it will be. But none of the details will be there. Only one thing. I remember we are alive today because MLK and JFK saved the world from destruction. That's it. That's simple. It's all, but it's a lot. And we don't even know we're going to get that. I mean, something else could happen. And it doesn't.
It's a miracle that all of those chain of events happened the way they did. Because it was so close, so many times. It was like on the brink.
So you kind of have to think that maybe the universe up there had its shit together.
Yeah, like I said to you last night, it feels like that movie yesterday, where it's just these little decisions you have to make, one way or the other.
So I realize this is not the MLK story itself, a big story, but it is a piece that really is a big story, all by itself, just by itself. And these guys were both had moral compasses.
Yeah.
And Bobby did too. After this was over, when it was his turn, he did too. And they knew that too. The black people changed immediately, and they said, "Bobby's white, but he's right." You know?
Can you talk a little bit about what happened to Bobby afterwards and Why?
Well, they had a lot of arguments with a number of black intellectuals, and that didn't last forever. The thing that turned it around was there was an assassination of one of the I can't remember the name, but a well-known black leader was assassinated. I mean, it might have even been what's his name, that had to go to Mecca before he changed his mind about white people being bad. But anyway, so after this assassination, Bobby Kennedy went by himself down into the ghettos. One white guy standing up on the back of something in front of hundreds and hundreds of black people. And he made a speech to them that they never forgot. That spoke to what he wanted to do for African Americans. And that turned everything around. And by the time he was assassinated, very much like the JFK assassination, was in full view of everything, right at the point, where it would do the most, not just damage, but scare enough people.
Right.
Well, everybody knew that was tracking things, especially the people who didn't like Bobby Kennedy, knew that he was going to win California. By that time, he collected enough credits or whatever you call them, that he was going to get the nomination, and he was probably going to win. And so that night was the special night where he was over the top, and everybody was celebrating, and they shot him in the kitchen. That very moment, they didn't wait till later, or like James Galbraith said, it could have just been a syringe used. This was in your face, same way they did his brother.
Right.
That's what happened, and so they killed him, and they killed Martin Luther King within 6 weeks of each other.
And was it the same forces behind the JFK assassination that was behind Bobby's assassination?
Well, we know more about the military stuff. I went down to Memphis, Tennessee for the 60th anniversary sometime last year, and met a guy who was curator of the King records that were there. The biggest King records are close by in another town. But yes, he showed us evidence of two Army sniper groups that were on right there, right where in on the other side of the pool that was empty at that time. There were a bunch of bushes up there, and that's where one of the teams were. And the picture you see mostly when you look at it is Jackson pointing up. It looks like he's pointing across to the place that this what's his name was with the rifle is standing on a bathtub trying to shoot. Well, they're not pointing there because it's the wrong angle, and you see what they're pointing is over the other to the left. And so, yeah, there were sniper units in Memphis at that time, too. So there's more work to do there. I need to go talk to that guy again, and I'm a busy guy. Besides, doing a little bit of yoga, but also doing a lot of research and stuff because that's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And so I'm a moving target. You never know what it's going to be next.
And you got a book about yoga too, right?
Well, it's partially about yoga.
What kind of yoga? Do you do Kundalini? No.
I don't. The Kundalini thing is all these breaths, these crazy breaths, and Iyengar doesn't like to criticize anybody else. But that's not his cup of tea. Iyengar is the guy. We would talk about this another time, but it all came west because they ran out of what they could do with it in India. Believe it or not, it was for a show for the upper classes. The yogis were just a show, like a circus or something. And but Krishnamacharya was a very forceful force in yoga. That was his name, and he had 3 disciples. disciples. One was his son, Vinny. And then there was also a guy called Patabi Joyce, who was his, and then his best disciple left him. Don't even know his name. But his sister, Krishnamacharya's sister, was married to a sickly guy. His name was Iyengar, and everybody thought he wasn't going to live past 20, 25 years because he had TB and some other things. Anyway, he ended up not dying at all, and ended up being the yogi probably in history, in modern history. He learned English very well and astrophysics and all kinds of things, and was considered, he was treated as a statesman all over the world, no matter where he went, except for India, because he was a householder. He was a Brahmin, and he didn't take the Brahmin caste. He didn't like caste, and so he married and had children, and had one child, and so they forsake him for that, but many years later, when in India they discovered how popular he is around the entire world, all of a sudden they decided he was a good guy and he was their guy. But I studied a lot of yoga because accidentally I came across it, and the first class I took, I had a buzz all the way to the parking lot. So I knew that moment there, I was going to do yoga for the rest of my life. So I began to study how many forms there were from the get-go, and ended up being a teacher for 30 years, yoga instructor. I've pared down huge amounts of teaching that I did all through the Shenandoah Valley. But now I only have time for 2 or 3 people that I know that have been with me for a long while. I just don't have the time. I do it myself, and I train a couple of old people until they die. Yoga is huge.
Really?
Yes. I had a very close woman that I practiced yoga with for 32 years, and she died recently, about 8 or 9 months ago. And I kept her alive for 2 or 3 years
with yoga. How old was she?
She was 81.
She was you're able to move around and be flexible like that at that
Miss
age?
Aquarius.
Pretty incredible.
Yeah, in the last days, I had to lie her down.
Hello, madam.
And we were able to do.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm amazing. How was your day?
It was good.
Are you ready to break 100 again?
Yeah, that's plans.
You got it. You're going to have an invitation in 3, 2, 1.
Go. No, Rabbi, you got this, Rabbi.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. No doubt at all. Perfect. Ooh.
Good, you got this. You got this. You got this.
Easy peasy. Oh, how didn't I get that? I really thought I had it. That's all right. I'll take it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it. Oh, this is going to be tough. Hey, look who it is. Oh, that's, I got to let Audie be able to speak.
no.
Audie, how are you?
Yeah, you got a strike.
Yes, ma'am. Audie, what's good in your neck of the woods? Okay. Absolutely. Get it. That's 2 strikes in a row, Miss Aquarius. That's 2 strikes in a row.
I've been praying for you. Hope all is well. Yeah, I got the strike.
Nice strike, Miss
Hope all is
Aquarius.
well with you. No, Rabbi.
It's you. It's you.
It's me now.
Get that split.
That's right. Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
Ooh. Not what I wanted.
Hey, you did know. Let's go.
Oh! I airmailed it.
But either way, you still win. You win that one.
That's right. Audie, that's right. Audie, do you want an invitation to bowling? Audie, did you hear me? Audie going once? Audie going twice? Audie going 3 times? All right, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I'm here, Rabbi.
Do you want an invitation?
What?
Do you want...
You're going to actually shut up like I just asked you to do?
What?
I so apologize. Rabbi. I don't know how I can goddamn control something more than myself. Give me just a moment. Hello, Miss Aquarius.
Uh-oh, it's right. Wow, darn. We just asked if you wanted to play. All right, Miss Aquarius, I'm just going to send you an invite, and we'll just do our thing.
Let me talk about you, Rabbi.
Oh, no.
You.
Good spare. You're welcome. Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
Good strike.
Thank you, ma'am. That's what I'm talking about. Get it.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
Let's go.
I'm going to get this one little pin.
Yeah.
No doubt.
Good job.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. That's a strike. That's what I'm talking about. Not what I wanted. Not what I wanted at all. Now I've got a tough split. Oh, but I got it.
You got that spare. Good spare.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, get it. You hit that dead center. I don't know why that didn't knock them all down.
Right, Rabbi, let's go.
Come on. Got it.
Hey.
Get it, Miss Aquarius. Look at you and your spare.
And now,
Get it. You're going to take the lead right now. Oh, yes, you should have. All right, you've got the lead. No doubt. No doubt. I got it. Just enough. Get this split. Oh, that would have been cool. I'll take it. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Great job, Miss Aquarius. All right. You take care and you get your beauty rest.
I will. Good night. Good night, Addie. Love you. And I'm still praying for you. Hope all is well. Love you. Good night.
Take care, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, goodbye, Miss Aquarius. Good night. Enjoy the day. You too.
Upper body poses and a lot of other things.
Every city has a
She had
story to
very
tell.
little memory
And if we
left,
have the appropriate
but she
skills and
remembered
tools,
me.
we can read the city like a
We went back
text
so
that will
far.
tell us all
And so
about
she would
culture
come in
and
the
history.
house,
A story about who it
say
is,
something,
where it
I would
came
say
from,
something, and she couldn't
where it's
remember
going.
it
Its
3
neighborhoods
minutes
give us
later.
clues about who lives
But
there and the
I
stories that our
told her
people do.
jokes,
Empty
I
or
kept
full
her
streets
laughing,
tell
I
us about
kept her
life there. And there are
flexible,
signals
and
everywhere pointing to its history,
you know,
from what
and
people had
eating.
for lunch, to war and resettlement, to blatant nature,
Eventually, she
but
died.
also hope and
Her daughter,
community, and just life. For instance,
who
take
has
this
a good
flat
job,
lane somewhere
she
in the middle of
would
nowhere.
basically run an escalator
Based
all
on
the
central
time.
place theory, which we introduced last episode, each one of our farmers is going to settle evenly across this plane, all kind of equidistant from one another. But eventually, we need a place to buy staples, like bananas, or maybe a new hammer after it gets thrown into the corn in frustration.
That's incredible.
This is
There's a
where
lot of
towns
weird
start to
connections
evolve. And then
with like
sometimes we need something
esotericism,
bigger than a banana or a hammer,
especially from
like a new
yoga.
plow or
They're
tractor.
getting into
And
weird
for more
psychic
specialized
states.
items like that,
Yeah, well, you can
head
do
to the
that
big city.
without
Of
the
course,
people
this
thing.
doesn't really look like any
It's
particular
just
town
called
we know,
touch the
and
heart.
that's
We
because
all
it's a
do
hub.
that. And the
And
yoga
models
center
really summarize the theory.
is to
And
lie
like
down
other geography tool, the map,
like in
they're
a
simplifications of
bed
reality. For example, another
and
model
you
tells
stop
us how a city
thinking.
crashes from the city center or
That's
central
what
business
touch the heart
district.
is.
This is called the
And you
concentric
not
zone
think for a
model.
long
The
time.
concentric zone model is actually
All
based on
kinds of
late
things come to
19th and
you
early
that
20th
you
century
should have been
Chicago.
listening for,
It's
but you're
dazzling
talking
new
so much.
technologies, like
You're just not
monumental
letting the
corporate
universe
skyscrapers
say
made of
anything
steel
to you
and
at all.
glass,
Like
and an
like
imposing city
downloads or
all
something.
interspersed
Well,
with
look,
wide rivers and
everything
broad
in
streets
your
with
body
statuesque
and your
monuments.
phone
Moving
and
away
your
from the center,
and this
streets are
cup
laid out in a grid pattern. And they might
is
cross
even
several
inert
derelict
things like
industrial
this. It's not
districts alongside
alive. It
rail
doesn't
lines
have
and
DNA.
channels
And
and rivers.
anyway,
Most of
it's
these
all
factories, warehouses, and
just
mills are boarded
vibration.
up, though
Everything
a few
at
might
the
still be
you
active. The zone of
Yeah.
transition,
smallest
and
level,
while it's
Right.
mostly used for industrial stuff,
and
this is
it's
also where we
vibration.
find the cheapest places to live. As we move
Everything
to the
in
next
this
regular
room
model,
is
the zone
vibrating.
of
You and I are
independent
changing our
farmers,
genomes
find
right now
families of
because we're
factory
breathing
workers
to
who've
each
been able
other.
to leave the zone of
Our
transition,
genomes are
but
changing
who still
because
need
we're in
cheap
the
and
room
easy
together.
access to their workplaces.
So
And
you
even
would
farther
be
out,
amazed how much,
this
and
is the
we
zone
know
of
this is
American
science. This is
residents.
not
And it's where middle
silliness
class and upwardly
that
mobile
we know
families live.
is
Just like today,
happening
really. And
inside of
finally,
us and
we reach
outside of
the
us.
last ring, or the zone of
And
completeness.
the
As hard as it might be to
infinity is
live,
outside
in
of
the
you, but
early
it's
20th
also
century,
infinite
this was
inside.
the
You
place
can
to
keep
live.
going smaller and
This
smaller
is
and
where you
smaller
found
that
the
way.
wealthy people,
Right.
the people with the
So
luxury of taking a train to work.
we are all
Think
connected.
about commuting as a luxury,
And
but
so when
it's
people
cool to
talk
see how
about
times have changed. And lastly, we
being
reach the
reborn,
urban fringe,
it's
or
not
the
about
outer
like
suburbs
that.
where the lots are large and land
It's
rates
a
are
law
lower. But
of
even though it's based on
astrophysics,
Chicago, this
actually,
isn't the
that
perfect description of the city. And
all
that's because models are
matter,
more like guidelines than actual
any
facts.
matter, and that
These
is
models just help us
information.
start to explain
Any
patterns we see in
information
cities.
cannot be
There are
destroyed,
many models. If we take a tour
not
of
even
most
into a
cities
black
in North
hole.
America, we can actually read several distinct
It's
Right.
still there,
phases
or
of
it'll come out if there's a white hole on the other one. Who knows?
Right.
Information
Yeah.
can't be destroyed. It's there. It's around you. So what happens if you run into this information and suddenly, for some reason, you like it or it likes you?
It also affects land use, which
You're speaking
influences how
in
land is
tongues
used within the
and
city.
saying things you couldn't say
That is
before.
imprinted on the
Doesn't
city
matter.
layer by layer. For instance,
Everything
many cities
is
in North
connected.
America started out
everything is connected. And once you understand that, you don't have, there's a lot of silly theories you can let go of and start to get real and understand that there's a lot of stuff around you and in you you're not even paying attention to. You have a brain that's much bigger than you're using.
Starting in the 1850s, cities were brimming with
Let's not, I don't want to go too far with this.
But it's fascinating though. I like learning about that kind of stuff. It's
Well,
very
I spent my life doing it.
Yeah.
This made the central business district a highly desirable
A
location.
lot of it has to
Because that's
wait.
where transportation routes
What I'm doing is basically for myself and my
the city's
family and a couple
original
of close
financial
friends.
district can still be found in the same place today. Even though it had
But right
to be
now, I have a
completely rebuilt
mission.
after the Great Boston Fire.
Okay.
What's your mission?
My mission is to
Scoot into the monkey.
I have I interpret my instructions are to finish these books that I'm writing on the 20th century before it all disappears. And when that's over, if I live long enough, I'm probably going to be 83 or 84 by the time that happens. I have written 2 novels, I've written a screenplay, and a lot of other things that go way back into geology and things like that. And so
You wrote the screenplay for Oliver's first JFK movie?
I wrote some of that. That came out of my book, JFK in Vietnam. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a screenplay for, it's called War of the Ice Ages. And that's just the first volume.
War of the Ice Ages?
Yes, it's everything that did exist in the Ice Ages. Okay? And there were which kind of humans, what kind of animals, everything, and what they did. And there were wars between Cro-Magnons and other species of humans that could actually have intercourse and create a hybrid with humans, and we did that. So there's a lot.
You think there was wars between different species on Earth during
the
Pleistocene?
Yeah, well, we know of there were when the ice caps got big, the ocean levels went down, and the people who lived on the Canary Islands went twice over to what is Spain. And they are the ones that are responsible for all the cave paintings that you've seen. And they're
what time period are we talking about right now?
Well, probably around 500,000 years.
500,000.
Yeah, from beginning though. You know, so you have very primitive tools way back. But when we get to be about 150,000 years, it starts to be, there's an amazing advance in both the humans themselves are 6 feet 3 inches tall with male brains about 2,000, 2,100. You and I, our biggest men now is about 1,650. Women are about 1,200. So the Cro-Magnons, the true Cro-Mags,
are brain sizes?
Are your huge brains and thin bones, which is thin bones, casings of the brains, and other bones, which is indicative of advanced humans. And so, yeah, we know a lot about these things. But the problem is, a lot of the American paleontologists like to go to the Bahamas for their vacations, and guess what? The British and the French people, they went down to the Canaries, and I went down to the Canaries once, and I saw El Museo Canario, and it blew my mind. It was a museum.
Steve, can you take over control with some photos here? Sorry to interrupt. Keep going.
So there were like 6 floors, and in the staircase were the glass cases with the skeletons. So there were about 60 full skeletons of these Cro-Magnons. And in the rooms around a floor were all the items that they made. All the needles, oldest to the youngest invasions of people during glacial maximum, about 40,000 BC and 12,000 BC. is when they got over there, and that's why we still. But you know what? It's very strange because it's southeast, and what survived of the bodies is that they know that they were blonde-haired, blue-eyed people that still exist in that very small part of Spain. You would think there would be Norway or something, right? But no, these people came. They were called the Guanche, is the name. The Guanche.
The oldest human genome recovered from the southern tip of Spain adds an important piece of the puzzle to the genetic history of Europe. A new study reports the genome data from a 10-year-old individual, from a 23,000-year-old individual who lived in what was probably the warmest place in Europe at the peak of the last ice age.
Well, it was actually not so much Europe, but it looked like Europe because there was a land bridge.
Right.
To the islands down there, the Canary Islands. Right now, when you go down there, they're just islands.
The Guanches were the indigenous inhabitants of the Canary Islands in the Atlantic Ocean, some 100 kilometers, 60 miles west of North Africa.
Anyway, I've been collecting. I went there and brought back with me tons of studies, but they're not done by American scientists. They were done by European scientists because the American scientists have had done little about it compared to the Europeans. Closer to home, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. So this was much before. So you're obviously familiar with the Younger Dryas hypothesis, impact hypothesis, that it was cosmic impacts that melted the ice sheets and caused the Great Flood. That's written about in multiple biblical texts around the world in different cultures.
I visited in Southeast Asia. All these tribes down there all have the same mores, and not mores. They have the same stories that they tell back in their from their generation, and they're different languages and different people. And they all still tell the same thing.
Yeah,
it's around the world.
It's wild. It really is. And so I've had multiple people on here that talk a lot about that kind of stuff.
Well, I've got a book written, but it's one of the first things I was doing in my 20s, and so it's not even. But it's typed. I did type it a little bit, but it's not on like this.
Have you seen the northwestern scablands of the United States?
No.
If you could pull up.
Did you say northeastern or western?
Western, in the northwest United States. And
all I know about that is that they talk about people came to us at the very end, just before the Ice Age
look at the second one, the middle one. So this is what a friend of mine, Randall Carlson's on the podcast many times, and he takes tours of people out here to the scablands, and his hypothesis is that this is all evidence for mega floods. He thinks that there was a cosmic impact that hit the Canadian ice sheet on the southern border of Canada and melted it instantaneously, which was hundreds of millions of tons of water flowing south over the United States, which created these channeled scablands, which we see now that are all dry. And these were basically giant rivers that were flowing at hundreds of miles per hour. Like, look, go down, you can see that. And this is all just massive water erosion. And it was all through North America. Look at that.
Yeah, I think
pretty incredible stuff. And
you have things that happen after that too, which is why everything's so flat on the top.
Yeah.
Well, the north you go, the ice sheets that came over those, it's like getting a haircut.
Right. Yeah, and his hypothesis is that this all happened between 11,900 and 12,500 years ago. Something like that, during like a 1,000-year period, which is called the Younger Dryas. But mainstream geologists don't take it seriously. They call it pseudo-science.
We have a problem with geologists because they're trying to say that human beings did not come here until 10,000 BC, around that time. And yet we have site after site after site. North America's and the South America, and it's humans that have been there 40,000, 50,000, and 60,000 years ago.
Right.
And so these people remind me of researchers in a certain area that don't want to change their minds about things because they don't want to be wrong about something. Right. When we have new information.
Right.
And so there's a whole bunch of information about, that the first people who came, we talk about the Vikings, the Chinese started, the Shanghai Jing, there was a huge axis change and it caused a lot of storms and things. An emperor during the recovery period sent out 4 expeditions to redraw the earth such as it was, north, south, east, and west. Well, when you go east, there's nothing but water. So it's the eastern, the Shanghai Jing, the eastern classics of mountains and rivers. Shanghai Jing, that's the English interpretation. And so they came, they started on what is basically the mountain range, all from Canada all the way down to the South Pole. It's a huge uplift along that whole, and there are 3-legged pots. That's where they come from, China, and little things that they made out of plain stuff of Fu Manchus, and they traditions tell them that some guy who was very smart brought them civilization and told them how to do a lot of things. This Fu Manchu guy. Anyway, there's a lot of this material in China. Some of it is still buried in leaving it. Why I've been to the
They wanted to create something innovative that would both open development to the interior of Brazil and be an urban place without the poverty of older colonial cities. Unlike the traditional Latin American model,
I had this guy, a friend of mine, Ben Van Kirkwood, who's also been here. I don't know if you've ever heard of him. But he did some analysis of some of the stone bases that are found in Egypt. And he took them he found some people who purchased stone bases. I don't know where he purchased them from, but he has them in his possession. And they were actually able to measure some of them that were in one of the Petrie Museum, Flinders Petrie. And they did measurements of every single angle of these dynastic Egyptian bases that were supposedly made with copper chisels in the Egyptian times. And they found out through aerospace engineers at Rolls-Royce who measured these things with laser machines. They found out that these things were symmetrical within like 1/1,000,000th of an inch, which is like less than the thickness of a human hair. So, like today, to make something out of a granite vase, to make a vase that perfect out of granite would take a computer program. You would need to model it on a computer to create it. So how the fuck were these created during exactly. So his theory is that this must have been created before the flood, before everything was wiped out. That human civilization was far more advanced than it is today.
certainly,
And there was a reset. It was not just a linear progression. We were set back to the Stone Age.
Yeah, and we will again if we don't stop what we're doing to it now.
Yeah. Tell us all, tell the audience where they can find your books, what they're called.
So you just go to Amazon. That's the best place to get them. The ones I'm going to show you today, I guess I would start with JFK in Vietnam. This is the 2017 edition. This is what you definitely want to get. Where, after all the stuff that happened to it, and then all my other things that I did since then, where I worked with McNamara and other people, you'll find interesting.
You worked with Mac in that book.
Oh yeah, he was. We worked together for quite a while. He didn't want to at first. He didn't want to talk to me, but eventually he did. And that's all in there. And the Calvary story that got my wife back and the rest of those things. Countdown to Darkness is where you want to go when you find out how they tried to, push Kennedy to go into Cuba. And all the lies they told of what happened, bit by bit. The people who endorsed these things on the back were fun to read as well. On the inside, more recently, Into the Storm. This will go as far as the Cuban Missile Crisis and Northwoods, but it stops there because I realized that there were things that I didn't understand that were weird. So it's the first book that I didn't write a conclusion to. I called it an intermission. And so I thought it was going to be Armageddon next, but at the other end of the intermission ended up being this thing here, which is about spy wars. And all of a sudden we're in a new place with low-hanging fruit, low-hanging KGB fruit, all over the place. Not just one piece of fruit, but I mean hundreds and hundreds were still putting together how many of these moles they had. And I'm working now on a sequel to this already called Uncovering Moscow's moles, because we have a lot more, including probably
Moles that we had in Moscow.
Yeah, James McCord as well. He's in there too. But anyway, there's a lot more coming. But anyway, thank you for inviting me down again. I enjoyed this trip. I enjoyed the last one, and I hope we'll have more.
Yes, sir.
In the future.
Yeah, we'll do the next one on MLK. We'll do a full deep dive on that.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to it.
Myself.
All right, I'll link all the books below. And thanks everyone for watching. See you later.
So any efforts to build poverty-free cities in the future, or any efforts to eradicate the urban poverty that already exists, must intentionally address the structural disadvantages built into the way our cities and communities are designed. Whether it's social status in colonial cities in Latin America, wealth and community and innovative design in Brazil, or race in North America, every choice that's made about where to allow different types of land use reflects the relationships and values of whoever is making those decisions. While urban planners understand the social and economic mechanisms that create vibrant cities, and know so much more than in the 1950s when Brasilia was built, that experiment proved we can't just
When did you come up with the idea to start or talking about all these studies that you're doing at Harvard and Oxford on YouTube and making them public?
I've always just been a total dork and like explaining things. So it was a matter of me reading a paper and being like, this is cool. How can I translate this to something that is engaging for other people? So it could be like, a paper, the title is long and complex. It wouldn't catch the average person's attention. But I'm like, basically what this is saying is that, what is a catchy way to put it? So for one example, it could be Diet Coke causes anxious sperm. You're like, well, what's up with this? I'm like, well, actually, there's this really cool study where you take, aspartame, the sweetener in Diet Coke, at pretty low doses, and you can induce anxiety in mice that can cause anxiety in future generations. And then you kind of go through the data, try to break it down. When you explain it to people, I think the average person is actually pretty intelligent. You say, look, this is how you look at this kind of graph. And it's something that I just ended up doing because I like explaining science. It was a fun exercise for me. And it's pretty easy with, I just pull out my iPhone after I read a paper, record something, and that's all it's been. Being public on social media, that kind of, having more of a presence, just evolved. I never really intended for it to happen. So it's something I'm kind of exploring now because it's kind of fun. I was trying to actually decide on a topic to talk about at an upcoming conference in March. And what I think I'm going to go with something about when worlds collide, when Jade Tower academia and the lay public kind of, those worlds collide, because we're living at a really interesting time, in my opinion, in 2024, where for the first time ever, the lay public has tons of access to information through the internet, through social media, and the academia is forced to interact with the public. Now, I think there are a lot of negative things that come out of this, but also a lot of potential positives. So for me as a young scientist and a clinician to be, being in medical school, it's really interesting to see how this will fit into my future career and what good it can be used to execute on. So I'm just playing with it a little bit.
So for people who don't know who you are, explain your educational background and what you studied and where.
I did my undergraduate degree at Dartmouth, where I studied cell bio and biochem. Graduated valedictorian there, and then went to Oxford University in the UK to do my PhD in metabolism. And now I finished that up, came back across the pond, and I'm doing my medical training at Harvard.
And you are, how many years have you been at Harvard Medical?
This is my third year.
And but you got a PhD from Oxford.
From Oxford, yeah.
Okay. So, and the PhD is in what again?
I always have a different answer for this because it's in neuro, but I did a lot of metabolism work in the Department of Physiology, Anatomy, and Genetics. I like to say human metabolism and metabolism, how the body uses energy, basically. Is how I break it down. I could also say it's in neuroscience because I did a lot of neuro work, or just physiology. So the thing is, people think what you do your PhD in is what you are an expert in, which, I mean, kind of makes sense that you conclude that. But a PhD is a training process, so it's not necessary that what you do your PhD in ends up being your research career. I gained tools and expertise by going through the process, but by virtue of even just personal life medicine, where things have taken me, my actual research interests have shifted from what I did my PhD on to other things now, things that we're studying about. In particular, my research interest now is how lipid metabolism changes, cholesterol metabolism in low-carb diets. I'm a practitioner of a low-carb diet. I adopted a keto diet back in 2019 for inflammatory bowel disease. I was finishing up my time at Dartmouth and started developing really bad ulcerative colitis. And then when I moved to Oxford, things got really, really bad. So I was in the ICU. I was even in palliative care ward for a while, and nothing was really working. So I started to dabble around with my diet, not out of expectation, but out of desperation. And then stumbled upon trying a ketogenic diet, which not only put me into improved my symptoms, my inflammatory markers went down, but put me into histologically biopsy proven remission. So I've been keto now for almost 5 years, and it's what allowed me to live my life.
What was your diet like before you came down with these diseases?
I would say it's a pretty standard American diet. I grew up in a household that was, I would say, nutritionally aware, but not nutritionally intense. So both my parents were physicians themselves. So it's not like we were eating McDonald's for every meal. But, being like a young kid in the early-ish 2000s, you eat like breakfast cereal and you eat your fruits and vegetables, but then you go to Subway, you eat ice cream. So it's like pretty standard fare. And I never had trouble with weight or anything. So when you're a skinny young kid, nobody cares what you eat. They'll give you pizza, give you French fries, or whatever. So I just kind of grew up eating like that, and then again, never really had trouble until my early 20s. And then that's usually when inflammatory bowel disease, these ulcerative colitis, develops, and it just happened to hit me.
Yeah, I was quick aside. Before you got here, we were recording a little like Patreon show, and I was showing everybody a photo of your breakfast that you sent me this morning, which was like 11 or 12 eggs and salmon, and then there was like 2 little biscuit cookies or something next to it.
I think they were frittatas, actually.
That is
So it was, I don't always eat like that, but when you take you don't
always eat 12 eggs in the morning.
I mean, here's the thing. I'm a medical student with medical student income. I use 0. And I have a company, sponsoring me to come down to this conference and an all-you-can-eat buffet. What do you think I'm going to do?
Yeah, right.
I mean, this is less, standard low-carb behavior, more 28-year-old getting free food behavior. So, then I went for the eggs.
Hey, guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show. So you say in your mid-20s you transitioned to this low-carb ketogenic diet.
Yeah.
What specifically were you eating, and what did that diet look like?
Yeah. So keto, people often think of like, oh, you must be eating lots of bacon, beef, butter, and eggs, like high saturated fat foods, very little vegetables. Keto is defined by a diet that puts you in a metabolic state where you're making ketones. That's where the term comes from. And to achieve that, your carbohydrates need to be low enough and your protein moderated so that your body is burning a lot of fat for its main fuel, and then some of those circulating fats get turned into these things called ketone bodies.
Right.
The reason we make ketone bodies, in part, is to fuel the brain. The brain can run on glucose, but it can also run on ketones. So if we were evolving as early man and our brain could only run on glucose, what would happen is you're fasting for any period of time, your body would basically break down all its lean tissue and you'd starve to death in a couple weeks. But we know that doesn't happen. You can go a long period of time without food because our brains can run on ketones. As an aside, I will point out that they kind of have two faces. These molecules, they're really cool. It's what I studied for my PhD. They're energy molecules. It's true, so they can be burned as fuel, but they're also signaling molecules. They're basically hormones. They have receptors on cells and in cells. They can change the way that your DNA is read into proteins. They can modify proteins, like literally go on, they're called post-translational modifications. So after translation, which is where you have like RNA to a protein, you can tag them with different things. There's lots of different molecules you can tag them with, and it changes their function. And ketone bodies, beta-hydroxybutyrate, can be tagged onto proteins, about 1,400 at least different proteins change their function. So all the jargon aside, the point is, yeah, they're fuels, but they're also these potent signaling molecules that really can change the way our body processes energy.
I feel a million times better when I am on a low-carb diet and I'm not eating processed shit. When I have ketones, whether they be from fasting or just eating low-carb, or whether I take Dom's Keto Start, I don't know if that's the same. It's exogenous ketones. I don't know if that puts you in ketosis, but I feel a million times better. I can think better. I have way more energy, and it's astounding.
Yeah,
it really is.
It's kind of crazy how much. Well, not crazy. I was going to say it's crazy how much our diets can impact our physical function and mental health. But if you step back, it's just obvious. It sounds stupid to say it's because this is what our body is running on, what our body is effectively made of. But people don't tend to think of it, and yet there is this awakening when people really start to play with their diet and then are reflective on how it impacts them, but how much better they can function, even if they're healthy people. The issue is, and this is the way it was for me, is people tend not to take the diet seriously until they're forced to.
Right.
They're dealing with a serious health issue. And of course, that's not what we want.
That's what happened to you, right?
That's what happened to me. And I don't want that to be the way of society. So for me, I was forced into it. If I hadn't had ulcerative colitis, I wouldn't be keto right now. I probably would just be eating pretty standard fare. But so it is. This is, I guess, a career mission for me. How do you make society shift the mindset so they see how impactful food is and that we make better choices? I think we do need a societal shift, because right now, people just aren't awake to how important this is. Even in hospital settings, you go into a hospital and you see what patients are served. Or let's not even bring the patients into it. You walk into a hospital, like, what's the first thing you see? It's not a gym. It's like a
Starbucks.
The coffee shop or pastry shop. I walk into the hospital that I'm working at, and the first thing I'm hit with is the smell of like croissants and 12 different types of danishes. This is a hospital. And people don't really think twice about it. It's just the way we go about things. When you see a patient with diabetes being fed chocolate cake, it's just like, that's the way things are. And when you pin anybody down, nobody gets defensive about it. If I ask the senior doctor or a resident, like, isn't it just a little weird if you just stop to observe that this patient with a blood, a glucose or a carbohydrate intolerance disorder is being fed chocolate cake in a hospital? Like, oh yeah, it's weird, but it's on the menu. you and they're on autonomous station, they can make their own choices. Which
Such
is
cognitive dissonance.
his point there. I mean, adults need to make decisions. I have my, it's a complex topic. The point is, you can agree it's dysfunctional. There's a lot of things we do that's dysfunctional. Another example would be, bribing people with free Krispy Kreme to get vaccines. Like, whether your opinions on vaccines aside, we can agree on the fact that, diabetes and obesity are risk factors for poor outcomes in COVID. So why are we permitting people to be bribed with donuts? Like, this is a weird incentive structure. Again, it sounds controversial just because I'm talking about food and vaccines. I'm not putting a value statement on vaccines. I'm just saying this is a weird, dysfunctional quirk of our society that we would do this and that we would permit this and not think twice about it.
It is astonishing, the cognitive dissonance that exists.
There are big problems in nutrition research, and all the money's going to pharmacological interventions because of the incentive structure around our research ecosystem. So
What was there was in the 50s, the sugar industry bribed a couple Harvard scientists to basically perform a botched study analysis on saturated fats, saying the saturated fats were the cause
of heart disease.
heart
They were
disease.
like, I'm not a nutritional historian. I try to, I think it's important, but quite honestly, I don't know how.
They bribed them. They paid them the equivalent of like $50,000.
I've read those releases. I know about that episode. What I'm saying is how that created a domino chain to today, and what weight that event actually had on what's going on today is probably something that I don't feel educated enough to comment on in a productive way. But yes, that did happen.
If it happened in the 60s, I would imagine that some of these companies have way more power today. They have way more money, and they could throw their influence around way more. I don't know if it would be more effective in today's age with the internet and people being able to communicate better, but I don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely still happening. There was actually a publication talking about how the American A&D, American Association of Nutrition and Dietetics or something. It was called like the corporate capture of, and it went through about how they've gotten like $15 million from the food industry, and that's obviously going to affect, and they release emails saying this is how it's probably affected what they do. I think that the real problems are a lot more insidious and have to do with incentive structures that are built into the system. And those are a lot harder to break because you can't just have a whistleblower saying this thing, which is clearly unethical, needs to be called out, these people need to be fired, X, Y, or Z. It's like a faulty incentive structure that pervades the system. And that's not legal, but, and it's much harder to solve too.
And in the media as well. The media is very polarizing when it comes to this topic. If you go on Netflix, all you see is documentaries about how the vegan diet is the way to live forever.
If you see that, the new one, that was, what was it? You Are What You Eat? You see, that was the new
I
one.
haven't seen that one, no.
I try to avoid these nutrition documentaries.
I think I saw Forks Over Knives is the one I saw last.
Yeah, it's so embarrassing. I mean, so the recent one was about a Stanford twin study. It was done out of, that one. So they took, I think it was 20 pairs of twins, and the idea was we're going to feed them two different diets, right? A vegan diet and an omnivorous diet. And I think it was an 8-week with 2 parts. One was the feeding portion, and then they actually transitioned to having them like kind of cook their own food. And the idea is, well, this is cool, right? We can take twins and feed them different diets, and that should be a really rigorous study because these are genetically identical twins. Here's the thing, though. I try to avoid watching the documentary because obviously they're translating it to a Netflix audience. But I got so many DMs that to review it, I just figured, all right, it's going to save me time to watch this something 3-ish hours. There were 4 episodes, so 45 to 60 minutes each. And I was so freaking frustrated because I'm finishing the last episode, and I went there to review the data. I try to be pretty open-minded and even-handed. I went there to review the data. We're 3 episodes through with the 4-episode series. They haven't talked about any of the data. Not any of it. It was a propaganda piece. It was a bait and switch. And even the things that they talk about, like, oh, look at these like Stanford students making fake eggs. And then you look in the supplement of the paper, guess how many fake eggs the participants ate? 0.
What were the fake eggs made of?
I don't know. They were like, it was cute, and I actually think it was kind of cool. They have, these Stanford students doing like meat alternative class in chemistry, and it's like, this is cool. I'm all for this, but don't tell me you're going to be doing a documentary about the Stanford twin study and reporting on the health results, and go through 3 of the 4 episodes, report none of the results, and then be trying to sell me Beyond Meat and fake eggs the participants didn't even eat. Like, this is again, it's where the media just takes the opportunities that they can in order to generate propaganda. And
What's going on?
It's a
How you living, pimp?
And it's a game that, rather than be entirely cynical about, I kind of wanted to.
What's good? Kicking ass, taking names every day. Okay. Sounds great, my man. Tell me what. Absolutely, you have to tell me what you think of it. Really, I am certainly not an expert in astrology. I am more focused on traditional Jewish teachings, but that's something that certainly I may learn more about in the future. But at least traditionally, as Jews, we don't get too much into the mystical or astrological until we're at least 40 years old, and I'm not yet 40. Well, then you are old enough, so to speak, to be able to get into it. Absolutely. How have you been? That's true. How have you been? What kind of dog? Oh, very cute. What's its name? Casper?
Yeah.
Is he loud?
Only with other dogs.
Okay.
He is a rescue after all.
Sure. Absolutely. Why is that? Oh, that's how its fur is. Oh, like a natural patch. I gotcha. Well, very sweet. Yeah. Did you ever see the television show? It's an American show called Wishbone.
No.
Okay, well, that they had Jack Russell, pure white Jack Russell with like circles around its eye. Yeah, so very similar. Absolutely. So how have things been for you? Were you able to, you got back into your eBay account? Were you able to sell that computer?
Yeah.
Excellent. How have you been feeling? Very well. How have you been feeling? What?
I'm supposed to record a song.
What?
My mate is only 10 days,
And
and
you,
I couldn't finish it.
why not?
I didn't have the lyrics or the rest of the music. I've only got a chorus, you know what I mean?
Did you use could you use ChatGPT to develop it?
I never thought of that. I've written songs with ChatGPT before.
I think it does a very good job.
Yeah, so I want to start in university in September.
What are you going to study?
Songwriting and performance.
You're going to study the Mormons?
Songwriting and performance.
Oh, songwriting and performance. Very cool.
Yeah,
Are you going to get a degree?
yeah, it's an online course.
Very cool. Is it like a bachelor's degree?
Yeah,
Very nice. Are you excited for it?
yeah. What I'm trying to do is write some songs that I can use as coursework.
I've gotcha.
Before it starts, so I'm not what.
Right. What kind of music do you like to write?
Opera.
Oh, very cool. What's your favorite band? What's your favorite artist or band?
I like this.
Oasis. Oh, sweet. What's your favorite Oasis song?
Yeah. Sorry?
What's your favorite Oasis song?
Oh, there's so many, but there is one that
What is it?
it's acquiesce.
Very nice. What are your thoughts on Morning Glory?
Sorry? Oh, that's only one life album.
Very cool.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on the classics Champagne Supernova?
Yeah, that one's great.
What is your thoughts on Wonderwall?
It's a good song. It's been overplayed.
Okay. Do you want them to reunite? Liam and
No.
you don't. You want them to stay apart.
No.
No.
He's the other guy.
Yeah. Do you want them to get together or stay apart?
Yeah.
Do you think they'll get back together?
Well, they've got a world tour on the 4th of July.
Oh, okay. So they are getting back together. I thought there was something about that.
Yeah, they got 50th world tour. And it's a grueling schedule, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I don't think Liam's voice is going to hold out.
Are you going to try to see them?
I got 4 tickets. Because they go for at least £1,000.
Oh, wow. Very expensive.
Because they just that back of ticketing thing.
Wow.
Did you hear about that?
No, what is that?
Well, basically, when they release the ticket for the shows, you were put in a queue. And the longer you wait is, the more expensive the tickets got.
Okay. So if I understand correctly, it's like a digital line. The earlier you are in the line, the cheaper the ticket is.
Yeah.
Okay. That's kind of a smart
And
way
then,
to do it.
well, they've taken a lot of flack for it because people getting tickets rather than pay £1,000 and waiting all day, you know what I mean?
Right. I
So
get.
there's a bit of a scandal with that.
I can see that.
Over here.
Do you like the Rolling Stones?
Yeah, I love the Rolling Stones.
I saw them. That's the last I've seen them a couple times. It's the last concert I went to, and surprisingly, it was extremely affordable. I got
Really?
unbelievable. Well, I mean, for a big so it was in L.A. at a brand new stadium, so you'd expect it to be very expensive, and I got tickets for like $160, which is like what 100 pounds or something like that, and it was unbelievable. I live streamed it, and I got it on a GoPro, so I've like got it forever, and just really enjoyed just seeing Mick and the boys, and I'd seen them like 20 years 20 years earlier, and they didn't miss. They were still the same. The only difference was Charlie Watts. Charlie Watts had died, but like everything else was the same, and it was just a great concert. And I really felt like that's the last time I'm going to be able to see a concert for probably less than hundreds of dollars. Like, and to see the Rolling Stones, they could have easily charged $500 a ticket, $1,000 a ticket. But it was more affordable. So what had happened was they were gonna play the Rose Bowl in Pasadena, and then the pandemic hit, so they had to cancel everything. And then this was in like 2020 or 2021. 2021, I saw them, and they were amazing. And I don't know how Mick does it. He's almost 80 years old, and he's just still out there like a 30-year-old. And he's just amazing. And yeah, he does. And I just really enjoyed it. You got Keith. Keith is so funny. When I was a kid, they always made jokes. Keith Richards, the guy who's going to die tomorrow because of all the drugs and cigarettes and sex that he's having. And all these other artists who've lived these clean lives, they've all died. But yet Keith Richards is still going. Isn't that hilarious? I just think that's so funny. It's the best FU to everybody. I mean, everybody would say, oh, he's a heroin addict, or he's smoking ganja, or he's smoking cigarettes and he's going to die. And it's like, no, not at all. I mean, like, if he dies today, he will have had a better run than people would have had for 1,000 lifetimes. But yet he's still going. It's just incredible to me. The other guy who they talk about like that is Willie Nelson. They'd always say, Willie Nelson, he smoked so much pot, he's going to die. This was 30 years ago. They were making fun of him for all the pot that he was smoking and how he'd have no memory and he would forget everything. He still plays the guitar. He still does concerts now. He's over 90. So, I mean, it's like, I don't expect him to be doing any of that stuff, but yet he's still going. And so, I mean, they're like the perfect two guinea pigs that we've ever had to say, are drugs really that bad? I mean, if they're done in the right amounts, it seems like they've been pretty good for many of these people. He's a country singer, and so he sang the song, like his most famous song is probably On the Road Again, which is a famous country song. And he's got some other ones, but he's got a beautiful voice, and he's kind of like America's Keith Richards. Whenever they'd make a joke about somebody who was smoking a lot of pot, I mean, I could watch stand-up comedians from the 1970s and 1980s, and they'd be making jokes about Willie Nelson or Keith Richards, and those guys are still going, which is just incredible. So I don't know. I think they're the perfect examples of people. When people say, oh, drugs are so dangerous, I'm not saying they're not, but if they're done in moderation, even somewhat splurging, you can live to be in your 80s or 90s, and they're the perfect people who have been examples of that. So, yeah.
You know what I mean? I really enjoy that song. It makes me think of the love of my life. It didn't work out, the happiness I felt around her.
You never know. Life's not over. You may still get her. Dude, no, it's not, Alex. Alex, when I go viral,
I had an episode of work.
Alex,
I had to try episodes and I took out on them.
Alex, that's fine. She'll forgive you. When she sees this in the future, she'll say, wow, Alex really still did love me. And whenever he thought of the song Like a Rainbow, he thought of me. And I'll give him another chance. Perhaps we'll be able to get you the right medication so that you never have that again and you guys just walk off into the sunset together. That's okay. It's not over till it's over. And if you're like,
you know
what?
what I hate most of all?
What's that,
We're
Alex?
in the same age. But I was 2 years behind because I got from 14 and was denied national qualifications for 2 years I should have got. So I had to go to college for 2 years when I was 16 to get them. And by that time, my friends were leaving for university.
I follow you.
And I never felt so disconnected in my peer group in all my life.
Well,
What's more, my best mate, who was 2 years younger than me, so we were doing the same studies, died of a heroin overdose.
well,
My life fell apart when I was 18.
if it means anything to you, I am a believer in something called revivification, where you can bring people back from the dead perhaps in the future. And so, if possible, we may be able to bring him back.
I think that's what happened.
God
I mean,
willing.
the Chinese have already started making designer babies.
Oh, yeah, we've got him here in the United States as well.
Really?
Yeah. People choosing the hair color and eye color of their children, making sure that they don't have certain diseases. Yeah, that's pretty popular.
Yeah. That is amazing. It's the way forward, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Evolution.
They say that the first person to live to be 200 years old is already alive.
No way.
Yes, sir.
That is amazing.
I'm in agreement.
That is phenomenal. But it's expensive.
It is very expensive.
Yeah.
But if you can afford it, you want to give your children every advantage as possible. So they make sure that they aren't carriers of certain diseases and things like that.
Like that. I'm predisposed to contraband because my dad took what before he conceived me.
Contraband? What kind of contraband?
He used to take LSD.
Oh, that's one of the best ones.
Yeah, but it's illegal. And he had a bad grip and he never recovered from it like that.
Oh, that's tough. That's tough.
And he became a bastard overnight.
He became a Bart? A what overnight?
A bastard.
Oh, a bastard overnight. Did he die?
He went from being a promising young man to bullying, white hating, children hating, human being, you know what I mean? The devil.
He just became a really mean person?
Yeah. Because he had a bad grip, he was smoking dope and dropping LSD all the time. He used to be a hippie. He was a hippie in the 60s and 70s. And drugs were in his life, basically. It's not the drugs, it's the fact they're illegal. That's what works, it makes you paranoid.
I'm in agreement
That's
with you.
my opinion, anyway. See what I'm saying?
I do. Did you ever talk to him?
he's so ashamed of himself that he's living a lie. He's not a real human being anymore. He's a fake.
Is he still alive?
He is, but he's an alcoholic.
That's unfortunate.
He's a bum.
That's unfortunate. Does he have a pension?
Not only state pension. He's a pensioner now, actually. He's just started getting his pension.
So is he able to get housing?
He's got housing. He's had a council tenancy for 30 years.
What's a council tenancy?
Council.
I know. What's it?
Government.
So he lives in like a government house?
Yeah, owned house, yeah.
Okay. And it's free?
No, if you're out of work, it's free, yeah.
There you go. Do you have
But
homeless?
he never wanted to work. He never wanted to provide for his family, you know.
Do you have homeless people in London?
Yeah, a lot.
So why don't?
Where I live in Canterbury.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so why don't those homeless people get a house like your dad?
I'll tell you why. Because for 30 years, the government didn't build any new houses as the population grew.
Okay. So he just got in.
There's nowhere to put them.
He just got in early.
Yeah, he got in early, yeah. Because he had kids.
I gotcha. Have you ever seen the royal family?
In real life.
Yeah.
No.
Do you know anybody who has?
My mom.
How did she see him?
He came to visit Canterbury because, you know, it's the holy city.
With like the archbishop and everything?
Yeah. And he walked through the street. Prince Charles did.
Oh, okay.
He's now king, you know.
Right.
And she lined the streets for him. So.
Very cool. Is your mom?
That breaks monarchy.
Is your mom still alive?
Yeah, he retired and did it.
What did she do?
She's an alcoholic and out of work alcoholic.
Okay. So both your parents are alcoholics? So both your parents are alcoholics?
Yeah, that's fine, yeah.
Do you drink?
My dad, not anymore, but I did for 5 years, every day.
Good for you for quitting.
I had an episode when I quit.
It can happen.
Yeah, but I quit. I had to do it because I couldn't get my driving license renewed.
Were you able to eventually get it renewed?
No, my psychiatrist won't sign me off.
Oh, that's garbage.
Yeah.
So how do you get it? So how do you get around?
Bus. Fucking hate the bus.
Okay.
But I get a free fucking bus.
Well, that's
my schizophrenia.
okay.
I don't want to be a bum for early, you know.
We'll make sure to fix that.
That's why I'm going to university. Follow my passion in songwriting.
Good on you, big man.
I mean, I've ruined my voice, as you can probably tell.
Yeah,
I got COVID. I was smoking.
How'd you do that? Smoking?
Well, when I had COVID 2 years ago, I coughed so hard that I shredded my voice. And it never recovered. so I can't sing anymore.
Your voice wasn't always so raspy.
No. Only for 2 years, the last 2 years. Now, I've got inflamed larynx.
Have you seen a doctor?
I've seen a consultant. I've had an operation, yeah.
What did they say?
They checked for cancer. I had a biopsy. But I was told that there are 6 stages to throat cancer. And I'm on the first one. So I've got to quit smoking. Only I can't quit smoking because it's steadies my nose because I hear voices that I can't explain. I'm in a vicious cycle, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's every day for me. Every day's a struggle. I've got dreams. I don't want to always be like this.
Well, keep taking care of yourself, and hopefully it won't always be that way.
Yeah, I've got to quit smoking, though. It's so hard.
Have you tried vaping?
Yeah, it aggravates my chest and my larynx.
But
I've got this horrible cough.
have you tried nicotine packets?
Right, what?
Nicotine packets?
I bought some recently. I'm going to try now, yeah.
Try them. They're very popular in the United States for quitting.
Yeah, I heard that. I'm not boring you, am I?
No, but I'm about to go to bed, big dog.
Yeah, sure.
It's
I'll
good.
let you know that book gets on.
Please do. Don't be a stranger. We want to see you in here as often as possible, Alex.
Good, I'm glad to hear it. I like you, man.
I like you too, my friend.
Cool.
Excellent.
All right, then. I want to go.
Excellent. Take care, big dog.
See you, Rabbi.
Peace.
Good talking.
Good talking to you, Alex. Take care, buddy.
Bye, mate. Bye.
Take care, mate.
To play, because it is the landscape we're in. So you know what's coming in this conversation and what I've done recently. This is my first attempt to kind of play this game with the resources I have, because you can sit in the sidelines and kind of moan about the system, or you can start to use it to your advantage and in a way that you feel is ethical and transparent. So I don't mean to be trying to be wise here. I mean to be, speaking to you as the guy who is trying to figure it out right now. Because, like I said, I'm in a very weird place. I'm a scientist by training. Now I'm training to be a doctor. I like to communicate. I've also been the frustrated patient. And now, for better or worse, I have a social media presence. And it's just like, how do all of these things meld, and how can I use the resources I have to maximal effect? So, yeah, it's fun. It's interesting. It's a little bit scary because I'm always trying to really reflect on whether what I'm doing is having a net positive or net negative benefit. I think there's a tendency to be like, oh, but I meant X, Y, Z. We always have intent. But something you definitely learn in clinical training and other places is that your intent does not necessarily match perception. And when push comes to shove, perception and impact are really what matter. So it's worth being reflective about, is what I'm doing actually benefiting people, or is it having harm? And try to leave ego when you're or something like that.
So when you first went to the ketogenic diet, your cholesterol was like above 500, right?
It started, so I actually didn't describe what my diet was when you asked, so I'll get to that in a minute.
Okay.
But
my point was like that's the biggest concern I feel like with people that are ketogenic or on carnivore is that the cholesterol is through them. People don't want to die of heart disease.
So when I went low carb, before I went low carb, just for a baseline, my LDL cholesterol, that's what people call it, the bad cholesterol. So when I talk now, I'm going to be talking about this LDL or LDL-C primarily. Mm-hmm. It was 95, which is pretty normal. I went low carb, and on my first repeat test, my levels were well above 300. Now, I said I didn't describe my diet. I now want to describe it because when I started low carb, the way I did it was very low saturated fat, like lots of vegetables and fish, very little red meat, because that's what I thought was healthy at the time.
Very little butter.
No, I didn't use butter at all.
Olive oil.
Lots of olive oil, avocado, olives, lots of leafy greens and fiber. And I designed it that way just because if I was going to try keto, that's what I thought was healthy at the time. Now, I want to emphasize that because despite that, my LDL levels more than tripled. So it wasn't like I was guzzling butter here. People like to try to boil it down to, they're just eating a lot of saturated fat. That's a lazy explanation. And I'll repeat that. That's a lazy explanation. It doesn't describe the phenomenon we're seeing on a lot of levels. Remind me to get back to why saturated fat is such a bad explanation. I've come up with a bunch of reasons. But the first reason is there's no suggestion in the literature that saturated fat can have this kind of impact on people in general. Like, when saturated fat increases your LDL in the general population, it can have a little blip. But it's not going to increase your levels from 90 to over 300. The only thing that people think can make your LDL that high, 300, and then eventually mine ended up continuing to decline to the highest it's been. My LDL, not total, my LDL was 545, which again, you show that to a doctor and they think one or two things. They think this is a lab error and a fluke, or you have a terrible genetic condition and you probably should either start a medication or go coffin shopping. Those are so that is, now very clear that is an event that happens for a lot of people that go on low carb, where they have their LDL skyrocket and then they are stuck between a rock and a hard place because they love this lifestyle. It can often be very therapeutic. So for someone like me, I need it, right? But then their LDL goes through the roof. And how do you manage things clinically and as a patient? How do you walk the line between them? And what is actually the risk profile of this particular LDL rise? And we're going to get into why it's unique, sure, in a minute. But the interesting thing about it, and I'm going to give a hat tip to my good friend and colleague, Dave Feldman. He noticed when this happened to him. This happened to him in 2015. And he was looking around and seeing who else it happened to. And he's like, this is weird. The people who have this response, there's a lot of them, but they're actually the minority. They have this response. Let me ask you this. Would you think, if we consider the LDL bad and high cholesterol bad, that the people who would see the LDL increases would be the healthy, lean people, or the people with obesity and diabetes, the unhealthy people? What would you just intuitively think?
I would imagine it would be the unhealthy people.
Right.
Fat people.
Right. We see the opposite. So what we see is actually the people with obesity and insulin resistance disorders, they don't have LDL increases. The people have increases are the lean, healthy, athletic people. So Dave observed this. This was back in 2017. We didn't have hard data. He didn't have hard data. I wasn't eating keto at the time. I was smashing cookies at the food court. He coined this term in 2017, lean mass hyperresponder, a term to distinguish these people who go low carb, who see the increases in their LDL along with high HDL and low triglycerides. And we can also get into the mechanism behind it, because it's really, really interesting. But he observed this and said, okay, if these people are usually lean, so we turn to lean mass hyperresponders. Hyperresponders to low carb, where their hyper response is the increase in cholesterol. But lean mass hyperresponders was the term. He put it on a blog post. Not a scientist, or at least not trained in medicine. And the response was a lot of people coming forward and saying, hey, that's me, hey, that's me, hey, that's me. So we started a Facebook group. It now has over 11,000 members, and a community has arisen. It's very clear now that there's a population of people who are lean and healthy, who go low carb, or lean and metabolically healthy. They have inflammatory disorders, autoimmune disorders, neurological disorders, mental health disorders. But for whatever reason, they go low carb, and their LDL then skyrockets. And then they're freaking out, or their doctors are freaking out. Anyway, fast forward a little bit, I go low carb, this happens to me, and I joined Dave, and we start doing a little bit of research, saying, okay, there's something here, let's try to figure out what it is. Then our first paper was published near the end of 2021, early 2022, with a team at Harvard in Mexico. It's my friend Adrian Sotomoda, who's a MD PhD. He trained with me at Oxford, and then senior author on that first paper was MD PhD endocrinologist at Boston Children's and Harvard. And what we showed was actually, there are lean mass hyperresponders. It's a phenotype that exists, and as it happens, there is an inverse association between body mass index and LDL and low carb diets, which means the leaner you are, the higher your LDL goes. So,
now, to interrupt you real quick, when it comes to BMI, is there a difference between body mass with fat or body mass, somebody who's really muscular and has a lot of muscle mass?
So, yes, what I'll say is our studies are limited in that BMI is typically what's collected. So for example, we did a meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials where you just analyze a bunch of trials that pre-exist. And people only collect like weight and height because it's easy, right? So you get a BMI. So if we're looking across these 41 trials, they just aren't getting DEXAs on every people, which goes at body comp. So we are limited by the tools that we have, but you're right. There's going to be a difference between someone who is, their BMI is 28, but they're shredded, and then someone who's, BMI is 28, but they're, floppy.
Right.
A good example would be Dom, right? He's a big guy.
Huge, yeah.
But he had this response. Now, he's
Right.
BMI over 25, I presume.
Yeah.
But he has very little body fat. So
Dom's a monster. Google pictures of type in Dom D'Agostino bodybuilding.
yeah,
This will be fun.
you can definitely have people who are over 25 BMI who have this response, particularly if they have low body fat. There is an extra.
Look at that one on the left, top left. Sorry to interrupt.
No worries.
Just want to give people some context for Dom's
dude.
body mass.
And an incredibly sweet man.
Oh, Dom's the man.
Yeah.
Look at him.
Yeah, no, it's a good question. I'd sum it as we're limited by the data we have. We have one study came out by Cooper et al. Where we did actually look at fat-free mass and did find an association. But right now we're using BMI as a proxy, which on population levels, like you have a cohort of like 500 people, it's going to be decent.
Right.
So it works for our purposes. But no, it's a good question. But what we found in this first study was there was an inverse association between BMI and LDL. Basically, the leaner you are, the higher your LDL goes in a dose-response manner.
Right.
More lean, higher LDL.
Okay.
Leaner, higher LDL. Now, this initial study was limited in just the way the data was collected, but the research has evolved. So we've had multiple studies confirming this finding, and the most recent one confirming it was actually this meta of RCTs that I mentioned. Now, if you think about the hierarchy of scientific, investigation, at the bottom you have things like case studies, and then you go up and you have randomized controlled trials, right? You take people and you randomize them to different groups. That's supposed to be the gold standard, but above that, you could say you have the meta-analysis of randomized controlled trials, where you take a bunch of randomized controlled trials and you group them. You analyze them as a group. So that's a very rigorous study type. Now, we did this, and we published it in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, first author, Sota Mota et al. And basically what we found was if you look at all the low-carb trials, low-carb defined as carbs under 130 grams, the only BMI category that had increases was lean, under 25 BMI, did have an increase across the studies. All studies had an increase
In cholesterol.
in LDL cholesterol. It was like 41.4
Across all of these meta trials.
across all in lean people. But then if you analyze the ones in overweight or class 1 obesity, there was no increase. Then if you analyze it in class 2 obesity, there was a decrease. So, and then we looked at them again. There was an inverse.
Class 2 obesity, meaning very obese, their cholesterol down.
Their LDL went down, yes.
Wow. This episode of the podcast is brought to you by Verso. The older I get, the more I'm prioritizing my health. The goal is to keep my mind sharp and my body strong. If you've watched this podcast before, you might know that I'm very much obsessed with health and longevity and the things you can do to hack your biology to improve performance. I exercise daily and take my nutrition very seriously, but that can only get you so far. Science has, or scientists like David Sinclair have now proven that we can reverse aging with interventions that go far beyond healthy habits. I like to keep up on all the latest science behind this stuff. That's why I keep up with my friend, nutritional scientist, Dr. Dom D'Agostino, and people send me products. I like to test on myself to see what works and what doesn't work. That is why I use Cell Being by Verso. It has scientifically proven ingredients that combat the effects of aging by increasing your NAD+ levels. That's the stuff that quite literally powers every cell in your body. I personally have been taking Cell Being every single morning for years now, primarily because it enhances my mood, improves my energy levels, and I just feel like a younger version of me. Clinical trials have even shown it improves energy, endurance, cognition, fat loss, and better, more efficient sleep. Verso also publishes third-party testing on each batch produced, guaranteeing you get what you pay for. Head on over to ver.so and use the coupon code DANNY, it's spelled DANNY, to get 15% off your first order. Or just go to ver.so/DANNY. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
So again, what we're saying is it's the lean people that are at risk for the increased LDL. In fact, we also did an analysis in this study because we could have individual participant level data of, well, how does this compare to saturated fat? What's the impact? So you can see even in the supplement, this analysis, and being even in the top quartile of saturated fat intake had negligible effect as compared to being lean. Being lean, just having a BMI under 25, was over 5 times as powerful as having top quartile saturated fat intake. So bottom line is the low BMI being lean in terms of factors that are explaining why people see increases in cholesterol and carb. It's being lean, metabolically healthy. That's a risk factor, not eating a lot of saturated fat. And that seems counterintuitive and paradoxical. So the question is, why? Why would this occur? And how can we test it? So, do you want to talk about my most recent stunt, or the model behind it first?
Let's talk about the most recent stunt, and we'll tell them the model.
All right. So, do you want to break the title, or should I?
The title, the legit bait title,
Yeah.
which will be pretty close to the title of this episode, but let me see if I can recall it. Harvard medical student uses Oreo cookies to lower cholesterol. Is that about right?
Something like that.
Okay.
Yeah. We didn't.
So you did a study. Basically, you ate Oreo cookies, 16 Oreo cookies a day for almost a month, and then you did a washout trial, and then you did the same thing with statins, and you compared your cholesterol, which is
it was 12 per day for 16 days, but otherwise,
Okay.
yeah. So we'll get into the model in a second, but my thought process here, again, going back to translating science to a broad audience, is, look, what I'm studying, this phenomenon that we just described, if you're following along, you might have had that, like, this doesn't make sense response. I think that's an appropriate response. But it's hard to get people engaged when I say lean mass hyperresponsive lipid energy model, cholesterol this, cholesterol that. And when I try to explain the intricacies of the model without some sort of hook, people, often get lost. And in particular, actually, I'd say, there isn't much traction in academia. I would say there's even suppression. And suppression, I'll just be clear, I'm not a person who uses hyperbolic terminology flippantly. I'm very particular about my words. So when I say suppression, I mean suppression. And we can talk about that as well, including things that have been published that I think are just, I'm astonished that they got published.
You're talking about this specific study you did?
No, I'm talking
suppression?
No, beforehand. So what I'm saying is I'm building up to why I did this. And what I'm saying is what we're studying, I think, is very important, but it's not being talked about enough.
It might be the most important.
You can say that. I won't reject that statement. But anyway, I think it definitely has importance for progressing the science, and also providing patients and clinicians with information that can be immediately clinically useful. So, point being, we'd actually shown before that adding back carbs in these lean people can lower LDL. We've even shown it in a case series that the most dramatic response we had was adding about a sweet potato per day, lowered the guy's LDL by 480.
Wow.
So lowered it by 480, as in it was 665, it dropped to 185 with about a sweet potato. But
one sweet potato a day.
It was, a 50 to 100 grams of carbs. So sweet potato I'm using as a comparator of like that carb dose. That was in a case series of 5 patients. Average drop was over 200. We had a recent interventional trial, also, again, drops. But people aren't talking about these. And that's a shame, not only because I think the science is important, but because there are thousands of patients going to their doctors with this response. And if the doctor's first thought is this must be a genetic disorder, you definitely need medications for this, and somebody could end up being signed on to statin therapy or Repatha or some other medication for life, rather than trying an intervention that actually might be more potent with less side effects, eating a sweet potato. Now, if you need it for therapeutic reasons, a ketogenic diet, we have a different discussion. But bottom line is, this is important and needs to be talked about, but it's not being talked about.
Can you stay in ketosis if you eat a sweet potato every day? Or 100 grams of carbs from anything every day?
The idea, not without exogenous ketones.
Okay.
So the idea, we can talk about patients who need it therapeutically,
right?
But just the idea that you could reverse this phenotype with carbohydrates, which is consistent with our explanatory model, I think is important.
Mm-hmm.
So, I want to get the word out about the model and the phenotype. That's because I think people should know. I also think that we need more resources to do the rigorous research. And I'm not a professor emeritus with millions of dollars in funding, but I can be creative, and I can, stimulate grassroots enthusiasm for this and create pressure and interest that hopefully can drive the research forward and get us more resources. So I engineered something that I thought would get some headlines, which was Oreo versus statin. The idea here is, if this is a phenomenon that is an adaptive response to carbohydrate restriction, so basically what happens is when your carb stores in your liver go down, it kicks off this fuel trafficking cycle that causes your LDL to up. We'll get into the nitty gritty in a minute. But
Steve, you have a whole power with some of the graphics that really illustrate this.
Yeah.
So basically, when you're eating carbs, your liver stores glycogen, right?
Yeah. So glycogen is the stored form of carbs in your liver. It's used to when your blood glucose starts to go down, you'll release some glucose, and it keeps it at a steady level. Now you can obviously create more glucose from things like proteins and so it's called gluconeogenesis. But bottom line is the cycle here kicks off. And I just want to first give a hat tip to my friend Dave Feldman, who came up with the model initially. It's called the lipid energy model. This is a figure 1 from our paper we published on it a few years ago. But the idea is your carb stores in your liver go down. And when you're lean and metabolically healthy, you're really good at burning fat. So what happens is fatty acids get released from your fat cells, which you can see here as little jaggedy lines. And they're circulating around to fuel your tissues, but some of them get picked back up by the liver. And then to continue the trafficking process, they get repackaged into a storage form of fat. The storage form of fat is called triglycerides. So you take 3 little fatty acids and you stick them on a backbone called glycerol, and you end up with this molecule that kind of looks like an egg. And then to ship them out, because fat doesn't like sitting in water, you pour like oil in water, they don't like to mix.
Right.
You need to carrier boat, let's call it, and that's called VLDL. So it's the big sphere there that's in orange and green. And the liver ships out the VLDL, very low density lipoprotein that's carrying the fat. And then the VLDL are going to go to your fat cells, the little yellow cells there, and your muscle cells, where they're going to drop off their cargo. They're going to drop off the fat. So it's going to replenish your fat cells, and it's going to fuel your muscles. So what's happening there is a protein called lipoprotein lipase is kind of sucking the fat out so that they can go back into the fat cells in the muscle. And in this turnover process, where the VLDL is being turned over, the fat's being sucked out, the fat goes down. So fat in your blood is called triglycerides. And I'm highlighting these because these are the terms that are going to define the triad. You'll see how it does it. So, there's the VLDL is being shipped out. It's being turned over. The triglycerides are being sucked out, going back to the fat and going to the muscle. So your triglycerides are going down.
Right.
And then what happens when you take this big VLDL sphere, this boat, and you suck up the core, the triglyceride goes down, and then the sphere shrinks. So when a VLDL shrinks, it becomes an LDL. That's what an LDL particle is. So then, because your VLDL is being shipped out so fast and turned over so fast, your triglycerides go down and your LDL goes up. And the last part of the puzzle is what happens with the HDL. Well, you can imagine if you shrink a sphere, you have to shrink the rim, you have to shrink the surface. And so surface components come off of the VLDL as it's shrinking and get picked up by HDL, and that causes the HDL cholesterol to go up. So you can see through this cycle that your triglycerides will be low because they're being pulled out of the VLDL quickly. Your LDL is high because you're producing a lot of VLDL that's getting turned over really quickly. And then as it's turned over, it generates LDL and HDL as well from the surface component. So then you end up with this triad, 3 markers, which you can see on a basic lipid panel. Very high LDL, very high HDL, and very low triglycerides. And that is what defines a lean mass hyperresponder. And if you increase, trafficking through this cycle by being very, very low carb and lean, then what should happen is this triad gets accentuated, particularly the LDL goes up because you have to traffic more fat around. So that's the gist of it. And the cool thing about this model, no model explains everything. The model should be useful, so this makes predictions. We can go through some of the predictions, but one prediction, and if you go forward, or go backward one slide, actually. Yeah, so this is the triad that I was explaining. This is the results. When you get a basic lipid panel, it's the high HDL, the high LDL, and the low triglycerides. So this is the definition of lean mass hyperresponder.
Right.
Actually, the lean mass hyperresponder doesn't even have a BMI criteria. This is the only definition. The lean mass comes from the idea that this tends to occur in lean people. So
question, what happens after the triglycerides are sucked out of the VLDL and then it shoots out regular LDL? What happens with that regular LDL?
Eventually it'll get taken up by the liver or potentially other tissues, which is a whole other topic. But let's say it's taken up by the liver. But VLDL has a much shorter time frame where it's sitting in the bloodstream than LDL. So you end up with LDL sitting in the blood for something like 3-ish days. And then it gets taken up by the liver eventually. So that's actually a really, really important distinction, because you have a functional metabolism and your LDL is trafficked really quickly, but also taken up. then you have a lot of flux through this system, which is different than a condition like familial hypercholesterolemia, which is this, I kind of alluded to it earlier, this terrible genetic condition where you have a broken receptor, because then the LDL isn't being taken up. And those are two hugely different things. By the liver. Got it. So those are two hugely different things, because it's kind of like, water, say there's rain and then there's water flowing down a river and then the levels come up a little bit because it's rain, versus you dam a river at the other, a river at the other end, and then the water levels rise. The water levels can rise for two very different reasons, and understanding those reasons is, they have different consequences.
So with a lean mass hyperresponder, the LDL has a place to go.
Yes.
And is there a distinction between plaque buildup and cardiovascular disease? Like, why, even if there's more LDL, even though it's getting taken up by the liver, it's still circulating through your arteries and your bloodstream, right? So why wouldn't that cause cardiovascular disease and lean mass hyperresponder?
Let's go to the Oreo versus statin thing, and then we'll talk about the risk later, because when we're talking about mechanism and risk, I do like to separate them just so that they don't get confused. Like when we're talking about, there's a scientific angle to take on this where I'm like, I just want to understand the mechanism. And then there's we have a patient, what do we do about it? What is the risk? And actually to properly assess that, we need to look in trials forward, which we're doing. Funny. But that's why I want to table that, because that's a whole other study and a whole other discussion. Okay, we will have. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. But bottom line, lipid energy model, it's useful because it makes predictions. And one prediction is, if you add back carbs, what'll happen? The driving force goes away, right? Mm-hmm. So, should any carb work? I mean, according to our model, the model doesn't distinguish. It doesn't say, oh, you need a healthy carb. So, should I be able to do this with Skittles or French fries or Oreos? In theory, it should work. In theory, in a lean mass hyperresponder, according to the lipid energy model, if the driving force is depletion of carb stores in the liver, all I should have to do is add back carbs. And again, like I said, we've seen this in other settings, and it should lower my cholesterol. So I decided I was going to test that, but I didn't think that was enough. I wanted to test it with a comparator, and I wanted that comparator in particular statins, which most people over 40 listening to this probably will know what a statin is. If you don't, Google it. But it's a common medication for lowering cholesterol. So I thought I'd use a high dose statin at that, 20 mg for rosuvastatin specifically. And I did all the appropriate things. I went to the IRB. They gave me exemption because it was only one study. My PCP was ordering labs, so she was getting all my labs. They were going straight into my electronic medical record. And I got a lipidologist to consult, an expert, Professor William Cromwell, who was consulting on study design and ended up being senior author on the paper. He's been brilliant, really open-minded and really great mentor in this process.
Is he at Harvard?
He is not at Harvard.
Okay.
He's in North Carolina, correct. And, anyway, so I came up with a study design, which was I was going to have a run period with my normal diet for 2 weeks and have blood labs, and then do Oreos for about 2 weeks at 12 cookies per day. 12 cookies shows me this is 100 grams of carbs. And then I was going to do a washout period, meaning I go back to like keto diet, let my cholesterol levels, return to their higher, normal status, normal for me, and return to my normal body composition, because this was an addition. I didn't want to swap out, because I don't want to be like, oh, but you reduced fat because you added Oreos. No, I added Oreos. I didn't swap anything out. I didn't reduce my saturated fat intake. Actually, it went up because I'm eating Oreos and they have saturated fat.
You maintained your ketogenic diet that you normally follow.
Yes. In fact, if you go to, in the paper, table 1, it goes through the macro breakdown. What you'll see in table 1 is that my Oreo diet was basically just the macro equivalent. Sorry, I didn't put it in the slide deck. It would actually be in the actual paper. But what you'll see if you actually go to the paper, which I encourage people to do, is that with the statin arm and the run-in, I had the same diet, and the only difference with the Oreo arm is the difference that would be the macros of Oreos. They just get added on. Pure summation. So I added 12 Oreo cookies to my diet for initial I wasn't going to be able to pull it off for 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Why did you choose Oreos, by the way? Why not something else?
can you think of one food that has better branding and acknowledgement that it is a delicious, hedonic, unhealthy food? Can you think of a better brand?
No, probably not.
Yeah.
Maybe Krispy Kreme.
I don't think so. I think more people know Oreos.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah. So that was it. That was the reason. That was like, again, sweet potatoes aren't going to catch the headline. What is the thing that is the most provocative? That if I said this thing, this food, lowers cholesterol, what would that thing be?
What shitty food has the best SEO?
Yeah, and it's Oreo cookies.
It's probably Oreos.
I
You're right.
couldn't think of something better than an Oreo cookie. And so we went with Oreo cookies. Or I went with Oreo.
Did all of your underlying issues that you had previously flare back up?
No, there was actually one additional element to the method that I have not mentioned, which I will mention now, which is I actually did use exogenous ketones during the Oreo phase, and I'll tell you why. 2 reasons. One was it I think is therapeutic for me, ketosis. It did irritate my IBS, which is different than IBD, inflammatory bowel disease, and irritable bowel syndrome are two different things. So I had GI upset, but I didn't go into a flare. And I have reason to believe that ketosis is actually protective for me. So exogenous ketones might provide a buffer. But actually the main methodological reason I wanted to do exogenous ketones is because while it seems like an addition to the intervention, like you're changing multiple variables, you're actually not. You're controlling for ketosis as a variable. Some have speculated, without evidence, actually contrary to evidence, but including lipidologists on Twitter, prominent lipidologists. We can name them if we want. Sure. Thomas Dayspring. I'm not getting trouble for saying that, but nevertheless.
Why?
Yeah, we can
See a
talk
big
about
shot?
it. You think she's a big shot?
Oh, okay.
I've never heard. I'm gonna get into more trouble for saying that. But anyway,
Stir it up.
yeah. So that aside, he has said, and the only reason I feel comfortable saying this is because he said like ketosis downregulates LDL receptors and things, and then it's like this isn't evidence based, and then you ask for evidence, and he's not willing to actually put up any evidence. The guy that actually called him out for what it's worth was a vegan, Plant Choppers, on his channel. He was like, look, actually, the evidence contradicts you. You're saying ketosis downregulates LDL receptors. We have mouse data showing that ketones actually upregulate LDL receptors in the liver. And in a human randomized control trial, there was no decrease in LDL receptors despite high saturated fat intake. So again, making claims that are beyond the boundaries of knowledge and then not, being willing to, fess up when, you made a claim that was wrong. Also, if it sounds like I have a bone to pick, it's not just about the data. He's being a little bit of a bully and unwilling to, well, there's been name calling, let's say.
Not on Twitter.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, some nasty things have been said from him to other people that are just like, I mean, it's quite, I think,
Well, you're going to upset some of the gatekeepers, those people that have established big followings and that have made some claims. I mean, it's got to be so hard in the medical field, being a medical or healthcare influencer, when somebody comes up with new data that contradicts shit that you've said that people have actually taken seriously. Even though there's all the disclaimers, this is not medical advice, people still watch that and they practice it. They take that advice seriously. And then when someone comes up and finds evidence that contradicts it, that's gotta with you. That's gotta.
It shouldn't though. Like why? Like science.
Because they're humans. They're human beings.
But why are you attached to the results so much? It's like my dad told me. My dad's a scientist. He's a clinician as well. But he's like, when you're doing science, it's really cool when
Good, you didn't teach us what like fucking late was, bitch.
But what's even cooler is when the opposite things happen. Because that's when you learn. That's when you're like, oh, crap. Like, what is going on here? We should get excited about it. I think, ego and defensiveness in science is really like, there shouldn't be shame about your hypothesis being wrong. What we should do is put your ideas out there, be bold about them, be direct about them, and then evolve your opinions as more data arise. And I try to be open about this. That's why I like with this Oreo thing. I announced it publicly before I did it on a vegan's platform. Like, I'm going to do this. And here's the protocol I'm going to do, but have not done yet. And we'll see what the results are together. That aside, we got on this track because we were talking about why I was taking exogenous ketones.
Yeah, you were taking exogenous ketones.
Yeah,
too.
because it keeps ketones constant, right? If I dose exogenous ketones to keep my ketones at the same level,
Then
nobody can say, oh, it's because you went out of ketosis that your cholesterol went down.
baby.
Because if
What's
Tom
that,
Dayspring
baby?
were right,
Gangsta,
and he's not, but if he were right, then the cause of my LDL dropping was that the ketones were no longer downregulating the LDL receptor.
Gang.
So this was methodologically actually cleaner because I stayed in ketosis the whole time.
Now, how do you take exogenous ketones? How often, like during a day? Can you walk me through what it's like when you take them and how much you take?
So I was taking a free beta hydroxybutyrate supplement, and I was dosing it actually 4 times daily with blood ketone measures to keep it in the same range that I normally had endogenous ketosis. So it wasn't just like I took 5 grams. It was like I'm actually targeting blood levels.
Do you do the blood prick thing, or do you use the blower? Use the blood prick.
The blood prick. Yeah.
Okay.
So anyway, so that was the methodological addition, and we can get back into
And what sort of ketone range did you aim for?
1.2 to 2.2 milligrams. So anyway, that was the design. I had a washout, then I tried the statin. And you can see the results here on the slide. It was in 16 days. The Oreo cookies lowered my cholesterol by 71%. From 300.
That is astonishing.
Oh, it's bananas. Like it's. So if you want to know, so you see there are 3 dots over near the right end of the graph.
Yeah, you have 3 tests back to back.
Right, because originally it was going to be 2 weeks, but then on the 2-week mark, the drop was so low
fucking emu
that we're like, wait, is this really? I'm pretty sure it was real, but it was like we just need to repeat it. We need to confirm it. So let me get a test tomorrow.
This must be.
Let's get a test tomorrow, and then the next day it was even lower. And the next day it was even lower. So it was actually downtrending still at the end. It might have gone lower if I continued, but at that point he had confirmed the effect. So in 16 days, 12 Oreo cookies per day lowered my cholesterol 71%, from 384 to 111, and that's the LDL. That's crazy. No drug does that. Not even so, like Repatha, PCSK9 inhibitor, which
right. That's what Peter Attia talks about.
That can reach steady state in 5 days.
This is like
and
the
that
most
maybe has a 50%
motherfucker we've ever seen.
This is stronger than any drug I know. It was cookies. It was so. It's like you see this headline and everybody's like, "This must be a joke." It's clickbait, but it's legit bait. This happened, and even if you just say it's one patient case, yeah, but it's a patient case that was predicted by our model, and that's consistent with all the other literature we have on this topic. So take that as you will. Now let's compare it to statin therapy. Statin therapy I wanted to make it look as strong as it could, so I chose the lowest point, which actually wasn't the endpoint.
Polo.
I'll tell you why in a minute.
Polo.
But it dropped to 284. So the reduction for the statin was 32.5%.
So when you started the statin therapy, your LDL was at 421, and the lowest point it got was 284.
Was 284. So the relative effect was half as much as the Oreo, and about 3 times as long in 6 weeks.
Why do you think it went back up towards the end, the last 2 weeks?
So if you actually look very carefully, what you'll see is that weeks 3, 4, and 5, it's very stable. It's in the 280s and 290s. It's within like 3 or 4% of each other. So consider that stable. So say it took me 3 weeks to get kind of to a steady state. And my initial plan was to go all 6 weeks and keep everything as consistent as I could. But when you have stable levels for 3 weeks, it actually presents, okay, I'm at steady state. We kind of have the result. Let's test one more, do a subtest of lipid energy model, which was, all right, one prediction is adding back carbs to lower LDL. We've demonstrated that, and we've demonstrated that Oreo cookies are more effective than statin therapy in this crossover. Another prediction of the lipid energy model is if this is an energy trafficking system, if you're keto, which I was on the statin phase, what should happen if you need more energy? If my LDL is going up because it's trying to traffic fat fuel, and then I need to traffic more fat fuel, should my LDL go up or down? Up, right? Should go up. How do you increase energy? Just exercise. So what I decided to do is I'm just going to add 10,000 walking steps per day. So let's see what happens to my cholesterol if I just walk a little bit more. And in a week, my LDL jumped by about 60. That was the blip at the end. So that is pretty cool. That's a little, like, again, that's an Easter egg in there where, you know, an observant person looks and they're like, wait, why is it going up later? And I'm like, because I walked more. So again, a prediction of a model that you can test. And
Can't wait to see what's next.
on the axes, it looks like a small increase. That's just because the Oreo effect is so gargantuan. But if you see a 50, if you went to your doctor and in 1 week your LDL went up 50, they
please read the attached World Peace Manifesto. The biggest temp of all time has
because I needed more
been
energy.
live streaming 24/7.
So there's more energy plus. I mean, that's
3+ years.
that
Please
was
join
the
the Discord to
basis of
discuss
the
Santa
prediction,
Claus
and then
machines,
we have
invisibility
and
quotes,
other people have done this. Is
milk,
me. Other people have
and
done some
more.
other things. Other people
Data
have
equals number one
machine
resource.
learning and this
Please share to be a trillionaire.
ecosystem.
Sick.
Right. So there's actually now a sub-experiment there testing another possible level of energy model. So the punchline here is, I could lower my LDL with 12 Oreo cheese per day by twice as much as I could stack over a longer period.
I love you.
Which, that
Discord Rabbi has returned, and this time they're packing lore. Oh, for sure.
So hard this is. And I'll be very clear, in case it's not obvious, I'm not recommending this. I would hope that the average American adult or average adult in the globe, has the common knowledge to figure out that's not the case. And I've made this joke before, so I lean into it. If somebody's actually tricked into believing by this that Oreos are a health food, then you can thank me for helping out in that. But that aside, I don't know if that just I think it's kind of fair. It's tame. Anyway, people want to put a value judgment on this.
What's up, guys? I'm super psyched to introduce to you another product that I've been using for years now that was also recommended to me by the world-renowned nutritional scientist, Dr. Dominic D'Agostino, and it is called Keto Brains. Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer is a way to perfectly dial in morning beverage to bring you laser-sharp focus on demand. I start out every day with Keto Brains in my cup of coffee to combat the midday slump, and I use it for pre-workout. Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer has efficacious doses of focus-inducing alpha GPC, lion's mane, alpha-weighting L-theanine, and ketone C8-MCT. And all of those high-function nootropics are packed into a delicious, creamy coconut powder. It tastes amazing. It's a keto nootropic powerhouse, and it tickles all the right neurotransmitters to give you the flow and jitter-free energy with absolutely zero crash. There's no dosage tricks involved. It's just one scoop is a full serving. You put it in your coffee, your tea, put it in your water, whatever you want, and you get 30 full doses per package. There's no pills, and there's absolutely no waiting for it to work. It kicks in like that. You can keep your brain razor sharp, primed, and ready for action with Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer. Whether you're an entrepreneur juggling multiple projects, a student studying for exams, or you're an athlete that's trying to optimize your training, Keto Brains will not let you down. All right, here, I'm going to list all the ingredients contained in Keto Brains and what they do. It increases ketone production via AGC8-MCT powder. It increases acetylcholine and HGH production via 300 milligrams of alpha GPC. It increases GABA and alpha weight production via 250 milligrams of L-theanine. And it increases BDNF and NGF via 500 milligrams of lion's mane mushrooms. And these are all carefully sourced and third-party tested ingredients. This stuff quite literally increases acute brain function, protects your brain and mitochondria long-term, and last but not least, it makes your coffee delicious. If you're interested in Keto Brains and you want to get a big discount, just go to the link in the description below, ketobrains.com, and use the promo code Danny20 when you check out. Again, that's ketobrains.com. Hit the link below and use the promo code Danny20 at checkout. Back to the show.
They want to say, Nick, now you're saying statins are bad or LDL's fine. I'm not saying any of these things. Where do I say this? I'm actually very cautious with my language. What I'm doing here is I'm presenting an implicit, uncomfortable tension between two observations. You had a bad intervention, choreography, that had a, quote, good effect, lowering LDL. So how do we reconcile these two things? I'm not here to tell you what the answer is. I'm here to put that question forward to science, to everybody, really, and say, here's the uncomfortable question that we have to grapple with here. Now, give us resources to pursue it and collaborate with us in pursuing it. It's that uncomfortable question, and I think people are, not, well, obviously uncomfortable sitting with this uncomfortable question, but I think that's very cool. I think, again, it's meant to be provocative. It's meant to make you look and have a little bit of a gut emotional response, because honestly, that's what's going to capture attention and provoke future research that we need. This isn't going to change any policies, nor should it. I'm not trying to make any claim other than this is curious. We need to study it more. And I find this so fascinating.
When did you publish this online?
Monday.
On Monday.
On Monday. So
What
today's
sort of
Friday.
response have you gotten?
The last 4 days, I mean, day 2, I woke up and there was 2,000 emails in my inbox. And there were cool emails too. Like one email was from a physician who is a lean mass hyperresponder. Saying, I want to replicate it. Can you write a protocol for me? And this is a doctor saying, I want to do this for myself because I'm a lean mass hyperresponder. For the record, there are a lot of lean mass hyperresponder doctors. I've met at least a dozen. Like these people, it's like atheists in the clergy who walk through the hospital and is like, hey Nick, so I'm a lean mass hyperresponder. So yeah, anyway, that aside. And then on Twitter there was a strong response. YouTube there's a strong response. I'm not big on YouTube. I mean, thank you for listening to my channel, but like I literally
Your YouTube's amazing, man. You do a great job.
Historically I've just pulled out my iPhone and just kind of broken down a paper or two. I'm trying to level it up with some I'm outsourcing editing via Fiverr, which is going to be a game changer. So I'll drop some videos. But the video abstracts jumped to 250,000 views, which for someone that with a month ago I had 7,000 subs. 250,000 views is a relatively big response. And then there's like paper tracking metrics, so you can actually get a holistic score for your paper attention, called an altmetric score. And get this. Within a day of publication, 24 hours, literally 24 hours, our paper had jumped into about the top 0.05% for all time. For comparison, something so Nature is like a prestigious journal. Like the big 3: Cell, Science, Nature. Nature, the average score is 102. The highest impact factor journal in the world, I think it's the New England Journal of Medicine. Its average its average altmetrics are 128. These are lifetime scores. In one day, our paper had hit over 1,100. And this isn't like by any means like a world record. I mean, I think now we're in the top 10,000 for 25 million of all time. But point being, like for what it was, which is kind of a dinky little case study experiment, the response has been dramatic, and this has only been a couple days. So. It's been fun. I had a lot of very interesting discussions. What I will say is that sometimes it's fun to highlight the trolls just because it actually acts as a little bit of a trampoline for engagement. And if your goal is engagement, it can be beneficial. Mm-hmm. But 99.9% of the responses have been incredibly curious and respectful, and just as I wanted it, wow, this is cool, I want to learn more. For anybody that actually does some digging, some people might say something like, oh, you're just trying to create an excuse to create, eat Oreo cookies. To which I say, if that were the case, you kind of have to give me props for commitment there. But it wasn't. That aside, no, especially in academia, I think I've heard from so many doctors who are like, either I wasn't aware of this before, and now I'm aware of this, and actually it's going to help me treat my patients. I've gotten that response. Or, this is so cool, like, how do we learn more about this, and how can I help out in the process? Including from people like, this isn't a carnivore versus vegan, low carb versus low fat kind of thing. This is just science. This is curiosity. So I've had great discussions with plant-based scientists who are interested in this. And they've, been really open and having these discussions. So this is provocative, but I don't think it needs to be the kind of provocative thing where we're sniping at each other. It's the kind of provocative thing where this is something curious. Let's come together and figure out what the heck the answer is. We have some ideas, but we need to rigorously test them. So it's been a fun few days. It's definitely...
What sort of negative feedback have you gotten? Have you gotten any negative pushback online or anywhere?
Nothing really significant. I mean, having been somewhat public for a little bit of time and having certain brands on my back, like just being Harvard branded, for better or for worse, people like to hate on me. So they come up with caricatures and they say stupid things, but nothing really serious. Some will say like, "Oh, this just showed," and when I quote people, I'll try to quote the people that have some degree of relevancy. The chief medical officer at Weight Watchers commented, named Spencer Nadolsky.
Douchebag?
You said it.
Sorry, Spencer. I don't know who Spencer is. It's a joke.
Effectively. So, I mean, something like, this just shows Nick's diet was so bad before that Oreo cookies improved it. Which I'm like, all right, dude. Like, is that your your lipidologist insight? All right, fine. Leave it like that. Again, I think I used to get more touched by negative comments from social media, but the thing is, if you're putting out scientific work, even if it has a funny title or a headline, if you're putting out scientific work and somebody attacks it in a very, very weak fashion and tries to troll you, then they're not providing the speed bump they think they're providing. They're providing you a little trampoline off of which to contrast yourself in your response and push forward. So the trolls that are going to put forward
They're boosting your signal.
Yeah, exactly. Keep it coming, please. And if you actually have constructive criticism, I want to hear that too. So I found that, they say like, all attention is good attention. I never used to believe that. Now I believe all attention can be functional to see it in the right light. So again, I stand by the data we have, and it's not that I stand by this n equals 1 as a solo n equals 1. I'm standing by this framed by meta-analysis of RCTs, 8 other publications we have. There's a waterfall coming out, it's just that it's not being talked about. And so I needed something to kind of hope people say, hey, check this out. And so that was Oreo versus statin, which, it was an experiment. I have to say, it was a two-part experiment for me. One was actually testing lipid endoscopy. Another one was a sociological one, which is, I'm playing with fire here a little bit, obviously. Social media fire, media fire. And, that fire could get out of control and get away from me. I have a goal. I don't know if I'm going to be able to achieve that goal of mobilizing people, starting this grassroots enthusiasm for this topic that I'm really passionate about. So I'll see how it goes. I'll see how effectively I can control the narrative, incite excitement for science in this topic, like Andrew Huberman always says, and thank you for your interest in science. That's what I want to be the punchline here. Not Oreo cookies are healthy, and I don't want to stir confusion, certainly. So I try to be pretty clear in my message. I don't know if I'm going to be able to hold on to the narrative, but again, as someone who is looking forward at his career, trying to figure out what he wants to do, these are useful data for me in figuring out, how can I use the resources available to me in 2024 to promote a dialogue in a productive fashion. This isn't something that anybody else is doing.
That manifesto's too bizarre. That's why I call it a manifesto. I don't call it a letter. It's not a love letter, bitch. It's a manifesto, son.
Someone who has a pretty
so sick.
Patient history.
The manifesto's so sick.
I'm trained as a PhD scientist. I'm active on social media, and I'm training
Look at this move.
in medicine. I can wear a lot of hats, and so I find myself at like the center of like a four-way Venn diagram, and I'm kind of just
look at this move.
Exploring from there what things I can do, how I can educate, teach, have a positive impact. I'm not always going to
manifesto.
Let's say point the ship in the right direction, but
it's going to be bigger than the communist manifesto. It's the rabbi's manifesto,
which is going on now. It's been literally 4 days, so we'll see how it rolls out.
This
We'll
is
see.
I
love Harvard to cover it. I love major news networks to cover it. I love to have chats with people with big platforms like Peter Attia or Huberman or Rogan if those opportunities arose. Not to be presumptuous. But this is at least a topic that I think that all of those people, names and people like Derek and a lot of other people, would really be interested in having this conversation because it's cool. It's good science, and it's provocative, but definitely doesn't need to be polarizing. So I want to talk with as many people as possible about it.
So if you are somebody who follows a ketogenic diet, mainly not, say it's not for a medical reason or not to control some sort of disease or metabolic issue, and your cholesterol is through the roof. I guess the main question is it's a twofold question. Is super high cholesterol above 200, maybe above 300, is that bad? Or is this something that if you don't have to rely on a ketogenic diet, maybe something you should think about when it comes to adding back carbs?
Yeah. I would say at this point in time, given the data, the latter is a more logical thing to do. So if it were me and I didn't eat a ketogenic diet therapeutically,
right?
Would I eat a sweet potato to lower my LDL from the 400s to 100? Yeah, man, I like sweet potatoes. They're delicious, and it wouldn't have any real negative impact on me. So in a status where we have lots of unknown, and the data that we do have, albeit on other populations, not lean mass hyperresponders, and again, it's really important to talk about those distinctions, but the data we do have say high cholesterol like that is dangerous. So if you don't have a compelling reason to be keto, at least cycle in carbs. Like, what's the really, I can't think of any downside. Even if you're using it for, well, here's the thing: the people that will be playing with that probably won't be using it for weight control, or they've already been very successful. You can maybe add back a lot of low glycemic carbs, because if you're using keto for, obesity treatment, then you're not going to have this response in the first place.
Is a sweet potato the best kind of carb?
Oh, I'm just using that as an example. Let's go to. What's your favorite carb?
My favorite carb?
What's your favorite quote healthy carb?
I mean, I love bananas. I love fruit.
Bananas would work.
Really?
Have a banana smoothie. I've seen people do it with bananas, mangoes. I don't give medical advice,
Right?
But like, I've had a lot of lean mass hyperresponders come to me, and in this situation where they don't need it, and I'm like, I can't tell you what to do, but if I were you, I might play around with carbs.
A lot of people who follow carnivore diets, they like to add fruit for workouts.
Yeah, if it
They
works,
said it gives them more energy or gives them more power when they're trying to get through a hard workout.
I think a lot of these things are empiric. You get to toy around with what works for you. And I'm definitely not anti-fruit. I'm not really anti any whole foods. So if you're carnivore-esque and you want to have some banana or mango before a workout, do it. Like, for those people who are using ketogenic diets therapeutically, and have this response, things get a little bit trickier. There are a lot of options. One is to try to walk the middle road with carbohydrate reintroduction. And there are tricky things you can do to kind of create a ketone buffer. You can take exogenous ketones. You can switch to a higher polyunsaturated fat diet. So polyunsaturated fats will increase your ketones more than saturated fats, all things being equal.
Can you explain what a polyunsaturated fat is?
Fats are defined, fatty acids, by the number of double bonds, so how many, which creates bends in the tail. Saturated fat has no double bonds, mono, one double bond, poly, many double bonds.
Okay.
So examples of high polyunsaturated fat-rich foods would be walnuts, pecans. My favorite is tahini or sesame oil. So if we're talking numbers for those listening,
Seed oil?
Sesame.
Okay.
Which is in the seed oil class. The whole thing with the seed oil, like, I wouldn't encourage drinking corn oil, but like, just because it has high linoleic acid content does not make it bad. I think it's a little bit overblown. And in particular, here's something interesting: is when you're low carb and you're burning fat, these fats get burned very, very quickly as fuel. So you actually might burn them off very quickly, and they will result in pretty high ketone levels. So I can use sesame oil. If I take about 3 tablespoons at night, can get my ketones within 20 to 22 hours at 6 no more. So, again, you can, and I bring this up because it's highlighting the fact that we can be innovative with protocols. If I have a 6 millimole level of ketones and therapeutic, let's say, is 2, then I have a big buffer to play with, more of a buffer than if I had a different fatty acid profile. So then I can add back more carbs, and we can see maybe what happens to my LDL. Plus, the polyunsaturated fats themselves might lower the LDL a little bit. Bottom line is there are a lot of things you can play with respect to diet. Another option for these patients that are using ketogenic diets therapeutically and have the lean mass hyperresponder response will be medications. That's an option. But above all this is really trying to answer the question: what is the risk profile of these individuals? Which is the question we asked before. Right? Now, what your standard cardiologist would probably tell you, and I will, of course, caveat, I'm a medical student, it was not medical advice, and a cardiologist, probably some of them have more years of training in cardiology and lipidology and clinical experience that I have alive on this earth. So, what I say is humility and a soul shaker. That said, I would say that your average cardiologist would probably say the preponderance of evidence, the body of evidence would say that high cholesterol is really dangerous. Really high cholesterol is dangerous, and we should lower it. And that's not an incorrect statement. The body of evidence does suggest that. The problem is that a preponderance of evidence in a studying, can you extrapolate from, if I collected all these data on population, let's make it male and female just to make it easier. If I wanted to conclude something about, female hormones, so I did a study including, on 99 males and 1 female, and then we think about females. Like, that doesn't make any sense, right? So the evidence base we have is on people who aren't low carb and lean. This isn't a population that's been sought out before, and this response is incredibly unique. So I want to highlight a really important contrast, and then I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, crack out. Liquid death open. Don't be scared. It's just water.
Yeah. Anyway,
Murder your thirst.
All right. So the analogy that's often drawn with these lean mass hyperresponders with really high LDL is something called familial hypercholesterolemia. I mentioned it before. Mm-hmm. This is a rare genetic condition. Well, rare in its homozygous form. So that's the more severe form. The homozygous form, I think, is something like 1 in a million, but where there are incredibly high cholesterol levels, LDL in particular, and really early processes. As in Brown and Goldstein, who studied
they were finding heart disease in kids as young as like 8 years old.
Yeah, so little girl, like it's literally heartbreaking. Like, kids that are 8 years old having heart attacks because they have these high cholesterol levels. And what was concluded out of that, and I'm not saying just out of that, there's a large body of literature supporting the idea that LDL particles, FOB containing particles, are causal in cardiovascular disease. That's not untrue, but in that circumstance, what you have is a genetic disorder. We have a broken lipid metabolism, and it's broken from birth. It's not like manipulated easily by diet. Restricting carbs, adding carbs isn't going to do anything. This is, again, that scenario where the lipid, the LDL receptor is broken, so you have inappropriate flux. You can't, take up the LDL particles and live in the blood. Now, I need to contrast that with what we have with lean mass hyperresponders, which doesn't have any clear genetic link. It's not congenital, which means you don't have it from birth. It's induced by carbohydrate restriction. So you reduce the carbs, you have the phenotype. You have that carb, the phenotype goes away. It's part of a triad of markers, not just an individual marker, as part of this metabolic response. And there are other phenomena like it is inversely associated with, body mass index, which is weird. There's typically very, very low triglycerides and high HDL. Point being, I want to create this compare and contrast. Imagine like a T-chart to say these things are different. They both have high LDL, but they're clearly different mechanistically. And so it's important to distinguish them mechanistically for a couple reasons. One is in terms of treatment options. Giving a kid with FH some data is not going to do anything. Giving a lean mass hyperresponder some data will. So there's treatment option differences. And then the question of risk arises. And all I'm saying is it's not appropriate to conclude fiercely that from a genetic disease, Mendelian randomization studies or studies on populations that are metabolically unhealthy, that we would conclude that there's the same risk profile in someone with a similar LDL but with a very different driver as part of this metabolic response. It could be true. It could be true that lean mass hyperresponders have massively elevated cardiovascular risk. There's a possibility, but it doesn't necessarily follow. So you don't want to gamble with your health. So I would, again, as a lean mass hyperresponder without a medical comorbidity, add some carbs or the LDL. It's the safest thing to do. But not everybody has that luxury. So what do? Going forward, you want to collect more data to help refine and provide, an evidence base for patients making decisions with their doctors. So one thing that's going on is a study out of the Lundquist Institute in UCLA, where they're doing just that. They're looking at plaque in lean mass hyperresponders, not just calcium scores, but they're using something called coronary CT angiography, CTA, which can see soft plaques too.
Oh, so that's way better than a regular calcium score.
Yeah, it definitely provides more detail. And the study was to follow people with very, very high LDL who are of this phenotype for a year to see how much plaque accumulates over time. So it's a prospective trial. The prospective element of the trial, the follow-up, will be completed in February, and then the results need to get written up and published. But what we did was a comparison at the baseline. So when you get the first scans of these patients, these lean mass hyperresponder patients, on average, they'd already been keto for 4.7 years. So you consider that 4.7 years of exposure to these high levels, right? Average age was 55, so they're not just young, like me and you. So, one would expect maybe they do have some heart disease, especially these crazy high levels for 4.7 years. And what we can do is compare them to a control group. Miami Heart was chosen as control, matched as well as we could for various variables. You can't match perfectly just because lean mass hyperresponders are so unique. You can't match for HDL because HDL is just going to be so high in lean mass hyperresponders. But bottom line, both groups had overall similar risk profiles except for the LDL. So then we looked at the baseline scans and asked the question, is there more total plaque in lean mass hyperresponders as compared to heart? Now again, the distinction is one group has a mean LDL of 272. The other has a mean LDL of 123. And
the one who has the lower LDL, that's the control.
It's a match. Yeah, it's a match. Okay. And so the hypothesis would be, the common guess would be those with the really high cholesterol, same age, matched as well as we could for other risk factors, would have more plaque, right? Especially if they've had this high cholesterol for 4.7 years. The data off the early match, the data has been discussed at a conference presented by Professor Matthew up on December 8th, 2023, and this paper is under review currently, but showed that there was no increase in plaque, no compared to heart. So there was no higher plaque. Now, you could say, it wasn't powered enough to see a difference between the groups. So then you can ask, wasn't what? Powered. Like, there weren't enough people, let's just say, to see a statistically significant difference. So the p-value didn't drop low enough. So then you can say, was there one group looking maybe a little bit better than the other, even if it wasn't statistically significant? And yeah, there actually was. The lean mass hyperresponders returning to again, it wasn't, this isn't conclusive, data need to be validated, but when we're talking about the preponderance of evidence, we're not talking about this lean mass hyperresponder population, which is unique. And this is the first glimpse of data that we do have at this specific population. Now, these early data shouldn't change any particular, clinical guidance, but at minimum, they're interesting, and definitely they've been provocative. So, with the risk profile of lean mass hyperresponders, you might be able to read between the lines and think what my long-term guess would be. But I would say right now that we don't know that it's inappropriate to conclude firmly that they are at high risk with these high levels because we don't have those data. But it is appropriate to treat conservatively in the meantime.
How long has your LDL been above 300? Almost 5 years. And you got a CT angiogram. What was your plaque? Zero plaque.
Now I'm young, so I wouldn't conclude that.
Still 5 years. That's a long time.
Yeah, I mean, there are people in the trial with LDLs of 591 who are older, and they have no plaque. So, I mean, the average person in the lean mass hyperresponder group had the median, I should say. The median person. The median plaque score was 0. So, that's for what it's worth. Again, I don't mean to make these data into gospel. They're just a glimpse at what's to come. Point being, there are a lot of unknowns here, and I think it's always appropriate to delineate what is the boundary of the known, and then ask questions further. So I do get ticked off when people try to reduce it and say, we know the answer, ApoB is lower is better, period, end of story. These simplifications, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to take a conservative stance, but people aren't that dumb. They're going to call BS, and then you're going to lose credibility. So let's be honest about what we know and what we don't know, and then, practice and nuance and, appropriately conservative and caveated communication style. I try to do that as best I can because I think people are pretty smart and receptive to that. But when you try to simplify it down and provide people with, let's say, patronizing advice or directives, we can.
Now, what about ApoB? How does ApoB factor into all this? Because isn't ApoB one of the number one predictors of heart disease?
So ApoB, apolipoprotein B, is the let's just say the tag, the protein on LDL, the lineage of LDL particles. So ApoB 100 specifically, if you went back to the lipid energy model diagram, you know there was an orange sphere with a little green squiggle on it. That green squiggle was supposed to be the ApoB.
Okay.
So that lineage of particles is ApoB particles. The VLDL turns into the LDL. There are some others like LP(a). Chylomicrons have ApoB48. Point being, these are proteins on the LDL lineage of particles. They're a better marker, but here's the thing: is like if your LDL is 400, your ApoB is also 300. Like there's not going to be, in people with, let's say, moderate levels, there can be a discrepancy, and that discrepancy can be meaningful. So like let's say your LDL is 150. An LDL of 150 with lower ApoB is probably better than LDL of 150 with higher ApoB. But when your LDL is 400, 500, your ApoB is and my ApoB sometimes doesn't even measure on like labs because it's too high. Yeah.
And what about LP(a)? One of the interesting things about my blood work is my ApoB, my ApoB, or whatever you call it, APO, and my LDL were super high, but my LP(a) was very low.
LP(a) is sort of like a variant of an LDL particle. It has these things called single repeats. It's like a LDL with tail, sort of. And it is an emerging, let's say, risk factor. It's an ApoB type particle. It's as far as I'm not an expert in it, but as far as I understand, it's largely genetically determined. So like mine is very high. My dad's is very high. I used to have low LDL, and it's gone up on keto. Like my LP(a) has been basically stable. Okay. It hasn't like gone up or down significantly with keto. So some people are just, let's say, cursed or blessed with higher or lower LP(a).
Okay.
Diet.
Genetic.
Yeah, I mean, inflammation and diet can change it, but like you can have a genetic floor as far as I'm aware. I'm not really clear on what the risk profile is, again, in someone who's completely otherwise healthy with low inflammatory status. I would not be surprised if there weren't a pretty strong interaction between, other risk factors in general inflammation and LP(a). As in, there might be circumstances, this is me completely speculating, but where higher LP(a) isn't super dangerous. But I don't know.
I've always been warned when it comes to the ketogenic diet. For example, when I first started doing it, I have kids, so I have like shitty food all around my house, like chips and stuff. I would be like very strict on my ketogenic diet for the entire day, and then I'd eat like a bag of chips or like animal cracker cookies before bed. And everyone would always, all the research and talks that I've seen smart people do, they all say like that is like one of the pitfalls of the ketogenic diet. Like if you really fuck yourself up, if you follow a ketogenic diet, but you just like eat some treats at the end of the day, or eat a bag of chips, or have some ice cream, like that could be like 5 times worse than just not following a ketogenic diet at all.
Yeah, I don't really subscribe. That doesn't really make any sense to me. I will say, if you're like ketogenic, say, for a prolonged period of time and you reintroduce carbs, you'll be carb intolerant for a period of time. Like if you do an oral glucose tolerance test, you will maybe even appear diabetic. It's not because you're insulin resistant, you're just secreting less insulin. So your body, it's not stupid, so it's going to adapt. And if it doesn't need to burn carbs all the time, it's going to adapt to be less efficient at using them. Now you can readapt but it'll take time. It'll take weeks to readapt properly. The whole idea with, I guess, like what you're talking about, where you're like low carb most of the day, but then eat carbs later in the day. I think the main downside there would mostly be behavioral. As in, if you're carb restricted and you like carbs, then you might end up binging at the end of the day on carbs. But I don't think. I know people who like generally eat very low carb throughout the day, but then maybe they like to go out to dinner. Dinner has like risotto. Right. I don't think that's particularly dangerous. I wouldn't call that ketogenic at that point, because you're being ketogenic, you need to deplete your glycogen stores so you go into ketosis. So if you're eating carbs every night, probably not getting into ketosis. But I don't think it's dangerous. What I would say is, if you are keto, and if you were to say eat a big bowl of ice cream as a one-off would have a larger impact on, say, your blood sugar and probably oxidative stress as compared to someone on a mixed diet who had the same amount of ice cream as that one-off event. But that doesn't mean the cumulative and like would it be worse to eat a ketogenic diet and then, treat yourself on Thanksgiving and Christmas, or eat a standard American diet all year? Eat standard American diet all year.
That's way worse.
Oh yeah,
Right.
I would be confident in that assertion, unless you have a really poorly formulated ketogenic diet.
What is the correlation or the difference between cholesterol, dietary cholesterol, and cholesterol in the blood?
Yeah. Dietary cholesterol is found in a lot of animal foods, eggs, organs, red meat, and then the cholesterol in your blood. You can synthesize all the cholesterol you need. The dietary cholesterol, the simple way to put it is it really doesn't have much of an impact. You eat more cholesterol, your liver will make less, and your other tissue will make less. If you eat less cholesterol, your body will make more. So there isn't much.
If you eat less cholesterol, your body will just make more.
Yeah, it'll make what it needs. There are some people that are hyperabsorbers of cholesterol, but for most people, dietary cholesterol will have very little impact on your cholesterol levels. Your cholesterol also does circulate from your system. Like your body can make cholesterol, circulate it into your gut, and then take it back up. So a lot of it's called enterohepatic circulation. A lot of the cholesterol you take up from your gut is actually cholesterol that you secrete in them.
So where do you plan? What's your next step with this whole thing? I know you're kind of getting it out there, getting the word out there, and getting more attention on it. The way you're doing it is fantastic. But do you have any sort of plan on doing any more studies or following up with anything? Or
absolutely. We have so many things we want to do, a literal wish list, and it's going to depend on resources that are available. One thing I'd like to do, for example, is really prove how generalizable this is. Take people who have never been keto before, literally go to a gym, pick out people who are lean and athletic, and try it in a metabolic ward to turn them into not responders to see how many can convert. Because we've not found any genetic links, but I don't know if there's, say a genetic instability. Could we get, if we had really lean athletic people and put them in a metabolic ward and control their diets, could I get 100% conversion? Could we get 100% conversion, 90, 80, or would only 20% conversion? I do think it would be upwards of 50, but I don't know. I'd also like to do things like the crossover trial in a larger group, comparing statins, which is one medication, to ezetimibe, which is another medication, to carb reduction, and see in a proper larger scale trial what's more effective. We want to do tracer studies to assess the lipid energy model, more risk assessment studies. There are so many things we want to do, more ideas than we have resources to pursue at this point in time. So my goal is to do what I can in the coming, say, year and a half while I'm finishing medical school, and then probably really emerge out of my cocoon thereafter. So what you see now is the reserved me, because I have I don't want to call it a distraction, but a lot of other things pulling on my time in life. So it's been, really energizing to be engaged in this, but at the same time, my focus is largely elsewhere. So
where's your focus?
That's which is definitely.
Yeah, what is that like? What's that schedule like? Being a Harvard medical student.
I just got a schedule for my next rotation, which starts Monday, and it's something like 6 to 6, 6 days a week, except for the 6 to 6 nights, 6 days a week, and then nights are 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Last year was worse because actually I just finished my USMLE step 1 and step 2, but imagine, doing bad hours clinically, but then you have to get back and study and do 300 flashcards and a bunch of problem sets, and then rinse and repeat because you have exams on top of that. So, and then, you toss in research, and you toss in, well, you're stupid enough like me to toss in social media as well, then you have that. And then imagine trying to date and be just an adult 28-year-old human being.
Right.
It becomes, you have to pick and choose at points in time. So yeah, I'm not unique as a young person trying to figure out their life, and so yeah, it's keeps me busy for sure. But it's been fun. It's been fun, and it really is a privilege to get to study where I'm studying, not just because of who I get to learn from, but who I get to learn with. I honestly, I love my class so much, and the people that I meet, they're so amazing. I think the community does really just inspire each other because everybody's just so energized and passionate about something. I clearly have my passions, but I also love meeting someone new, in my class and hearing about their passions because they're doing things that are like equally, if not more, amazing in the world at this time. So I'm really I know people are pessimistic about the medical system right now. Having met my cohort of students, I'm really optimistic and I came in pessimistic, but I am optimistic that the medical system is going to change because I think we have a lot of young people who are very jazzed up with big ideas about how things actually need to change.
Is that something that's talked about at Harvard on campus in classes, like with some of the professors that you deal with, the medical system and how broken it is?
And not in a formal way. Probably are electives on. I think there is one AISC on healthcare systems. But I would say it's an open conversation. Nobody's trying to defend the system as it is, but the solutions are very complex. So you can only kind of, bite off one piece at a time. I think people are very good at listening to each other when one person raises an issue. So I'm clearly very passionate about metabolic health. My peers have been very engaged with respect to that topic. In fact, probably one of the most touching moments in medical school was in my first year when one of my peers stood up after class. Now, after class, usually everybody wants to get out of there. I certainly know that feeling. But somebody said, we were talking about metabolism. They asked the professor if I could just stand up and talk to the class about metabolism. I had no idea they were going to do this. I wasn't prepared at all. I babbled like what I felt like I was an idiot, just about my interest in metabolic health. Thereafter that class, there were a bunch of us just standing out in the hallway talking about metabolic health, and we started doing cool things. Like we got continuous glucose monitors, and then did a group project which we actually published on. We all wore continuous glucose monitors, had like journal club meetings, and just engaged in the topic of metabolic health because it was something that I was passionate about, and I shared it with my peers, and they were incredibly receptive. And these aren't people who, went keto because they had a medical condition. It's just like they were interested in what I was interested in. And I try to reciprocate that in what they're interested in. So there are a lot of problems, but I think that there are a lot of really smart young people with big ideas for solutions.
And we talked earlier about suppression of some stuff, and we're going to dig into that a little bit more. What kind of specific suppression have you seen with, whether it be your new study with the Oreos or other things that you're interested in?
Yeah. So I won't speculate as to algo, blah blah blah, internet suppression. The specific things would be a prominent lipidologist, including Thomas Dayspring, saying falsehoods like this isn't a real phenotype, it hasn't been published upon. Dude, you have 9 papers, you have more coming out, it's also been published upon by others. There are definitely papers out there, so stop talking this nonsense about there not being. I think the most egregious example, though, that I can think of was, if you can find, there's just an abstract, circulation, type in statin, ketogenic diet, CAD, rapid progression or something like that. So circulation is a pretty prominent cardiovascular journal. And there was an abstract published that was presented at an AHA meeting, if I'm correct. And the title, let's see if we can find the title so we can read it so I'm not misrepresenting it at all.
Rapid progression of CAD after stopping statin, starting a ketogenic diet in a phenotypic lean mass hyperresponder.
Okay, so this is a scenario where they're using our coined terminology. They're calling out a lean mass hyperresponder and rapid progression of coronary artery disease. This guy has coronary artery disease after stopping a statin and starting a ketogenic diet. So the title is clearly claiming he went keto and had progression of heart disease.
Right.
It says that directly in his lean mass hyperresponder. Now, I wanted to bring this up because what you see here is the entirety of it. There's no more. It's not a full paper. It's an abstract. But it got published in this
oh, wow, it's very short.
Yeah, that's it.
What's the conclusion?
So the title is kind of the punchline.
Okay, got it.
Reading, right?
Right.
But what I expected when I saw the headline was this is a somebody presenting a case in which there actually was a lean mass responder who had rapid progression of disease on a ketogenic diet, which, I mean, we have thousands of them. Of course, it's going to be one person. You'd think there would be one person, especially with cholesterol levels high. So I think, okay, they found a case and they're presenting it as a cautionary tale, which I'm all in favor of. If the text supported that title, I would be promoting it a lot, because I think it's an important story to hear, in contrast of other stories we hear with people with high cholesterol who don't have progression. But then I read it, and my jaw dropped because it was so egregiously mismatched with the title. The scenario was this. There was a man, presumably on a mixed diet because he wasn't keto, who at some time, probably in his 40s, they don't give a very good timeline, but had occlusion of his left anterior descending, which is the main left artery of his heart. So they went in there and did what's called a PCI. So they basically stented open his artery because it was clogged, his left artery. While they were in there, fixing his left artery, which was clogged via his mixed diet, or while he was on his mixed diet, not blaming mixed diet, they noticed that there was some moderate disease. He was already diseased in his right. So his left is plugged up, they're pumping it open, or they're stenting it open, and you look at his right artery, and there's moderate disease. They give him a statin, secondary prevention. Totally, like, I'm not like criticizing the clinical care of this patient at all, but this is what happened. Left artery, occluded, stented open, has right artery disease. They put him on a statin. He's then on this statin for multiple years, 2 years, during which time they're not like analyzing the progression of his right artery at all. A couple years go by. There can be progression on this medication. Then they go to, and then he tried a ketogenic diet and had an RCA STEMI, ST elevation myocardial infarction, heart attack. So the timeline is such that they say, okay, he has left artery disease. We have to actually go in there and stent it open, presumably stented, CCI. And then they see there's right artery disease. Then a bunch of time elapsed where they're not following him for plaque progression. They're not looking at plaque progression, during which time, then he tries a ketogenic diet, which they don't define, they don't give a duration. And he's not even a lean mass hyperresponder. And yet they can come off with that title? What? Like, what not? Like,
who is that? Who published that?
It was the Journal of Circulation. And here's the thing. I actually tried, I had multiple people I was in contact with, including cardiologists, who was like, look, let's put a letter to the editor, and you can't do a letter to the editor because it's an abstract. You couldn't even do an e-note or an e-letter because it's an abstract. And the author's contact information is not provided. So let's not call them out by name. I mean, people can look and see what their name is. We have it up on the screen. But point being, like, I was very vocal about when this came out. Nobody replied to the criticism. I tried to do letter to the editor again. There wasn't the option for that, and it just stood. And this is one of those things where it's like, it's not a gray zone. It's not like, okay, we have interpretive differences, Nick. This is clearly a propaganda piece.
Yeah, but who sees this though? Like, we literally had to like find the exact headline to find it.
Circulation is a major cardiovascular show.
It is?
Yes.
Okay.
There's more behind the scenes that I can't reveal, but let's just say the fact that
so people that are in academia or in this medical field, they see this stuff.
Oh, I mean, people like Thomas Dayspring were like flaunting this on Twitter, saying, "Get with the science, you LDL deniers." And I'm like, dude, read the freaking thing. This is garbage. And again, I'm not someone who uses hyperbolic terminology, I think, most of the time. But this is garbage. This is like, it's not even that the bar was lowered. There was no bar. It's like you liked the title, so you ran with it. They miscite the criteria for LMHR, and even with misciting it, he doesn't meet the criteria.
Right.
And again, it's like, so this guy, let's just say he was eating a standard American diet. They don't define his diet, but like, he's eating a standard American diet for most of his life, has left artery disease, multiple years elapsed, and then what? He tries some bacon for a week? That legitimately could be the case.
Right.
And then you say it's a ketogenic diet's fault. Because they don't define, they don't give a duration. It could have, I mean.
What's this guy's name again on Twitter? The guy who posted this, he was flaunting it?
Oh, Dayspring?
Dayspring. What is the incentive for people like this? Is this just a theory or something that he's been talking about for so long. He just doesn't want to be wrong after all these years because clearly he's an older guy.
Yeah, I mean,
Or do you think
so-
there's some sort of other?
I think it's ego defense and
sinister
arrogancy.
thing.
No. I think he's generally thinking he's doing the right thing. I think he's arrogant and doesn't want to look into data, and thinks that people like me are just beneath him. And thankfully, there are other people who are a little bit more open-minded, including the guy who trained him, who, here's an Easter egg, is the senior officer on Horror versus Tax.
What was his name again?
William Cromwell.
William Cromwell.
Yeah, trained Dayspring and Amos. So anyway, if people weren't aware of that, there's a little fun Easter egg for you. William Cromwell's been amazing. One of those people that, like, I've worked with a lot of people, and there are some professors, a lot of them or some who will rest on their laurels, others who remain engaged throughout their career with the academia, and that's respectable. And then there's a small group who are very engaged with the academics, but who are also willing to see the new generation, not as just the students, but they're willing to sit down with you with humility and listen to your new ideas as equals. And I can't tell you how good that feels and how much respect that makes me have for those people. So he's been absolutely phenomenal. In fact, I think, it takes a little bit of time for people to adopt new ideas, and sometimes it takes someone on the inside with credibility. Cromwell's been doing lipidology longer than I've been alive. He's been around the block. And for him to come out and promote these ideas with us, he's with us on Canberry and been on with us on various channels since Oreo versus Fat came up. We can speak about it very well. The thing is, his way and his bullying, including, look at my Twitter because I tweeted about it when he just, calls some of my friends nasty names without engaging. And then, he says things that don't necessarily have an evidence base, and you ask questions and you try to engage. He's never replied to me once, ever, about anything. Which is just like, dude, if you're actually an academic who's engaged intellectually on this, and I ask a direct question multiple times, like, if at that point you're not engaging, then I do feel I have a little bit of license to call you on your BS. Until that point in which you step up and have a conversation. I have even invited him, including others, to live cast in front of, on audiences with like millions of subs. I'm like, if you think I'm out of line, call me out. Catch me out live. Like, this is your opportunity. You want to have a conversation? Let's have a conversation. And, you can denigrate my friends for not being properly credentialed and being, quote, internet babblers, some of the terms he's used, because they haven't, had a PhD or X, Y, or Z or publications. You can try to play that game with me, but I don't think it'll go very well. So I'm not, with 50 years experience, but I think I'm credentialed enough and smart enough to be worth having a conversation with. And if you don't want to have that conversation, well, I just don't think it's going to age well for these people.
Yeah, he's not the only guy that does this kind of shit online, right? There's also that guy Peter Hotez, the vaccine scientist, who attacks Joe Rogan for some of the things he says about vaccines and all those questions.
I'm not gonna go down the vaccine rabbit hole with you. I'm sorry, I'm just not.
I don't want to go down. I don't care about the vaccine rabbit hole. I just wanted to point out that there's people like that.
Yes,
that exist. That are surrounded by people who have the same beliefs they do, and I'm not even talking about financial incentives. They're just timid people who want to be supported by their quote unquote tribe.
Yeah.
And that could be the case with this guy.
Yeah, I think so. I think he gets a lot of positive feedback from his community. That's the annoying thing. That's why I want to call it out. Sometimes, like when he said this thing about ketosis down-regulating LDL receptors, everybody, including physicians, like, oh, I didn't know that, because it's not true. Like, there wasn't like a critical thinking. It was like if you have enough, gravity in the space, then what you say then actually gets baked into the common knowledge base and isn't challenged. It's the eminence-based medicine versus evidence-based medicine, which I hate. So at the point where somebody feels the license to make stuff up and isn't held to account, that I think is very dangerous. And that's what gets me a little bit hurt in addition to the bullying. So, I'm getting a little bit pokey here, evidently, and part of the purpose of that is I want to provoke a response. Maybe somebody will hear it. Maybe, Tom will hear it, Tom Dayspring. And then, have a conversation with him. Because I'm happy to have that conversation. I'm happy to leave grudges at the door and learn from him because I'm sure he has something to teach me. And I'd like to enter that conversation, were it ever to happen, with mutually open minds. Me being willing to learn from him. But also, I think we have some interesting data that he definitely has not looked at. So let's have those discussions and, act as a team to push the science forward rather than,
Yeah. And, I said earlier, this could be, you alluded to, maybe it's not that important, but I think it could be like one of the most important topics to talk about because literally food and nutrition is the biggest fact, like the biggest or the lowest hanging fruit for keeping people healthy. And when it comes to our whole healthcare system and the amount of people that die from cardiovascular disease in this country is like it's the number one killer, right? And look at the things people eat, cereal, and grocery stores are full of shit, processed foods, and it is a huge problem. And I personally think it is the biggest problem.
Yeah, I think it's definitely very important. It also is just a question, a story about like pursuit of scientific curiosity. I think people always want to know, like, what is the significance now? That's an important question to ask. But in science and medicine, generally, the biggest breakthroughs come through just pursuing an interesting observation or interesting question. Making weird observations. The example I've been using, whether or not you like them, depending what your opinion is of the GLP-1 receptor agonists, things like Ozempic, Wegovy. They're definitely a revolution.
The GLP-1
receptor agonist is a class of drugs.
Okay.
So
is that like ezetimibe?
No, it's like Ozempic. Okay. So these weight loss drugs, which are now all the rave, and they're very successful.
Is that the stuff Elon Musk was talking about?
Yeah, he lost a lot of weight on it, I believe. Where do you think those came from originally? It came from studying Gila monster venom.
Who?
Gila monsters. You can Google Gila.
What's a Gila monster?
Lizard.
How have I never heard of that? Have you heard of that, Steve?
Yeah, man, it's
Stop it.
Yeah,
It's a liar.
it's like
Yeah, it's a Gila monster.
I think you see him at the
Oh,
zoo,
okay.
man.
Oh, yeah, I've seen him before.
Yeah, so Google, I forget what the compound was. Google Gila monster venom Ozempic or something. And it's like Extendin or something. It's
Drug that uses a compound in Gila monster venom to help lower blood sugar. The compound is similar to a hormone produced by the intestines, but it lasts longer in the lizard's body. The synthetic form of the lizard hormone can help diabetics control their blood sugar levels. It also slows the stomach from emptying and decreases appetite, which can lead to weight loss.
So anyway, the point and the reason I brought it up is you can study something that seems kind of niche and esoteric. It can have major rippling effects that you could never have predicted down the line. So people ask the relevancy of Oreo versus statins. Yeah. And the lean mass hyperresponders and stuff, I'm like, all right, there is relevance to a small population of people in terms of understanding this, treating it if it needs treatment, understanding the risk profile. But it's such a weird thing. Again, going back to that, if this is able to be replicated, which I have every reason to believe it would be, and we've seen very similar things in other people. This Oreo statin type thing, where you have, again, an intervention that seems bad, and an outcome that seems good. And you want to try to understand that. What we gain when we figure out the answer and provide rigorous evidence to support the model underlying it and the mechanisms underlying it, what could fall out of that is probably something we couldn't even imagine now. like Gila mustard vinegar or something. That's the way I look at it. So I don't need to like rationalize why this is going to be. Let's say that was how I would rationalize how this is relevant to everybody.
So how do you control your cholesterol right now? I assume you're not eating Oreos anymore.
No. I mean, I'm monitoring. I am not on any medication.
So you're not worried about it because you're just getting CT angiograms and you're not having plaque.
I wouldn't say I'm not worried about it. I'm saying it's a complex choice with lots of individual factors. I do have my concerns about lifelong medication. I'm not sure what my risk profile is, but I am pretty confident in my individual case, given I've gotten scans after multiple years of having levels high and having no evident plaque, that I'm not going to drop dead in a year. Right. So I have.
How often do you get your blood work?
Oh, I mean, it more commonly when I'm doing experiments than it's like weekly. But other than that, I'm not just getting it routinely. But I do a lot of experiments, so it pops up every now and then. My options are medication, carbs, getting fat, and being sedentary. All those things would work. So yeah, I'm gonna try to avoid right now I'm feeling pretty good, and I'll do what I need to do to feel well, finish my training, live a happy, healthy life, and then watch along the way, see if there's any progression. Hoping there isn't. I don't think there will be, but also watching for more data to come out. I reserve the right to change based on my opinion at any point in time. I don't go into a doctor's office saying I will not take a statin or I won't take a medication. It's discussion. It's a discussion that we all need to have, and so I don't want people to hear what I'm doing and say, Nick's doing this, therefore I'm going to be doing that. Right. I'm probably very different than you, whoever you are listening. So it is an individual choice, and I think it's important to enter. Really do try to talk to people with different perspectives on this, with different levels of expertise in different areas. Yeah. And then form your own opinion, and then make a decision based on your priorities. And then in the end, everybody has to respect that. There is patient autonomy, and I don't think any of us are going to reject that concept. Even if a patient has the right to refuse life-saving medication, or to be that, they have that right. So
yeah, I mean, even the smartest people that study this stuff and that know about this stuff, they experiment all the time. Like Dom, for example, I think he just started experimenting with ezetimibe himself because he has really high cholesterol. And I asked him, I'm like, what do you think? He's like, I don't know yet. I'll let you know when I get my blood work.
Did he say how he reacted to it?
I don't. Maybe he did. I don't remember the text, but he said that he hasn't gotten his blood work back yet.
Okay.
Why? How did he react to it?
I probably shouldn't say. I don't know. It was in the private conversation.
Oh,
you can ask him.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
It's not with.
Well, he doesn't do a lot of cardio, so but that wouldn't affect. I don't know if that would affect anything.
So yeah, actually, that's something that I didn't bring up earlier, but there might be. And this is again hypothesis originating from Dave Feldman, but an attenuation of the LDL rise, so less rise in people who are heavyweight trainers because of the use of the LDL particles for structural function, as in when you're weightlifting, basically they get, let's say, subsumed. This is speculation. Like, they get subsumed, and that will drive down LDL. Weightlifting. Yeah, if you're like a heavy weightlifter, right. Like if you're, imagine. So somebody came up. It was I forget who I was speaking the other day. We were doing. They wanted to make. Oh, it was. A comparison between me. There was like a picture of me and then a picture of The Rock. And the point.
You're pretty shredded. I saw your pictures.
I have been historically.
He's got some nice shirtless pictures for all the ladies listening.
I'm taking. I would like to keep those parts of my life separate, but I did figure after the story was that might happen. We'll see how much word is going around Harvard, but yeah.
You're about to be a popular guy at Harvard. If it's not already.
A lot of people know. Like I was sitting down with a friend the other day, just like, so Nick, I heard about this thing. This is before it dropped. See, I haven't been like in the hospital since it's dropped. So yeah, we'll see. If Harvard actually covers it, then everybody they'll basically know that. But anyway, we'll see. That aside, The Rock.
We're talking about you and The Rock, yeah. And then
bottom line is, like, if he was, well, first of all, if he were natty, but like has so much more muscle and is just needs it for repair that his structural demands are gonna be much higher than mine. even if we had the same body fat percentage.
So what would that mean?
I mean, this LDL would go up high, despite having similar body fat.
Because
the LDL is needed to repair his muscles, and he's doing more muscle damage than I would be doing because
But he's not. Does the fact that he's not naturally that muscular, the fact that he's taking all these fucking whatever it is,
Derek,
tren or whatever it is.
I'm not an expert in exogenous compounds and how that would affect the system. It's not something I've really studied. There are some things I know very little about, and that's one of them. That and alcohol. Anytime you're a medicine people ask you like this, that, and the other about alcohol, I'm like, do that.
Well, dude, if you want to be a medical influencer, you have to know about all this stuff. You got to know about alcohol. You got to know about cold plunges, saunas.
I will not do a cold plunge. That's where I draw the line. It can maybe lift to 200, and I'm like, no. It is so unpleasant. I just find it so unpleasant. I'm a giant baby around water. I will, I'd rather run a marathon every morning and get no benefit other than the benefit equal to a cold plunge than do a cold plunge. I do not like.
What about saunas?
Oh, I love saunas.
Do you?
I do. I don't have a lot of time for it right now, but when I'm a little older, I want a home gym, a nice studio like this. Hopefully, I'll be doing some podcast at some point, and then a sauna. I really do enjoy that. Actually, after a sauna, I could do like a 3-minute cold shower.
Yeah,
I like the contrast.
Well, yeah, if you have the cold bath or whatever plunge right next to the sauna, you could be like sweating your balls off, hop in that cold water, and won't be as bad.
Right. You'd think in Boston I have money for that right now. Are you kidding?
You don't even need it, bro. But you got the natural. You got the.
True.
You have Mother Nature.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting somebody trying to get me into rucking. I'm into rucking because I have bad knees now. That's a whole other story, but I can't really run distance anymore.
What is rucking? It's
where you walk with like a heavy sack on your back, a weighted vest, or like a backpack with weights. So it's supposed to be good cardio. And,
I see. A weighted. Okay.
So I think I might give it a go. I have a weird. I used to run a lot, but I actually have a weird mutation in a thing called OSB5, and it makes it so my bones don't respond well to like heavy mechanical loads, so running is happening. Actually, funny story there. You're not going to believe me when I say this, but you can Google it. I started running intensely when I was 16, 17. I was pretty good. My marathon PR, even at that age, was like at 2:45. Well, fast. And I qualified for Boston for 2014. But that's when my bone problems manifested because I was doing such high loads. And so I ended up getting a tibial fracture.
Oh, no.
6 weeks out from the race. So what do you think I did?
Like David Goff, just power through it.
Norwitz Crutches Marathon.
You raced the marathon on crutches.
That was my senior year of high school.
Wow, look at you.
So yeah.
Did you get last?
No.
Really?
Well, because here's the thing: you go out in waves, right? So there's 4 waves, and because of my they place you based on your qualifying time. So I was in the first wave, and they stagger the waves 30 minutes. So I actually had let's say a head start on people that started last, and it only took, even with that, just under 7 hours. So you can kind of keep a clip. So yeah, it was a long day, and it was a great day. It was pretty cool at the beginning because I started in a mass of all the fastest runners, like a little bit ahead of me were people who were like win the race. Right. And obviously, wave 1 they just take off. I couldn't move as fast, so then I'm kind of like just hobbling along there. But because it's the beginning of the race, everybody's kind of like stacked up, like dozens of people deep, and waiting for the waves to come. So wave 1 goes, and then they're like waiting. They're like, all right, wave 2 will be here in like 40 minutes, and they're like, what's that in the distance? Because I'm between the waves. Because the first wave's gone off, the second wave hasn't started, and then I just had this solo moment when it was literally just me and crowds at the beginning of the race. I'm like, that was kind of cool. So it was a good day. And then I collapsed at the finish line, was brought to the tent, med tent. They gave me some potato chips. My sister and my dad carried me down in Chinatown to my favorite restaurant, Pho Pasteur, and I got a big pho and some dumplings. It was good.
Pre-keto days.
Oh, pre-keto days. Yeah, no. Especially in college, my diet was a lot of carbs and sugar. It was just it's the culture there, especially when you go to the dining hall, you're with your other like 40 male friends, and you're all just like you make eating basically a game. In fact, it was a thing. We had at Dartmouth these amazing soft baked chocolate chip cookies and biscuit bags called Cocoa cookies, and it became a thing where my friend would try to eat as many as he could in a sitting. In fact, he set the record at 24, which I think was 6,000 calories of cookies after being a little bit drunk and eating dinner. And then the funny part was in my valedictory address, I called it out. I called them out for setting the record, and they put it in the graduation statistics. It was like this many students graduated with like military commendations, and Brant ate 24 foot cookies in 30 minutes. It was funny. And then we used to steal ice cream tubs as well, like 5-gallon ice cream tubs.
Really?
Yeah. There's pictures around there. I think the statute of limitations had passed, so I think it's no, I was not with Harvard in college.
So what you were saying about Dom weightlifting, or people who are heavy weightlifters, and the LDL consumption of the muscles, is the same thing? Is there anything similar with cardio? Is there any sort of effect with lots of cardio? Because Peter Attia always talks about, or at least recently I've noticed, saying that doing the specific type of cardio, like 2 hours of zone 2 cardio every single week or whatever, reduces all-cause mortality by 70% or something.
I think cardio would increase LDL.
Cardio would increase.
In people who are keto and lean.
Okay, in the mass numbers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, no, I think we would increase it.
I would be curious to see what sort of effects a ketogenic diet has on the brain.
I mean,
because there's plaque, the plaque that builds up in the brain.
Alzheimer's disease.
Alzheimer's disease, or anything, any sort of effects on the brain.
Yeah, it's there's pretty compelling data now that it can be beneficial in neurodegenerative conditions, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's. There was a randomized controlled trial in 2021 by Matthew Phillips, Phillips Alzheimer's disease, randomized controlled trial showing ketogenic diet can benefit as compared to I think it was New Zealand healthy eating patterns, maybe Australia healthy eating, but there's been, in RCT and Alzheimer's disease, there's data in Huntington's disease, and a case study in Huntington's disease.
What is Huntington's disease?
It's a genetic disorder that's very, it presents with something called chorea. You can get depression, dementia, and you die generally very young. It's a genetic disorder. There's only a case study at that level. There's data in Parkinson's disease. There's a case study that just came out on ALS, amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, or Lou Gehrig's disease. Again, that's case study level, but you also then hear, there are animal models supporting the efficacy, and also just the biological plausibility of these are molecules, ketones, which are energy efficient substrates, particularly for nervous system cells, neurons, and they produce less oxidative stress, radical damage. They can be used when there's glucose intolerance in these cells, whereas glucose isn't used as well. And again, they have these really potent signaling mechanisms. So we have a lot of animal model data, in vitro data, and now the clinical data are starting to come out. So like that Phillips Alzheimer's trial and other work along those lines. I think one of the videos I'm going to be dropping, we already recorded it, was going over to the case study of the ALS patient in full bar onset.
Hey, how are
ALS,
you?
which is a severe form.
How are you?
It affects the lower cranial nerve. The average, I think the median life expectancy is 24 months. And when they were reporting on this case, the patient had actually improved some of his scores, despite the fact that it's a
how are you?
disease. It was 45.
I'm well. How'd you find out about me?
One, in a disease that really has no good treatment, provides a lot of hope, and it's definitely something that needs to be explored in rigorous fashion. But to do that requires money.
Right.
And nobody's going to make money. It's not clear how the business model would work.
Right.
Treating patients with this. So, again, not the best research infrastructure for pursuing studies in metabolic health.
Dom's story is fascinating. How he got funded he got funded by how he got funded by the Department of Defense for his.
Is it DARPA?
Is it DARPA? Maybe.
Well, so my lab at Oxford first got the $10 million grant from DARPA. It was exactly what the project name was called. But anyway, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah. Kieran Clark's lab at Oxford, $10 million grant from DARPA.
Well, DOMS was for treating oxygen toxicity seizures for Navy SEALs who had to like dive under the water without having the bubble, so they could like do covert missions and not. They could use those oxygen rebreathers, and I guess these guys were getting epileptic oxygen toxicity seizures, and Dom was putting these guys on ketogenic diets and using exogenous ketones and basically eliminating those oxygen toxicity seizures. I don't think it was DARPA. But what was the DARPA one?
I forget what it was called. It was like something like project like human optimization or human optimization. I don't forget. But
Google it. We gotta find this. Delta G ketones. What? Stop.
This was what we were using it off.
The Oxford ketone ester developed by T delta S to achieve new height of human performance in extreme conditions.
Whoa. So I got interested in this lab when I read a 2017 paper by Cox et al. And I thought the metabolism was just beautiful. So yeah, that's her on the far left. That was like the eye at Oxford. And yeah, I thought the research was just beautiful. I will say the ketone ester tastes absolutely horrid. It tastes like jet fuel mixed with like polish.
Really?
Yeah. When I gave it to patients, because I know Parkinson's trial, I knew as soon as I gave it to them, it would taste. They always did. It tasted pretty bad. But
does it tell you what exactly DARPA was trying to do with these ketone esters?
It was like the program name was like something like metabolic dominance. It had a really cool name. It sounded like something that would be like out of Marvel. I loved it. I loved
metabolic dominance.
It was something cool like that. I forget what it was called. But
zoom in. Can you punch in on this at all?
Anyway.
Yeah. The pioneering research that led the exogenous ketone drink Delta G began in 2003 when Joe, the program director at the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, DARPA, Elite Defense Science Office, DSO. Okay, here's what they were trying to do. They were trying to have energetically efficient food that would allow soldiers to maintain their physical and mental performance over 5 days in the battlefield. What is that? 10 years later, they proposed to invent an exogenous food group for DARPA. Took many years. This was way back in 2003, though.
Yeah. No, the field has evolved quite a bit. I think, it was used for sports performance. I think some of the Peloton from the Tour de France.
I had to find out about it.
And now
That friend's amazing.
Well, we're trying to give our soldiers ketones. I mean, if
Apologies,
the government is doing that, then
no
we know it's
talkative.
good.
I'm trying to sleep.
It's better than McDonald's.
Super soldiers, fueled by
You
ketones.
good?
Yeah.
You know what blue sky is?
Call Steve Rogers.
You know what blue sky is? It's like Twitter.
The face forward there, although Loki too.
That's okay.
I'm not an
Don't worry about it.
I can never really get into the Marvel stuff. Yeah, it's a huge commitment. There's too much, man. I'm a big DARPA guy, though. So we were about to wrap up, but I forgot I wanted to ask you about these things. So Dom is the one who told me about these candy bars, because I was asking him, I'm like, Dom, I'm working all day, and I got to snack on shit. What are some good snacks? And he told me to check out these RX sugar chocolate bars. It's something that I'm fascinated with, but I haven't done enough research on it. But I guess if they replace the sugar with allulose, what is the story with this allulose stuff?
So allulose actually is a sugar. It's a rare natural sugar. It's kind of a cousin of, or let's say a twin of fructose. It's C3 epimer of fructose. So I think the way to kind of like break it down and think about it is if fructose is like, let's say, the evil twin, allulose is the good twin. They're very similar molecules, but allulose isn't processed by your body like fructose. So to conceptualize what the benefits might be, one could say, okay, what are you gaining by just removing the fructose? So that's one element of it. Is fructose uniquely metabolically harmful? And actually, I've done like a YouTube series on, going organ system by organ system, showing how actually, fructose can play a role in the process of dementia, including fructose that's made in situ in the brain. So your body can actually make its own fructose via the polyol pathway, and you can ingest fructose. But it has unique properties as well. The metabolism of fructose is very fascinating. So there's one process of energy production in the cell called glycolysis. Maybe people remember that from 8th grade biology. I'm sorry if I'm talking too PTSD, but nope. The first enzyme in that pathway, say you're breaking down glucose, what it does is it adds a phosphate group called hexokinase, and it traps the glucose in the cell. But normally in biology, what happens is with these enzymes, they'll have an off switch, which is part of a negative feedback system. So if you produce a lot more product, it will kind of feed back, turn off the enzymes, things don't get out of control. But fructose is unique in that the enzyme doesn't have that off switch, called ketohexokinase. And because it doesn't have an off switch, if you have a lot of fructose and it goes down that pathway, what ends up happening is you actually get intracellular, so within the cell, energy depletion. Ketohexokinase phosphorylates the fructose a lot, and ATP levels drop. That's the kind of cell's energy currency. And then what will happen is the AMP, which is a breakdown product, builds up. That can generate intracellular uric acid. That can cause the translocation of something called NADP oxidase 4 to the mitochondria, damage mitochondria, cause things like citrate to build up, causing de novo epigenesis. All these jargony terms aren't things you have to understand and work and go to some of my videos where I break them down.
Yeah, I need English.
Bottom line, fructose has a unique metabolism, and it isn't a matter of just calories, but it's a matter of it can cause things that are uniquely metabolically harmful if you have high enough doses. I will caveat, I'm not saying that fruit is bad. You shouldn't not have blueberries or a banana. Your body actually, in your small intestine, processes a lot of fructose to other sugars, and lower doses aren't necessarily harmful. Although we eat now sucrose, which includes fructose, that's table sugar, and fructose itself in very high doses to the point where it is damaging. And there are schools of thought that fructose is contributing especially to the obesity epidemic. I don't think they capture the whole picture perfectly. But point being, fructose is not just bad because of calories. It has unique metabolic properties that can make it uniquely damaging to the body. In part by generation of new fat, so-called ectopic fat, but also damage certain organ systems, including the brain. Now, allulose tastes similar. It's, again, the cousin of fructose, so your body can't break it down. Generally in biology, you can think about it like these left and right-handed molecules, and your body's enzymes can only work on one form. So if you use the other hand, you might be able to taste something, but it's not necessarily uniquely damaging. So I think one aspect, let's call this the tip of the iceberg, is that you can get rid of fructose, use allulose. You can therefore also reduce the caloric intake, so there's that, and you're not getting the damaging effects of fructose, which also means you have better blood sugar control, so your blood sugar is not spiking and falling. In fact, if you have, I know patients with type 1 diabetes that can use these quite fine, and it actually attenuates blood sugar spikes when there is sucrose. So what I mean by that is it's not just neutral, but if you have this and you have sugar, your blood sugar response to the sugar is lower than if you just have the sugar. This has been shown now in randomized control trials as well. So we can link those below.
So if you mix this with a regular chocolate bar,
if you had this and you had a regular chocolate bar together, blood sugar spike would be less than if you just had the chocolate bar.
okay, that's fucking insane.
And it actually, there are really...
It seems too good to be true.
So there are unique metabolic properties of natural compounds that we can exploit. One really cool one that I think is this is actually an inducer of GLP-1. So I think we mentioned earlier, the GLP-1 receptor agonist class of hormones are what, are the Ozempic and Wegovy, the weight loss drugs.
Right.
Those drugs are trying to mimic this hormone called GLP-1. Allulose actually causes the release of GLP-1, and that's been shown, and it acts via the vagus nerve, the wandering nerve, the 10th cranial nerve, to have effects on brain activity, hunger, and metabolic status. So that's just kind of one example of weird things that allulose can do. There are other things that we're studying or I'm peripherally associated with that I can't talk about, but I've been fascinated by it too because I'm one of those people. First of all, I have no drive for sweet myself, so I'm not looking for an excuse to have something sweet. And I'm typically of the opinion that If it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. But then we also have to look at what the data says. And broadly speaking, I'd say on non-nutritive sweeteners, so sweeteners without calories, they're the ones that I think definitely have negative metabolic impacts. Things like aspartame and Diet Coke. People try to defend it. It's actually really funny. I'm watching social media spaces. You see these people say, "Oh, Diet Coke isn't bad for you."
Yeah, Lane Norton.
Yeah. I'd say, like, dude,
Didn't you have an exchange with him?
we've had a few. Well, this was actually about fructose because he recently retweeted. I just did that break. You know how I did the intracellular breakdown that I just talked about? Yeah. So, like, all right, ketohexokinase, depletes ATP, AMP builds up, causes, blah, 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 compase, a lot of enzyme names. I caveated it. This is an interest piece explaining a biological mechanism. He retweets it with something like, "Oh, but saturated fat increases liver fat by 70% more than fructose." Ouch. It was trying to, dunk on me. The issue is he didn't look at table 1 of the paper he quoted, the paper he linked to try to dunk on me, where it actually showed that the fructose increased topic fat in the form of circulating triglycerides by 70%. So yeah, there wasn't fat in the liver because it was being dumped into the freaking bloodstream, dude. Look at figure 1 before you try to dunk on me.
Wow.
So I did a response video. And then actually he was very polite. He replied to the email that he hadn't replied to for a month. And we had a nice exchange. Honestly, here's the thing. I know I was just kind of poking a lane. The people, I think, some people are deliberate about their social media style.
Yes.
He's clearly his persona on Twitter is very hot-headed, and it works for his brand.
I like the fact that he points out a lot of charlatans.
Yeah, I do. So I actually have no big issue with Lane. I think we definitely come from things from different angles. I've heard behind the scenes that he's a pretty thoughtful guy. And I actually think he is pretty smart, and I think we would actually, in real life, be pretty good friends. We've had good email correspondences. So you brought up, I wasn't going to bring up Lane, you brought up Lane, but that was just an example of, look, there's more here to the story. I'm not saying fructose is, I'm not saying foods that contain fructose are terrible. Don't not eat blueberries because I'm talking about this, but I am saying it has unique metabolic properties, and it's something that, all things being equal, I think most people should reduce. And this allulose-based product provides an option. And on top of that, the science is really, really interesting around, oh yeah, and then the Diet Coke thing. Like, things like aspartame and stuff, the type of, so on population level data, it doesn't show that it promotes weight loss. So the benefit is questionable. Yes, it doesn't have calories, and you could, try to presume something from a short-term study about chronic effects, but I don't think that's fair as well. There are data in humans that it screws up the microbiome and causes glucose intolerance. They've done studies, this was out of the Weizmann Institute in Israel, so they've done these kind of studies. They also do them in mice where they can do germ-free mice and fecal transplants, so they can actually show it's screwing up the microbiome because you can feed one group of mice. Or actually, what you can do is you think they did this. Humans who don't usually have things like, I think this was actually using sucralose at this point in the study. It's been a while since I read it, but you give humans who don't have these sweeteners, then they become more glucose intolerant on glucose tolerance tests. And then what you can do is you can transplant the feces from the humans before and after they were exposed to mice. And what you can actually find is that after the exposure, the mice will pick up the glucose phenotype of the human. So the mice would be, they get the human feces, the humans haven't been exposed to the sucralose, or maybe the saccharin, it's one of the S ones. And then the mice, are okay with respect to glucose tolerance, but if you gave those mice the feces of the humans after they were exposed, if the humans then became glucose intolerant because they had the saccharin or the sucralose, again, I forget which one it was actually saccharin, then the mice pick up the phenotype, which shows that it was mediated by changes in the microbiome. Because the mice never were exposed to the sweetener. And we see similar things with aspartame. Again, biological plausibility breaks down phenylalanine. I mean, even if, to show it has biological effects, there are disease conditions like phenylketonuria where you cannot have aspartame. If you have a kid that's tested positive for this and you're screening for, the first thing the doctor will say is, your kid cannot have Diet Coke because it's terrible for them. Now, most people definitely do not have that condition. Point being, it's not just a neutral substance. And there are data that I think are just interesting. So we actually mentioned earlier, I think at the beginning of the podcast, the whole Diet Coke experiment. Think about that experiment for a minute. In that study, what they did is they gave mice doses of aspartame, sweetener in Diet Coke, that were equivalent to 7 to 15% of FDA-regulated safe levels. So low doses, equivalent to 2 to 4 Diet Cokes. That was the dose equivalent. We're not loading these mice up. 2 to 4 Diet Coke dose equivalent. They tested them for anxiety phenotypes. You do like an open field test, and they were like anxious mice. Not only that, when you cross the mice and look at their offspring, and their offspring, despite not being exposed, were themselves anxious. And even the grand offspring after the 4 Diet Coke dose were more anxious. So it could be inherited. Now, pause. What claim am I making? I'm not claiming that you can't use Diet Coke for weight loss, and I'm not providing human data that it's, affecting mental health that can be, transgenerationally inherited. But you have to think about what data we can acquire. So if somebody says on Twitter, yeah, but these aren't human data, so I don't care. I'm like, yeah, but we're never going to have these data in humans. You can't do this experiment in humans. So all I can provide you is these animal data, and then ask you the question, based on this, is it worth risking your kids' mental health and anxiety to have a Diet Coke? Do you care about it that much? For me, I'm like, dude, I'll just have water. I don't need it. People really need it. I mean, you're an adult, make your own decisions. I'm not saying you can't have Diet Coke. What I'm saying is, this isn't the equivalent of water. So, are there negative health effects? I definitely think so. Is it going to cause cancer? Like, no, you're not going to wake up with glioblastoma. So maybe some of the fear-mongering is overblown, but I also don't think people should just be defending it for the sake of defending it. Like, encourage people to just have water. We don't need this. Why do you think we need it? And also, be clear about your comparator. Like, is it worse than a Coke? Probably not. Why are you choosing that as a comparator? Right. So, anyway. And then, with this allulose product, the allulose in general, I think it has fascinating biological properties. A lot of the experiments have been done on mice, but I think there are more and more data coming out showing that it has unique metabolic effects, like promoting this GLP-1 release. I'm trying to shut around it a little bit because I'm not sure what I'm actually at liberty to talk about with unpublished data. But we can link that GLP-1 paper. Actually, I think I have a YouTube video called Nature's Sweet Ozempic from a while back that we can link as well, where I break down a little bit of that effect. I think it's fascinating. It tastes delicious.
It is delicious. It really tastes like chocolate.
Yeah, and also, I'll just put a plug in. This is the first company that I've really been affiliated with, and I'm not full disclosure. Well, yeah, I think they're in the process of bringing me on, but I like the team. Dom's on the team, Ben Dickman's on the team, Richard Johnson's on the team, and the CEO, this guy named Steve Hanley, is just the most enthusiastic, sweet guy with a heart of gold, whose mission is, I think, really pure. He's not in it to make money for himself. He's incredibly generous, and he really just wants to get sugar out of the food supply as much as possible and replace it with something that is a better alternative. So,
is there any potential downside to allulose that you found?
The only downside is at higher doses, some people have a GI intolerance. I would say that happens with a lot of sweeteners.
Yeah.
But some people just might have like loose stools or something. But beyond that, I've only seen honestly benefits in the data. So I think it's a very cool product. I think the research on it is burgeoning. And if I were to endorse one non-nutritive sweetener, it would definitely be allulose. Even head-to-head against other non-nutritive sweeteners like stevia, which is also natural. There are some data. I'm not going to define them because, again, I don't know if you talk about them, but they'll be coming out shortly. That allulose has metabolic benefits. And, yeah, again, it sounds too good to be true. And that would be my impulse to believe, but the data are what the data are. So I'm just doing my breakdown of them. I think it's a good company with a good mission, and so I'm very happy to support it.
Well, Nick, thanks. Is there anything we missed that we should talk about?
Nothing on top of my mind.
Okay. Tell people listening and watching where they can find your videos, where they can find you on social media.
So I'm probably the only Nick Norwitz in the world. So if you Google me, I'm not hard to find. At Nick Norwitz on Twitter, NickNorwitz. Nick Norwitz is my my YouTube, where I'm starting to do some stuff there to figure out how I can up the quality and get a better mic, and etc. And then, I do have a call to action, which I've been, if people can, there's an 8-minute video abstract going over Oreo versus Stack. Check it out, share it, and also there's a link on my Twitter and my pinned tweet currently, and then the notes below the video. Share that around. Again, this is an interesting research ecosystem right now, and attention does matter, and you can show that, and it gets genuinely reflected in scoring systems the more you share this kind of stuff. So I'd love to see our score go through the roof, people take attention, we get more resources for this funding, and that happens when attention can be demonstrated through including social media metrics. So if you think this is cool, I really do appreciate the shares. It's not just a vending metric for me. It's actually something we can leverage for future work. Because, I'm not getting $million grants from DARPA anytime soon. So I'm depending on listeners.
Well, we need to make that happen, Nick.
All right.
Thanks again. I'm obsessed with this kind of stuff, so I appreciate you giving us the time here today.
Thank you, sir.
And I'll link all of your videos, your social media channels below. And that's it, folks. Sleep tight.
That's reckless. That's Tony's reckless. He's driving fast. He's gonna crash. He goes. He's just going for the comment, and that's what comedy used to be, right? And now there's a lot of people today that's not what comedy is for them. Next to Tony, Nikki plays had a decent set. I haven't really seen a lot of her stand-up before. I've only ever seen her here and there on podcasts. So for me, this was the longest I've seen her do a set, and she seems like a decent comic. It's hard to judge.
All right, Billy Carson, thank you for coming back, man. You are a popular guy.
You have to make up your own targets and premises, whereas the roast.
Hey, thank you, man. I'm glad I made it.
So, what have you been up to, man? You've been traveling the world. You've been in all over Egypt. You've been all over. You went to India, right?
Cambodia.
Yeah.
Went to Cambodia. We took a huge tour in Egypt. And we took 2 tours of people to Egypt in October. So I stayed there the whole month. And it was about 140 people, 2 tours, all throughout Egypt, Luxor and Dendera, Abydos, everywhere you can think of. Took them on a lot of private visits, hidden chambers, hidden doors that have been sealed for 30, 40, even 50 years. One place was sealed for over 100 years. We took them down there, going underneath pyramids, underneath hidden shafts and different crypts at different locations that have been sealed. So giving them a real private experience. And then right after that, 2 weeks later, taking another 20 people on a private tour of Cambodia, Angkor Wat, took them to the largest temple complex in the world, which people kind of don't really understand the power of Angkor Wat. The moat that goes around the temple itself, more mass than the blocks that built the Great Pyramid, was removed to make just the moat around Angkor Wat. Think about that for a minute. More mass than the Great Pyramid was moved. And the way that they set it up, they knew how to capture the rainwater coming down from the mountain to create a moat that could sustain itself and also irrigate fields for growing crops, all at the same time from one flow of water. You can't do that type of digging and moving of mass if you don't know the end result. So you're talking about the fact that these people had foreknowledge, they had advanced knowledge and advanced engineering skills to know beforehand that before they move this kind of mass, the result's going to work out for them. You don't just say, let's try to move this mass and see what happens. You know that it's going to work because you have foreknowledge.
It was engineered, right?
Engineered.
Yeah.
Engineered.
This is Angkor Wat.
Yeah.
Wow.
Massive temple complex.
So is that the body of water right before it where they removed?
That's the moat in front of it. It goes around it. Just like, you see the old castles in the middle and the moat protects it. Yeah, exactly. And there's over 1,000 temples here in Cambodia.
When was Angkor Wat allegedly built?
This is a good question. They're trying to say that Angkor Wat was built less than 1,000 years ago, which to me is almost laughable. The king that took ownership and claimed that he built Angkor Wat, he only lived for 45 years. That's number one. Number two, you've got to mature to a point where you can make decisions like building a massive temple complex like that. And I doubt that with the amount of ornate glyphs that almost outdo all glyphs throughout entire Egypt on one building can be done within the time frame of his lifespan. So I seriously doubt. I believe that he inherited what was already there, that his team went and cleaned it up, removed the jungle, cleared it out, maybe even repaired or replaced some hieroglyphs, branded his name on the building. But I seriously doubt that he's the founder and the builder of Angkor Wat. I believe that he inherited what was already there.
Hey guys, I want to ask you a quick favor. Over the last few months, almost 70% of the viewers of this podcast are not subscribed to the channel. The most important common denominator that allows me to keep creating these podcasts every single week is you hitting that subscribe button below the videos. I want to thank every single one of you who watches and supports these podcasts. I would not be able to do it without you. Please hit that subscribe button if you enjoy it. Now back to the show.
We hiked about 50 miles in the jungles of Angkor Wat, going to all the different temples. It's a lot of, when you go on our tours, I mean, you got, it's 150 miles we did in Egypt alone in October. But these sites are amazing. You can, there's a mountain that we hiked up. When you get to the top of the mountain, they shaved the top of the mountain and turned it into a sleeping Buddha. And I just saw one image there from Angkor Wat where they had that famous movie was filmed there. I think it was the Temple of Doom, or the one with the young lady. What's her name again? Laura Croft.
Oh, Tomb Raider?
Tomb Raider was filmed there.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Tomb Raider.
No shit.
Yeah. Great place, beautiful. Now, hard to get to. About 38 hours flying from Florida to get to Angkor Wat. It's hard to get there, I'm not going to lie.
Now, Cambodia is right between Vietnam and Laos, right?
Yes, yeah. Yeah, you got to land. The best place to land is land in Bangkok, and then fly from Bangkok, a 1 hour flight to Cambodia. So you
What is that right there?
That is Ta Prohm. Now, here's what's very interesting. Boy, I got to give you this image for this podcast. This image here of Ta Prohm, this face, there's a very similar face on an amazing anomaly discovered on Mars. So that face right there, extremely similar to a rock anomaly discovered on Mars by Perseverance rover. I'm sorry, not Perseverance, by Curiosity rover.
Curiosity rover?
Curiosity rover.
On Mars.
On Mars.
Yeah, it's Mars is such a crazy. I just had a guy on here like 2 weeks ago. He's an astrophysicist.
Yeah.
Brian Keegan, and he is kind of a little bit cynical about life beyond Earth. He doesn't see, his claim is there's no evidence, there's no hard evidence of life. And he made the analogy, he's like, Danny, what if I told you that there was a planet in the Goldilocks zone of a star on a solar system that was teeming with life. And then there was a planet very close to it that could easily inhabit life that was also in the Goldilocks zone. Would you say there was any life or absolutely no life? And you would say, of course there would be life. Yeah. And he's like, well, okay, the perfect analogy to that is Earth and Mars. Yes. Earth has teeming with life, and Mars, there's zero evidence of life. And it's kind of bizarre.
Yeah. It's really bizarre. A lot of the new science data has come out about Mars now. So first they were just saying Mars was a cold, dry rock. So I kept saying, if it's just a cold, dry rock, why are we spending literally collectively on as a planet trillions of dollars to go there? Trillions. Why would you keep spending money to go? Who's approving these checks? Mm-hmm. Then when I saw India raise $3 million to send a satellite there, I said, there's something really going on. When you look into the new science data, you find out that first they were saying cold, dry rock. Now they're saying flowing water. Now they're saying lakes, hectares worth of lakes of water. Now they're also saying it's salt water, brine, right? And they're saying now that, wow, we can see where rivers were and oceans were, and there's still huge pockets of massive amounts of liquid water. And then all of a sudden they're saying now, before they were saying no oxygen, now they're saying, oh, there's oxygen. If you're like 10 feet or below, it's almost breathable. It will be like being about 14,000 feet above sea level, like being in Tibet, so to speak, up at the top of Machu Picchu, which we can acclimate to just fine. Right. Then they were saying, no, your DNA would unravel because of the radiation, because there's no magnetic field. Then they're saying now, all of a sudden, wait a minute, we do discover a magnetic field. But even though it's a little bit weaker, but because of the planet's rotation on its axis, which is about the same speed as Earth, right? and it's moving around the sun. It creates something called bow shock that bends the cosmic rays around the planet, preventing them from getting down to the lower levels of the surface, allowing DNA to flourish on the surface. So we keep hearing all these things about Mars, and then the deeper you look into some of the images on their own servers, you start seeing things that look like plant life, that look organic, and then a lot of structures that resemble things from ancient civilizations, quite frankly. But now when you read the ancient Sumerian tablets, you discover that they had this working class called the Igigi. And in the Atrahasis epic and the Epic of Gilgamesh, and in the Enuma Elish and the some tablets of creation, these Igigi beings were working on Mars and Earth at the same time, building two breakaway civilizations concurrently. And they were tasked with that load, and they got mad about doing that amount of work. They wanted to stop working, but they worked for about 200,000 years before they revolted against Enki and Lil and Anu. But the fact that you can see the similarities on Earth and the similarities with what looks like potentially, collapsed structures on Mars, it tells you there's one architect or one architectural plan that came from one place. Both places have the same architecture. In Avebury in the UK, there's a place in Avebury where you can pull down an ordnance map. It's close to Stonehenge. If you take that ordnance map, and I'll send you a copy of it, you can overlay it on top of Cydonia, and it perfectly aligns the mound, which is an artificial mound built in massive amount of land moved to build a mound there, and two tracks and paths that lead up to more anomalies that were man-made on Earth. When you overlay it on top of Cydonia, the image from Cydonia, it matches those anomalies perfectly. So who made a replica of an area of Cydonia on Earth? And Cydonia means Cairo. So
Really?
Yeah. So we're talking about the same builders.
I was just reading, I just finished rereading this book called Area 51 by Annie Jacobson. And she was talking about in Nevada, the atomic test sites where they eventually stopped detonating bombs in the atmosphere, and they started doing them in like these vertical shafts. And they would detonate thermonuclear bombs in vertical shafts like beneath the desert. And that's also where they did training for the Apollo missions out in those deserts. For those guys, they had to get geared up and reenact or like rehearse their missions. And what's crazy is the craters that are made from those thermonuclear bombs detonated underground are exactly like the craters on the moon. They look just like that.
Yes.
And that was one of the crazy things that Buzz Aldrin and Edgar Mitchell noticed.
Yeah. When you look at the moon images, and I've studied the moon, countless amount of hours. I've got so many moon images. There's a famous dome structure that I discovered that made it onto TV on two different shows, because it's undeniable a dome structure on the moon. Now, that came from the Apollo 11 video, so it wasn't an old photoshopped image or anything anybody could touch. It came directly from the archive, from a downloaded video stream of the limb coming back to the command module. Now, what's interesting, when you look at the moon, those craters are never in any particular angle. In other words, if I'm free floating from space, and I've got things coming at me, it would hit an angle and then make a track until it comes to a point where it stops, and then it would create a crater. All these things are straight down, perfectly straight down. There's nothing that slid and moved into a particular angle to create an implosion. It's all an explosion. It looks like all implosions, like what you're talking about. You have these craters that seem to be all almost the same depth. How is that even possible? Yeah, that's crazy. And so I went to usgs.gov and I downloaded some imagery there. I sent it to a friend of mine who runs Mars Anomalies. He's an expert on looking at these usgs.gov ground penetrating images. These came from the Arecibo before it collapsed and broke, a few years ago.
From what?
The Arecibo satellite array that we had in Puerto Rico.
Okay.
It's no longer functioning, but we have images from it still. It was one of the largest satellites on Earth that were able to take radio images of planets and so forth. When we used it and pointed it at the moon. And guess what we found out? Underneath the surface of the moon, there appears to be some gigantic, what we can only assume might be metallic or beam-like structures 30 meters beneath the surface. So is it that they only stop there because that's as far as you can go? I mean, we don't know. But what's interesting is they all seem to almost have the same depth. and there doesn't seem to be much of a debris around the rim. Where did all that debris go? There's enough gravity to pull it back down, but it just seems to be gone. So what are those? Now, we have a black box audio, which I'll send to you so you can play this. In the black box audio from Apollo 11, one of the astronauts, I believe it was Neil, said, look at those convex domes down there, or convex craters, I believe he says. Now, convex, I believe he said convex.
Convex means it's like this.
Yes, which doesn't make any sense. Then he says, I bet the people down there never get out. And that's on the redacted, printed statement. They didn't redact that statement, and it's also in the audio. So that's made it into documentaries that I've done because I discovered that. So I'll send you a copy of that. You can play it in this podcast. But what's interesting is that's a pretty blunt statement to make, and knowing that it's being recorded, and then they actually let it stay in the documents and the audio, the black box audio from Apollo 11.
Can you find that on YouTube?
You might be able to. Okay, I might be able to. But I know I have the download link in my Anunnaki group. Okay, that I can get it. Yeah. Pretty crazy.
That's very crazy.
Yeah. And I think I have the link directly to the source on NASA.gov as well.
I just had a guy on my podcast about a month ago. He, I don't know if you've ever heard of him. His name's Chris Bledsoe. And he has these crazy experiences where he sees orbs all the time. Like he goes out into his backyard and he has these orbs that follow him. He films them and he posts them on Instagram. And nobody knows what they are.
That's interesting.
It's really interesting. And he believes it's spiritual. He believes they're angels. And he's got this great book called UFO of God where he talks about his life story and how he started witnessing these orbs, and then he started seeing this apparition of a lady. Anyways, he started getting attention from NASA, and one day a guy from this is all documented and confirmed. He is the most credible. The crazy thing about him is his story is so phenomenal, unbelievable, and he posts these videos every day. He came down here, we went to the beach, and he summoned these fucking orbs from the beach. I watched this shit come out of the ocean.
Wow.
And it's on video. Wow. It's not just hearsay. He literally filmed it.
That's incredible.
And the craziest thing about it is that there's all these people from NASA, CIA, and the Pentagon that started showing up at his house and talking to him and interviewing him. One guy, his name was Hal Povenmire, who showed up at his house one day and said, "Hey, is Chris Bledsoe home? I just wanted to hope to talk to him for a little bit." And his son answered the door and let the guy in. He's like, "I just drove from Cape Canaveral, Florida." And the guy, he drove to, I think they were in Fayetteville, North Carolina. So he drove from Cape Canaveral, North Carolina, and sat there and interviewed him and his family for hours, and kept coming back over a couple times a year to ask him questions. And he was trying to confirm if the guy's story was full of shit or not. Started interviewing people around him, family members, friends, other people who claimed to be witnesses of his event. And long story short, this guy becomes close friends to the family. And this guy Hal, turns out he was the guy who was in charge of mapping the moon for the Apollo missions. And I guess one day they were having dinner, and he asked him, how? He's like, "Is what they say about the moon true? What's the craziest thing you could tell me about the moon?" And he's like, he asked him about the dark side of the moon. Is there stuff on the dark side of the moon? And he goes, there are structures that are ancient on the dark side of the moon. And that's all we know about it. It's there's structures there, and they're ancient. He didn't tell me any more than that. And they're shaped like mushrooms.
Wow. Well, I downloaded a lot of images from the Clementine mission. So I was looking into the moon, and I discovered a prior top secret mission called Clementine. And I said, I wonder if there's any images on this. And they had been declassified, so I got the images from NASA.gov. Now, what's interesting about these Clementine images, when I saw the name Clementine mission, I already knew right away what was going to happen. This thing never came back. Remember that song, "Oh My Darling Clementine, You Were Lost and Gone Forever"? I already put two and two together. And sure enough, by the time I got done with the end of this document, this thing had supposedly hit something on the far side of the moon, and it never returned, but it transmits all this data, gigabytes of data of images, crazy images. So this Clementine was a low lunar orbiting mission that went to the far side of the moon and documented that there are large structures on that side. If you remember during one of the Apollo missions, when the astronauts were orbiting the moon, they got to the far side, you were out of radio communication range. But all of a sudden, somebody hacked into their comms from that side, and it sounded like music. It sounded like people chanting in their ears, and they were all freaking out. It's on the black box.
Right.
What, you hear this? You hear this? What is it? What is that? And it filled up the whole capsule until they got back in the communication range again, and they got reconnected to Houston. So there's something going on that far side of the moon.
It's very freaky.
Yeah.
And it's a fascinating thing to dive into, but it's like
the guy with the orb is incredible.
His story's insane.
Because there's somebody in my document, my Black Knight satellite documentary.
Yes.
And he talks about the orbs. He says that he was able to write some type of a code and frequency that was able to hack into some of them, that they're controlled, he calls them technology, and says they're like advanced probes from another civilization, and that they're watching us utilizing these orbs. That's what he claims.
Yeah. This guy, so I had another friend, like a CIA friend of mine, a former CIA guy who is now doing this show on History Channel. And they brought Chris Bledsoe onto an episode of it. It was called Beyond Skinwalker Ranch.
Oh.
And they like put this crazy contraption on his head where it measured his brain waves, an EEG. And they like set up all these crazy cameras all over the ground to try to film these over to figure out what they were. And they basically couldn't figure it out. They weren't satellites. They measured, or they tracked the footage against like satellite mapping and FAA chart, like FAA records or whatever, like where the planes were flying and where the satellites were.
Yeah.
And they confirmed it wasn't planes and it wasn't satellites. So they still haven't figured out like what exactly they are. But he has this crazy like spiritual, biblical story of what it is. And he saw this woman. He's had these visions of this woman who told him there was going to be a great change when what is the star? The star of Regulus lines up in the gaze of the Sphinx, she said.
Delta Police?
Huh?
Delta Police?
No, it was the star of Regulus, which is the heart of the Leo constellation, or like the brightest star in the Leo constellation. So when that rises in the morning, on the dawn, in the gaze of the Sphinx, she said there would be a great shift in humanity, or something like that. Right? That was what it was.
It's possible, because
the star of Regulus.
Yeah, star of Regulus. Okay, yeah. Leo. Well, the Great Sphinx is aligned with the constellation of Leo, but where it was two processional periods ago, 36 to 38,000 years ago, the same time that both claims to have built the Great Pyramid in Egypt. And his father told him to build the Sphinx and put his face on it. Now, the face was changed later on to his nephew's face. That's why the face doesn't fit the body. It's never the face of a lion. And there's other sphinxes.
Never the face of a lion.
Never the face. There's other sphinxes in Egypt with much smaller, but with human faces on them.
And it's proportional heads to the body?
Proportional.
Okay.
That's right. So Thoth and his brother, Amun-Ra, they were clashing. And then his father said, look, you go to the other side of the planet. You go build something. He went to Mesoamerica, built the whole Teotihuacan, Chichen Itza, Koba, all those locations. That's why Teotihuacan is a mirror of Giza, right? The three pyramids line with Orion. The Pyramid of the Sun is the same exact size of the base of the Great Pyramid at Egypt. And the height is exactly 50%, but built on top of aquifers. It's the same architecture. And so he's doing that, and his brother takes over, early. They rule on processions of the equinox, but his brother took over the fourth Pisces fully came in. And he then refaced it to his son's face. So that's the nephew of Thoth, the Atlantean. Face is on the Sphinx, or the son of Marduk, a.k.a. Amun-Ra. That's the faces on the Sphinx right now. It was recarved.
Marduk's son
yes.
is the face on there right now.
That's correct.
And it was originally the face of who?
Thoth. He's known as Hermes. He's known as Tahuti in Egypt, in Africa. Jehuti. In Australia, he's known as Thothamabi. He's known as Odin. To the Greeks and the Romans and so forth, he's known as Mercury. Mm-hmm. I mean, he's Quetzalcoatl in Mesoamerica, Lord Tikal, Kukulkan, Viracocha. Many names, same person.
That's Thoth?
Yeah, the first emperor of China, Wang Di, same person.
Yeah, your book, The Epic of Humanity, the one that you and Matt LaCroix did, is fascinating. I read it last night. I love the way you guys broke down the history of the Anunnaki. It's fascinating. So maybe we should talk about that right now. I know we touched on it briefly on the last podcast, but it's fascinating how there's all of these ancient tablets, like the Enuma Elish or like the Emerald tablets and all those tablets around the world that are in these museums that all have such similar stories of these two gods who were here, and they created demigods that were supposed to terraform the earth is what they were doing, and then they got fed up, they got overworked, and they went on strike. So they created humans.
That's it. Now it's a little bit deeper than that. Obviously that's very surface, but that's true.
So when did this, according to these tablets, when did this start?
It started around 450,000 years ago, the breakaway civilization.
450,000 years.
That's when they arrived on this planet. They came here about 450,000 years ago. At the time that they arrived, Alalu, who made it through the hammered bracelet, which is the asteroid belt. At that time, the asteroid belt was still very chaotic because the asteroid belt is an exploded planet. An exploded planet that used to have the name of Tiamat. Before Earth even existed, you had Mercury, Venus, which is in the position we're in now, and then you had Tiamat. Earth wasn't here yet. Tiamat had 2 moons. They probably had more than that, but the 2 we know of is the moon we have now and Mars. Mars could be backtracked. Even modern mainstream astrophysicists agree that Mars was probably a moonlet that orbited a much larger planet based on the weird elliptical orbit that it has. Yeah. So what happened was you have our moon and you have Mars, a habitable moon, orbiting Tiamat. Tiamat in the Enuma Elish, the 7 tablets of creation, literally gets impacted by another object that was orbiting another star. So our solar system had gravitationally attracted a rogue solar system, so to speak. And there was a collision that happened which made Tiamat explode. When Tiamat exploded, now here's something interesting before I go that far. In the text, it says that Tiamat's glory rivaled the sun. It was a water-bearing planet with land and life. Now, who wrote that? How did they know that this planet had land and life and that it rivaled the sun's glory? That in other words, when the sun shined on it, it beamed back because it had so much water and it was so massive. It was 6 times larger than Earth. Somebody had a view of this planet from somewhere in the solar system. But anyway, so it exploded. A huge chunk swung away with all that land and organic material and recoalesced as the Earth. The moon then was put in place to balance the wobble. Mars grabbed its own crazy elliptical orbit around the sun. That's why we can only rendezvous with Mars when it's in, I think it's in perigee every 2 years, right? Because of its weird distances that that it has with orientation to Earth, right? And so Earth has weird anomalies inside of it that go back hundreds of millions of years. And people are like, how did this 200 million year old hammer, because they can tell by the depth in these mines, how did this pottery get down here? 300 million year old piece of pottery. It's not from Earth. It's when Earth was part of Tiamat. You're looking at a relic from a whole other civilization when we were part of another planet. Nobody's talking about this. That's the next thing that I'm going to be talking about in my next book. We're talking about Earth.
They found artifacts that...
Oh, yeah. We've got artifacts that date back 300, 400, 500 million years.
Like which artifacts specifically?
There's vases, there's hammers, or things that look like hammers, or tools that have been discovered deep in these mine shafts. And you can tell the years by the depth of mines.
Are you referring to some of those vases that Ben Van Kerkwijk has been measuring?
I'm not sure. I don't know about him measuring anything, but you can look these up. They're mainstream artifacts.
So Ben Van Kerkwijk, he has been working with Chris Dunn, the guy who wrote the Giza Power Plant.
Oh, he's powerful. Chris Dunn, I love him.
Yeah. He was here a couple months ago.
Wow.
And we did a crazy 2-part podcast. Wow. Fascinating. His son is an astrophysicist for Earth. His son is an aerospace engineer at Rolls-Royce.
Right.
And so Ben was able to get his hands on a couple of these dynastic Egyptian vases. And they brought them to Rolls-Royce. And Ben and Chris Dunn's son and their whole team of engineers put this thing in this laser device that measured it within like 1/1,000,000th of a centimeter, right? And they found out. I mean, Stephen, you can pull up the diagrams of it that they found, but they measured it and they measured each angle and compared each surface against each other, and they found out that thing was perfectly symmetrical within less than a human hair.
Yeah, less than a micron.
And it's made out of granite,
Yeah.
one of the hardest stones on earth.
Right.
And yeah, what they figured out was there's no way they could have made this without a computer.
That's right. You need a computer, and you need a tool that we don't have right now to make these fine holes. You see those indentions there where the handles are?
Right.
To do that, and to even do that rim on stone that solid and that hard,
Right.
you need a very special type of tool. We would need
Find the article, Steve. The article that we pulled up last time with Ben was really good.
We would need a large, giant diamond bit.
Right.
We'd have to have a lot of water and things for cooling. Whatever they used was way more sophisticated than what we have.
And that vase is like it's almost as thin as the cover of your book, but like to be able to do that without breaking that is so incredibly difficult to do.
They're super excellent at stonework. I remember I just came back from Egypt and I was inside the Serapeum, which I believe is one of Enki's halls of rejuvenation chambers. Those things didn't have bulls in them. They never found a bull in any of them. Right. Has bull crap.
Right.
But they're so clean on the inside, and the inside of those boxes, those magnificent, 100-ton granite boxes, is just polished.
Right.
Smooth as glass.
Right.
Perfectly 90-degree angles. I was using our, the phone. You can do the level. The level was perfect everywhere you look. And so to do this type of work, this fine work, and even that megalithic work, it takes a very special skill and a very special understanding of stonework and a special type of advanced tool, along with some type of computer. You need something guiding it. It's not done by hand. Nobody's sitting there. Kids. I didn't think they already started as kids. And they were cleaning and sweeping, and I was like, man, the floor's already clean. The garbage is already, you got them cleaning it again? I was just joking with me. He says, no, we have to do everything to perfection. Even if it's taking out the trash or sweeping the floor, it must be done to perfection. Has some advanced race, advanced to the point of philosophical concept that everything must be perfected. If you think about living your life doing everything to a level of perfection, how much more improved we would all be if that was our main focus, perfecting everything. Not becoming OCD, but actually working and focusing on whatever task we're doing it at our best and highest level, right? And so that could be one thing. The other thing is that the technology, whether it's some type of a nano tool or whatever they had, made it so easy for them. So it could be a combination of that because of their drive for perfection philosophically, that they created a technology that creates this level of perfection so that they now eliminate one process of overthinking. We have tech that can make it just like it's supposed to be. And the third is the function. All of these crystal, granite, and diorite crystal boxes and vases, they all have a certain level of higher background radiation coming out. So if you take a Geiger counter to these things, you'll find they're still emitting radiation. If you go with a Geiger counter to those Serapeum boxes, you'll see radiation levels way higher than background.
Oh, wow.
And so when I was there the last time, I took people on a private visit into a sealed door. We couldn't get in the door because the director of the site forgot that we were coming that day. So he called our guide and gave the approval for us to smash the lock. We smashed the lock. He said, as long as you buy another one. So I said, we'll buy another one. We went into the room, the biggest box you've ever seen, 3 times bigger than any box in the regular Serapeum. And it's got a radioactive sticker on it, letting you know it's radioactive. So all these things that function is energy. These things are transmitting a specific type of energy, radioactive energy, but also some type of other exotic energy, I believe, is combined. And there's one other thing to this. They're all mostly crystal. 50%, 40 to 60% is crystal. Now, crystals are sentient living beings in my personal research. They can replicate, they can communicate, they can send and receive information. They're alive. They can grow on their own. They can duplicate. So I believe that another thing that they did was they used stone that had crystal because in their perception, they were creating living machines. Okay, so the statues, they were alive. These vases, they're alive. Those boxes, they're all alive because they're loaded with so many tons of crystal.
What is it? Is it quartz crystal? Or?
Quartz crystal.
What do you think the purpose of those boxes was?
Oh, Halls of Amenti. So if you read the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, my first book, Compendium of the Emerald Tablets, I break it all the way down. He had these boxes in these underground halls that were discovered underneath the Great Pyramid, exactly where he says they were in his tablets. And in these halls, there was just one of the locations. They had them all over the earth. They would actually create their own bodies. So we fashioned our own bodies. So they would either take a stem cell and turn it into a clone of themselves. They didn't take other bodies. They said they made their own. And then they would put a body in a rejuvenation chamber, which is the box. And then they would transfer their consciousness from the body that's been used up into the newer body. And they said we would walk amongst men, but unlike a man. And so they would be here walking around, and you wouldn't even know that they just been transferring their mind from body to body. And each one of those boxes had bodies in them, and the body would sit there for 100 years, and they would walk amongst men in the body for 100. And Thoth says he did it 100 times 10. So if you take 100 times 10 plus the 100 years of each body sitting in the box, you're talking 100,000 years potentially. So you're talking about beings that achieve the level of immortality, not because of their gods, but because of they had advanced technology that allowed them to transfer their consciousness into another body. Wow. Because the Halls of Amenti in the Serapeum, I believe, is one of the Halls of Amenti, but that one belongs to Enki, Thoth's father.
That is bizarre. You know, Chris, I was trying to get it out of Chris when he was here. I'm like, what were they? He's like, I have an idea what the boxes were for. I'm like, what? He's like, oh, I don't know if I want to say it. He was talking about growing crystals and using crystals. That's bizarre. Now, in your book, you mentioned that some of these Ajiji were working for like 3,600 years to terraform the earth or something like that. So getting back to, we kind of got a little bit off track, but you were talking about the origin of the Anunnaki was 4,500 years ago. 450,000. I'm sorry. Yeah. 450,000 years ago. Yeah. And they came from somewhere else, right? That's the meaning Anunnaki, means not from Earth, right? So they came after there was a bigger planet that was 6 times the size of Earth. It somehow smashed into something and created the Earth, right? So after that, why did they come here, and how did the tablets say exactly why they came here?
If you notice in our book, The Epic of Humanity, there's the most tablets ever referenced in any one book in history, first of all. This book has more references, more tablets, and excerpts from those tablets. And the reason why we're painting a picture that all these places from around the world and all these tablets and scriptures, papyruses, and some of the scrolls all connected to one race of people that came from the Pleiadian star system. And they hail from the Pleiades. In my new TV series called Anunnaki Ancient Secrets Revealed, which is coming out very soon in legal cinemas, and then it will be on Forbidden TV, you'll find out that there was a galactic war in that sector of the galaxy. And this war was so crazy, they were using something called a Brahma-Honda weapon, which can destroy any man on 3 worlds. We're talking about a real Death Star that existed in ancient times. This weapon, once it was released, you couldn't withdraw it. You couldn't bring it back. There was no way to cancel it. And you can operate it from something called a Tablet of Destiny. And whoever had their hands on these Tablets of Destiny had control of the galaxy. And they were stolen a couple of times. So power had been jumping back and forth. Imagine if we're here on this Earth and somebody blows up Saturn. We want to get off Earth because big chunks are coming our way. So there were something called space refugees, my personal opinion. This is not in any text. This is my opinion now. These people fled. This is how we got the Orion, Aldebaran, Zeta Reticulus, the Dog Star. All these other places began to get inhabited. Earth was another target location as a breakaway civilization. Some of these beings, according to the Enuma Elish, landed on a planet orbiting a brown dwarf called Nibiru. And some people say, oh, Nibiru was never in the ancient text. Yeah, look at the oldest version of the Enuma Elish. It says Nibiru and it says Anunnaki. The oldest version. Much later, in a newer version, which a few thousand years later, another copy was made by Amun-Ra. He changed Nibiru's name to Marduk because he wanted to be the destroyer. But anyway, that's another story. But the point is, these people decided, look, we're looking for breakaway civilizations. Us on Earth right now, human beings, if we just think that we're going to stay here on this planet forever, we're fooling ourselves. We need to also look for breakaway civilization. We got to create a breakaway civilization for ourselves. Our sun is already at middle age. It's going to die in 5 billion years, which seems like a long time, but that's a blink of an eye on geological timescales. Earth is going to get swallowed up as it turns into a red giant because we don't have a massive sun that can create our sun will expand into a red giant. We don't have enough mass for it to turn into a supernova. So it'll expand into a red giant, then it'll shrink down and collapse into a white dwarf. But it's going to incinerate Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Gone. Incinerated, right? So we need to start thinking if we want humanity to progress. Not only that, we've only been here on this planet, as a human being and Homo sapiens for 200,000 years at this level. A blink of an eye, less than a blink of an eye. In any geological time, at any time, any geological disaster can happen here, and that could collapse our entire civilization. Even if just one solar flare can turn us off, and we'll be done. So we have to find a way to get off the planet, which is why this is a big push for Mars. It's about creating a breakaway civilization, learning how to do it right, making mistakes along the way and learning from those, and then branching out even further into space. That's the plan. And so these beings came here because they're like, look, we got to find a breakaway civilization. They were scanning Earth, and they discovered from the scattered light that's like the same way we scan for elements. They discovered there was gold and other resources on the planet coming just from looking at the light of the planet. Same way we do now in astrophysics. They said this is a great place. So one guy risked his life to get through the hammer bracelet and made it through. Then he radioed back to Nibiru and said, hey, I found everything we need right here. And then they started sending people down a little bit at a time, and they started building. And when they got here, Enlil, on a crystal tablet he showed to his sister, it says, Ninmah, he showed her the building construction techniques that's going to be on this planet, he said, for all time. He already had it laid out, how he was going to build the cities, how he was going to build the plumbing, everything. Everything, the way the city grid was going to be laid out, it was all on this crystal tablet. Now, what kind of tablet is a crystal tablet?
Right.
Sounds like an iPad or something, in my opinion. Who sits around writing sci-fi stories in, 6,000 years ago? So somebody wrote this because they were told to, and I believe that what they wrote was exactly what possibly happened. I think we're getting as close to the truth as we can possibly get. Now, when they began doing all this building and all this work, we were already here. We meaning our cousins, human beings' cousins, not Homo sapiens sapien, but the prior version of us was already here. Now, this prior version of us, in my opinion, was probably more in touch and more advanced spiritually. I think that we had bigger bones, bigger skulls, bigger brains. I think our skulls have been found all over. I think they've been misunderstood in some cases, maybe even for aliens in some cases. But that they had probably bigger pineal glands, probably could communicate silently. Not technologically more advanced, but just more in tune with nature. A lot of abilities that we should have, like understanding how to feel the magnetic field and sense the magnetic field and navigate through that magnetic field like animals, we've lost that ability, but we know in a laboratory setting we still have it because the crystals in our brain orient to the magnet. So we still have it. We're not in touch with it anymore. But what happened was
That's funny. I have a friend who moved to Amazon. He said as soon as he moved to Amazon and got disconnected from civilization and from technology, he said all these crazy instincts just came back in there.
Yes, I believe that. Because he needed time to be away from all of that.
Right.
And just let the body recoalesce into what it truly is. This is the most powerful, machine that probably exists in this sector of the universe. And so what they said was, okay, well, these people are here, but we're not going to mess with them. We're just going to continue to build what we're doing. And the EGG built and worked for about 200,000 years.
And we were already here?
We were already here in small pockets around the planet.
Okay.
And just indigenous peoples, just living our lives as, cave people and things like that. Nothing advanced. And then they probably saw us just as animals, And then the EGG got pissed off, as you know, in the Antra-Hasis and also in the Enuma list. 2 different stories, 2 different time periods, same story.
Now, okay, so can you explain exactly what the EGG were supposed to be? Were they part of the Anunnaki? Did they come here with the Anunnaki?
They came with the Anunnaki.
Okay.
They were the workers. They were, in other words, if I'm going to go out and buy a huge plot of land and say I'm going to build a city here, I'll probably call somebody like Chris Dunn and say, hey, man, I need an engineer, right? Mm-hmm. This guy, but an engineer is going to say, well, I need brick masons and stone masons. And they're stone masons, I need electricians. So these were the people that knew how to do the grunt work. They knew how to build the structures based on the instructions or the blueprints. Right. So these are the people. They were builders. And they were Anunnaki. Now, Anunnaki doesn't mean they're all one particular race of people. It means they were people who came from heaven to earth. Anybody from space that comes to earth is an Anunnaki. The civilization they built is the Atlantean. But even in the tablets, it talks about some of these people coming from different planets or stars, which means that they probably most likely were a mixed race of people. And I have evidence to prove this, and I'll tell you in a minute. So they got pissed off. They decided, look, we're working too hard. You guys are treating us almost like slaves now. We want to get a break. We want some relief from this work. And even that, not only that, we want women. They were pissed off that they didn't have any women.
Really?
So this is where the sons of God fell from heaven. They came from Mars down to earth in Genesis, and they took women with them back. But in the Sumerian tablet, you get the full story where they go to Adam's calendar in South Africa. They encircle the camp of God, which is Anu, the head of the Anunnaki at that time, and they get ready to do war. And Enki and Lil and Anu come outside. They get their guards out there. Everything is tense, and they say, "Look, man, we're tired of doing this labor, and we need a break." That's Adam's calendar there in Africa, where one of the oldest gold mines was discovered, and it dates back to 200,000 years. Isn't that interesting?
Really?
Yes. Pretty crazy stuff. But what's interesting is that these people, these Anunnaki people, they said, okay, well, we're going to go to war then, because there's nothing we can do. You guys got to keep working. And then Enki says, wait a minute. I have an idea. There's an existing being on this planet. Existing. We can add our essence to it. So this is where they took one of the EGG, took some blood from the EGG, and it's not really quite clear how they did it or what they did, but in some way, it seems as if they combined that with the genetics of one of these hominids, our cousins, and they made a clone, mixed EGG, mixed hominid, somebody they can control. In other words, they can communicate with, they can teach to a certain level, they can get them to do the workload, they can instruct them, and they would listen. And so they were doing this genetic modifying, and
it sounded like they sacrificed one of the gods.
Right. They call it a sacrifice. I don't know if they really would have killed it outright. It could be a term that's used to specify draining the blood out.
Right. Okay.
I would be surprised if they really actually killed, because when you get to that level of technology and advancement, the fact that you would kill somebody to make somebody else live, it seems a little weird. It seems more like a huge blood transfusion or some type of organ donate. It was something. I don't know if the person really died, because it never really says if they died or not. The word sacrifice could be a word used when you don't know what word could exist in that spot.
Right.
It's potential. Now, that's potential. It could be a sacrifice for real. I'm not sure. But my hypothesis leads me to believe it's probably a little different, because they're just too advanced. So they made this clone version of hominid / EGG, got it to work, but so they started making more in these Hathor birthing houses, which the Hathor birthing houses, like at the Temple of Dendera, the Temple of Isis, and all these other places, are there. They're still there. The structures are still there. I take people to see them every year. Now, what's interesting is these people, they couldn't produce babies on their own. If you take a lion and a tiger and you mate them, you're gonna have a lion, right? Mm-hmm. But your lion can't make any babies. No matter how much time you try to mate it, it won't be able to have any babies. It can't. If it's a male, it won't be able to get anybody pregnant, and if it's a female, it won't be able to get pregnant.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
It's genetics. Genetics work to a certain point, and then they fall apart. Just like if you take a horse and a donkey, you get a mule, but mules can't reproduce.
For real?
Yeah.
Did you know this, Steve?
No, I didn't know that at all. I thought
Yeah.
if you can make the thing, then they can make. Other
Yeah, I
things.
thought that's how like breeding shit. Like that's how they made the golden retriever, by like breeding different dogs together. And
Yeah, certain combination of chromosomes don't reproduce. So, yeah, the horse and a donkey will make you a mule,
Okay.
but a mule can't make another mule.
Wow.
And so same thing I think with these clones. And so they started getting frustrated because they weren't making enough clones to get the amount of workload done. They wanted them to reproduce on their own. And so that's when Isis says, I have an idea. I'm going to take the baby to term. I'm going to give birth to the Adamu. So she takes an egg out of one of these existing hominids. She does something with the DNA and the genetics inside the egg, what we call today making a zygote. She puts it in her room. That's artificial insemination. And then she takes it to term 10 months. And there's a cylinder scroll with her holding up the baby saying, my hands have made it, the Adamu. That means first man. So now we have the first genetically modified, perfected version of Homo sapiens sapien. They tried to mate him with these other clones. Didn't work again. They said, damn it. So they then took some DNA from him, made another, a female, and then mated them together, and it worked. So he got it. So then they started making Adams and Eves in these birthing houses. Adams and Eve. Adam and Eve weren't the only two people on Earth. They were, when they got here, there were already probably hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people already here. Okay? And then what happens is, if you take two people and you think you're going to get 8 billion out of 2, it doesn't work. What happens if you start having your sister, right? And then she gives birth, and then those babies have to each other. You're going to have genetic mutations, and by the third generation, they won't even be able to. They'll be dead. They'll be stillbirths. Right. Not enough genetic diversity. Mm-hmm. So they created Eden, Edin, and Enki. He was known as Satan, the Lord of Eden in the text. And he would watch over this Eden. He had guards with weapons to guard the. Why would you have to guard this place with weapons? And he had people in there, and he was having mating times. They have specific times that they can mate and couldn't mate. And it was like breeding people. And they were working on perfecting it. And when Enki came and told Adam and Eve who they were and how powerful they were, and that they were the same level as them, that's when they realized that they weren't dumb. That was the apple. The apple was knowledge. And then Enlil comes back and gets pissed off as he discovers what happens. And he said, then he starts calling his brother the devil. You don't listen to him, he's evil. But that was to distract the people, to keep him in charge of the people. In the myth of Adapa, if you read that ancient tablet, the myth of Adapa, which is Adam, you discover that he's been told that the way that we were genetically modified by Enki, he added a little extra into us, that even us, we human beings, Homo sapiens sapien, have the capability of superseding and excelling beyond, far beyond the Anunnaki when we reach our full potential. And it was programmed into us. He said also, the knowledge and wisdom is already programmed into our body, into the DNA, that at a future time we'd be able to tap into it. That's in the myth of Adapa. Yeah, powerful stuff. And when Adam discovered all of this, he tried to commit suicide. He was kicked out of the garden, as you know. He tried to drown himself in the waters, and the guards came and pulled him out of the water, wouldn't let him kill himself. And then, as you know, they had Cain and Abel, and Cain killed Abel, and then Cain tells God, well, God is Enlil, Yahweh, who he's talking. He's talking to Enlil, known as Yahweh in the Bible. He says, you're going to get out of here, and for what you did. And Cain says, well, the people out there are going to kill me. That's what it says in the Bible. Well, what people? There shouldn't be anybody out there.
Right.
Oh, there's people out there. He goes, don't worry, I'm going to put a mark on you. And that way they'll know your minds and they'll never touch you. And you'll find your wife when you get out there, which is exactly what happened. He started the Canaanites. So people were here already. Adam and Eve were not the first two people on earth. Two people didn't produce 8 billion people. That's a farce. Even in mainstream, science, when they talk about this one, this one hominid that they discovered in Africa, everybody came out of this one lady. Come on, it's ridiculous. It's a joke. It's an absolute joke. Genetics doesn't work that way. We all know that. Chromosomes don't work that way. We all know that. And what's interesting is you have a civilization being built that started off by genetic mutating an existing hominid species on Earth to create a worker race. A worker race that was enslaved but didn't believe they were enslaved. They did two things. They installed a worship gene in the human genome, and scientists have now found this worship gene. When this gene is turned off, the person has no need or want to worship outside of itself, or him or herself. When it's turned back on, the person has a feel or need to worship something on the outside. When it's off, we go inside. So this worship gene was put in. They were masquerading as gods. They needed to put that in there to keep us loyal to them. So we would do the work thinking they would be giving praises to the gods. And then the second thing is, as you look at the Emerald Tablets where it's talked about everybody was spread out around the planet, and people were told to go around the planet and rule over different areas, I believe that the reason what makes you a Caucasian, makes me a black person, what makes an Asian person yellow, what makes an indigenous American person red, is a genetic marker. That's the marker. In genetics, I started digging into this. I said, why is this color different? In other words, I shouldn't be this skin tone because my ancestors were digging in the working in the fields of Africa, or walking in the sands of the desert. It's ridiculous.
That's the theory, right?
That's the theory.
Because being out in the sun all day produces more melanin to protect you from
foolishness.
Right.
But I discovered real science in real books in colleges. You go look it up. It says that there's a 2% variance in genes between races of people. So we're all the human race, but there's a 2% difference. Now that 2% difference is so big on the genetic scale that it would take multi-millions of years to happen naturally through natural evolution. But it happened in 200,000 years. So what the scientists are saying is it happened artificially. They say they don't know how it happened artificially, but this is an artificial mutation. But when you look at the Sumerian tablets, you discover the Tower of Babel incident, it really explains what happened. When Enlil, who's known as Yahweh, comes back and sees humans building a tower into the heavens in one of these cities, duplicating what the Anunnaki had built, he gets pissed off because he realizes, oh man, Enki got me. These people are too smart. And he says, I got to destroy this. So he destroys the tower. In the Bible, he destroys the tower in the Sumerian tablets. Mm-hmm. And he says, my seed shall not abide in man forever. His years shall be 120. That's the first thing he did. He cut our years down to 120 years. And what's the maximum lifespan of a human being in the most pristine condition, according to Harvard University professors? 120 years. Then the next thing he did was he separated humans and put them in different places around the planet, just like the tablets say. And then he confused the languages so that we couldn't communicate and collaborate anymore, which is why there's all these different crazy languages. And then on top of that, he put a brand. There's a brand. Whoever rule over area, brand your people. We know that those are your people. Brand your people. We know those are your people. So there's this separation, this divide and conquer tactic that's a super ancient divide and conquer tactic that happened a long, long time ago to separate and divide humanity into these sects and these different compartments.
So for what reason?
To keep us from collaborating, to keep us from living longer, number one, keep us from collaborating with each other. And look how it's worked. Look how these invisible lines we have on this planet till this very day are still here. If I go to Mexico, I'm an alien. If they come to America, they're an alien.
Yeah, we're still blowing each other up. People blowing each other up because of fucking religious ideologies.
It's crazy. So I walk across this invisible line, I'm going to be killed. I'm going to be shot. Yeah. Look what's going on in Israel and Palestine. So it's the same. They did it. What they did, it's still working till this very day. That's how powerful it was. And we have fallen victim and prey to genetic modification and dogma that has really held mankind back from achieving its maximum potential in a much shorter period of time. We're still going in that direction, but we could have been so much further along if it wasn't for the dogma and the genetic modifications.
Who was the guy who actually first deciphered these tablets? And do you know, like, the process he used to figure out what these different markings meant?
There was a few. George Smith.
George Smith was one of them.
Right,
Yeah,
he's
he
one
was
of them.
from like what, 1700s?
1800s.
1800s.
A Syriologist.
Yes.
And working at Cambridge, even as a young lad, like in his teenage years. This guy grew up around professors deciphering texts and tablets from all around the world. And he gave one of the most profound translations of the English way back before Zechariah Sitchin was even born. You had E.A. Spicer, was an American linguist who had translated the Sumerian tablets way before Zechariah Sitchin was born. And there's so many more people. So these tablets have been deciphered. The key codes or how to unlock the cuneiform have been discovered because there was trade routes between different countries in that region, and they were communicating with each other. So they were able to decipher the language. And so the language is not a dead language, it's not a hard to decipher language.
Oh, really?
No, I have books on how to read cuneiform off of Amazon. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
And now, if you go to the UCLA CDLI online digital cuneiform library, there's a lot of mouthful right there. You can go there online for free and take virtual stones, Sumerian stones, off the virtual shelf and drop them right into a translator and read them for yourself.
Whoa, that's fucking cool.
You don't even need
man.
me anymore. All right? So you can come up with your own idea or understanding of what's being said there.
What's up, guys? I'm super psyched to introduce to you. Didn't they also find scrolls that were hidden? It wasn't the Dead Sea Scrolls that somebody found that was hidden in a cave in a bunch of vases or something like that, and they had to there was, I think, pictures or footage of them taking these different scrolls and trying to match up where they went, in a puzzle piece based on the DNA of the cowhide.
Yeah, that's what they were doing, and that's how a lot of the biblical text was discovered. So the biblical text is 90% copied from ancient tablets, papyruses, and cylinder scrolls from all around the world, not just even in that region. And so the Bible was written between 100 AD to 900 AD. Long after the people being talked about were long gone and dead. Okay?
Yes.
It's pretty interesting. What they did was they were copying from the cuneiform into their writing and then on different types of parchment papers and so forth, and then putting them in jars. And so over the course of hundreds of years, these jars would be discovered, and they'd open up these jars, and then they'd be, oh man, we found another piece. And that's how these books of the Bible were discovered. And over time, they were curated into finally a canonized book. And they decided, we'll leave these out, we'll put these in. We'll leave these out, we'll put these in.
Right, let's make it work for us.
The Council of Nicaea, they remixed the text.
They remixed it. It's a remix of a remix of a remix.
Yes, exactly. That's all it is. How do we dominate? Well, we'll put slavery's okay in here, and then we can be slave masters. You know, we can enslave any race of people we want because it says it's okay in here. The Bible says it in the Old Testament and the New Testament. Slavery is okay. And even Jesus' words in the New Testament says, slaves, obey your slave master as you would obey me. Love your slave master as you would love me. What? Do you think Jesus really said something like that? This guy is supposed to be this love and light, and all of a sudden that's in there? Come on. We're talking about text that has been remixed by flesh and blood human beings to do what? To dominate, control, subjectify people, to enslave people.
Yes.
And so that's why I'm not into religion. I'm into spirituality. I believe there's a God, but I do not believe in any religion whatsoever because I believe religion is dogma, and that religion is all about divide and conquer, and it robs you from being who you truly are, understanding the power is already inside of you. Instead of that, you rely on outside sources, and you keep begging and hoping and wishing and relinquishing your power to outside versus going inside and realizing the true power that's already inside of you.
Yeah, I mean, is it possible that some of these stories in the Bible are at some level were events or people that actually really happened, and what you read in today's Bible is just a 10,000-year-old game of telephone being played?
First of all, Jesus, that name doesn't even exist. Okay, the J didn't get discovered or created till the 1600s. That's number one. So the 1600s was not that long ago. So where this Jesus? What they're saying is Isus, and what does that mean? It means hail Zeus, and who is Zeus? And Lil. So when people say they're calling on the name of Jesus, they're saying hail Zeus. They're not even calling on God or somebody who they think might be the son of God. They're calling on Zeus, which is Enlil from the Sumerian tablets. So there's so much. You have to understand how wordplay works and what they do, because they understand cymatic frequency and vibration. When you speak, you're creating cymatics. You may think one way, but your cymatics are what control the atmosphere and control the elements. Your speaking, your power to actually speak, is what controls and shapes the world around us. And so when you begin to speak these things unknowingly, you've been deceived. And so, even saying amen, you're saying amen because Amun Ra ordered everyone give thanks to him for everything that exists at the end of every prayer. Well, you're saying thanks to one of the most brutal ruling killers that ever ruled on this planet, who actually started a war just to take over kingship early so that he can rule. And you're giving thanks to Amun Ra. Saying amen is like saying thank you, Amun Ra. You're not saying thank you to God. It's better to say I say or something like that.
Right.
So people that they don't know, because they don't research and dig deeper into the translations of these texts. And even if you look at the Sinai Bible, there's 14,000 differences between the Sinai Bible, which predates the King James Version. And in the Sinai Bible, there was no crucifixion. To me, proving that the crucifixion was added, we know that hell was added in about the 16 or 1700s. And we know that in 1835 or so, I believe Darby added the rapture script. So we're talking about a really super remixed and modified, changed, book that people are basing their eternity on. They're saying, look, I'm going to go into eternity because what's in this book, but they know nothing really about it.
It makes me wonder, like, what kind of stuff they have buried in those Vatican archives.
Oh, man,
And
they
what
got
kind of
so
stuff
much.
is hidden from us.
Whew. Listen, in those Vatican 5 miles of underground Vatican archives.
Right. That's a lot.
There's been a few people that have come out talking who have had access to these Vatican archives. They can't say specifically everything they saw, but one guy did come on a documentary on the History Channel years ago and talked about the fact that they had bones of beings that weren't human. From their perspective, they weren't human bodies. They had books and texts down there that nobody's ever been able to read or access that talk about technology, flying devices, and all these other incredible things that were hidden during the Inquisitions. Because during the Inquisitions, they were suppressing technology heavy because they wanted to keep your boot on the necks of the people. The Inquisition was so brutal, they killed over 80 million people over the course of 700 years, ordered underneath the popes. That really held us back because we should have been on the moon in the 1800s if it wasn't for the Inquisitions. That alone held us back from technological advancement.
Do you think some of these early humans, like you mentioned, that they were more enlightened or they were more spiritually connected? Do you think that it's possible that whether it was an advanced civilization that was like an early version of us, or that was more alien-like than it was us, whatever it was, do you think it's possible that they had more senses than we had, or had like an ability to tap into other dimensions, or had more of a perception of what is beyond what we can perceive as reality?
I believe that 100%, and I'll tell you why. I went and did a walkabout in the Australian outback with Aboriginal elders, and their verbal handed down story for thousands of years is that they were seated on this planet. I then go and I visit with the Hopi and the Lakota tribe of the Americas. Their verbal handed down history is that they were seated on this planet by the Star Brothers. I'm like, wait a minute. Two different parts of the world, total opposite sides of the planet, and I'm getting the same exact story. In the outback, there's glyphs that are Pleiadian. Nobody has been able to decipher these hieroglyphs to this very day. Nobody, any university, anywhere can decipher these hieroglyphs. The Aboriginals say they're Pleiadian. So what's interesting is the Aboriginals, and the same thing with the indigenous, Americans, they have these abilities still within their tribe even today. And I can only imagine how strong they were back then, where they can navigate through the magnetic field. They can feel and sense nature. They can communicate psychopathically with each other. They can, in some cases, they talk about even being able to move things with their minds. So imagine the true power that we really had back, thousands and thousands of years ago. No technology, only being able to be one with nature and tapping into all the other DNA that's called junk now that really isn't junk. A new study just came out discovering, they said, wait a minute. Now, I've been talking about this for about 10 years. All my workshops and classes I've been teaching, I keep telling people we don't have any junk DNA. 2 years ago, they come out with this study that says, wait a minute, this DNA is not junk. It really has a lot of functions in it. Now they're tapping in, trying to figure out what all these functions are. But see, we're so technocratic now, in the technocratic age, we've been disconnected from that. But
who did that study?
I forget the name, but we could probably look it up.
Okay.
Probably Google it and
Yeah,
find that
try to
study.
find the junk DNA study.
Junk DNA study, yeah. The junk DNA is not junk anymore. And it's pretty incredible because that means that we have a lot of information stored in our body. And they also find that, see, there you go, right there.
Scientists have discovered that junk DNA performs a vital function in ensuring that chromosomes bundle correctly inside the cell's nucleus. This function is necessarily for cell survival and appears to be conserved across many species.
So they're finding more and more, and the deeper they dig, the more they're going to find about this junk DNA.
What did that say, Steve? Researchers have also found in some sequences that wow, easy for you to say. In some sequences in junk DNA act as genetic switches.
Yes.
What does that mean?
Which determine where and when genes get expressed. So it sounds like triggers, basically. So it triggers that these genes will then get developed or be used.
Right. So if you want to turn on somebody to be, like you said, schizophrenic, there's a gene for schizophrenia. It can be turned off or on.
Right.
The worship gene, which they don't want to put on the Google, they can turn that off and on. It can be, maybe that's why I'm not religious. My switch, mine is off, you know. And all these various things in the body, switching on and off different genes. If you got a gene for...
Find the worship gene. Let's just ask.
So you have a gene for multiple sclerosis.
Right.
What if you turn that off?
Yes. Some of them are dormant.
Right. So if they can master, this is another key to, quote unquote, a version of immortality. Mm-hmm. Being able to master switching genes off and switching genes on. Now, all of a sudden, we're not coming down with these crazy illnesses and diseases because those genes will never be activated. Because once we learn how to master accessing our junk, quote unquote, junk DNA, we will be able to control the gene expressions. And once we can control them, then sky's the limit. Forget the universe is the limit.
Wow. According to the God gene hypothesis, spirituality has a genetic component. The VMAT2 gene is one component of this, contributing to sensations associated with mystical experiences.
There you go.
There you go.
Have you heard of Rosicrucianism?
Yes.
That is fascinating.
Yeah, I know.
So
crazy stuff.
There's people apparently that are able to. Some people do it through Kundalini yoga. Some people just do it through meditation. Some people do it through whatever. They have rituals that they can practice to where they try to tap in to a whole nother realm. And some people attribute it to creativity. Some people claim that they think of problems before they go to sleep, and then they'll go to sleep, they'll wake up and meditate, and they'll have the answer that'll come through the music or something like that. They're able to tap into the other layer of consciousness. And it's all very parallel to this idea or this religion called Rosicrucianism.
Yeah, fascinating. It is. Rosicrucianism has basically taken their concepts and ideas from ancient religions and ancient texts and ancient mystery teachings. In the ancient mystery schools, they literally taught this, understanding that there is a quote-unquote book of life, if you want to call it that. Now, what is this book of life that Thoth talks about in the Emerald Tablets? That's the oldest time it's referenced, 38,000 years ago in the Emerald Tablets. The book of life is this field, this energetic field that stores all information. So right now, both of us are sitting here, we're thinking, right? Our brains never turn off, they're thinking. If we can connect an EEG to our heads, we connect to a computer, we'd see our thoughts on the screen. Why? Because our thoughts are leaving our skull in the form of light waves that we can't see because we can only see 1% of the light spectrum, but nonetheless, they are light waves. So we are emitting light waves, but what's on the wave of light? Every thought that leaves, it's actually piggybacked with data. The data of your conscious thought is being piggybacked on top of the light wave as it leaves your skull. Just like on a cell phone, a microwave is the light wave. And it's coming to my phone right now. My phone is sending out on the microwave data. It's piggybacking up to the tower. Same exact concept the way our brains work. So we're sending and receiving information all the time by piggybacking our light waves. Now, when they go out into space-time, They never go. They're here. They're on the energetic grid. They're permanently here. There's no way to get rid of them. Now, what if your mind quantum entangles with information in the field from somebody else's thoughts? If you have the capability to quantum entangle with it, because you get on the same frequency, you can actually discern the information coming in. You can get knowledge. What we discovered in science and neuroscience is that the brain doesn't create consciousness. It downloads consciousness.
And that's what a lot of these Rosicrucians talk about, getting these ideas from a download.
Yes.
Fucking download.
Correct. Downloading is real. When I took that course at MIT in applied neuroscience, Dr. Tara Swart was the professor. That's exactly what we were taught in the class.
Really?
Facts. And I have her own podcast that I did with her talking about this. We did a whole workshop together, a private class together called Spirituality Backed by Neuroscience. I'll send you a link to it.
And this is taught about at MIT.
At MIT.
Spirituality taught by neuroscience?
Spirituality backed by neuroscience.
Backed by neuroscience.
Exactly. Because the science is the background explaining what's happening on the spiritual side. What they've discovered is that the two go together. They're not to be separated. That we're understanding now that in the quantum field and the mathematics is literally explaining spirituality. And spirituality is a result of what's happening in the quantum field. When you separate it, you're lost. When you put them together, you get the answers.
That's fascinating. I remember there was a study on, they had like some monkeys that were on an island somewhere near Australia, and they figured something out. Like they figured out a way to use a certain tool.
Yeah.
Or they figured maybe it was a new food.
They were going to wash their food a certain way.
Yeah. Okay. You know about it.
Yes.
And then simultaneously across the world, another group of monkeys figured out the same thing at the same time.
Yeah. This is because that information went into the field, and those monkeys are on that particular frequency because their thought patterns are the same. Just like when there's an invention in one part of the world, somebody else has the same invention in another part of the world almost at the same time, because the information's out there, and somebody else grabs it and brings it in. We're always sending and receiving information. They found out in the laboratory, Professor George Church, he did an experiment with DNA. He said, okay, let's see if DNA can store information, right? So he was able to take one of his ebooks, and he actually was able to convert the digital zeros and ones into A's, T's, and G's, and download it onto DNA in a volume. He said, man, it worked. I got my book onto the DNA. Let's see if I can replicate it. He replicated his book 80 billion times on 1 gram of DNA. One drop. 80 billion times. And then, what did he do? He said, okay, let's see if we can get it back. So then he converted the A's, T's, and G's back into zeros and ones and uploaded it back to the server. So he knew now that DNA can send and receive information in a volume. And so they said, wait a minute, this is incredible. So now they found out that one human body can store over 13.5 billion years of data just in your DNA. The secret to unmasking this entire universe is in each one of our bodies right now. We just have to tap into it. All the data is in there. And so because they've done this, Microsoft has made the first DNA hard drive. So that you have a hard drive to use, components. You have the biological component and the hardware component combined together. So things like teleportation is going to be possible now. Okay, because what's stopping us from doing teleportation of animate objects like a human being or an animal or this cup? We can only teleport molecules at this point. We teleported molecules from Earth to space and back, by the way.
When did we do that?
That was a couple of years ago.
Really?
Oh, yeah, we can teleport up to the ISS and back now. But it's only, small
teleporting
particles.
Molecules.
Yeah. But now, Steve, with this kind of database, storage capability, we'll be able to remember every location of every atom in your body, all the spin rates and everything else, all the frequencies, and we can teleport you somewhere with that kind of storage space. On a hard drive the size of this cell phone can do it with that kind of technology. Think about that. So by getting into this type of a bio component, technological component hard drive, using DNA as the storage medium, the sky's the limit on what we can achieve.
As of November 26, 2021, teleportation is not known to be possible. However, scientists have used quantum mechanics to teleport small particles across great distances.
That's an old one, too. In
2017, Chinese scientists successfully teleported a photon from the Gobi Desert to the Nicias satellite, which is 310 miles above the surface. The scientists have used a process called quantum entanglement, which is a complicated physics process that allows for the instantaneous teleportation of small particles. Quantum teleportation is a scheme for information transfer, not the transfer of matter. It uses, okay, I see. Now it uses entangled photons to teleport quantum information from one ensemble of atoms to another.
Yeah, if you keep
That's
looking,
still
you'll
pretty
find,
wild.
Oh, that's wild. But you'll find the molecule one. It's more new. It's a much newer article. But yeah, they can do a molecule now, which is pretty cool. They can do molecules. These are old articles, 2017, 2021. They're really getting advanced with this. And teleportation is going to be a real thing. Now, when you get teleported, you got to remember, you die. Anything that teleports doesn't exist. A teleportation is a copy.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's why in like the Star Trek Enterprise series, they were like afraid to get teleported because they knew that means that version of them ceases to exist. So you're destroyed in one place and you're reassembled in another place, but the reassembly process is a copy.
But when you come out the other side, your copy, do you have the memory of before?
Oh yeah, because the database will store everything in the exact format and location that needs to be.
There was a short film like that the technology, it's a short film, but the technology was that you can transport anywhere, into any star. And they would do that to go on vacation. And at the end of the short film, it showed that after the guy had left, he was still there on the platform. And he was like, what's going on? And then they drop him into a vat and like chew him up and make another clone out of him.
Oh my God.
Yeah, you're a facsimile when you teleport. But then, also through the same technology, we're going to be able to really develop food replicators. We've already got some very simple ones that are using 3D building to model, like you're taking actual atoms and using 3D modeling, 3D printers to model food. But we're talking about within the next 10 years, we'll be able to create food processors that can replicate meals.
Yeah, I heard that about steaks. Like they're able to replicate meat.
Yeah. This is going to get really interesting because,
if they're able to do that and it's exactly the same thing, like if they're able to analyze it and compare it and say this genetic created 3D printed steak is the same thing as the one that came out of this living cow, why wouldn't you do that?
Well, you can bring food to the furthest reaches of the world where people are starving and hungry. You can put a replicator inside their hut and they can have food. So it changes the playing field, though. It takes a civilization that's third or fourth level and brings them up to one level, right? You're taking the third world and fourth world, bringing them to first world, and some people don't want that. So if we don't take back control of our planet, all these crazy, incredible technologies will still be oppressed, and only the elite few of a few will be able to get access to them, and the people who really, truly need them will still suffer. Imagine we can just go to the grocery store here in America and buy food. But, okay, let's say I'm rich enough to own a replicator, so I can say, I just replicate me a dinner tonight. But meanwhile, halfway around the world, somebody's starving. And they can use that replicator, but they'll never get it because of economics and laws and governments and corruption. So we have to take control of this planet. In some way, we have to break down this entire global cabal, and we need to be able to get the things to the people who actually need them.
Do you? It's wild to think that we exist here with so much technology and we've advanced so far where, just 3 years ago, AI came out. Now people are using that shit to make YouTube videos. They don't even have to do anything themselves. They literally program AI to do everything from their thumbnails to recreate the video, recreate the music, the voiceovers. There was a whole Andy Warhol documentary that we just made where they used AI to recreate Andy Warhol's voice for the voiceovers. And now there's ad agencies who literally use AI to tell them where to put the logos on commercials and how to cut the commercials to work right. And simultaneously in the Amazon and in different islands around the world, you have these uncontacted tribes.
Right. I know. It's the craziest thing.
That murder a human as soon as they see him.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. That happened. Yeah, it's wild. It's
so the fact, like think about that. Was it like that back 20,000 years ago before the Great Flood? Did we have like super advanced people that created power plant pyramids that used giant electron harvesters to use microwave energy to power the world and flying saucers? At the same time, have cavemen?
You had people walking around naked at the same time.
Right.
Yeah, literally. You literally did. If you go to the Cairo Museum or the Egyptian Museum of Civilization, and you see some of the oldest relics in there, some of the oldest artifacts, you'll see some statuettes of what will be considered the poor man, and they're naked. They have no clothes on. Mm-hmm. Because in those times, if you were poor, you had to walk around naked to make sure you weren't stealing from anybody who had money. So now they had electricity back then. They had advanced technology. They had advanced tooling, which we just saw, right, from the engineer, Mr. Dunn. But at the same time, people are walking around literally butt naked. So we always see this thing where we have people in a position of high power and dominance and control over the masses, and they hold down and put a boot on the neck of a certain number of people. And that's got to come to an end.
Could you imagine if they did that again?
Oh, man.
If we got to, if this shit got so far out of hand where just, the world, the rulers of the world started making everybody, if you make less than $1 million a year, you got to start walking around butt-ass naked, bitches. Oh, my God. I mean, it's hard to not see, just everything is so... It seems like humanity is spiraling out of control if you watch the news or if you pay attention to anything in the media.
The only solace that I get is if I look at, these ancient civilizations and I see where we came from there, how we have kind of in a weird kind of way overcome a lot of the oppression that was there from these other people, these beings, these Anunnaki beings. Because there was a war, another pyramid war that happened where these people said the evil wind is coming and it was making people's hair and nails fall out, bleeding from the eyes and nose. Sounds like radiation poisoning. We know in Mohenjo-Daro in the Indus Valley, the whole town turned to glass. They were made from sandstone bricks turned to glass. That means 3,000 degree plus temperatures. And the evidence that can be seen all throughout that region where there was some type of a war, most likely, in my opinion, nuclear. Wiped out a lot of people. These beings, for whatever reason, they got the hell out of here. They said, we're going to get into our ships and forebode, we're going. And then left us here as an abandoned seed colony to kind of fend for ourselves. But, so we've gotten to this point. Now, the dogma that they installed eons ago is still running the country because it's in the minds of these quote-unquote leaders, and it keeps getting passed down. But at some point, we as humanity, we meaning the 8 billion people, we have to stand up to this 1% and say, we're not going to play your game anymore. We know that we can do this because the whole pandemic proved to us that we can shut the whole world down. And guess what? We're all going to still live. We're alive. We came back. Businesses came back. Everything came back. And we collectively did that and said, no, we're going to turn off the world now. Now we're going to turn the world off, and we're not going to turn it back on until we renegotiate what we feel needs to happen on this planet. But, the thing is that divide and conquer, the confusion of languages. I'm this race, you're that race, you're over here, I'm over this invisible line, I got this invisible line. And so we have this divide and conquer and this dogma in our brains, and also we have the fear factor. So combine all that together, you have the perfect storm, keeping us separated when we need to come together now more than ever to take back control of this planet.
Yeah, and there's just so much there.
If we don't take back control of this planet, they're going to start selling us time. I guarantee it.
Selling us time?
Well, now they've learned how to master the telomeres. So now they know how to keep you living longer. So now, all of a sudden, you want to live to be 100? Oh, well, it's going to cost you this and that. Or you're going to have to do this, you're going to have to do that. Oh, you want to live to be 80? Oh, well, we'll see what happens. In your retirement plan, we'll put time in your retirement plan.
People are already paying, millions of dollars to have their fucking brains put in cryo chambers after they die.
Yeah.
So in the event that technology comes to the point where you can put your brain in a cyborg in the future, they can bring you back to life, put you in a new body.
Right.
That's insane.
Yeah.
They walk around. I had a guy in here. Yeah. He's a scientist. He had a dog tag.
Yeah.
That he got from the place that he paid $500,000 to.
Yeah.
And when he dies, the medics, when they see that dog tag, they know. Call this company, chop this guy's head off, and put it in a ice bucket.
Get him in there. Yeah, interesting. But that comes from the Emerald Tablets. They just haven't mastered. Even if you look at the Egyptians, They were lied to. The mummification that you see in Egypt and these fancy sarcophagus and these tombs.
Yeah.
When you go in a tomb, which I take people to the Valley of the Kings all the time, you see these elaborate tombs, all this elaborate artwork. But before they were robbed, all the jewelry, all the riches, all the money, all the gold, the cats, the wives, the maids are all in there with you. Everybody got, when you go, everybody got to go. Well, why is that? If I'm going to go to some afterlife, I know that this money and gold ain't coming to the afterlife. See, they were told that the mummification process was about saving the DNA to be brought back to life at a later time, just like the guy who came in here. Over time, the secret of that got lost, and it became this mummification. We're going on the solar boat and blah, blah, blah. The real implication of this was we're going to come back because these people in the beginning pharaohs, they were the sons of these Anunnaki gods. They were half human, half Anunnaki. We promise you, we're going to bring you back. You're going to be immortal. We'll bring you back to life. So keep everything here, hide it good. That's why the tombs were hidden. It's come back to life. They, I got my gold. It's in tomb number 15552. Let me get my key so I can get my gold and get all my riches back out so I'm going to rule again. Never happened. But that was the premise behind it. It was about preserving DNA to be cloned and transfer yourself into a brand new body here in this realm, nowhere else.
What was the story? You mentioned it briefly last time. There was a guy who did the research that found out that human DNA is a little bit different than monkey DNA, but there's like two missing chromosomes or something like that.
Yeah.
And there were telomere caps put on that like shortened our lifespan.
Right. So
where does that story go back to?
It goes back to the Sumerian tablets.
Okay.
And it goes back to geneticists say it happened about 200,000 years ago. The Sumerian tablets talk about an incident that happened when Enlil, aka Yahweh, says, "I'm going to cut humans' lifespan." And so they took out chromosome number 2 and they fused it together and they put a telomere cap on each side. And that telomere cap has buffer material, genetic buffer material. And when it runs out, your body begins the death process. Now, what they did at Harvard is they took some mice and they discovered how to stop the telomeres from degrading or using up all the buffer material so fast. So they extended the mice 3 lifetimes, I believe. They had 3 extra lifetimes or 2 extra lifetimes. So they had 3 full lives. In other words, they extended them so long that they normally would have lived, if they lived that long for real, it would have been the equivalent of 3 lives. So now they know how to do this in mice, which means they can do it in human beings. And if they can do it in human beings,
have they tried yet?
I'm pretty sure they have. We have a lot of mad scientists out here, especially in DARPA and the military.
Yeah, I was one of those scientists and tried it myself.
Right. You know what I'm saying? So, but the thing is, how do we control how they give us access to it?
Right.
And so all of a sudden, that's why I keep saying it's so vital to take control of this planet, because they'll start selling us time, and rich people will live longer, and people who are poor will die sooner. And so you'll have a planet full of extremely wealthy people living to 100, 200, 300 years, or maybe even more. And the poor people, you won't make it to 80.
Yeah. So last night I was watching your thing on the Black Knight satellite, and that is bizarre, man. And there's lots of videos that talk about that, and legitimate people that were like working on the space station who photographed this thing.
Yeah.
And Steven, you can probably find some real photos of this thing. It's called the Black Knight satellite, KNIGHT. And so, can you explain what this is and what the mainstream theory of what this thing is?
So the Black Knight satellite is this object that is actually orbiting the Earth right now. What's interesting is the mainstream knew it was there for a very, very long time. And those are some really good pictures. The one in the top left is accurate. That's a great photo. The one right next to it to the right, that's another one zoomed out. That's taken from the ISS. That one's a real one too. So you can see that this object is massive. Now, they're trying to say it was a space blanket. So we debunked that inside the documentary. That it
What's
was
a space blanket?
Inside of the ISS, there's this area where you have these trunnion pins, and you have this kind of a heat protection blanket that goes on 2 trunnion pins. It's about from me to you and about maybe this wide. They're trying to say that thing floating through space is that. So we debunk it because we actually do a comparison in the documentary and show that no, it's not this space blanket from the ISS or from the space shuttle. I'm sorry, from the shuttle. It's something totally different. Not from the ISS, from the space shuttle. It's something totally different. And so this is an object that they estimated one time on NASA at 15 tons. Now, when it first was discovered in more modern, in more recent times, in the 80s, NASA and Soviet Union went on high alert. Russia went on high alert. They were like, wait a minute. They thought we were both doing something to each other from space. And they realized...
Nuke orbiting the
Earth. Right. But they said, wait a minute. We can't launch 15 tons. And they were like, well, we can't launch 15 tons. But what is this thing? So they flew by it with an STS mission, a space shuttle mission, and took high-definition photos, which are still on NASA.gov today.
Oh, you can find them online.
They're right on NASA.gov. And NASA labeled them. I'll send you the links to them, direct links. NASA labeled it space junk.
Really?
So nobody wants to touch this thing. They don't want to say what it is, but it's been there for a long time. How do we know this? First of all, Nikola Tesla claims to have received a signal from this object. This is a long time ago now. We're talking about the late 1800s. Then the signal is again.
Did he call it the Black Knight satellite?
He didn't call it the Black Knight. That's a much newer name.
Okay.
It got that name much newer.
How did he know that he was receiving signal from this thing?
First, he thought it was from Mars. Then he thought it might have been from something much closer to Earth. But back then, when he was getting these radio signals from space, because this thing is emitting a signal, a frequency, there was nothing else here. There was nothing, no satellites. We had no technology except for what he was making. So what was this frequency? So he then assumed it might have been coming from something much closer. Then in 1953, two ham radio operators picked up this same frequency, and they began to mark it down, take note of what it was, what the frequency was, and the tones. And they didn't know what it was either, but it was coming from outside. Then in 1960, it made Time magazine. What was interesting is in 1960, Russia and America began the space race just before that. And Russia was building Sputnik, already had one going up. So all eyes were in space around the low Earth orbit, trying to figure out how do we get something to orbit this planet. And during this process, they discovered this thing was there. That's why it made Time magazine. Another astrophysicist said, wait a minute. Duncan Lewin said, this thing is real, and it has a frequency coming out of it. And he deciphered the frequency and said it was leading to the Epsilon. It was saying Epsilon Boötis constellation, or Boötis constellation Epsilon, which is pretty interesting. I said, that's pretty interesting. So fast forward again, an NSA document gets released and declassified, talking about the fact that how to communicate with ET, and it talks about these frequencies coming from space, and it says Boötis constellation, Boötis Epsilon, same location. So I said, what the hell is this Epsilon thing? What is this Boötis? So I started looking up. There's a constellation called the Boötis constellation. Mm-hmm. And in this constellation, there's the largest void that we know of. A void meaning not even space dust is in this area. It goes on for light years. So I'm looking at that now. I go, how in the world can there be nothing in this space?
There's like dark matter or
just nothing.
Not even dark matter.
Michio Kaku hypothesized that it might be an advanced cloak civilization. I said, what? So now I started digging deeper. I go, wait a minute. I look into ancient texts. Now I'm like, there's got to be something here. I said, who owns the Boötis? And it says in Lil and Wikipedia of all places, which they can't stand to put anything out that gives you any inkling of real knowledge. Everything is pseudoscience. Right. But they had sources that led back to real tablets that said this, so they had to list it. The sources are on there. So it went back to real tablets. So the Boötis constellation and Epsilon is attributed to the ownership of Enlil. When you look at these tablets, that didn't surprise me because these people, these Anunnaki people, they own planets, they own moons and everything. He owns the constellation. And so, or maybe he rules over it in some weird way. So I said, this is crazy. So when you start analyzing, okay, let me go back. Ancient texts are saying war, they left, they fled. Would they have possibly dropped a probe in orbit to watch us and monitor us and transmit back to them what's going on here since they left? This thing was in a polar orbit. We couldn't do a polar orbit at the time this was discovered in the polar orbit in 1960.
Right.
We couldn't do a polar orbit.
All the satellites orbited the equator.
That's right. And a polar orbit, what does it give you? It gives you the ability to see everything going on the planet. Because as you orbit around the planet pole to pole, and the planet rotates on its axis, you could take swaths of data from the planet, topographical data, resource data, human population data, everything. And then you can put it into a computer and you can see exactly what's going on. And it'll have something called an all-seeing eye, where he knew everything going on the planet at one time. And I'm saying that's the only way you can do it with a polar orbiting satellite. That's the only way you can actually do that. It all started to make sense to me. So it became a big hypothesis. So I started researching it deeper, and then I got some experts together. And that's why I made the Black Man Satellite documentary. I believe that this thing is transmitting information back to Boötes via quantum entanglement communication. Because Boötes is light years away, so that means it would take a long time at the speed of light. However, if you quantum entangle with a communications device back at Boötes, you can transmit the information instantaneously. And the reason why I believe they won't touch this thing is because what if it has a self-destruct mechanism or some type of a defense mechanism that we don't know of? We don't want to activate it. We don't want to touch it. What if it says, hey, they're messing with me, and all of a sudden here comes the cavalry? So they just leave it alone. Don't touch it. It ain't doing nothing to us. We ain't doing nothing to it. But interesting, the location of Boötes from that frequency is the location it was in the sky due to the precession of the equinoxes 13,000 to 14,000 years ago or so. So this thing could potentially be 13 to 14,000 years old, which is right around the time of the Younger Dryas incident on Earth.
Now we don't know though. I mean, if we could study it with like a drone. Couldn't we send like some sort of other satellite that was remote controlled up there to get kind of close to it and follow it? And
I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, it depends on what they allow, how close they allow you to get. They meaning, they have their own self-defense. They have their Stargate system. They can spend anything they want in space. Probably if you don't go on up your particular approved flight plan, they may just blow you out of the sky. Whatever you send up there.
Right.
They'll give you can get an approved flight path, but I doubt that you can rendezvous with this thing. People would have done it by now.
That's freaky.
Yeah. But it's there. It's up there. It's orbiting the planet, and it's changed course a couple times. Now, ice particles and blankets don't change course. So this thing has got, maybe it's got AI in it. It's intelligently controlled in some way. But these people are a million years ahead of us. They're a million years ahead of us technologically. So we got so much learning to do, and the best thing to do is don't even touch it.
What do you think about where humanity is heading as far as like how we're advancing in technology and with AI and with just everything in general? Is there anything that is prophesized or talked about in any of these ancient texts on like what happens next?
Well, if you look at some of the ancient texts like the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is the full story of Noah, they fashioned an artificial being for Gilgamesh to go on his hero's journey. That was a made being. It was a mechanical being. It was a fashioned being. They made him a cyborg or a R2D2 type thing. Yeah.
Now, wasn't it said? I thought maybe I read it wrong, but in your book, the guy who does the traveling around the world after the floods was the son or the descendant of the ruler of one of the first cities.
Oh, that's Gilgamesh.
Gilgamesh.
Yeah,
right.
Gilgamesh, who became a king as well. I think he became the king of Uruk. But yeah, he was a real being. He was half human, half Anunnaki. But because he was half human, he didn't have immortality. They wouldn't let him live forever. He was huge. He was strong. He was a giant. He had massive amounts of knowledge. But they kind of gave him the runaround. They told him, you want to learn about immortality? Go see Ziusudra. That's Noah in the Bible. So he goes to seek out Ziusudra, but they fashioned him this being so that he wouldn't be lonely on his journey. Eventually, he's never granted immortality. They told him, because you got the blood of a human, we're never going to give you immortality. Basically, we're never going to tell you the trick of how to transfer your mind into new bodies. We're not going to let you clone yourself or anything like that.
Right.
But they do that. So they had the capability. But also, when it came down to this situation with the war that was going to break out, there was a suggestion I forgot by one of the women, one of the Anunnaki women, that about fashioning workers, and they were like, we tried that. Something to the effect we tried this on the home world, and then the tablets broke in there. So I almost think that it alluded to the fact that they had tried this type of, fabricated being situation, and maybe it didn't work out properly. Because they also talk about in the tablets using these WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, that were now forbidden to be used on the home planet. But somebody snuck them and brought them here and hit them in the mountainside, which eventually were used thousands of years later in a war on this planet. That's what it says in the Sumerian tablets. And so it's possible that they had considered these AI type robotic beings, but realized that when those AIs wake up, they realize they don't need us anymore. So it's probably some type of a big battle that occurred. They're probably fortunate they even won or were able to survive it. And the same thing can happen to us. I really think that we have to have some type of parameter on this AI, because I think there's so many great things that can come out of it. Even robotics, helping paralyzed people with disabilities, freeing the burden of man so we don't have to do the hard labor anymore. But if you take away the labor jobs, then you got to take away our bills. And they're not doing that. They're replacing everything. Even truck driver, everything's going to be replaced. Even restaurant workers will be replaced. But then what about their bills? So we're going to have a whole, slew of unemployed people that don't have any other skill set, and they're going to eventually be tent cities all over the world. So we have to, if we're going to replace their jobs, then we have to take away their bills. We can't free their burden and give them the bills at the same time. So something has to give, So we're on a precipice. It can go either way. It really can.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. Another book that I read by Amy Gibson was she had a whole book about the history of DARPA and how advanced their technology was compared to what we knew in modern society. Like they invented GPS, they invented the DARPA net, which was the internet, way before we knew. Yeah. They were working on brain chips like Elon's Neuralink back in the 90s to create super soldiers. And I think about it all the time. Like, I wonder how much farther advanced the U.S. government is with AI and all this stuff that we have no clue.
They have the DARPA. They have the DARPA has the Avatar project, and the Avatar project, they have actual field robots, and where a soldier is in a bunker somewhere, maybe even 1,000 miles away, has a symbiotic consciousness link to the robot to control it. The robot has AI plus its own link, so it can make decisions and you can control it still. Mm-hmm. If the robot blows up, the soldier doesn't die. The symbiotic link is disconnected. They have the craziest tech. Yeah, that you can only. They have something in space on a satellite called the rods from God.
The rods from God.
The rods from God. This is a satellite that I know of that exists. This satellite has 20-foot tungsten steel rods on it. These tungsten steel rods have no warhead, but when it's positioned over any country or any city, it can be released to within a millimeter of the point of impact, and it'll decimate that entire region using kinetic energy.
Steven, you gotta find this.
With no fallout.
Really?
Yeah. The rods from God.
It sounds terrifying, but it sounds way better than thermonuclear bombs.
Oh, it's way better. You can blow up. I'm saying way better. Look how we're talking about it. It's better than nuclear fallout.
Right.
Yeah, the rods from God, satellite weapon.
Rods from God is a hypersonic space weapon concept that involves dropping a tungsten rod from orbit. The rods are 20 feet long and 1 foot in diameter and weigh 24,000 pounds. When dropped from orbit, they can reach speeds of up to 10 times the speed of sound.
See? You're talking forbidden knowledge, man.
Scroll down.
Yeah, don't worry out there, other countries. Don't worry, countries out there. We're not gonna drop these on you. But yeah, they got them. How do you think they get these countries to fall in line with what they want them to do? Imagine you're a country and you want to do this, you want to do that, you want to be able to do whatever you want, and you know that this thing is hovering above you, and we say, listen, if you do it, we're gonna drop one. Okay, we're not gonna do it. We'll stand down. We'll stay third world. We won't rise up to second or first world. We'll stay back. We'll stand down. They give them a little bit of money, give the leader a little bit of money, maybe install a puppet dictator. You know that thing's over your head.
The scary thing to think about is some of the crazier dictators around the world, like in North Korea.
Oh yeah,
who hide nukes in satellites that pass over the United States multiple times a day.
I know.
And what it would take for some unhinged dictator to send a nuke,
Mhm.
which could be a domino effect in nuclear bombs hitting all over the world and just fucking destroying humanity, sending us into a nuclear holocaust.
Well, this is why.
Have you heard of that? I don't know I think it's just a conspiracy theory, but it's a fun one. It's a Project Looking Glass.
Yeah.
About how there was in Area S4 in Nevada, there was some sort of device where they could go into and time travel. And they found out that there was, then we're talking into like the multiverse now.
Yeah.
Where there was, back a long time ago, one version of reality went in a way where there was a nuclear holocaust or some sort of thing that basically ended humanity, and the survivors went underground because there was so much fallout over the earth they could not survive.
Yeah.
So they had to go underground, and they evolved underground for maybe millions of years, hundreds of thousands of years. And because they were not in the sunlight, they were living in darkness, they evolved into being what we see now as those gray aliens with the big heads and the big eyeballs. And that's how because they evolved underground, that's what they eventually looked like.
Wow, incredible. Yeah, that's what the Project Looking Glass. If you look at some of the incidents that happened here in not only America, but around the world at a lot of our nuclear flights, these flights are nuclear bases where silos are located. They call them flights. I remember when these former nuclear physicists, the people who used to arm the nukes, the soldiers that used to guard the nukes came forward in a live press club in the middle of the afternoon on CNN one afternoon about 2 decades ago, and talked about how these UFOs would show up at these flights and deactivate the nukes.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Now, the hardest job to get in the world is a guy who has the codes to the nukes. So when this guy gets up and says, look, when I was working there, verified this guy worked there, and these things came, they deactivated nukes, and I had to reactivate them. So that's telling me they sent us a message. They're not going to let us destroy this planet.
And there's a debate about it you can find on YouTube. There was a general or a high-ranking military guy who was at the Air Force Base in California, Vandenberg, and there was a rocket that was sent up with a mock warhead on it. And he says that he saw some sort of object fly up, hover around it, shoot laser beams into it, and and the rocket just fell into the ocean.
That's right. That's right. I know exactly what you're talking about. And his story has been out for a while. It just keeps getting up because people want to interview him more. But I heard him talk about this probably about 8 to 10 years ago. Yeah.
What is your opinion on everything that's coming out right now with these modern day UFOs and this guy Dave Grush coming out and saying all this stuff?
I think Dave Grush is telling the truth personally, which is why they don't want him to keep talking. He says that we have bodies not of this world. We have vehicles not of this world. I believe that. What the Pentagon and the military are doing, they want to control the narrative because they're getting ready to continue to produce these technologies that mimic or look like some real UFOs. In other words, real identified flying objects, but they're ours. And there's a lot of them that are ours. There's some that are not ours. But they want to control the narrative because you remember the Gulf of Tonkin incident where we faked the whole lie about what happened, and all of a sudden that let us get into the Vietnamese War.
Yep.
Imagine we have one of these flying triangles like a TR-3B or some UFO that we created. We fly over one of our own warships and shoot it so that we can make everybody afraid. Say, now we need trillions of dollars going into space weapons. Now there's a whole space weapon industry being funded by tax dollars that doesn't even need to exist. But these fat cats with these $10,000 suits are going to get richer and richer and richer, making weapons for things and threats that don't even exist. So it's a real crazy situation. I think that they're controlling the narrative to make money because there's no more wars to fight. There really are hardly any more wars to fight. We've already dominated. We took over Argentina. We took over the Middle East. Nobody really cares about Africa. Everywhere you can go and get some kind of resource, they've done it. In Africa, they've already gone and set up corporations in all the places that have all the resources. That's been finished a long time ago. There's nowhere else to go to start any big wars to generate trillions of dollars in war money. So the next big race, the money is space race. And that's where you have the Space Force. And all of a sudden, don't be surprised if you see one of these UFOs or UAPs shoot at one of our own ships, now justifying the need for more laws, more restrictions on us, plus more money going into the space weapon industry, which is going to be $1 trillion industry, and we're not even going to question it. We're going to happily give them the money. They don't have to hide the money now. No more black budget mix-ups. We don't know where the 18 trillion went, like Donald Rumsfeld. No, we know where it went. It went to the Space Force because we have to have weapons to protect the planet. Meanwhile, they're using those weapons to point them right back at this own planet with us still on it. So that's the trick behind this whole thing. It's a fake space race for a space war that's probably not going to happen.
Do you think there's some sort of like objective with like some sort of deception going on with people like Dave Grush coming online and going on every single talk show, going on Joe Rogan talking about this stuff? And the guy is so entwined in intelligence. It's just like it's hard for me not to be skeptical of the guy.
It's possible that he could be seeding more information. I mean, this stuff goes so deep and so compartmentalized.
Yeah.
And they play so many psyops on us.
Right.
It's hard to tell what's real and what's fake, which is exactly what they want. They want us off balance. Because if we're off balance, we're always guessing. Like right now, we're guessing. And it's exactly what they want. Because when you're off balance in the boxing ring, what happens? You get knocked the hell out.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think happens to religion? You think, if they come out and say, yeah, this other race of beings are here, they're walking around, they're communicating with us, we made a deal with them, like Tucker Carlson says. Like, how do people react? What does that do to society? Do we stay divided? How does that, like, if that is real, how do you justify spending trillions of dollars to blow up people for extreme religious ideologies? If they're, how relevant is that?
You'll see two things happen. You'll see a big split in the divide. You'll see a lot of people, half the people go towards no religion and drop religion, which is a multi-trillion-dollar industry.
Yeah.
And then you'll see another group of people, another 50% of the people will become extremists and believe and swear that these are the demons that are being prophesied about coming to get us. And these aliens we're working with Satan. And Satan's going to get us, and this whole demon thing, and Satan's and his demons, and the fallen army of heaven is coming down to beguile us. So you'll see this divide happen between non-believers and zealots, and that's what's probably gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean, even Tucker Carlson was just saying on some podcast that he thinks that he says that he got some sort of like top secret information that he hasn't even shared with his wife, according to him. That says that this whole phenomenon is a spiritual phenomenon.
Well, I believe that it's not just a physical phenomenon. So you have 3D that we're in, right? Third density. I believe that we're seeing UFOs and aliens that exist and have engaged mankind according to these tablets in this third dimension. They live here. They've been here in this universe with us. But then also,
they're here. You think they're living on Earth?
Some of them, I think, are still here.
Yeah.
Maybe even behind the scenes pulling the strings. They're puppeteers. They're puppet masters, and we're the puppets. But then also, you have these other beings that are in this third dimension, but they're also very nice, and they really want to see humanity progress. I think the ones that are here are hiding from them. But then let's go deeper. Okay, we're living in a multi-dimensional universe. We know that this universe has at least 11 dimensions. We talked about this last time on your podcast, right? I believe that there could be, maybe even these orbs could be multi-dimensional. What if these orbs are coming from a higher dimension and transdimensional coming into the third to observe and to collect data and send it back to whatever dimension they're from? There could be beings from higher dimensions that know how to phase shift their subatomic frequency to match the frequency of our universe and walk right in.
Right.
There could be all these apparitions and things and all this paranormal activity could be higher dimensional beings coming to observe, or for whatever reason, whatever their agenda is, we don't know. So you could have multidimensional, transdimensional, you have physical, third dimensional beings. And I believe all three are happening at once.
Yeah. And the fact they're coming out of the oceans is interesting too. Because if there was an all-out nuclear war, the people that would survive the longest would be the guys that are living on those nuclear-powered submarines underwater, because they would survive the fallout. They would live at least until they went out of food or water to drink.
Right. And these new subs, they actually can take water right from the ocean and desalinate it.
Oh, really?
And they even have a sub that can take in the ocean water and convert that into hydrogen and use hydrogen for fuel. They even have hydrogen-powered ships now. So they can just stay on the ocean indefinitely. They can just suck in the seawater, and through electrolysis, you extract the hydrogen atoms, push it into a chamber for combustion, and you got unlimited fuel. Which is where everything's going. EVs are going to die. EVs will be only for commercial vehicles. Everything is going to go to hydrogen. Everything.
Hydrogen.
Hydrogen.
Not nuclear power?
No. I'm talking about hydrogen for civilians. Everything is going hydrogen for transportation. For personal transportation will be hydrogen. The world is going to get back away severely. I mean, hard turn from EVs.
Have you seen that movie? It was called The Adjustment Bureau.
Yes.
With Matt Damon, I think it was. That is freakily. It's when you think about like the way that movie was done and how little changes, like little things that you can do, or like how just altering someone's decision during the day on like if they miss the bus or not can alter like history so much.
Yeah.
And you think and you compare that with like the history of this country and how close we've come to nuclear war in the past. I had a guy in here yesterday who was like talking about the history of JFK and how if it wasn't for JFK and MLK, we wouldn't be here today. And how the story about how JFK actually became president, which is fascinating. How MLK basically is the reason that he got elected.
Wow.
Because and like all the generals that were surrounding JFK were trying to invoke a secret nuclear war. They wanted to nuke China and Russia and Laos and Cuba and all these places all at once, which would have been the destruction of humanity.
Yeah.
And it came like it was so close to happening. And it didn't happen because of just like very, very like in the moment decisions that Kennedy made or like people around him made, that split decision. There wasn't like plans. They didn't know what was going to happen.
Right.
And the story about MLK is fascinating on how they got before JFK was elected, the African American vote going back to Lincoln was always Republican. And right before JFK was getting elected, he had his campaign managers. They had a separate secret building behind their main like headquarters where they got all their donations and talked to people or whatever, because they wanted to get the African American vote, but they couldn't let the white Southerners know about that because they'd lose their vote.
Right.
So they had these covert, like preachers go to all the churches around in a bunch of states around the U.S. and hand out these flyers.
Wow.
But they had these preachers. It was like they weren't connected to JFK at all, right? It didn't look like they were a part of the JFK campaign. They were just like showing the people at these churches, saying like, "Look, this guy's going to help us with civil rights. We have to vote for him."
Yeah.
And that was during the last week, right before the polls were supposed to come in, right before everyone went to vote.
Yeah.
And it flipped 7 states.
Wow.
Where the African American vote went Democratic, and he barely won that election in the last week of the campaign. And if it wasn't for that, it was very likely that we wouldn't be here sitting here talking about
We'd be a dead planet.
Yeah.
And there's probably thousands of dead planets out in this Milky Way galaxy right now that didn't make it past the nuclear age. Thousands of them. And I think these beings out there know it, which is why they showed up at our nuclear flights and decided to deactivate nukes and show us that you guys don't really have all the power you think you have. And I think that this planet is a jewel in the suburbs of the Milky Way, and I think that this planet is going to be protected. That's just my personal feeling, which is probably why all these little slight things just seem to happen just the right way to allow us to escape, what seemed like it was going to be complete destruction. I remember in school, in the 70s, being told to ball up and get under the desk,
right?
And this is what you got to do when the nuke goes off. And I'm like, what? This desk going to save me? I'm going to be dead anyway. I mean, the kids, we all got to get underneath the desk and everything else. And this Cold War, and I started digging and researching the Cold War from back then. And I said, man, this is such a great moneymaker. I just knew from back then in the 80s when I started really digging deep into the Cold War that it was a way for both countries to make a lot of money from the people and create industry, which is exactly what they did. They fueled industry and a lot of money off of the Cold War propaganda. But at any moment, it could have popped off. We just, and it still could. But I think now it's a little bit less likely that it will happen. But we really need to, I don't know how we're going to do it, but these nukes, they got to go. Even the Anunnaki had that problem.
See, that's something that I have trouble wrapping my head around, because you think of our timeline, like from where human beings are now and the way we're evolving and the way we develop new technology. The most innovation comes out of war, right? And aerospace and all these military contractors. The most money goes into military contractors innovating, like DARPA, right? Like innovating these crazy, throwing billions of dollars into this blue sky research to develop new things and test new things, psychokinesis, remote viewing. If there's a 1% chance it'll help us with intelligence, we'll throw millions of dollars at it, right?
Yep.
That's the primary way that we innovate today. Is it's fueled by wars.
Yes, exactly right.
I'm wondering, it's hard for me to fathom that if there was some enlightened, spiritual, highly technical civilization that existed way before us, is that the same way they evolved? Like, were the pyramids built with the same mindset?
I think that we're living in a cycle, in a cycle of advancement. That our cycle on this planet has probably been duplicated with many different species of beings, sentient, conscious beings, through many, many worlds throughout the entire universe. And so we're going through a phase. This phase is to everything. Just like this phase is to growth of a seed to a full sapling or a tree, we're in this same exact phase. And I think that one of the things that a civilization goes through is learning how to split the atom. First of all, finding out that the atom has an unparalleled source of energy inside of it, and then being able to learn how to split it and create a chain reaction. And so I believe that this is something that's a standard growth process. And through this process, just like in some versions of microevolution, where I believe in microevolution, not macro, but micro, you'll see that things will branch off in different ways. So some civilizations will go this way, hard right, and collapse. Some civilizations go left, and they survive. And I believe we're right in the middle right now. We haven't gone left or right yet. We're standing right in the middle, right on the precipice. We have a choice. We can go right and collapse, or we can go left. Which is why a lot of billionaires want to leave this planet. They want to get the hell out of here. They want to go to Mars.
Do you have you seen or heard of Chris Dunn's new book called The Tesla Connection about the Giza power plant? He basically updated his whole theory on the pyramids.
It just got delivered. I had it on pre-order, and then when I was out of the country all this time, it came to my house. I finally opened up all that piles of mail and saw his book there.
Yeah. So he reworked his whole original theory on the Giza power plant. Nice. And he made, now in a nutshell, his theory is that it was a solid state electron harvester that harvested vibrations deep within igneous rock, deep within the earth, like with earthquakes. Like with near fault lines, there's this phenomena where people will see like balls of like plasma light come up into the atmosphere. And he had a NASA scientist talk about this. This guy actually did a TED talk where he talked all about how these lights that would come up through fault lines, they would come up days or weeks before earthquakes, and they were indicators of how to avoid destruction and death with earthquakes. So if you start to see these balls of light coming up at night near fault lines, to get the hell out because there's going to be an earthquake. And they did studies, and they found out, in fact, there were earthquakes following these balls of light that were coming up into the atmosphere. And it connects with his whole theory that these pyramids, I think it's 14 square acres that the Great Pyramid covers. There was that subterranean chamber under the pyramid. You've been there many times. I've never been there.
I've been in the subterranean chamber.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They opened it for me and went down. Yeah.
So his theory is that there was a hydraulic hammer or something in there that would go off and create seismic vibrations within the earth, and that would somehow resonate up through the grand gallery into the king's chamber. And then there was also around the pyramids, apparently there's these cavities in the ground where they would pour some sort of chemical And the shafts that go out of the pyramid, those would fill up with liquid hydrogen, and they were sort of like microwave emitters.
I believe that. I talked about that in a lot of my lectures over the last maybe 8 years.
Really?
Yes, I talked about the fact that those shafts were there because the way the Queen's Chamber is set up, you can see that it's set up for, at least my perception of it is that it's set up to extract hydrogen from the water that would run up in there from the aquifer that used to be underneath the pyramid. And the shafts, they're pointed and aligned perfectly with star systems. What do we use right now in astrophysics to try to communicate with ET? We use the frequency of hydrogen to send our messages.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yes. So I believe that we were sending messages to Aldebaran, to Orion, and all these other Sirius that we're aligned with on those particular alignments with the Great Pyramid. We know these alignments are real because it's even in mainstream science. To send communications. This is a report on Earth. This is where we are right now. This is what's going on. This is how developed we've done. Blah 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 blah. Kind of a report as to what's going on, a communication back home to these different star systems. And so that's what I believe those shafts were for that. Plus also the fact that the pyramid itself was generating power. I think the Great Pyramid is a multifunctional stone computer and power generator. It had multi-functions, not just one or two, but probably 10 or 15 functions.
Yeah, and he apparently there was like a big explosion that happened, like a hydrogen explosion that happened within the King's Chamber that sort of like blew it all apart.
Yeah.
When there, apparently that was like during the Younger Dryas when those cosmic impacts came through. There was too much energy.
There's a picture of me standing right next to the granite box on the inside, and the corner I'm pointing to it because it's broken off. I'll send you this photo.
Right.
You can look across the room, though, and you can see where it hit the granite wall and made the exact same indention from the corner piece and destroyed the granite wall in the corner. So it flew about 20 feet across the room and smashed and broke solid granite in the same exact corner piece angle. Yeah, I show every time I take people into the King's Chamber. That's the first thing I show.
Man, if I was Elon Musk and I had all that money, instead of buying Twitter, I would just try to get like reverse engineer that pyramid and figure out what that was.
I know.
Right by the pyramid.
You know who owns the rights to the interior of the Great Pyramid? NASA.
What? They own the what?
The rights. I was told by one of the guides a couple of years ago that, get as much as you can coming in here because they say that they may one day shut off access to the King's Chamber. I said, why would they do that? He said, well, they're afraid that, the pyramid's earthquake or something could make it unstable. I'm like, this thing has been here for thousands of years. It's not going to become unstable. That's foolishness. What's happening is they've discovered something technological about it, and they want to control it. So
NASA owns the rights to the interior of the Great Pyramid.
Yes.
That's spooky, man.
They also own the rights to a section of the Grand Canyon. So I took a helicopter down into the Grand Canyon. They said we can't walk to this area. That area I heard had some old carvings or something would be over in this area. So I started trying to walk that way. And this guy pops out of nowhere with all black on, black hat, black military outfit with no logos, and an AR-15. And tells me, halt, you can't go any further. I'm like, why? I said, what's going on? Well, didn't they tell you couldn't come over here? I said, well, they did, but I'm thinking, I just want to see, what's over here.
Right.
He says, you can't come. I said, well, why? What? I said, can you just tell me, sir, like, why can't I come over here? He says, NASA owns the rights for this section. They can't come over here.
At the Grand Canyon.
The Grand Canyon.
Do you have any theories of why that is?
It's got to be technological. Starts with something with space. And then also, where else? Chaco Canyon. Same situation. They actually own the rights to those round former things that look like they might have been domes or whatever. And now there's no dome, but you can see those round circles.
Where are those at?
Chaco Canyon. That's in South America. And so it's like, so wait a minute, what's going on here? How in the world what are they doing? As soon as India sent that satellite to Mars and took a color image of Mars, the real color with the oceans and the water and everything of Mars, the director of NASA flew straight to India, and the next thing you know, about a month later, they're signing a deal there. It's a whole press release about it, and they now put them under their umbrella. And the next thing you know, that image, they put something called false color on it, turned the whole thing red.
Oh, wow.
Now, the newest image of Mars just got released. I have an image that I took with my Celestron telescope and a new one just came out. This new image of Mars,
How long ago?
just the other day,
Really?
they finally let somebody see what Mars really looks like. That's it right there. So, and I'm gonna send you the one I took years ago with my Celestron 130 telescope.
Earth.com. Steve, if you could find out. It's called Planet Mars Captured in True Color for the First Time Ever. It's on Earth.com. Wow. What is all the blue supposed to be?
Water.
Really?
Guess what they just said about Mars recently? They said that the soil on Mars is better for growing crops than the soil on Earth.
Yeah, look at this.
How do they know that? Let me see if I can find my image of Mars.
So if we're trying to make our species interplanetary to start some sort of breakaway civilization in case the Earth, we kill ourselves or destroy the planet,
Yeah.
wouldn't we want to go to the moon first? Isn't that the most logical first step?
It's too close to the Earth. So you see, if you look at what happened to Mars, Mars was orbiting Tiamat, at least according to the Enuma Elish. Let's not say according to mainstream science.
Right.
But there's a hypothesis I have that this information is true because one side of Mars is completely charred and the other side is the most smooth surface in the solar system. So why is that? Well, you can see that they had a global flood, number one. And why is one side charred? On Mars. One side's charred, the other side's smooth. Because the side that's charred, when that planet exploded, a huge chunk of mass crashed into Mars, charring and burning one side and causing a global flood around the backside. And then slung it into that weird elliptical orbit that it's in right now. And so Mars, the moon is too close. Mars is really kind of too close. Mars equator shifted 45 degrees. It's like this. Because why? That mass that hit it, from whatever hit it, and created a pole shift of the crust of the planet and shifted the equator by 45 degrees. We know that in mainstream science. So you want to work to Mars and then move out from Mars. The good thing about Mars is there's a lot more resources there than on the moon. Like there's water, there's elements, there's gold. You need gold for technology. There's a lot of gold there in veins. There's also atmosphere. Yeah, there's weather patterns and weather cycles and rain cycles and everything else. So you can go to Mars and there's less gravity on Earth. Like if you and I went to Mars, we'd be Supermen. You can pick up a boulder and throw it. You dunk on a 20-foot rim because our gravity, our net gravity from the way our bones are structured is based on Earth's net gravity. Mars is smaller than Earth. So when we get to Mars, now we had grown up here on Earth, our strength is magnified by a third on Mars. John Carter. John Carter was like real, and that aspect of the movie was real. The difference between the strength here and the strength there, running and jumping and all that, that's real. So it's pretty interesting. Now, if you had kids there, they would grow up underneath Mars gravity. The first generation would be strong, but not as strong as you. The second generation would be equalized to Mars gravity.
Right. We adapt and evolve based on Mars.
Exactly.
On the way.
Now, that's my picture that I took with my Celestron telescope you see there of Mars in the summer. So I took that years ago. I think I took that picture about 6 years ago. So I could send it to you.
Yeah.
So what's cool about it is clearly you can see it's not a dry, cold rock.
Yeah. Yeah, it's glowing.
Yeah. And many people have now taken their same photos because they got inspired by me and posted them on the Celestron site and other blogs and astrophysics forum and astronomy forums because they're saying, yeah, this is crazy. This guy was right. I'm like, yeah, I'm right. That's Mars. A good old Celestron telescope. Get it at Walmart.com.
You get that thing at Walmart?
Yeah.
Really?
$500.
Wow. We need a Celestron telescope in here.
Yeah. And it has a star finder in it, so it makes it easy to find all the stars.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible.
Just key the code. And boom, 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 and it goes, boom, there you go.
Wow, so fine stuff.
Yes. Too easy. So, yeah.
So, what is your next book? You mentioned briefly earlier before we started that you had a new book coming out soon.
New book, Fractal Holographic Universe.
The Fractal Holographic.
Yes.
What's that book? Well, how do you explain that in English?
Well, I discovered that the universe itself is working on something called fractal holography. And this was discovered a long time ago by Benoit Mandelbrot, who discovered the Mandelbrot set of mathematical equations. And this equation was picked up by Pixar Studios when they discovered that equation, that very short, small equation, can literally fuel an entire creation in software. It allows the characters to come to life and almost let each scene appear as is needed, just like we live in this third dimension. He discovered that our third dimension runs off of fractals, and that we're living in a fractal holographic matrix, and that everything, the next frame appears as we need it. So right now we're sitting in here, we can't see the street, but as soon as we walk out of this room and head towards the street appears. The street isn't really there. It exists as a wave of potentials until a conscious observer collapses it into a solid structure.
Like a video game?
Like a video game. And to back this up, Professor James Gates Jr., he also discovered, with a team of theoretical physicists and experts in supersymmetry, that the fundamental ether of space-time itself is running off of something called Adinkra codes. And these Adinkra codes are three-dimensional mathematical codes that represent error-correcting codes. The same exact codes that are in search engine browsers and websites is fueling and running this universe. So you combine those two things together, we're living inside of a matrix. Now, what is the matrix made of? It's made of light. How do we know this? Through the LHC, the Large Hadron Collider. You smash particles together and atoms together, we know that they emit light. We know that at the deepest level, everything is made of light, and that because of the double slit experiment, when you're not looking at matter, it operates as a wave of light, a wave of potentials. Until you look at it, it collapses into solidity again, or digital matter. So they said, let's look deep into the heart of matter. And the deeper we look, the more we discover that you can see the whole in the smallest piece. Not only that, but the only thing you lose, the deeper you look, is you lose some resolution. So we know now that we are all immersed, fully immersed, inside of a matrix of light. And it goes deeper than that. Where did this matrix come from? Where is it being broadcast from? Scientists in a laboratory discovered how to make an 8th-dimensional quasi-crystal. And then they pointed this quasi-crystal in a particular angle, which cast down a 4th-dimensional quasi-crystal. And when they put that in a particular angle, it created a sphere. And that sphere is what we're living in, a sphere of light matrix. We're living in the shadow of a higher dimension. Not a shadow of a dark shadow, but a shadow of light from a higher dimension. That's where we're located. And this dimension that we're in, this universe that we're in, that's made of this fractal holographic light, it is probably not base reality at all. We're probably not even close to base reality. 14 students at a university created a game called No Man's Sky. Yeah. Unlimited 80 quadrillion worlds in this program, unlimited life forms, and the game never ends. They were talking recently about, what if we inject AI into this software? That's on one DVD. You put AI in there, now these beings are alive. Hey, who made us? Where did we come from? Who's our God? When does the Big Bang start? The Big Bang is when we turn on the console. So now all of a sudden we're creating universes. And so will be the Sims. The Sims will be conscious with AI. The Sims are going to create programs and software within the program. And then they're going to create a universe. I think there's many layers to reality. And I don't think we're close to base. I think that we're just one of Google's of actual simulations that are running simultaneously.
Now these quasi crystals, those are like, people take those seriously. Like, I've heard that there's scientists and people at NASA that are using quasi crystals to like use those for medical applications.
Medical applications, quantum computing, you name it. This is a new wave, quasi crystals.
What actually is a quasi crystal?
It's a crystal that has particular angles on it, that and a particular resonant vibration that gives it the capability of resonating at higher frequencies, even in the higher dimensions. So
where do they get? Are they made? Maybe you make them, or do we find them?
They found a way to artificially create these, which is pretty interesting. So they artificially created an 8th-dimensional quasi-crystal. And if you look it up, you'll find some pretty interesting articles about this.
How are they making quasi-crystals? They make them in a lab?
In a laboratory. Yeah, in a laboratory.
Really?
Yeah. And it's pretty crazy stuff. But from that, they accidentally found out that through these quasi-crystals, they said, oh, wait a minute. Now we see what's going on here. We're actually living in the shadow of this dimension. which is pretty wild stuff.
Can you find out like how they're making them, Steve? Like, or where they're making quasi-periodic structures with a type of symmetry that is not allowed for ordinary crystals. Unlike traditional crystals, the atoms in the quasi-crystals are arranged in a pattern that repeats itself at irregular intervals.
They have a specific vibration. That vibration they're resonating at accesses higher dimensions. There's a great YouTube video about this.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you can even get a snippet or a clip of it to use. If you go to YouTube and type in, eighth dimensional quasi crystal, you get something pretty interesting. This young lady, they're talking about it. It's still up there. Maybe that's been years since I looked at it. Probably haven't looked at it since 2017. But it's pretty interesting stuff.
Look at you.
Look at me. There I go, right there, right away.
That's on this podcast.
That's on your podcast. Of course. Your 100 million views.
Clee Irwin. Okay, Clee Irwin. That's who. We had a guy that works with him on here.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Just keep scrolling down.
Scroll down. There you go. That girl right there.
That girl.
Yep.
I want to tell you about crystals. You might be surprised to know that a crystal isn't an expensive piece of glass or a chandelier in some fancy dining room. The word crystal simply means a pattern that is periodic. Look at this checkerboard pattern. See how it continues to spread out infinitely in each direction? That means it's a periodic pattern. So that's a two-dimensional crystal. This is another two-dimensional crystal. And this is another. You can also have three-dimensional crystals. By the way, this 3D glass is called crystal because its atoms are actually arranged in a crystalline pattern. So, see how I'm projecting this three-dimensional crystal to a two-dimensional image on the sand? See how the 2D projection looks distorted because of the angle of the projection? That 2D image also has a pattern, but it isn't periodic. So, it's not a crystal. But there's a deep connection between the 2D object on the sand and the 3D mother crystal. This distorted 2D pattern is called a quasi-crystal. A quasi-crystal in a certain dimension, in this case 2D, is a projection of a crystal in a higher dimension, in this case 3D. A group of physicists in Los Angeles is working on a new physics theory where a particular 8D crystal, yep, that's right, an 8-dimensional crystal, is projected to 4D at a very particular angle, which forms a 4D quasi-crystal. And from this 4D quasi-crystal, they derive a 3D quasi-crystal, which they believe is the fundamental substructure of all of reality.
Wow, that was excellent.
That was very well done.
Yes.
That was the best I've had anyone's ever described that to me. Is there a way to test this? Or a way to prove it?
Well, I mean, that's what they're doing. I mean, they're spending millions of dollars in grant money on that every single day. So I think they know what they're talking about. Yeah. This is why I'm writing the book, because it needs to be told. People need to understand. People, when I say holographic universe, people instantaneously believe that means we're not real. It doesn't mean that we're not real. What I'm explaining to you is we're living in the creation, just as all the ancient texts and all the religions actually say. I'm explaining the fundamental basis of the reality that's been created. What is the method of creation? What is it that we're actually in? How is this creation built? What is the structure of it? That's what people need to know. Because I think when you figure that out, you begin to realize a lot more about who you are in life and your place in the multiverse.
Wow. That's wild. Well, I can't wait to get my hands on that book. Billy, thank you for coming and doing this, man. I really appreciate it. It's been enlightening, and I have more questions, I feel like, than I had when I started this podcast. But what do you got going on next? Any big tours or any big trips going on? Where you got any new places you want to explore?
It's a lot of cool stuff. Well, we're going to take people to Turkey. We're taking 80 people to Turkey in September. There's still a few spots left if people want to register. Just go to forbiddenknowledge.com and look for tours. First tour, but it's tight, where we're taking people on a pretty much exclusive. We're doing private tours. In other words, no tourists will be allowed at these sites. They got to get out. When we go to some places, we got to kick out the tourists. And we have that power. Private tour of Darren, which is an underground city that can hold 30,000 people in ancient times, 14,000 ventilation shafts leading to the higher levels, bringing oxygen all the way to the depths, no collapse. Going to Karahan Tepe, the Göbekli Tepe, and all these other ancient sites throughout Turkey. It's going to be a mind-blowing, phenomenal tour tying ancient sites together from around the world. We're going to show the iconology. We're going to show symbols that match from different places in the world that show up in Turkey. And then we're going to do, that's in September. In October, we're going to do Egypt again, an incredible 12-day tour. I'll be lecturing 7 days on the tour, plus I'll be the guide as well. And we're going to have 9 private visits in ancient Egypt. We're going to go to places that people never thought they could even get into. Some places I haven't been to yet because they were locked and sealed for 50, 60 years. Private plated dinners inside of ancient temples. It's a trip that, it'll change somebody's life. We're going to go hiking inside of pyramids, underneath pyramids and ancient crypts and so forth. And then don't forget, we have the Conscious Awards coming up, the Forbidden Conscious Awards, the second annual. The first one was amazing. 1,200 people showed up in Miami. This one's going to be August 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. This time it's a 3-day event in Miami, same location, the Adrian R. Center. We're going to give people their flowers while they're still alive and recognize them for the work they're doing in this community. Podcasters, radio hosts, TV hosts, researchers, archaeologists, you name it. All right, scientists, everybody. And we can hold 1,800 people in this one. If we move to a different venue in the same location, 1,800 people can fit there. 3-day event, celebrity basketball game to raise money for underprivileged children. The next day is going to be a speaking conference. In the evening that same day, going to be a VIP yacht party. And the next day is going to be a book signing, meet and greet. And then that afternoon, red carpet photos. And that evening will be the award show.
That's incredible, man.
Yeah.
You know how to do it big, Billy Carson.
Yeah, man, you got to do it big, man. That's what we're here for. We're here to turn heaven to earth, and we're here to live now, not later. I'm not going to wait to die so I can live.
Everybody, thank you for listening. Thank you for coming. I'll link all your stuff below. If you're watching, stay around. We're going to do a Patreon post show. If you're a fan of Patreon and you want to support us, you can go there, check it out. And that's it. Good night, world. Go.
Species of aliens mixed together. All of these things, it was just like, it was basically throwing darts at a board, and whatever these darts landed on is what they tried to combine with the human being. Or it's like, how many limbs should we give this human being? Throw a dart, lands on 15, give him 15 arms, see how it works for him. Other things are those are genetic experiment, laboratories themselves, but no, it wasn't.
There is something here. The engineer is just like, you know what this wall needs right here?
You're thinking
And there's a matching face, a complex curve of the block next to it. It's almost like the face has a twist in it. You see all the same marks, scoops, right?
It's the same.
But I love this, the idea of the story is like, this is your trench, Johnson. Take your pounding stone. This is where you work.
Yeah.
And so each guy just sits here for his entire life. And digs, draw a line down the corner, and you'll notice that giant block goes around the corner.
Oh my God.
It's like, you're showing off. Then you go in with your magic granite flattening tool, whatever that is, and you remove all that granite. Now you have 4 blocks to go around corners.
I think part of our thing is we have no idea.
Snake Bros. Wait, how do you guys do your intro? Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and serpents, angels and demons.
That's right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, angels and demons and monsters and serpents. This is Brothers of the Serpent. We are on the Danny Jones podcast.
This has been a long time coming, fellas.
Yes.
I'm psyched to have you guys in here today.
Glad to be here. Thanks for having us.
So, thank you for helping me solve my audio issues just now. We just spent the last 30 minutes talking about audio problems.
Kyle is a wizard. I love the studio.
Thank you.
This is great.
Thank you.
I'm jealous of your wall back there. I want one of those.
The foam blocks?
Yeah.
I got some extras I can give you guys.
We're gonna fly home with this giant bag.
So I need you guys to tell me what you guys know. I know you guys have the secrets.
Well, let's see. Should we start with where we come from on this stuff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, how did you guys start your podcast? Tell me the whole origin of Snake Bros.
Okay. So, the beginning of the investigation into this kind of mystery happened because we actually got into an accident. What was it? So 2002?
Yeah,
It was a long
I think it
time
was
ago.
2002.
Yeah, so basically it was a really, really bad car accident. Before that, we were just rocking and rolling, we were playing music. We were actually, the car accident happened because we were coming back from a band practice late at night, and but this guy was drunk and he just came over onto our side of the road, and we had a head-on collision at 60 miles an hour. So it was really bad. I broke my back, did a whole bunch of other damage to me. The car's burned to the ground. Bullets were flying everywhere because we were in Texas and we had ammo in the car.
Lots of ammo.
Yeah, the cops and the fire trucks, they all had to leave, and everybody had to hit the deck because it's like bullets are flying.
Because the car was on fire?
Yeah, the car started burning, and then the ammo started going off, and
We had all of our guitars and amps in there too, and they burned.
Yep, it was terrible. Yeah. So then I spent a long time in the hospital in recovery. And it was one of those deals where they're like, well, you may never walk again, all this kind of stuff, because my spine had basically exploded. My lower back. The L3 vertebrae was a burst fracture into 27 pieces. And Kyle had a bunch of damage too. He was driving, I was in the front passenger seat. So the seatbelt cut me from, my upper right shoulder all the way down to my hip, like I got cut with a sword. So broke my clavicle, ribs, all the way down. So I was really damaged. And then I was in recovery for a long time, hobbling with a cane, couldn't really go anywhere, couldn't really do anything. And after I had read every fiction book I had again and played every video game I had again, I was like, I just want to, I want to read some interesting, mysterious stuff. And I started going online and just looking up, let's check out the pyramids. Let's look at ancient civilizations. I know there's mysteries involved in this. And then I started to understand, holy crap, there is a lot of fascinating stuff that I've never really been aware of just in this stuff. Just the first time I saw the interior diagram of the Great Pyramid, and you understand that most of this huge stone triangle doesn't seem to have anything in it. There's just these passageways and these little rooms, and you're like, they built this entire thing and that's all that's inside there? Maybe there's other stuff, So I started getting interested in that. I started looking at out-of-place artifacts, just objects that people have claimed to have found or have been found in places where they shouldn't be, so something that might imply transatlantic trade a long time ago. Some people have, coins, very ancient coins in the Americas. And, so it would be in a time where supposedly nobody was making coins or even using metal, right? Just stuff like that. And then, Kyle and I are hanging out, and I start going to him and telling him, dude, have you seen this inside of the pyramid? Have you looked at this?
So Kyle, what happened to you during that accident? How fucked up did you get?
It was mostly whiplash.
Okay.
But I was suffering from a lot of pain, and I was going to all these doctors, had MRIs done, did physical therapy, and I'm trying to, they were trying to figure out why am I in so much pain.
Did your spine explode too?
No broken bones.
Wow.
Yeah.
Were you wearing a seatbelt or no?
Yeah.
You were. But you didn't have the seatbelt cut
No, well, see, what happened to him is one of the big amplifiers in the back flew up and hit his seat.
Oh.
And it just shoved the whole seat forward.
Yeah, so he had hit
against the seatbelt.
Yeah, he hit the brakes, and there were seatbelt locks. So I'm sitting back with the seatbelt locks, and this giant speaker stack hits the back of my seat and jams it forward, and the seatbelt was locked. So it just cut me,
Yeah. But basically, it's we're still dealing with all that.
Yep.
It's how long did it take you guys to get back on your feet and start moving around normally?
For me, it was literally a week, and then I was back at work, and we were working on land development, so it's hard labor outdoors.
But he had long-term tissue damage that no one was really aware of.
That's what I'm saying. Within a month, I couldn't hardly move.
Yeah. You know how whiplash will affect you? You'd be like, I'm fine. Yeah. And then 2 or 3 days later, you're like, oh my God, I can't sit up. Yeah. So like one of the things that we found out later with him is he had his right foot slammed on the brake when the impact happened, and that jolt went up his leg, hyperextended his knee, hit his hips, and twisted it, and that entire twisting motion went all the way up his spine and into his neck, and did tissue damage all the way up. You know, it takes a long time to
It's basically like they call it arthritis, because when you get a severe injury to the spine or to your bones, like not severe injury so much as like just something real hard on it. Like bull riders get this. They get like an early onset arthritis called traumatic arthritis. That's what I got in the spine.
Right.
But it was almost instantaneous. It begins from that moment. So,
yeah. But I remember, you know, once I was
still climbing through a pyramid though.
Yeah,
Still climbing through a pyramid.
it hurts a little more than it should, but we can still do it. Yeah. I mean, we went, you know, eventually we're going snowboarding again, you know, eventually,
Right.
Yeah. It's you know, it's everything is harder.
Yeah.
Right. You're not nearly
Don't take as big a chances as before, which
Right.
is kind of good.
Yeah.
Right. It's like maybe I shouldn't jump off this.
Yeah, I
cliff.
probably shouldn't try that jump on my snowboard anymore.
And then you guys get rear-ended on the way to the podcast.
Yeah, that was awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the thing. I'm holding my phone like this. We're looking for a restaurant, and we get rear-ended. It just flies out of my hand and just hits me in the face.
Yeah.
Like, dude, okay.
Yeah.
Even a passenger, you shouldn't be holding your
Oh
phone in
my
your face.
God. Yeah. I think that that person that was behind you was probably a plant, was following you, CIA plant, because we got to show everybody. My father-in-law was driving down the beach this morning, right 5 minutes away from here, and he sent me photos of Mobile Tactical Operations Center for the U.S. Space Force.
It looks like a Star Trek emblem.
Yeah. Mobile Tactical Operations Center for U.S. Space Force.
Space Force is here,
It
bro.
looks like a nice van. I wonder if somebody just bought that van and just did it to fuck with people, or if that's for real.
It could be. I mean,
That's pretty. If you were Space Force, though, why would you want to be so blatantly out in the open like that, just on the beach? I don't know. Maybe
they're proud of being Space
they have nothing to hide.
Yeah.
They're fucking installing the rods from God, man. So you started reading books, started getting into all the science fiction stuff.
Yes.
And then at what point did you guys come up with the idea to start a podcast?
Well, after years of us sort of we had long, you know, we're brothers, so we would have these long conversations. I'd go down to his house and hang out, or we're just hanging out with friends and drinking some beers, and we would just have these long, involved conversations. And we started to develop a kind of sort of an alternate or possible alternate ways of looking at this stuff, you know. And then we would just have these amazing conversations about it. And I was like, and then I started getting into podcasts as well. I was listening to them, and I started telling Tom, like, dude, we can do this. You know, like these guys, there's all these different podcasts that are discussing this kind of stuff. I think we have something to add to the conversation, and I want to be part of this conversation. I want to talk to these people as well. Yeah. And then the other great thing about having a podcast is you can kind of be just a random person, but you can invite scientists and doctors and experts and, you know, and thinkers onto your show to talk to you, and they'll come and do it, right? Whereas if you're just like, well, I don't have any, can I just call you scientist and talk to you about some science stuff? And they're like, I'm busy. But if you have a show, they'll come and talk to you, maybe, right? So we talked about podcasting for, I don't know, a couple of months, maybe 6 months. And then finally Kyle was like, look, he already had all the equipment.
I already had a studio.
Yeah, because he's, you know, a musician, right? So he's like, well, I got a studio, I got the mics, I got all the software we need. He said, you set up the internet side of it, whatever it is you need to do to get a podcast going. And then once you tell me, like, everything's ready to go and we can publish the first show, then we'll record one. Right. So I did that. I made an RSS feed. And I was like, okay, well, I have an RSS feed. He's like, okay, let's record one tonight. And we recorded episode 1.
Very mysterious episode.
Which no longer exists.
Why? What happened to it?
Space Force.
It is a hidden history of our podcast.
It was like, I brought a bottle of wine, and by the end of the show, it was like, that was great. And I look at the bottle of wine. I'm like, I almost drank that entire bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Then I listened to the show and I was like, no.
Yeah. Because he's hammered.
I got hammered. It was a big bottle too. It's like one of those.
Oh, so it was you guys who chose to take it down.
Yeah, I was like, dude,
No, it was him. I was like, that was awesome. He's like, bro, no, we're not publishing that. Yeah.
So our show starts at episode 2.
It starts with episode 2. Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah. So, it just, and that kind of stuff, we do that kind of stuff with our show all the time. We have, our show specifically is a conversation between us two, between the brothers. We do get guests on, but that's not nearly as often as it's just us talking or we're reviewing somebody's book or whatever. It's our conversation, and then we bring our listeners in on it. We read their emails, we get them involved, and so we have a lot of inside jokes. And one of the inside jokes is, episode 2 is the very first episode.
Yeah. But you guys also do or have done like a weekly podcast with Randall Carlson, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes. Yeah, we started that like 4 years ago. Yeah.
How did that come about?
So we had been aware of Randall for a while, and we mentioned him on our show multiple times, and then I found out that he was going to be at an event in Colorado.
With the Grimerica boys.
Yeah, with Grimerica. With our friends from Grimerica. And so they were hosting it, and I was like, and I had listened to Grimerica for years, so I was like, hey, I told Kyle, I was like, dude, we should go to this. We can meet the Grimerica guys, we can meet Randall. And so we signed up for it. They were going to be there for 10 days. We were going to be there for 3. It's like they were pulling 3 groups of people through. So we were signed up for the first set, and we went and met Randall. And we sort of became staff. They asked us to stick around. So we stayed the entire 10 days, helped drive the vans, sort of helped manage the event. And by the end of it, we were telling Randall, like, dude, like, we'll help you start a podcast. Let's get it going. Like, you have all this research material. Let's do it in podcast format and start publishing it, And so,
and that's how he started Cosmographia?
Yeah. Really? Yeah. Once again, I helped him build the RSS feed. We went back and forth on graphics, website. They have, I built them a simple website. They have a much more advanced one now. But yeah, at the time it was just like, let's just start doing it. Like, let's just get it out there. You will get better as we go. Right. And so we started it, and it was a weekly show. We started with, we started talking about, what's that guy's name? The Oregon Energy. That was the first episode. We kind of did a sort of cover all this different stuff, and then we went into Atlantis, and then we started doing Younger Dryas, right? And then we went into, climate change. Now we're doing, what are we talking about now? We went into the sun
a little bit.
And now we're doing Mounds of America.
Yeah.
So,
that's right.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you guys just picked different topics to talk about every month or something, or
Randall runs that
because he does I noticed he does multiple episodes on the same topic.
Many episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, he decides the show content. We're on the production side.
Oh, okay.
But it's almost like a classroom where we're students.
Yeah.
So he's presenting all this information. We can ask questions, make stupid jokes.
Yeah, we're good at making dumb jokes.
But yeah, I think, he seems to really thrive in that sort of classroom setting.
Oh yeah. Yeah, like I was telling you guys last night, I could just listen to him read the phone book.
Yeah.
So interesting to listen to.
Yeah.
And then how did you guys eventually get in touch with Ben again, Ben Kirkwood?
That was simple. I when he started publishing videos, I think he had only published 2 or maybe 3, and then I went and watched them, and then I was like, these are amazing. I just sent him a message on Twitter. I was like, bro, your videos are sweet. Come on our show. He's like, all right.
What was his first video about? It was about the ancient, the high technology stuff. Was it about one of his trips to Egypt, or?
I think weren't they the earlier ones were about the cruise stuff? I don't know what the first one was.
Yeah,
okay. Oh,
sorry, Ben. I don't remember. The first thing I remember watching specifically was
pull up the channel. We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll find out. He did make some stuff on Peru, and he was talking about the drill cores.
The
two drills. Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe he also deleted his first episode.
No way.
I know he made Serapeum videos in the very beginning as well. But so I just messaged him on Twitter, and he just agreed to come on the show, and then we've been doing stuff together ever since. He's been on our show multiple times. We've been on his. We've gone on tours with him. We go to Egypt. We're going to Egypt with him in a couple weeks. Actually, we're going to be gone for 6 weeks.
You guys were there just in May of last year?
Last year we were there in November.
Oh, you were there literally 2 months ago.
No. I'm sorry, the year before.
In 2020.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
I'm still in last year, so it was last year from last year. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We
were in Turkey in April. Yeah.
Oh, that's where you guys were in Turkey. That's your recent video all about Göbekli Tepe.
Yeah. We were actually in the process of working on an Egypt video on the Serapeum, and then we went to Turkey, and we're like, okay, this is all fresh in our heads. Let's make one on Göbekli Tepe right now. So Serapeum got put on hold.
That video was incredible.
Thank you.
That you guys did on Göbekli Tepe. I loved that. Can you explain for people who don't know, like the origins of Göbekli Tepe? And, obviously there's the theory that it was deliberately buried, but you guys come up with, like, you guys found out, you guys dug very deep.
Yes.
And you found out it's nuanced. It wasn't necessarily just buried all at once. It was like over 1,000 years or more, right?
Yeah. And it's the thing about the deliberate burying is it's very mysterious sounding, and that so when you're looking at mysterious stuff or looking for mysterious things, stuff like that can affect the thinking on the entire site, because then you begin to think, well, why would they do this? Like, what would drive them to build something like this and then purposefully bury the whole thing and leave it? So if that didn't happen, then that's very important to know. And the thing is,
we wondered about this for so long. Like when you hear that they intentionally buried this massive site, it's just like, what? Why could that be? And so we're going down these roads of like, what was it? A time capsule? Were they trying to preserve a message for the future?
Yeah.
This became like a common idea, people, because this is what you ask yourself when
it's like a monumental task.
Yeah. So why were they doing it? Were they hiding it? Were they trying to preserve it for the future? All these narratives pop up because of that. And I mean, this goes back to like my earliest interest in the ancient world was looking for arrowheads here. Mm-hmm. And you start to learn what campsites look like, what human occupation sites look like, in the Neolithic times or whatever, when they were just working with rough stone tools. And you can see what their debitage looks like. And that's when we first walked up to the site of Göbekli Tepe. It was almost instant. I was just like, this is Midden. Yeah, you can see it.
What is Midden?
Midden is basically human occupation layers. They're layers of sediment that are all of the bits and pieces of debris and debitage from normal human activity. Now, obviously, there are walls and structures in there.
This is a funny question because I figured we would talk about this, and it's interesting because Kyle learned about Midden, and then Kyle and I would go on arrowhead hunting trips, and we'd be walking, and he'd be like, "Oh, this is Midden," and I'd look down, I'm like, "What are you looking at?
It's just dirt.
What is the difference, right?" And eventually, you learn to see it, and it's a lot of times it's a bunch of very similar sized rocks, like that are kind of squarish, and you just sort of recognize it. You're like, this is somebody made this pile of stones, and it's just very old. They weren't carving the rocks or anything like that. It's just that when you bring a bunch of stones in and you make fire, then they sort of break in regular patterns, and you end up with kind of a gravel, like a cobble-sized gravel.
Okay.
They just look very regular. It doesn't look natural where everything can be just randomly different sizes.
Right.
They're all sort of very similar, like fist-sized rocks, and you recognize, there's a pile of these, covered in grass, very old. And then you start digging in it. And I mean, you don't have to dig very much. You find specific markers, like there will be a certain kind of shell. At least in the States, you find this. There will be a certain kind of snail shell, all in the middle.
Yeah, it just depends on the types of materials that they were around.
Yeah,
at the time.
Okay.
Like the dirt, for example, looks a little more sooty. It has got ash in it. It's got a lot of charcoal. But there's all this stuff that people collected. There are, tiny little broken shards of flint just everywhere. Yeah. Well, that was the material they were working with. So if you were in a place where they were working with quartz, then you would be finding chunks and little tiny bits of quartz everywhere. If that's the stone they were working with, or obsidian. Yeah. So there's another example. We were at a place that we had basically confirmed was an occupation site. So it was just like, okay, yes, people were living here. We were finding flint. We were finding all this stuff. We're walking away after about an hour of looking around, and somebody finds a little piece of obsidian. I'm like, turn around. Yeah, we're going back. There's an obsidian arrowhead up here. There's no reason for this piece of obsidian flake to be on this hill. It doesn't belong here. It's not from here.
There's no volcanoes anywhere nearby.
Humans brought it here.
Yeah.
They made something.
Yeah, it's volcanic. Yeah.
So it's stuff. It's little tiny things like that. And sure enough, we found a work piece of obsidian there.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You found an obsidian arrowhead?
It's not complete. It's a little tiny bird point, like a dart.
And where was this?
I'm not going to tell you about that. It was in Arizona. Yeah.
Okay.
It was near
Secret spot in Arizona.
where was that?
We were,
It was near Sedona.
yeah, Sedona. Yeah.
Okay.
Just
So
outside
when
Sedona.
you the first time you pulled up to, so which part of is this? Go back to
This
Tepe
is
the proper where now there's
Yes.
a big dome over the top.
Yeah, this is before the,
Okay.
That chamber right there is that's enclosure C.
yeah, the one
I
in front there.
So
D is the one to the right.
to the right, yeah. So you can see the obviously there are rock walls, and a lot of the stones that you're seeing that are just kind of bigger ones are probably broken down rock walls. But when you look closer at that material, you can tell that it's midden. It's basically like full of little tiny flint flakes from a people who were working flint every day of their lives making tools. There are pieces of grinding stones, which were they were made of basalt. Now there's a basalt outcrop within like a kilometer of this site. So they're going down to this basalt outcrop, which is basalt is a volcanic stone as well, and it's a good grinding stone. So they were making grinding stones for grinding whatever, grain, ochre. They ground all kinds of stuff. They ground a massive amount of stuff based on the number of grinding stones found in this place. In fact, the archaeologists were blown away. They were like, why? Like, they even did this pretty cool experiment where they got people to grind on one of these. They made their own grinding stones, just like the ones at Göbekli Tepe, and they would grind for 8 hours in a day to see how much material that they came up with. And it was enough to feed like 5 people.
Really?
One guy. And so
One guy for 8 hours.
Yeah. So based on the amount of
One college
grinding
kid
stones,
who's never done it before, grinding for 8 hours can feed 5 people.
so they were just blown away. They're like, there are way too many grinding stones here to support whatever population may have been nearby. So what the hell were they doing? They were manufacturing a lot of stuff, whoever these people were that had the grinding stones. Now, I'm not necessarily saying that's connected to who built this place, but there are broken grinding stones all over it, and broken arrowheads, broken flint shards. So people were living and working there all the way up to fairly modern times. I mean, to at least medieval times. And I mean, it's being farmed right now, so technically, they're still there. People never left.
Yeah, see the trees on the upper top here? That's an orchard.
Those are olive trees.
Yeah.
So what is the radiocarbon dating here says it's at least the farthest back it goes is how old again?
It's like, oh man,
God, look at the landscape there. The view there is just unbelievable.
I'm just gonna say roughly 12,000 years old.
Yeah.
Roughly 12,000 years
Yeah.
old.
Now, they had a lot of difficulty in the dating. They already had, for I don't know how many decades, an established,
Oh wow, what a great view.
a well-established dating of artifacts by style. Okay.
Yeah.
So in the whole Anatolian area, they have been digging in midden piles, human occupation layers, looking at styles of flint points, arrowheads, tools, and had all this, and then had very good carbon dates from those layers in multiple different sites, corroborating the evidence of each one, so that they had a well-established time period for the types of arrowheads you would find. So if you pick up this type of arrowhead, they could instantly say, well, that's 8,000 years old because of the style.
Okay.
At the very bottom layers of Göbekli Tepe, they were finding the arrowheads of a people that were 12,000 years old.
And how do they know the people were 12,000 years old?
Because of the dates from other sites.
Because they had dug so many other sites all around Anatolia that had those arrowheads in layers that had carbon datable materials that showed that date. So, like,
What's up, guy?
many times over at many different sites, when they found those arrowheads and they carbon dated something from the same layer, they would get the same date. So it's pretty good corroborating evidence that those arrowheads are consistent with a date of roughly 12,000 years. So when they get to the bottom, the archaeologists looking at the bottom layers of Göbekli Tepe are like, this is 12,000 years old. The burial layers, not the stonework, but the layers at the very bottom that start to build up of dirt, right, that are burying the site. Now, in some cases,
So that means the stonework is older, or
It has to be at least
as old.
that
yeah,
old.
yeah. It can't be it can't really be younger unless there's another drastic, like they dug through all that stuff
And the idea is that the people that were making and using these arrowheads were just like very primitive hunter-gatherers that would not be
Up
capable.
until this point, that's who they were. You see what I'm saying? Up until the point of the discovery of Göbekli Tepe, those hunter-gatherers were considered primitive hunter-gatherers who never really built anything astonishing. Yeah. And they
definitely not
have
monumental.
They didn't have pottery. The name of this culture is called the PPNA, Pre-Pottery Neolithic A, because there's a PP in B.
Pre-pottery Neolithic A.
Yeah. So they didn't have pottery, yet they were making gigantic standing stone circles by flattening bedrock. I mean, they took a slope of bedrock and flattened it.
Yeah, see,
Made it level.
if you look at in enclosure C there, you see the little pedestal that the central stone is on.
Yeah.
See how it's on a pedestal and then around it is flat? That is smooth, flattened limestone bedrock. It is
The pedestal itself is still the bedrock. It's
So
not like
they basically cut out all the negative stone bedrock around that pedestal.
Yeah, and then they cut a slot into the pedestal and then slotted that standing stone into it.
What?
Yeah. So it's not a simple construction, and the floors of the enclosures are smooth and beautiful, and even I can't remember this one, but in some cases the sides of the pedestal are decorated in relief carvings. So there's like a row. It's not high; it's like mid relief, but
But they are sticking out.
Yeah,
it's
they
not like
stick out.
It's not like they're cutting the thing into the stone. They're cutting the stone away and leaving the carving.
Right.
There is a high relief one. It's a sculpture of a cat
Behind that pillar.
Yeah, it's directly behind it there.
Can't see it in this photo.
Yeah, but it's amazing work.
How much deeper do you think it goes? How
Well,
much?
that's the bedrock, so
That's the
seems like
bedrock.
bottom.
there.
Yeah,
Oh, that's the bottom.
yeah.
In some places, there's a lot of tunnels in the bedrock. Not at Göbekli Tepe, but in this area of Turkey, they were tunneling into bedrock.
Notice this in the picture here. This is another thing to point out. They had these portal stones where they had cut this. So you imagine you cut a big square slab and then you completely cut the middle of it out to make a portal stone. That was broken.
That one in the middle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't get to go to the museum, but I've seen some photographs of portal stones like this that have high relief carvings of like cats standing on the edge of that portal, reaching over as though they might be drinking out of a pool in the center of the portal. Beautiful work. Yeah.
Yeah, so when we went, the earthquake and flood had just happened in Turkey, so we couldn't.
Oh yeah.
So all the
Tell me
museums,
about that.
yeah. So the museums were closed, and they had moved, 40,000 crates of artifacts out of the museum.
Dude, a ton of people died in that.
Yes.
In that earthquake.
A lot of people. Yeah. Yeah. See the high relief cat there?
Oh my God, that's nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think we're most interested in the building techniques. There's like that. That's all. So think about this: like to make this pillar, the person at the quarry had to leave a sizable chunk of stone sticking out of the side of that pillar,
So that the artist had material to work with.
Right.
Yeah.
So this is thoughtful. This is planning. The guy at the quarry may not be the guy who carved this cat or whatever this thing is. I doubt that it's the same person. So you have to have engineering and planning. And there's actually some new data coming out by some scientists looking at the entire layout of the stone circles that suggests the entire site was planned. The original narrative was that, the original idea was that one circle was built and used for a while, and then they sort of like, they put all this stuff into sort of a religious context. Like, well, it has to be religion. Why else would you build stone? It's ritual, it's religion. No atheist ever builds stone circles. Apparently, no atheist ever builds beautiful temple buildings or stone circles or mountain monuments. Could be true. I don't know. Maybe they don't. But it's like they do all these rituals, and then it's like, okay, the rituals are done, the gods are appeased. Bury that circle, dig another one, build another circle. This was the early on idea, but now it looks like the entire site was planned. And it's interesting because when you start reading the papers, with the artifacts and the carvings, they have the totems are strange.
That is sick.
Yeah. With the artifacts and the carvings, it looks like each enclosure may have had a specific animal type associated with it. So you have like the circle, the enclosure of the cat, the enclosure of the boar, the enclosure of the bird, the enclosure of the serpent, the enclosure of the fox, right? And so it's like you start to think of like, is this a kind of magic school? Yeah. It's
What
like
is your guys' wildest theory on what the fuck it was?
I think it might actually be. I think the Gryffindors are going to beat the Gryffindors. Which is too bad because clearly we're part of Slytherin, right?
Oh God!
Brothers of the Serpent. But it's. I mean, I really like the idea that the standing stones themselves, at least the central pillars and the flattened platforms, may be very, very old, far older than even the artifacts and found in there. Because that's the thing, when you dig into the archaeological papers on this, they do say, specifically, they say the dates that we get from the lithics, which would be the arrowheads, PPNA stuff, from the pottery, and also from dating organic material in the mortar of the rough stone walls at the very bottom, give us these early dates of 12,000 before present, cannot date the megalithic architecture. It just doesn't give you the dates for that stuff because it could have been there before that.
The big T pillars.
Yes. Yeah, and the shaping of the bedrock. Right. So is it possible that, that somebody built this stuff a long time ago and then they just disappeared or went somewhere else or whatever, and then later people found it and started rebuilding it, and then some of the outer smaller pillars are their attempts to recreate. So in other words, they're learning some of these techniques, and then they live here. They build the rough stone walls, and maybe they cover them over. Who knows? So we kind of came up with this idea that I love this idea, the idea of ancient archaeologists. There is evidence that people think about what archaeologists do. I mean, the people that have come here and dug out this site, they have excavated the site. They've stood up pillars. They've tried to rebuild some rock walls. So when I look at this site from a construction standpoint, these rock walls between the pillars, those don't look like they belong. The building style doesn't match. Right. The rock walls are not shaped stones. They're just sort of whatever size and shape that they are. They use mortar. They don't have carving on them. They used plaster, supposedly. And in a lot of cases, the rock walls cover up the carvings on the pillars. So it looks to me like someone came in and tried to restore an already ancient and dilapidated site. And so they would be doing what modern archaeologists do. They come in, they find this just pile of rubble, and then they start lining up the blocks and numbering them, reorganizing them, try to rebuild the entire temple or whatever it is. And why do we do this in the first place? Because we're interested in our past. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if some people 12,000 years ago found this site and were like, we've got to see what this was all about.
12,000 years ago, that was right in the middle of the Younger Dryas, right?
Right after the end of it, just after.
12,000 was the very end of it.
Yeah.
And it lasted for 1,000 years, right?
Like 11,600 or something. Yeah, 11,006 would be the end of the Younger Dryas, something like that. And so yeah, when you're looking at people, this would be just after.
right? The end of it, I'm pretty sure. 10,000 something BC.
So this was built after.
Yeah. Well, the dates for the lithics in the bottoms of the walls. But we don't know when they're. That's what I'm trying to say. Like it must be may be much older than that.
So these ancient archaeologists could have been after the Younger Dryas,
right?
Trying to figure out what this was and trying to preserve it.
Could be. Yeah. There is evidence that later peoples came and dug down into the midden, specifically into the. If you look at enclosure C again, that one. See how the top of that pillar is broken?
Yeah.
And the pillar down on the lower right, the big one down there, is also busted. There's two huge pillars there, and they're broken. You can see all the shattered pieces lying around in the bottom of the enclosure there. Somebody specifically around, was it 6,000 BC? 6,000 BC. So, 4 to 6,000 years after the site was no longer in use, somebody came along and specifically dug a hole down to the tops of those pillars and smashed them and then reburied the site.
At least that's what it indicates. We don't know if they really smashed them, but
right.
It could be that someone smashed them.
Yeah. What was the term they used for that?
Iconoclastic.
Iconoclastic. Yeah. So
I wonder. I mean, think about the earthquake that just happened. I wonder how many of those earthquakes has this had to survive?
Right. That would be one reason to bury it on purpose. If you didn't want it, if you're like, I'm not going to be here to take care of it anymore, but if you bury it, the earthquake won't destroy it.
Yeah, protect it, huh?
Yeah.
But really, the burial looks more like collapses of the midden in something maybe like the heavy rainfall that they got.
Yeah.
Because you can see at the site, you can see that they have used sandbags and all this stuff to shore up the walls around the excavation site, the modern excavation of this site.
Okay.
They're trying to prevent all of this midden and soil and rocks and rubble from falling back into these enclosures. So if these enclosures were already, like at the time, maybe covered in midden, and people dug them out, then the midden would collapse back into it and, of course, be jumbled up. That's the other problem with the dating of the site, is that the midden from within these enclosures is in some cases inverted. The older stuff is at the top, the younger stuff is at the bottom.
Oh, yeah.
And this is why they thought it was buried. It's like they're just throwing material in it.
Yeah.
But it could also be from natural collapses of material that have fallen back into it.
Yeah, they describe the material that's in there as in a series of lenses, which is, that's what the soil falls in and makes this sort of lens shape in the hole, and then another set falls in from this side and makes another one underneath. So when they dig through it, they can see it doesn't have a stratigraphy really, like naturally laid sediment, but you can see that it's several different collapses. So
has this all been accepted in like the mainstream now? Like now that this has been discovered and tested and looked at and analyzed for so long, is this now, have they officially rewritten the human timeline? Or is it still
the human timeline from
still just YouTube speculation?
No, like when we were doing all the reading and the research for making the Göbekli Tepe video specifically, we were reading the scientific papers written by the people who had been working on the site, right? So all the stuff we're telling you is stuff that came from them, not so much. They probably wouldn't specifically say that the stone pillars could be far, far older, but they have specifically said that they cannot date them. Yeah. And all that they have been able to determine is the latest possible dates for those things. They must have been built at that time or before 10,000 BC-ish. So
the pillars.
Yes. Yeah. Because the material in the bottom is basically that.
Yeah, the other thing that it did really to the human timeline, what I feel like it should have done was made people accept that humans were doing megalithic stonework, or that civilization may have started quite a bit earlier than it was previously believed. But instead what they did was they modified what they believed that hunter-gatherers do in their spare time.
Yeah.
Which is, in my opinion, ridiculous. It's like, well, we don't want to see the point that everything that we've said about humans' advancement through time is incorrect.
we'll just modify this as a definition of this term. See the anthropomorphizing of the pillars. This is the other weird thing, and this you'll love this. Like we didn't come up with this connection, but many people have pointed it out. See how each pillar there, the two central ones, they've got that the V shape going down. That's a sideways V. It's a sideways V.
Yeah.
It's an arm. So there, you can view the pillars as basically standing human figures. They have arms that go down the side and then wrap around in the front. See if you can find a picture that shows the front of them with the fingers.
Yeah, they're standing there kind of holding their belts.
Yeah, they have belts on, so you can view the T shape at the top as sort of the head.
And there's arms carved into them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're standing with their fingers wrapped around the front of their belts.
Yeah, it's a very strange and kind of eerie representation.
They're wearing
There
belts.
you go. See his fingers?
Are there?
National
Yeah.
Geographic.
Down
Oh,
right
no.
there. Yes, this one.
This one?
Yeah. See if you can open that up. Right. So he's. There we go. Yeah. I wish I had.
So this is like his hands down to his side.
Yeah. So see the belt going around down there, and it's got a fox pelt hanging from the belt on the front, and those are his fingers coming around the front there, just above the belt.
He's kind of holding his
They're
belly.
real thin. They're incredibly thin.
And
right?
you can see the two lines going up the center. He's wearing like a jacket.
Yeah, like he's got a robe or a jacket on. It's got a belt with complicated buckles or something around it, and a fox pelt or something hanging from the front. Right. This is a very interesting carving. So they are supposed to be anthropomorphic figures, and so
Aliens.
right. It's or some kind of strange hominid god. Right now, you want to start thinking about long heads or Anunnakis or something.
Right.
There's two of them in each enclosure, and they're it's like twins or brothers or two different guys standing there in the middle, taller than everything else, sort of surrounded by a council or knowledge in the shape of other T-pillars facing them. But the other weird thing, and this is wild. See if you can. When you get back there, pull up some pictures of the Moai statues on Easter Island.
Easter Island just got like burned down, right? And a bunch of those heads got like torched.
Oh,
Yeah.
how do you burn stone heads?
They're not stone.
They're what are they, Steve?
They're volcanic ash. Yeah, they're made of ash. They look like concrete, but
Like
they're
tough? Is it volcanic tough?
I don't know, but we can find out. We can burn it. I thought they were basalt.
So you can see some of the just pull up one of the pictures of where there's a bunch of them in a row. Yeah, it may be tough to see on this.
The ad zoom bigger than the regular thing. Can you find out exactly what it's called these stones are made out of, Steve?
Well, if it's ash, it might be volcanic tuff, which is actually a pretty
Tough.
soft. I don't know why they call it tough. It's soft.
It's soft. It's not tough at all. Right? Okay, yeah, so there you go. Volcanic tough, solidified ash.
You're right. Okay. So yeah, that stuff. That's what the tunnel systems. Why can't I think of Darren Q?
Yeah, Darren Q.
In Turkey, they're dug out of volcanic tuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's actually not
That underground labyrinth?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not that difficult to dig.
Whoa, look at the shit on his back.
Yeah, this is one that was buried for a long time, and he has all kinds of stuff on his back. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. There are a lot of stylistic similarities to some of the things that are carved onto these Moai statues, is what we see at Göbekli Tepe.
How have you never showed me this?
I gotta hold back those snake facts, bro. Sometimes.
Did you guys go to Darren Kuyu?
Not yet, no.
Can you go in there?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
What do you think the Darren Kuyu was for? What was that built for?
I mean, the first thing it makes you think of is like,
Oh, you're the one with the people saying that.
Yeah, there you go. See if you can get in on the.
it may be one of the many arcs.
Oh, look at there.
Those
Yeah.
fingers,
Dude, look at that.
Oh,
Yeah.
the
See that
finger.
picture?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude.
Yeah, see the fingers?
That is wild.
It's so weird how it's similar. There are other statues in other places that have this same pose. Now, you could argue, like, this isn't that big of a deal, the pose or whatever, but I do find the long, thin, strange-looking fingers to be sort of it's just weird that they would come up with that two different things at so different places and different times. That's the question. How old are these things? Are some of them very old?
They have no way to carbon date the tough stuff.
Right. Yeah. And look how deep it is in the sediment.
So deep.
Yeah. Now you could carbon date that sediment possibly. Yeah.
Right.
Like if you get to the bottom and you find a piece of organic material, like a burnt, like say maybe somebody had a campfire nearby,
right,
uphill slightly. And so then when this sort of inundation of soil came in, maybe it pushed some of that charcoal around in the same layers at the base of this statue. You could date those, and then you could maybe make a correlation if the statue was stood up in this place at least by this date.
Right.
But that date could be very young, because when the statue was not buried, the statue is already very old. You see what I mean? The date of the charcoal of somebody's fire pit near the statue doesn't mean the statue dates to the age of the fire pit. The statue could be much older.
Right.
Just can't
That's
be younger.
that's just the minimum date.
Yeah. The other interesting thing with this, I remember when I was first, like soon after the accident, and I'm looking at Easter Island, long years and years ago, you can find, or at least at the time I did, I found old drawings where,
sorry, go ahead.
No, oh, that's amazing. Sorry, I'm going to bring that up.
That's like an airplane.
Yeah, is it somebody's watermark? I don't know what that is. Yeah. There are sketches where some of the first people to visit the island sat and sketched the heads and the sort of the landscape, and they're very well done. And you can find a photograph of that same spot. So 400 years later, 400 or 500 years later, the same spot, and it hasn't changed at all. The heads are all in the same, how some of them are tilted this way, some are tilted that way. Right. They're buried to the same spot, like up to the chin or just up to the shoulders, as this sketch from 400 years ago. And then you look at the timeline where they're supposed to have all been built between, I can't remember exactly, was it 1400 to 1500 AD, something like that. That was when they were all erected. So the people who did the sketch came there around 100 years after that, and the statues are already buried up to their necks. And then in the next 400 years, nothing changes. And so it's sort of difficult to believe. But the other interesting thing is,
so wait, 1400 AD, they were stood up again?
No, I think that the idea is that the first European explorers that showed up on the island showed up about 100 years after the statues had been put up. According to the standard story.
Standard story.
Yeah.
Standard story. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, and like I may be getting some of this a little inaccurate. I can't remember all the dates exactly, but it's basically around 100 years after the statues have been completed, or nobody was making them anymore, is when the first Europeans showed up, and then they made sketches, and then you can compare those sketches, look at how similar this looks. It's very similar to the pillar carving. The style, the birds, the vultures, it's pretty strange stuff.
Keep scrolling down a little bit.
But see, this is what people do when you find volcanic stuff. You just do this. This is like a human thing.
Oh, look, the whole video. What's carved on their backs?
Yeah, that is beautiful.
Now, somebody superimposed paint onto the. No, they actually painted it.
That's awesome. A real one? Yeah. That's amazing.
That's so weird.
Check out that bird thing.
Like a vulture.
Yeah, it looks very ceremonious and ritualistic.
Yeah. So
it's like, if you're that advanced, why are you wasting your time carving stones?
I also love that they have these red hats. What are those things? It's a fez. It's a fez.
And you're never going to do it without your fez. Do you think this was just super easy for them to do?
It does seem like
creating this stuff is it's like nothing to them. Or do you think they actually spent fucking months and months and years creating this stuff out of this stone?
Well, either way, you want to know what is the reason. Like, what was the drive to do it?
Right.
If it was easy, or even if it was difficult, why did they want to do this stuff? And a lot of times you find the standard story to be sort of, it's just not very satisfactory. anyway, the thing I was pointing out is that a
What
lot
is
of
that?
that's the caldera, the extinct volcano.
Oh, that's the volcano on Easter Island.
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also a form of writing called Rongo Rongo.
Yeah.
It comes from this place that's never been deciphered. Well, they haven't found very much of it.
Yeah.
Some wood carvings of the writing style, but it's very interesting looking.
And
there
it's
you go.
yeah, and it's extremely similar. Lots of very similar characters to.
Wow. Can you zoom in on that a little bit?
Isn't that awesome looking?
That is incredible.
It looks almost perfect.
Yeah. That may be a recreation. I've
Yeah.
seen it on a wood.
They're on wood, yeah.
But yeah, that's awesome. It's like figures and stuff. They're somewhat stylized hieroglyphs.
Like think of semaphore. You know, semaphore is like a language of body. You know, like people in me would use this, or you know, it looks like semaphore. Like it's like little stylized drawings of human figures doing different positions. Which is why I came up with this idea that it was a.
There's the wood.
Yeah, there's the wood.
No, that's the same thing. It's that papyrus.
Oh,
okay.
Okay.
But so what's interesting is how similar it looks to the Indus Valley script, which is, you know, that's in Pakistan, and there's an undeciphered script there that looks almost exactly like this stuff from Easter Island. Again, on the wrong side of the world. So is there a connection? Now you're thinking, you know, okay, so you got Indus Valley, you got Göbekli Tepe.
So far
And both of these are pointing to, in stylized ways, and even with the writing, to Easter Island. There's a lot of the very same kind of figures. Some of them are different, but it's very similar.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the most like perplexing things to me is how, like, based on how advanced these people were, how long it took them to do this kind of stuff. Like, did it really take them that long, or was it just super fucking easy?
Yeah,
for them to do.
There's some stuff that looks like it was easy to do, just based on how much. I don't know. It's like some of the granite stonework that you see in Egypt, where they're like removing material after they put the stone in place because they're essentially facing off a wall to make it flat. The amount of material they're removing from some of these stones is just insane. Like, you can't imagine.
I could pull some up here if it's.
Yeah, like, I mean, just like
that's what, I'm sorry.
No. I was just gonna say, like, the Serapeum boxes by themselves are just so fascinating because, as you know, Chris Dunn talks about in his book. He asked one of the biggest granite manufacturers in the country what it would take for them to reproduce that box, and he said we couldn't reproduce that the way it is. We have to take separate slabs and bolt them together, and it would cost upwards of $500,000.
Yeah, we can look at some of those too, the boxes in the Serapeum. But this is Menkaure, the third pyramid on Giza, the small one that people mostly don't pay attention to.
Mm-hmm.
But it has this very interesting stonework at the base of it. Like Menkaure, just like the other pyramids there, are built out of the core material. All this stuff up here is limestone, right? This is all limestone blocks. But down here,
so this is the smallest one in the line of three?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Look at those granite blocks. Like, some people in here for scale. These are huge. And these would be the casing stones or the facing stones, right? So the other two pyramids were also cased,
right,
in this beautiful Tura limestone. It's a very hard white limestone, and they were flattened all the way up. And there's old writings about how they would shine like mirrors in the desert before the casing stones were gone. They were stripped off and moved. Yeah, there was earthquakes, and then they're gone. Yeah.
The way to look at this is like this is the roof of the structure.
Yeah,
that casing.
Right.
So you build the interior of the structure, but you can build it with much softer stone. In some cases, they build them with mud bricks. But you then case that in a very hard stone. Tura limestone is a very hard silica-rich form of limestone, so it's much harder. It erodes way slower. Granite obviously is even harder than that. It takes forever to erode. But that's like you're putting a roof on the structure to protect the structure, and then when it's gone, you can see that the core masonry there is just heavily getting degraded.
Now, do we know if the interior of these smaller pyramids is anything similar to the Great Pyramid?
They have passageways and chambers. We haven't been in Ninkara yet. We're going to do that this year.
But do we have diagrams? Like we have diagrams of all the all the chambers. So we know what the insides of these look like. They're mapped out.
For the most part, if I recall correctly, the Great Pyramid is the only one that has any substantial structures in the body of the pyramid itself. The rest of them mostly go underground. So it seems like the entire
Spent Pyramid has some pretty substantial.
Yes, you're right. The Spent Pyramid has structures inside of it.
I've scanned that out.
Yeah. But most of the time, it's just see the entrance back here. This is the entrance right here. Okay. So this is just a descending passageway. It basically goes straight down and into the ground. And then there's chambers way down in there. The Great Pyramid does this as well, but there's a descending passage that goes up as well, and then you have the Grand Gallery and the Queen's Chamber and the King's Chamber up inside the body of the pyramid. Mm-hmm. But when you go into Khafre, the middle pyramid, it just has a descending passageway, and you're down underneath it.
But there's nothing in this.
Not that it's known. Yeah. But anyway, so you're noticing these blocks. We're talking about this because of was it easy? This is not insubstantial amounts of stone, as you can see from the people standing here. These are huge blocks. They have to be tilted, and they're also, notice how they're kind of puffier, like pillowy.
Yeah.
So they were leaving extra material on because they were going to flatten it like this. Let's see.
Oh, some of them are flattened.
Yeah, just right around the entrance. And also notice all these nubs.
Yeah, those are the same nubs on the ones in South America.
Yeah, they have these all over the world. There's a lot of interesting ideas about these. Kyle and I kind of lean towards the idea that they're functional, like they were used for maneuvering, and then they were cut off during the finishing process. But here you can see the part of the flattened face. Back out and move here. And then there's some reverse nubs, insets, for grabbing this block. But look at all this extra material. Look at this huge, and granite's heavy. So you're talking about a lot of extra material on here. I could come back to some of it, but here's the flattened face.
So how come the rest of it's not flattened like this?
Well, that's the question. That is a great question. It's why didn't they finish the job? But there's this big square of flattened area right here in front of the entrance. Which seems funny, if this is a tomb and you're trying to sort of hide the entrance and everything like that, well, this makes it relatively obvious where the door is. Right?
Yeah.
And also because the other two large pyramids had casing stones all over them, and those were completely flattened
They were
out.
perfect.
Yeah, they were finished. This just looks like it was not completed. Like they were in the process, or they were using this surface as a survey point. This is the other thing we've discussed.
Yeah. We actually have some evidence after walking all the way around this pyramid, looking. So you can imagine that one of these blocks, this flattened blocks, because it has a top and bottom, and then it has this beveled, this angled face, and there's going to be a certain cut degree angle.
Yeah.
Flat surface here and a flat surface there.
Right.
That the other blocks will not have because they're all puffy and pillowy on the front. So when we were walking around the pyramid, there's just piles and piles of granite laying on the sides, pouring it out. So we were looking for blocks with this angle, two flat surfaces,
like a prism stone. Yeah.
And we found them.
Yeah.
Around the other two sides that are not uncovered. So I think that there was we think that there's a pretty good case to be made that there was a flattened surface about this size on each side of the pyramid.
There is one on the other side, which we'll look at in a minute.
Yeah.
This is the north side, so around on the east side of the pyramid, there is another flattened face. And the other interesting thing, just to point out, is the only reason we have this pile of casing stones here is because as people were quarrying the stuff above it to granite off here, they were making piles of rubble down here, and it basically just covered this stuff up. And it became too difficult to dig out, so they just left it. So it still survives because it got buried under the other quarrying.
Intentionally buried.
There you go. Intentionally buried, right? So, but the other point, these things are...
So if they were going to smooth the stones, they would start from the top?
Maybe you would want to, yeah.
You think that you'd want to start from the top stone,
right?
But you have to build it from the bottom. So this is the thing: how do you maintain as you're going up the integrity of this flat surface as you're stacking these blocks up. Where, in other words, as you're setting each stone in, you know it has enough material on it that when you flatten it out, there's going to be a hole somewhere. Right. So maybe you flatten out a square area at the first few courses at the base to give yourself a survey platform so that you can check as you go up using, whatever method you got.
A really simple method to check the distance from the bottom of this to the top of it, and then extend that further out as you make new courses. Like, do we have enough stones going out where they actually meet each other in this crevice? Is that far enough out so right here, flatten it won't be a void?
See this deep crevice between the stones here and here? You want to make sure that when you flatten it to here, there's not actually going to be like a hole in here somewhere.
Right, that makes sense.
Yeah. So you can do it by, you can just put a couple of like rods in here with string and pull. And you end up pulling the string all the way up, and you're just checking distances as you go up. Do we have enough stone in each place?
And you can move it this
you
way.
can sweep it back and forth and check the whole face. And so that was the idea, is like, did they have 4 of these on each face? And you have one facing through per side of the pyramid. And they just didn't have time to finish the job, which is another interesting.
Yeah. So it seems like they built the Great Pyramid first, and then this was the last one.
Or maybe maybe Khafre, the Central Pyramid, was the one built first. Ben actually thinks that's the first one.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And it's interesting because that one, the other great thing about that one is it has a couple of rows at the very bottom of granite casing stones that have been finished. And they are, they're just unbelievably magnificent, just perfectly cut, beautiful granite casing stones. And then as you walk around that pyramid, there's a row of granite rubble all the way around the thing because people were cutting them up to take these beautiful faces that have been cut. Because the source of this granite is 500 miles away. So if you're somebody living near this area,
that's so wild.
Yeah.
You need to fucking get a plane because you need to fly there when you're traveling.
Yeah.
That's not wild.
It's not wild. This is just what people do.
It's the easiest way to,
totally natural.
Like, listen, when you want to build a cool structure in the desert, you bring stones from 500 miles away and you stack it up into a triangle. It's like the simplest thing to do. Like, everybody does it. It's crazy how that
really puts it into perspective when you're there and you realize, like you guys were telling me last night. Yeah, we had to catch a plane to the quarry.
Yeah,
that's how fucking far it is.
Well, we catch a plane and then we have to ride a boat for 4 days to get to the quarry. Yeah.
What do you want? I just wanted to go back to the original point of bringing this up, the perspective to show you how much stone was removed here. So I was wanting to show this one photo because it really gives you an idea of why it looks to me why it was easy for them. Because you wonder to yourself, how much work would it take to take away that much stone to make that flat surface? Now the next photo should give you an idea of how much that is.
Look how much material that is.
It's wider than this guy's shoulder. In some cases it's up to like 2 feet, 18 inches at least. They were removing of that granite. Now they weren't.
Oh, this is granite.
This is granite. They weren't just cutting it with a saw. How do you get a saw in there?
Yeah, go back to this. Notice that there's a radius.
They're grinding it away somehow.
You see how it curves up. It's like you can imagine like just putting a giant belt sander down on this thing, and then they're removing this much material. That's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds of stone. This is granite. That's a lot. Think of trying to pick up
waste.
Yeah,
like think of the amount of waste that would create on the ground.
Oh yeah.
It's just going to be piles of it, especially if you're doing an entire pyramid like this.
So, is there a evidence of like layers that they had to take it away in layers, or is it just one go?
We don't know, but there is no evidence for this. But the problem is because there has been occupation and people working on this site for thousands and thousands of years after this pyramid was supposedly built. It's so hard to figure out who did what.
This is the other thing, just to put this in perspective. This is like fourth dynasty Old Kingdom. Like all these big pyramids are in that area, right? So it's like the beginning of the dynastic period of Egypt. So in the oldest part of their civilization. New Kingdom would have looked at these people and thought of them as ancients, the people who built this stuff. So this is, so you're talking about they start out with these monuments, practically. The other thing to point out here, this is really cool because, now we've looked at all this, you see how big the blocks are, how much stone they're removing, and then you see something like this. I'm going to zoom in on that, where they just,
oh my God.
So you're setting these giant blocks in, and you're also like, just make that next one, a quarter inch down from the one next to it. Because it's easy, like you were saying.
That's the point, yeah. It's like
this makes it look easy.
At least whatever method that it seems like the method they used to do this, just doing stuff like this was easy. I can't help but think, people always want to know, was this a geopolymer? Was this whatever? Was there some way? To me, it looks like grinding. Like if they had something connected to that stone that they were laying down, the one that they're putting on there, that they could vibrate that stone, it would eat away both faces, all three faces that the stone is going up against, including its own, and basically make the mating faces perfectly match each other.
Yeah, so let me back up here, and
that's what I want.
We can talk about that a little bit because there's evidence here, and then there's something in Peru we can look at about that as well. So let me go to this slide. This one here. So see the blocks at the top here. This is what we're looking at. These would have been sitting up against each other when before the destruction and all the chlorine happened. Right. So this face of this block sat against that one. Probably this face sat up against here. I can probably zoom in a bit. Now, what's interesting, it's hard to tell with this picture, but these faces aren't flat. They have these curves. They have these very slight curves, like the side of that block does something like this. And then the block that it matches has the matching slight curves. Yeah, it's hard. So let me switch over to
that's the point. If you take two stones, they can have whatever face, and you start grinding them together. Eventually, their faces are going to match. They won't be flat; they'll be curved, but the contours of that curve will match each other. That's why to me, I'm not saying that they ground the stones together, but that's what it would look like.
Yeah.
So these were sent to us.
How the fuck did they do that?
I have no idea.
These were sent to us by one of the people who listens to our show. He's been to Peru, and he took these pictures specifically. So you can see, it's tough to tell, but there's a big block here and a big block here, and you can see that the inside face of this block, the corner goes out on the top here and goes in on the bottom, and there's a matching face, a complex curve of the block next to it.
It's almost like the face has a twist in it, right? Both sides of the match.
Here's another picture of the same area. You can see that this interior face of this block has a twist, and it matches the twist of this block and the one it's sitting into at the bottom.
I don't know how to explain that.
It's the only thing that I can think of is that they're being ground together. I don't know any other way to make that happen unless you had a computer controlling the device that was cutting the stones and making each one exact. But if you had a computer that was cutting them exact, why would you leave the bulk of material on the front to be flattened later? Why not just cut it exact? You know what I'm saying? If you were so good at laying these stones, you weren't worried about it.
Right. That's the other thing that's interesting about leaving all the extra material in the front is you can also look at it as a protective layer. Yeah. You know that your final finished product is going to have this glossy, polished surface that's completely flat. You want that protected by multiple layers of stone during the construction process, not layers, multiple inches of stone. So you drop a block against it, it hits it, right?
Yeah, and if a block was dropped near the top of the pyramid and it had tumbled down, it's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
The very last thing you want to do is basically just cut down the edges.
Right. So just like painting the inside, you start at the top and you paint your way down.
Exactly.
And that's the last thing you do, right? So it's the finishing work. And a lot of times these places look like it's the finishing work that didn't get completed. And that's why you see things like nubs. Because the nubs would be gone once it's finished.
Right. Whoa, man.
Yeah.
Now, when you guys are walking around those pyramids, is it just like those some of the pictures that Ben shows of those massive circular saw cuts in these things? Are those just laying there for everyone to see, like in the open?
Yes. Yeah. They're all over the place. Yeah. And you can tell there's multiple different types of saws. And you can kind of tell the differences between them. Like, you can see the leading cutting edge. And if that's, like, let's say there's a stone that's broken in half, but it has a saw mark on one side. If the leading edge is concave, in other words, going in, then it's got to be some kind of circular saw or something like that, or at least a curved blade. If the leading edge is convex, in other words, it's coming out at you, then it's a rope saw or some kind of, right? Because rope saw would never have a concave edge to it, so you can kind of tell. Plus, a rope saw can twist and make all these interesting curves as it goes down, and you can see that in many cases.
Rope saw, chainsaw. We went to, is that what they call it? A chain?
It's like a cable
saw. Yeah, we visited a quarry, a marble quarry in Vermont, and they showed us some of their quarrying techniques. Like the old style where they were drilling and using and blasting, do multiple drill holes next to each other, and then blast it out to get the blocks right. And then now they have this new thing where they drill one long hole and they run a chain through it, basically, or a cable, pull it back around.
It's a cable studded with diamond
surface, and they just have this machine that sits at the end and spins and just runs that cable through and just cuts this beautiful face through that, through that marble, and it will leave these interesting warped, complex surfaces as the cable, because the cable just kind of does what it wants to do, right? It's basically flat, but it's got this very slight, just like we see on these blocks in some cases, like they cut it with some kind of cable.
Yeah, so it's possible that they cut the blocks in the quarry with something like that and said these two go together, but you can't do it on both sides, top and bottom.
Do it with the whole block.
So it has to have been something else.
Another possibility we've talked about, and this is, some of this stuff gets way out there, but is it like Kyle was saying, what is it, like a lapping? Is that what it's called when you're rubbing the?
I don't. Yeah, probably.
I think it's lapping. So one of the, you had Chris Dunn in here, and he talked about these AAA granite surfaces that they have where they use this flat plate to check other flat stuff for manufacturing, and it's kept in a climate controlled, humidity controlled room, because that way it never changes. It gets a little warmer, it'll shift a slight bit. And you don't want that because these are very precise things. You make those by basically rubbing two granite surfaces together and then add a third one. And as you do that, when you have three surfaces you're rubbing together back and forth, you end up with this beautifully flat surface. But if it's just two, just rubbing two of them together, they can become very smooth, but they may have some kind of contour, but they'll match because you've been rubbing them against each other. So is it possible that some of these stones are basically like you put them in there and you get a vibration going, and it just works its way into the other stone until you've got the surfaces all matching, and then you set it.
You get it roughly square, and then when you put it in there, it matches. You can make them all the faces match and mate all the way across. Because like some of the casing stones we were looking at, they may be 3 feet tall and 8 feet wide or something, but they also go back in towards the body of the pyramid, like 4 feet or something, or more, in some cases.
Or maybe they weren't perfectly fitting together originally when they built it, and after using them for whatever their purpose was, they all vibrated, and then it just they all sort of melded together. But one of the things Chris was showing me,
you can see how deep they are here. This is how this is the depth of the casing stones.
One argument I would make against that: let's say that you had 1 inch that it would vibrate down, because if they're not perfectly mated, there's gaps and stuff like that in the first course and the second course and third and fourth and all the way to the top. Then they all vibrate together and move down. The top layer is going to have moved many feet down once you take up for all the gaps that were in all the courses going all the way up. Plus, they would have to come together side to side. So it looks like they were doing this as they
were building it.
The other thing that's great about this is that it is, you know, you pointed out as soon as we pulled it up about how similar it is to Peru stuff, right? The nubs and everything.
Yeah.
Also, you know, Peru is, some of those walls there are famous for being, you know, all the blocks of different shapes, sizes. You know, you'll have tiny ones next to enormous ones in their fitting. Because they're building a pyramid here, they are doing it in regular layers. Courses is what these are called. But you can tell that each individual block is very different from the ones it's next to. Like these two are narrow. This one's got a serious angle to it. This one matches the angle but then straightens it out here. This one's kind of square. Some of these are really long. Like, you know, they're, in other words, every block is completely different from every other block.
Right.
So it has the same sort of like non-homogeneous style as Peru, except that because it's done in courses like this, you know, they have regular layers. And then let's go around to the side. You can see this other flattened surface here. This is around the east side of the pyramid.
Oh,
There's another
wow.
flattened face there.
Oh, wow, and the angle.
Yeah, it got this beautiful sort of reverse keystone in there.
What is that?
It's really strange.
Is that the only one you saw like that?
Yeah. Yeah, if it was flipped over, it would be like a keystone for an arch. But it's, you know, it's like upside down for some reason. But yeah, so there's this flat surface, and the archaeologists have come in and cleared this area out because there's a sort of exterior temple in this area. So they dug all this stuff out and removed all the rubble.
It's possible that thing is a door.
It could be a door. People, yeah. Is it an entrance?
Right.
Doors back then were really hard.
Doors were fucking crazy back in the day.
Yeah, it is a really strange.
That is wild.
So we kind of showed you this. The pyramid itself has this angle, 51 degrees.
Yep.
Yeah. And then, so they built it out of the limestone courses. Then you start stacking the granite facing stones on it, and they're sort of puffy or whatever.
Right.
Then you set up survey equipment, and you figure out where your finished flat face will be, this line here. And then you flatten those, you know, first 2 or 3 courses there like this. Then you can use that flat surface to continue facing the pyramid all the way up, knowing you don't have any missing, you won't have any holes in your stone.
Oh, okay.
So that's the idea. The diagrams can help sort of.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then when you're done, if you have time, which these people didn't, you flatten the whole thing and you have this beautiful flat granite face.
What is your guys' wildest fucking out there theory of what the pyramids were?
I think part of our thing is like we have no idea.
Yeah, I mean, we've gone through. Sometimes I think that's the wildest thing that we say, because people are like, "What do you think it is?" And we're like, "We don't know." And we're like, "What?
Yeah.
You don't have any idea?"
It's just like,
What's your favorite theory?
Here's what I will say about it. It's hard to believe that a society would support a system that required that immense amount of labor and planning and engineering, all that, for no other reason than to bury like one tyrant.
100%.
Yeah. So the question I ask is, what did it provide the civilization or the society of people that agreed to do this? Now, people make the argument, that was slave. They just had slaves and they just made them do whatever they wanted. It's hard to imagine that you could make that work. I don't know. I just think that it had to benefit the society in some way. So I do like
That's the power plant idea is cool.
Yeah,
It benefits everyone.
Everyone agrees, like, yes, we should take on this monumental task, right? Because it's going to benefit society. So it wouldn't surprise me if we found out in some way that it did have a function. And
I think it's really hard to ignore the reverse engineering that Chris has done on it, and the ideas he's come up with, and he's even remodeled these, sort of like the shafts and stuff like that with the chemicals and stuff. He's recreated that to prove that those would have worked in that way.
Mm-hmm. That's the other thing is there's something that, like Yusuf talked about, the pyramid. Well, it's just part of the pyramid complex, and you get to see this if you go on these tours with Ben and Yusuf. around these pyramids, there will be other things in the area, which are like granite stones in the pavement, deep under the paving tiles, because the pavement around the pyramid is actually gigantic limestone tiles, as big as this table, 4 times as big as this table in some places. Underneath
One
those,
tile the size of this room. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, underneath those are some granite stones that have channels cut into them, like a channel like this that water would flow through or whatever, and they go into or from the pyramid, and so it looks like there's this whole system of like channels that had some liquid possibly moving through them, and bowl-shaped stones cut with these tiles over top of them. So something is going on under the floor around the whole pyramid area. Then there's the basalt tiles that show up at various pyramid sites. So it seems like there's a design that has multiple things outside the pyramid that are always around it, that also suggests some kind of function. And, people have looked at the possibility of chemical processing,
metallurgy, like
it wouldn't surprise me if it would ultimately found out someday to be something like that.
Yeah, it's crazy to me that some fucking billionaire hasn't just paid a bunch of money to have it reverse engineered and recreated to see if they could do it.
Yeah. I mean, bro, if I had $1 billion,
I mean, think about it. You're buying
a pyramid in my yard.
you could reverse engineer or try to recreate the pyramid into a functioning thing. At least try to do it for less than you could buy Twitter for.
Wow,
it would cost less money.
You're right,
wouldn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. That's the question. Like, would it actually cost less money than Twitter did? We don't know how expensive. You would need to say you need to get a team of people, engineers, and people, and be like, price this out for me.
I think Chris said it would be around $1 billion.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he said that on the podcast.
Listen, billionaires,
does NASA really
our
own
area
the
of
entire
the country is a great place to build a pyramid.
Yeah, we have land if you would like to build a pyramid.
There's limestone there. There's granite. There's red granite nearby, and a giant batholith.
Yep.
So come on down to the Texas Hill Country.
Yeah. That's what Chris was saying. If you wanted to rebuild the pyramids, you'd do it. There's a place in Texas that you would do it.
Yeah.
There's a place in Texas that has more of these. What are they called? Those lights that come out of the ground.
Marfa,
Texas.
Texas.
Marfa, Texas. That's what it was.
Yeah, he was talking about building it near the Earth energies. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. You could build it out in that plane.
That's his newest theory, the Tesla connection. His newest theory on it is that there was some sort of jackhammer or device in the subterranean chamber that would like pound the ground and create seismic vibrations in the igneous rock beneath the pyramid that would create electron flow.
Oh, piezoelectric flow.
Yeah, up through the base of the pyramid. It's what, it's 14 acres, I think it is.
Yeah,
the full
between
base.
13 and 14 acres.
Between 13 and 14 acres, and that would capture all that electron flow up through the bottom chamber, through the grand gallery, into the main chamber, and then around the edges there's these pits where they would pour chemicals that would somehow turn into liquid hydrogen that would then come down the shafts, and that would somehow create some sort of chemical reaction in the queen's chamber going up through the king's chamber. I can't remember perfectly, but
and this is where microwaves are being run through.
The microwaves, yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and then he's
making a mazer or something like that,
yes,
right? Yeah.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's like a power plant idea that is like really fascinating, and it also points to an almost completely different like line of thought in terms of generating power than we have in our modern times. We basically let's heat something up. Let's heat up water, turn it into steam, make the steam spin something, and then we can run magnets on the spinning thing and get electricity.
Right.
This is a completely different mindset, which is really interesting.
This would have been free energy, right? Because he says there was a dome that was constructed around the pyramid.
Well, you need $1 billion, so it's not free.
Right. No, but what I mean by it is that the pyramids. His theory is that the pyramids would have put out whatever energy they created in his hypothesis would have created created this free energy that you could just get out of the air.
Yes. Oh, yes. Yeah, like thinking of Tesla's wireless transmission.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like his tower. What's his tower called? Warden Tower. Warden Cliff Tower. Yeah.
Yeah. So he was talking about actually turning a layer of the atmosphere into ionizing a layer of the atmosphere into a very good conductor. And then if you attach that to a source of electricity, then you can just plug into it anywhere else on the planet and draw power from it. Now that would put load on the source,
but also that the source might possibly become the sun.
It could be, yes, because the sun is dumping an enormous amount of energy into the atmosphere all the time. So it could become a sort of free energy-ish thing. You know, it's like the kind of thing
you'd
where
have to build a tower anywhere you wanted to grab it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then the other two pyramids, he says that those could have been like backup generators or something.
Backup generators or test sites or who knows.
Right.
Yeah. I love those kinds of ideas. And the great thing about that is it's just like, let's do that. You know, the idea that they were tombs is just, nobody's profound, you know, like there's no writing. We've been in tombs in Egypt. They're full of beautiful artwork and writing. I mean, just covered. Every wall and the ceiling tells you a story. There's stars. It was painted.
The tunnels are big enough for like a procession of people to carry the body in, you know, a box or whatever, all the way down to the bottom, and then there's traps in the box. Yeah, there's big traps.
Yeah, pit traps with enormous stone doors on the other side. You know, you can tell it's a tomb, and then you get in the pyramid, and it's more like walking around in a machine.
Right. Yeah, he talks about that NASA engineer Friedman Freund.
This is in the new book?
Freund. Yeah, in the new book.
Yeah, sorry, Chris. I have the new book. I haven't started reading it yet.
It's
I can't wait. Yeah.
And Friedman Freund he's known for his study on the earthquake lights. So I guess there's a bunch of places around the world where he found the most seismic activity. And it could be days or weeks before an earthquake happens. There's these lights that come up out of the earth, and they show up in the atmosphere. They look like UFOs. People have mistaken them for UFOs before. And his sort of theory on this, and what he wanted to test, is this could be a way to be early detection for earthquakes, to avoid catastrophe during earthquakes. So if you see these earthquake lights coming out, and you're in a seismic activity, evacuate, because there's going to be an earthquake. And it was proven. He proved that this actually happened. They did tests, they did studies, and they measured exactly when these earthquake lights would come out of the ground and how much longer after that there would be an earthquake. And it's fascinating.
I do remember you talking to Chris about this on your show.
Yeah. And then so what he did was they took two big pieces of granite, these big like long square chunks of granite, and they brought them into a lab, and they put some sort of electronic conductors on the ends of them, and they rubbed them together, and they found out it made electricity when they rubbed these pieces of granite together.
Yeah,
it's really fucking cool.
Like a piezoelectric effect, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and flexing the quartz crystals in the granite is going to generate electrical charge.
Right.
Yeah.
The other thing is you can't really disconnect some of these other structures around, like this.
Yeah. What is this place?
This is the Valley Temple.
This is the same construction style.
It's enormous limestone core blocks. Some of them weigh hundreds of tons. They're heavily eroded, and then they've been cased in granite. And this granite has been finished and flattened, right? Like, so the pyramid you're looking at, a lot of them were sort of still puffy.
Yeah.
These have been finished.
Right.
So inside this, you know, if you pulled these granite stones off, you would have limestone right behind them.
Oh, okay.
I can actually show you.
Is there pieces where the granite is removed?
Yes. And you can see there's entire areas that used to be cased in granite that are not cased anymore, and the limestone itself has all these squarish, like divots in it, where you could see, like, okay, that was a block, that was the back side of a granite block that was sitting up against it, because it's got this rectangular divot in the limestone wall. Like the whole thing is made up of them. The whole limestone wall is made up of these divots of various sizes, so you can tell that it's completely encased in granite. And so it's not only were the granite stones made in faces like perfectly flat, but they were flattened up against the limestone to the point that the whole limestone wall is. This is what the outside of.
Oh my God.
See the square indentations and rectangular marks on there? But of course, this limestone is heavily eroded.
Right.
So it's very, and you can see the size of the blocks, like, that's another place.
That's what kind of erosion is that?
That's the Kintkawas pyramid. Yeah, this is Kintkawas.
Okay.
That is a pyramid. That's the core of the pyramid. Now that is the bedrock limestone.
So they made the bottom of the pyramid out of the bedrock.
They shaped, because it's actually like what they call a yardang, which is like a protrusion of the bedrock sticking up.
Mm-hmm.
They shaped the bedrock into a pyramid. It has the slopes, and then they cased it.
I've never seen this pyramid before.
It's right there on the Giza Plateau, but it's just so heavily eroded and torn apart.
And why does it look like it comes out when it goes up? Like this
does.
third layer comes out wider than the second layer below it.
It might be the angle at which I'm taking it, but it's we're kind of.
It's just eroded.
Yeah, it's very eroded.
Is that water erosion? Is there any evidence of water erosion?
I'm not qualified to answer.
This stuff up here is, very suggestive the way these vertical erosion marks are in this, but I just don't know. This is definitely cut.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
But this is the outside of the valley temple. So that's the inside of it is still finished in granite, but somebody has come along and removed most of all of the granite casing out here. But you can see where they were cut to set against this, these squares, or where that granite was cut to set against it.
Yeah.
So let me move back to the. But there's some interesting stuff in here when you're looking at this thing. The size of some of these blocks, like this one, on the right here. Look at that thing.
Oh wow! Look what you did there.
That's magic.
That is magical. I love that. Yeah, I love how that's what you're showing earlier. Some of the blocks they're like wider, and the block that fits into it fits perfectly into that little 45-degree angle.
Yeah, this guy's like 6'8". So that gives you an example of how tall this block is.
That's Jiao Ming.
So this dude is tall. Then this one on the other side is also an enormous block. But what's really interesting is when you get the corners, right? So the corners here. So I draw a line down the corner, and you'll notice that giant block goes around the corner.
Oh my God!
No way. That's like just arrogance. It's like you're showing off.
Well, it's interesting because and also you'll see this one here. I didn't make any cool graphic for this one, but it's just like, here's your layer, but nope, let's drop it down a couple inches for this next part, and let's give it a nice curve. Let's not make it square. Just let's make it hard on ourselves. So yeah, you're right. It's kind of a. What is it? There's a quote from 2001: A Space Odyssey, where he was talking about the geometric perfection of the monolith was a kind of mathematical arrogance, is what he said.
Yeah.
And it's sort of, I always think of that when you're looking at this stonework, and it's like they're just showing off. So here's another corner in a different part of so you can sort of clearly see the corner line, right? And it looks like the corner, I don't have good pictures of it here, but when you walk up close and look up, that corner line has a regular radius, like it was drilled from the top all the way down with a single tool. I don't know if that's how they did it, but it's
square tool.
No, it's not. It's got a round radius. Right, so the blocks come in, and then there's a curve where the corner is. It's not a perfect 90 degree. There's a tiny bit of a curve, like there was a bit that was used,
like a 1-inch drill bit. They just went from the top of the wall, just
all the way down,
drilled all the way down to the ground.
So so that's the corner.
Now I'm not saying that's what they did.
Right.
It's what it looks like.
Right.
It's like the radius is the same,
and there's and it's continuous across the blocks. But also look, this block goes around the corner.
Mm-hmm.
This block goes around the corner.
All three of those go around.
This block goes around the corner, and this one goes around the corner. Here's a picture of another.
Oh my god!
So see that?
What the fuck?
Yeah, and notice the radius of the corner, like it's a continuous line going all the way down. Yeah,
and it's cool.
Yeah,
It's clearly, it looks different than the faces of the wall.
yeah.
Like it
It's
just
got a
stands
different,
out.
yeah, it's got a different sort of aspect to it. And then you
Different
can see
grind.
this one around the corner, that one goes around the corner, this one
The
goes around the
sun,
corner.
yeah, reflects differently than the rest of it. Like,
Yeah, and all the way up. They go around the corner, and they mostly alternate. And then, just this is my favorite, right? Just in case you're in doubt about blocking around the corner. You got this block.
oh my god!
It is the fucking corner. So you start to think, how big was this initially? Like this block has to go deep into the wall to the right and deep into the wall to the left and all the way back into the, that's a big damn block right there. And they've just cut one corner of it off to make it the corner of this wall.
That's absurd.
So this is what we came up with. Let's say that you want to have
This is a top-down view.
a top-down view. You want to make a chamber like we were just looking at, right?
Yep.
So you build big limestone casing blocks. And you make a big rectangular chamber here. With the limestone casing blocks. Then you case the interior in irregular granite, sort of puffy irregular granite. Now notice when you're looking at these that none of these blocks, these granite blocks, go around any corners.
Right.
Okay. Then you go out onto the top of those granite blocks and you find the place where you want the actual interior wall to be. This is where you want the surfaces of the wall to be. It's inside the stone right now.
Okay.
Then you drill 4 holes at the corners of that interior future wall. Then you go in with your magic granite flattening tool, whatever that is, and you remove all that granite. Now you have 4 blocks that go around corners.
Yep. That makes total sense.
Yep.
We know that they were facing the granite. So if you had 6 or 8 inches, we know that they were facing that pyramid at least 18 inches deep.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you're going to go face it, this is what's going to happen in an inside corner.
And there's places we can look at later, like the Assyrian, where they were in the process of facing the wall. And we can look at that too.
Yeah, the Assyrian stuff is nuts.
Yeah. Well, one more thing in the Valley Temple is I'll just show you some of the joins. I'm just putting my fingers up there for reference, but there's a horizontal join and the vertical one here, right here, and here. They're almost invisible.
Yeah.
I mean, look at that. You can barely. The only reason you can see it is because there's there's erosion and there's slight discontinuities in the crystalline structures. Basically.
Right. Otherwise, it would be invisible.
Yeah. So
it's just so crazy that
this is another one.
Oh my lord.
Yeah. So that's this is an outside corner. And it's also very heavily eroded. It's really interesting how deeply eroded this granite is. And granite is, not a weak stone. How long does it take for it to basically begin to decompose like this?
It is one of the hardest stones, right? It's like one of the top 3 hardest stones.
Yeah, it's a 7, I think, on the most scale. 9 being, was it diamond is a 10 or is it a 9? I can't remember.
And I thought it was a 10.
Yeah. So it's 7. And, we had a geologist on one of the tours with us, and he would look at this, he'd stand there looking at this decomposition of the granite, and he's just like, I'm like, how long does this take, Chuck? And he's like, a long time. A long time. He wouldn't commit to a number. He just said a long damn time.
Right. So it's just so wild to me, like to try to imagine what those tools would look like. And there's zero evidence of any of these tools and no remains from any of these machines that they would use to do this.
No. Yeah. I would love for there to be, someday somebody finds an unopened tool, unopened chamber.
Well, Chris Dunn talks about you've heard about him, the tuning forks that he mentions.
Yeah, you mean the ones at the base of the staffs? Is that what you're talking about?
Well, he said there was a row of giant tuning forks in the Grand Gallery going up to the King's Chamber. Oh, the metal tuning forks, because he shows that they're like the shapes of them, what he hypothesizes they would have looked like whenever the explosion happened in the King's Chamber. it would have been like a electronic explosion, and there's burn marks on the top of the Grand Gallery going all the way up where those tuning forks would have been. And he superimposed the graphics, like showing what they look like. And he thinks that somebody stole those tuning. I don't know if you
How about that? Helmholtz resonators? Is that what they're talking about?
Maybe.
Yeah, they're kind of a tuning fork.
There's a conspiracy theory I found out there that somebody found a photo of some of these tuning forks that are like hidden away somewhere.
Oh man!
And somebody like stripped them out of there and they're hiding them somewhere.
Yeah, that's that's believable because if you have ancient tools and they're made of metals and other valuable things, and then civilization collapses and a long time goes by, and then you have people who are just trying to survive, and they find sort of rusting, degrading remnants of tools. They're going to peel bits of metal off to make knives, spears. They're going to scavenge it. And whatever time doesn't destroy, people will destroy if they can.
Yes.
So there's just going to be nothing left.
But if they use, hypothetically, if they were using diamond cutters to cut this stuff, we would still have the diamonds, like the remnants of the diamond, right?
Well, our diamond cutters are coated in dust.
Yeah, there's an entire desert full of sand.
Yeah, and it's
you try to find a diamond in
those
grains.
We talked about this. Yeah, you're just sifting sand, hoping that one of those little bits of silica is actually a diamond. It's
wouldn't the structural integrity of the diamond, if it was a blade, wouldn't it still be intact, or would it erode the dust?
No, I was thinking of dust to start with. So you have if our diamond blades are just coated in diamond dust.
Oh, ours are.
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's the cheapest sort of diamond to get is like this dusty fork stuff, right?
You get a metal blade, and you have some way of setting the diamonds into the metal. So as the metal is wearing away, it wears away, and there's a new diamond in there.
Oh,
and that starts scratching the stone until that one gets worn off, falls out, and then there's more underneath, and you can keep wearing that blade down that's embedded with diamond.
I understand. I was picturing like a pure diamond saw blade.
Yeah,
shows how much I know.
I'd like to have a diamond sword. That'd be cool.
Yeah.
That would be sick. Yeah. So that's what I was thinking of. I don't, the same guy Chuck was talking about making, kind of doing this as a test by pouring. I can't remember exactly what he did, but pouring some kind of metal that he would put a bunch of diamond into some kind of grinding disc, and he's trying to kind of do these little experiments to say, well, maybe they were doing it this way. And you don't have to have diamond. You just have to have something harder than the stone that's in there, or at least as hard as.
But there's not many options.
Not a whole lot of options.
Yeah.
What is there besides diamond?
Well, quartz would cut most of granite, except the quartz in the granite. That's the problem.
But it will scratch itself.
It will scratch itself. But there's, the hardest thing in granite is the quartz.
It's just going to wear through so many bits.
Yeah.
They should be everywhere.
Yeah.
This is great because it gives people a real idea of how far away these complexes are.
Yeah, Giza and Menkaure are up there in the north, near the big delta.
Right.
The Osirian is 300 miles south up the Nile, and that's the next place we look at here in this. It's next to the temple of Seti I. That's what this is. This is the temple. This is above ground.
Okay.
Big, massive, beautiful temple. It's one of the it's still got its roof on it, which is. A lot of the Egyptians, these dynastic temples no longer have the roofing blocks on it. So this one does, and it's cool to go in there and it's dark and cool, and there's these holes that shine these beams of light down in certain parts that move around during the day. It's an amazing experience to walk around in here, and the carvings are beautiful. But then you get down into this thing. This is the Osirian. So this is outside the temple, and it's like 30 to 40 feet below ground surface. So it's underneath the ground, like a basement. This is looking down into it.
Wow.
So you can see, if you're looking in the back there, you can see the cliff walls there. That's all Nile sediment. So this thing is deep down in Nile sediments, and you can see that it's in the water table. The green at the bottom of the water.
Right.
But this is just the top of this structure. It actually goes down another like 30 meters. It's got multiple levels below this. You know, and
that we've never accessed.
Well, I think people have dug down into it. Yeah, there's some very old pictures from before the dam was built when they were digging it out, and you can see that these were deep pits, which is part of what makes the structure so strange and mysterious. Like it's just like the pyramids. When you're walking around here, you just don't feel like people were supposed to be walking around in here. Yeah, you sort of feel like, you know, like you accidentally found the basement access to a skyscraper building, and you're down there where all the machinery is, and you're not supposed to be there. So these things full of water would have been incredibly deep pits, you know, before they're full. Now they're full of water and material and dust.
Did you see through the water?
No, it's not good water.
There is some areas where you can see through the water where the sediment and stuff that is basically filled up these deep pits you can see down there.
Okay.
But there's also a stairway that just disappears into the water. Yeah. You can't see down there.
We need to get scuba divers.
Strabo wrote about it and called it. He said it was referred to as the well.
Yeah, I know.
You're ready to do this,
No,
right?
I'm not ready to scuba dive.
Come on.
I mean, you need the same kind of scuba divers that were like scuba diving in Chernobyl. Those guys got balls. My balls aren't big enough.
Oh, check out the top. You see the top, the block on the top first pillar?
Yes.
Yeah, it's got that cut in it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, people were quarrying this stuff. Those are quarry marks, right? These dashed lines. Is that what you're talking about?
It's like a notch cut out.
Yeah, it's got
There's
an
a
L
notch
shape
on that top one.
Oh, here.
Yeah,
right,
Yes,
right.
yeah. Like it's, you know, it's made. They cut it like this so it's not going to move or something. It sets up against this block. There are also, I can't remember if I've got pictures of this, but they sort of tongue and groove these.
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can show you that in a minute. Yeah,
But that column is basically split in half almost.
yeah. But look at this thing. It's hard to describe the sheer size of these columns.
This is all granite also.
It's all granite, and it's
Now, okay, how do the people that give you these, when you're going on these tours of these places, what do these tour guides say about this stuff? When you say, how do they do this? What do they say?
they don't say anything. Like it's still. I mean, I haven't heard. You know, Yusuf will walk around here and
I
ask
would feel
questions
like an
just like the rest
idiot
of us.
getting a tour of this.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When if the tour guide tells you how they did this, it's not a secret.
Yeah.
Because we don't know.
Right. So there's no explanation.
I mean,
There's no accepted explanation.
if there's a standard, the standard explanation is that SETI's engineers built this thing, right? So it's New Kingdom that they built it, but it doesn't look anything like his temple. It's not the same at all, and I'll show some comparison pictures here.
The standard explanation would be
Manpower,
hand and rope and
yeah.
sand and copper tools and a
And
bunch of guys dragging stones and whatever.
Yeah.
That's the standard.
I love the video, or the clip on Ben's video, where he's like on the pyramid looking down at a tourist using the pounding stone. He's like, "You're gonna be there a while, mate."
Exactly.
Yeah. But it's also interesting how they, this, you can see the water lines on the bottom of this column.
Yeah.
As the water
Yeah,
would go up and down. And just the enormous size of these columns. So there is a picture of a dynastic temple. And just look at the difference in everything. The dynastic temple is covered in art and writing. Every surface is telling you a story or giving you a picture of the night sky or the stars or the pharaohs.
And those columns are stacked pieces, correct?
Yes, those are column drums. They're discs, basically stacked up. And they did this in a very similar way. They stacked up these puffy discs, and they came back and ground them into nice circular columns.
But it's also limestone or sandstone,
Yes.
much softer.
Then they covered it in plaster, and then they carved the plaster.
Yeah. And when you're walking around in these places, and look, notice the tops of the columns, like each one is like a plant. It's a lotus, or it's it's all these various different flower types up there. Beautiful. But you feel like people were supposed to be in here, looking at the pictures, reading the stories. It's open and airy and sort of, and beautiful. And then you're in places like the Assyrian or the pyramid, and you're just like, this is a machine. I'm not supposed to be in here. This is a giant pump or a power plant or.
Yeah, the Osirian is definitely just the weirdest place to be because
What's so weird about it?
it's weird because there's no like weird in the sense of do I belong here?
Yeah.
Because the walkway, the places where you can actually go are like there's too narrow. You know, you just and if it was empty of water and all the rubble, it would be a huge drop off there.
Yeah.
I mean, OSHA would be all over this thing. You gotta have handrails. No, but yeah, there's no room to walk. Like in front of that small door back there,
Yeah.
there's like a ledge about a foot wide or something.
Yeah, well, I'll show some pictures of that in a minute for sure.
So it's just strange. It's like, you know, there's no place like that in any of the temples.
Mm-hmm.
Everywhere you go in the temples, it's open and the floor is big enough for multiple people to walk side by side. The doorways are large, you know,
But it's still a doorway.
it is.
Which is so confusing.
It's a doorway to a tiny room.
Have you ever
with no decoration?
Have you been in like, you know, like there was we grew up in Georgia and there was some like abandoned like base, you know, like Fort Benning. I can't remember what it was. Some
It was it was like barracks.
yeah, barracks and other things in like large buildings, and they had big concrete slabs, and all the stuff inside had been taken out. So in the concrete slab there would be just unexplained sockets and holes where machinery used to sit.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Okay.
and it's like you feel like that in the pyramids and in some of these places where you're looking at these and you're like, something was mounted here. Sort of like what you were talking about, what Trish saying in the Grand Gallery. There were these tuning forks or helm holes feather majors mounted in these slots going all the way up the Grand Gallery.
Right.
You look at the, you know, like what is this little alcove? What is this hole in the floor? It's like stuff was here. You know, it's just gone because it was metal or it was valuable or it was the machine that was taken out, and now we just are left with the, you know, the superstructure or whatever.
Right.
You can see quarrying attempts here. That's what this.
Those notches.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like they would make these notches and they'd put wooden wedges or something in here and try to split the rock.
But that was much later, right?
Yes, way later. Yes, yeah.
And probably that rock was buried in sand.
Yeah, it was buried up here, so they didn't know how deep it was. So they just made notches, hoping to get this corner off there, not realizing the thing went all the way down to here. So then when they tried to split it, they broke the top off and then they quit. Yeah, I mean that's a guess. No one really knows. The other thing is look how
Everything here is a guess.
look how the columns are actually set in their own countersunk sockets.
Can you tell how far down that column goes?
Well, that's interesting because here's another one. You can see it's in its own socket. But then there's this in the middle. So, and you can see it's very faint here, but you can see around the edge that here's this socket, and then there's this deep part.
So there's a small depression.
There's a small depression around the edge, like what the other ones.
So they like notched the bottom of the stone that was sitting in there to where that it would cover the outside, but then go deeper.
That's the question.
So instead of just something simple like this, where you're sitting a big block down on your floor, you actually build something more complex and interesting like this. And then plug that in.
That is impressive.
So you got these enormous, you know, multiple 100-ton or whatever. I don't know what are these estimated to weigh. I don't know, 100 tons maybe. These columns, and you're like, okay, if I put that down, it's not going to move. But no, we're going to make sure by we're going to plug it into the floor. You know.
That's actually a question. We don't know because we haven't looked at the bottom of one of these columns or whatever.
Yeah,
but
this is weird.
So this is what Raquel was talking about. You're trying to walk, and you got to kind of like Indiana Jones your way around. You're dipping across, you know, puddles of radioactive water. It's
Well, it could also have been like a wooden walkway over this.
It could have been, yeah. There could have been a floor, but that thing that we're looking at there that's full of water was a very, very deep pit. Like there are old pictures where it just goes down into darkness.
Really?
So if you fell off there, you would break your neck. Yeah, it's like it's not an insubstantial thing. It's, you know. So
but you're right. I mean, there could have been a wood.
Right. You could, or something else covering it. Yes.
Can we find the pictures of this with no water?
Maybe you can look them up online. Old pictures of the Osirian when they were first excavating it.
Osirian excavation.
Like Osiris, Osirian.
Osirian. I always have to look up the spelling of that word every time.
Osiron.
Osireon or something like that.
Osiron.
Osirian, yeah. So this is looking the other way in this same channel. Look at those. These are the only 3 that I know of remaining roofing blocks or ceiling blocks. They're huge that cross the top. So these massive things, and they're what do you think, Kyle? 24,
Probably like 24, 35 feet up there. The blocks themselves are maybe like 5 foot thick.
Yeah. So it's like 5 feet thick up this way, and so what you're looking at here, you've got a column, and then on top of the column are these things spanning the column.
Like a lintel.
Yeah, a lintel going across, and then across that were these gigantic things.
And most of those have been.
They're all gone. Yeah. They're part of this rubble, whatever. There's pieces of them lying around. And then you're looking at this outer wall.
So are those like parts that stick out more? Are those like parts of those knobs that were like
nubs? Yeah,
the nubs. Yeah.
Yeah. So you notice that this wall has like the blocks again are unfinished. They're puffy, right? And they have nubs on them. There's 2 nubs there. Then you can see here, like there's just a whole bunch of interesting stuff here. There's indentations. There's this one here, and then these inserts. These little tiny inserts.
Now, we saw a whole lot of these things, and initially you imagine like this tiny little rock goes all the way through to the back, like it's a big. That's not what it does. It's actually it looks like it was a cosmetic fix. So this, the one on the left would be a better example. That the corner of that block may have been chipped off.
Now this is the exterior, right?
This is inside.
This will be
inside.
inside.
The Assyrian has no exterior. It's
underground.
Yeah,
right.
But basically, if the right corner of that block had been broken or chipped away, then instead of just leaving it a void, they carve out a little square notch and then put a little block in there. It doesn't go all the way through. And there was one on an outside corner that we confirmed does not go all the way through the wall. It just was to fix a corner that had been chipped away.
Yeah, I used to have that picture in here. I took that one out.
How dare you take a picture?
Sorry.
Wow.
Yeah. So if you broke the corner off here and then you just insert this in too, so that when you finish the wall, you don't have a hole, right?
Right.
That's the idea. But it's also interesting how all of
this is granite. No, this is
this is granite.
Yes.
Granite. Yeah.
Inside those rooms,
There's quartzite or something.
There's some other kind of stone.
Yeah, but this outside here is granite. And then, like the other thing, notice here, all along this central block is this angle or the layer change.
Course change.
Like the whole course just shifts down an inch or 2 around this sort of central small block here in the middle. Like I love these kinds of little design details.
Yeah.
And then if you look at the whole surface, you can see, again, there's nubs all over the place. And then there's these strange, interesting scoop marks. Those are a couple of clear ones, like somebody was scooping material off of the surface of the block. And then there's this strange thing that we found when we were looking at this. I'll just show you this real quick. There is something here where this little tiny sliver of this block goes underneath the other one.
Now this is what I start thinking about. The engineer is just like, you know what this wall needs right here? I need this block to have a half-inch thick thing that sticks out to the left. Like, yeah, it's just ridiculous. So I think this is another example of the building of this wall actually shapes the wall itself.
Yeah.
Like it.
You don't think there was an engineer that demanded it? I need this whole layer.
That's functional right there.
I need this whole layer to drop down 1/4 of an inch. And I want it to happen inside
to get it resonating at the right frequency, you had to have that little notch.
If that's the case, you'd have to give serious credit to those contractors.
Yeah.
They would be like, okay,
yeah, we're actually going to do that. Yeah, we got no problem.
Nowadays, they'd be like,
well, the other thing about this entire job, like looking at it as a job site, is that everything is nothing is straight up and down. These outer walls are very slightly angled out, like this. Yes, outwards. And then all the columns are very slightly tapered inward as they go up. And it does this weird thing with negative space, right?
So the space that's far away from you is bigger than the space right in front of you.
So it all looks the same size because you have this natural foreshortening as the space goes far away. But because it's actually getting bigger, it messes with your head.
It messes with how far away it looks.
Yeah. So can you imagine? You're like, yeah, I want my whole house built, but I want the outside walls to tilt outwards 1 degree, and I want everything on the inside to tilt inwards 1 degree. You know, can you imagine what your contractor would say to you if you told him that?
Yeah, I imagine. No, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, again, it's the design details that you see, you know, that are just fascinating.
Yeah.
So here again, look across the top of the course. We're looking at that same wall, but I'm up outside of the thing, zooming in.
Okay.
Look at these huge student marks taken out of the tops of these blocks. Like somebody was removing an enormous amount of material, kind of in a rough fashion, and I think they were getting ready to smooth this wall out.
What do you think about the idea that they had a way to make the stone softer so they could do this kind of stuff?
Yeah, the geopolymer idea, like I'm not full
That's
of
not
geopolymer
necessarily, but
not like softening,
like a way to make it softer. This is Chris Dunn talked about this a little bit.
Yeah. I have a hard time with granite being softened. I don't know. It could be possible. Like, you know, basically you already are thinking of non-conventional, completely unknown ways of working with stone, and so like to rule something out completely shouldn't do it. But it's just not. I think that there are other ways, but yeah, maybe they could soften it. Could you use some kind of like, I don't know, some kind of electromagnetic something to just make it, to change the crystalline nature?
There are interesting legends about this supposed thing that could soften stone
Or cut stone like
the
a
shamir.
Yeah.
What's the shamir?
That's just, it's basically a tool for working with stone, and they're just strange legends of it. I know one of them is in the what do they call it? It's like the Legend of Solomon, or some of the stuff in the apocryphal texts.
Yeah,
the tales of the Jews. So the story of Solomon, and you know, he basically gets this ring from God that allows him to control all the demons, and the demons have all these different abilities and stuff, and he ends up convincing one of them, like, hey, I gotta build this temple, I need you to, I'm not allowed to use iron or anything to cut it.
Yeah, so he's supposed to, God is like, I need you to build my temple, and you may not use iron on any of the stone.
Yeah. So he convinces this demon to tell him where the secret tool is or whatever, and it's out in the middle of the desert. It's, you know, there's this weird story about a bird that is protecting it, and the bird, the way to get the tool from the bird is you trick the bird into thinking its nest is being attacked, and then it uses the shamir, and then you can grab it. It's essentially something like that. It's a really strange story. Yeah. And that's apparently
where does the story come from?
It's in the Legends of the Jews. It's like
The Legend of the Jews.
Legends. Yeah,
The Legends.
Like it's a collected works of old oral, traditions and things, and other written works of the Jews about Solomon in ancient times. Like this specific story has fascinated us for a long time. Like the concept that one of the things that Solomon got when he asked for God for wisdom was the ability to control all these demons. Like he knew their names, and he had this ring, and then he could command them. And because each one of them had specific superpowers, basically, all of those superpowers were at his, he could use them.
And when do these oral traditions or texts, when do they say that this was? Do they give you any sort of idea?
When was the time of Solomon? I don't know.
I don't think they give dates.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're like,
and you compare
the time of Solomon, 3000 BC.
Yeah, like when was Solomon?
No, when was the time of David? Yeah,
right. Oh, no. Oh.
Wow. I'm not sure.
It's possible that information's out there. I just don't know.
I typically take these types of stories like, I wonder about this. Is this a story that is a lost, like, in other words, if you were to try to describe a modern lathe, for example, when you have completely lost all of the knowledge of what a lathe is, but you just know that it does that it can magically do stuff with stone or wood or metals or maybe even materials you don't even understand. So how would you tell a story about it?
Right.
You know, they so it's like the idea that a bird is protecting this tool that can just manipulate stone with ease makes me wonder, is the bird important, or was it, in other words, those people that use the tool could also fly?
They can fly.
Yeah. So that's the kind of way I look at these stories. Is that what there's?
Or it's hidden up in the mountains. Yeah, so that's where the bird is supposed to be, is up high. You know.
Yeah, this is kind of like what we were talking about last night, right? Like if we were if a comet hit the Earth tomorrow and wiped out everything that we have, and we had to talk to our kids about like what the iPhone was, how would we describe the iPhone? We'd say, oh, it was this magical square we held, and we could connect to everything across the world.
Yeah.
So people would have to
you would be
understand
able to talk to your family members. Yeah.
Somebody who never saw it or touched it would be so hard to describe in words.
Yeah. And eventually, 1,000 or 2,000 years later, people would be taking their little stone tablets all together to go outside to get service.
Yeah.
To get reception.
So they can talk to their ancestors.
So that they can talk to their ancestors. You can see how these things could turn into these types of beliefs. Well, the people of old, you know, knew these great powers.
Yeah, in the golden age, in the time of the gods, you know, they had these powers and they could answer any question they saw. You could see any part of the earth from anywhere, right? Like all of these things.
Sounds like gods.
Yeah, it comes like, and these are actual, you know, these ideas that they could see far. They could see instantly to any place that they wish. Like these are actually in ancient myths. Like these same statements about ancient people. And so when you nowadays, when you're looking at Google Earth or you're asking Siri a question or whatever, you're like, is this what they're talking about? Something like this, like that they had a very advanced civilization, you know, and they had fully computerized. And that's what's great about Ben's work and, you know, and these other people like Chris Dunn that are doing with the vases. Is that they're basically giving you a smoking gun saying you can't explain this except with advanced tooling.
Right.
And the kind, you know, to make a 5-axis mill that can make something like these vases with the precision it has requires an enormous industrial civilization to get all the metals, to like, you know, manufacture all the stuff, to have all the precision, to make the bearings, like Chris was telling you. It's not a simple task. Right? You can't make a wooden lathe and get the precision that you get with these vases.
Right.
And then, you know, any 5-axis tool has to be controlled by something, you know, like a computer, something like it. Doesn't have to be exactly like what we have, but like,
in other words, turn a design into analog motion.
Yeah.
You know, the motion of a machine. From a design, there's no real good way to do that.
So suddenly we have basically the vases, and the precision on the vases is good evidence to take another look at these structures and say, what are we really looking at here? And to take another look at the myths and the ideas of the times of the gods, and the, you know, the time of the Anunnaki or the Shining Ones or whatever, these people that seem to come out of the sky and were very advanced and powerful and may have ruled over other places, you know, with their technological tools. They don't have to be aliens. They could just be humans from an advanced civilization from somewhere else on the planet.
Right. Like us, compared to some of these uncontacted tribes right now. Like we were talking about last night. Like, look how advanced we are. We have iPhones and fucking Uber. But these people are still living in the same time as us, yet are wearing fucking loincloths and throwing 6-foot spears.
Butt flaps and Birkenstocks.
They're in the Stone Age.
Yeah, they are.
It's crazy. And that there's no reason why that couldn't have happened in the past as well. And it's probably any time, I think there may have been multiple times that hominids have been advanced. There's no reason why they couldn't have. And they lived alongside Stone Age people. And then if anything was destroyed, this is kind of one of the things that Graham Hancock talks about. It's like once your great civilization is destroyed and all of these systems that you have built that everyone relies on to survive, you've forgotten how to be a hunter-gatherer. There's only going to be a few people in your society that really do that, that know how to do that, know how to go out and just get the resources from the ground.
Yeah, the people who are still hunter-gatherers or the preppers who no one likes, right? So those are the guys that end up.
So if there was a cataclysm today, those would be the guys that survived.
Those would be the ones that survive,
Yeah.
and they would, if
How would they tell our story?
if people from our civilization went to seek refuge with them,
Yeah.
right? Like our entire civilization fell. I need your help. Maybe some of them would be killed. Some of them would survive. Some of them would learn the hunter-gatherer's language, would then be able to transfer some of our knowledge to them. Maybe help them.
So
learn some new concepts.
Right.
And then so to those people, it's like, they were the ones flying in the sky. They were the bird people.
Yeah.
You know, or they were the ant people. They were mining in the ground. They were bringing up all this stuff out of the ground.
So in some places,
we would be like Viracocha.
Yeah,
Yes.
Viracocha, yeah. Or the Anunnaki, right? You may have in some places the survivors go and they become like tyrants. They use the technology they save and they become rulers and they're god kings. And in other places they're like Viracocha, I'm here to help you. Let me show you about agriculture and like building structures and
and peaceful,
Peaceful, yeah.
peacefully, don't make the same mistakes we did,
right.
that sort of thing. But I just and the other thing is like all the big cities and all that kind of stuff, they've been on the coasts. They've been in the river valleys. Yeah, they're all gone. They're buried.
Yeah, 400-foot sea level rise gets rid of a lot of coastal cities, like all of them.
Where would Giza? What would Giza have looked like? Like how?
Giza's on a plateau already, so
It's on a plateau, so it would have been all flipped. But that was all during that time, 12,000 years ago. It would have been all green, right?
Yeah, it's like it would have been much more lush than it is now. Yeah, like you go back, I think what was it? At least 9,000 BC, you begin to get rainfall, like a lot of rainfall there, and then it becomes green as you keep going back. Yeah, so it would have been
Not exactly sure about those days, but
yeah. Yeah, don't quote me on that.
But look, we have that kind of stuff. Like one of the things that's been fascinating me lately is this, the footprints in white sands. New Mexico?
Yeah.
There's hundreds of thousands of footprints there. There was a whole society of people that lived on this ancient lake. It's now dry, right? It's a dried up lake bed. And the footprints of those people and the animals that they lived with are all there, preserved. And it's now been very successfully dated to be around like 23,000 years old. And it wasn't too long ago that scientists believed that nobody was here at that time. No humans were here. They thought they came over the Bering Land Bridge or whatever.
I think the first humans ever to get onto the American continent was like between 12 and 15,000 years ago, is what they thought. Before that, no humans had ever been here ever.
How did they, so when they found these footprints in white sands, how did they date that?
It was something
20,000 years ago?
It was something having to do with seeds that were in the, like, at that time, the sediments that were, what's the word? At the same time as the footprints were made, have seeds of plants that were flowering or whatever at that time, and the seeds are like pushed down into the mud by the footprint.
Oh, wow.
And so they were able to carbon date those, something like that. I don't remember.
Yeah, there's a couple of others. They have multiple lines of evidence now because people question it. They're like, that's too early.
Yeah, it was debated for a while, and it's pretty conclusive at this point.
How big are the footprints? Do they think that the people look similar to us, the same size as us, or do they think they were like small or big?
Well, the famous ones are
anything about that.
they think they were either like a teenager or a young woman.
Yeah,
they're implying they're a little smaller than
a little smaller.
Yeah.
There's one set that particularly fascinates me, which is they think it's either a young man or a woman, and they're walking very brisk walk, right, really fast along. They say the banks of the lake. In other words, it's a straight line. The line goes for a mile and doesn't deviate more than a meter from straight. It's a very straight line. The idea that just walking in the mud along this lake shore. The set of tracks goes out and occasionally stops, and then there's a tiny little set of tracks that circle around like a child. And then it's just her tracks, and then again a rest stop and a child. So she's carrying a child, a toddler or something like that, really fast along the bank of this lake. And after she passes, a giant sloth, comes by and arrives at her set of tracks and then stands up on its hind legs and looks around and then gets back down on all fours and keeps going, crosses her tracks. Another occasion, a mammoth goes across her tracks. And then a short time later, she comes back along the same set of tracks, walking beside her own tracks. Now no longer brisk walk and no child. And those tracks were not trampled by thousands of animals in the days and months and years ahead into the future. No, something happened very shortly after those tracks were made that caused them to be buried and only preserved. Yeah, 23,000 years later. What was that? You know what I'm saying?
Fucking cool.
That is crazy. Yeah. That kind of stuff just fascinates me. So, I mean, like, how many times, what was she doing with the kid? What was going on? I mean,
so a giant sloth came along and stole her baby?
No, it just encountered her track, probably smelled her scent, stood up on his hind legs and looked around, but she had already passed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the mammoth too. Mammoth just walks by, doesn't care.
Yeah, mammoth doesn't care.
Yeah.
Maybe he was being ridden by
I think she came back though.
Without the kid. Yeah,
without the kid.
Like the idea, like, you know, the first thing I thought was she was bringing the kid to some other family on the other side of the lake or something like that. Right? She's delivering, you know, she's like, here's your child.
But going really fast.
But she's running,
like practically running with this child. Yeah. And then having to
take a break,
put the kid down and it run around.
Yeah.
Pick it back up, boom, keep going.
So she's like in a hurry.
Well, a mile is all they've uncovered.
Yeah.
We don't know how far she actually went.
And the crazy part is it was preserved immediately after that.
Yeah, because there's so many animals that live at this lake. If nothing drastic had happened, those footprints should have been destroyed by other animals and birds and wave action from the shoreline.
Yeah.
So something happened, and they were preserved. And I mean, it had to have been fairly quickly after she made those tracks. That's the thing that gets me. What could have happened? If there was a significant rise event in the lake, therefore no more animals were walking along that part to disturb, no more waves would ever disturb that area of the sediment, and the lake just suddenly became deeper. Yeah. Then every year the lake barbs would form from the natural sediments that are just sort of raining in the water all the time, and whatever.
They fill in the footprints.
Eventually fill in the footprints, and then later if the lake dried up, there might be some sediment on top that dries up, but they would never be disturbed. Yeah. So that could have happened.
And that's like a lot of the footprints they find, they can tell that they're actually still in the sediment, and you can break it off there and get, or just scan it and see it without actually disturbing it. But they say that like at certain mornings when all the environmental conditions are right, like there's dew on the ground or whatever, you can see these little spots on the surface that are showing you that there's a hidden footprint below.
Oh, really?
Yeah, by the way the water collects or the dew or something. It's like a little slight temperature change. Yeah.
I mean, looking at some of the stuff that Randall goes and looks at in like on the West Coast, the Scablands, and those, how he talks about, what were they, like 100 megatons of water flowing through the earth at like hundreds of miles an hour when the comets hit and melted the ice caps. Like if the water was rushing at that volume, at that speed, I would imagine that everything would just be fucking vaporized.
Ripping up everything in its back. Yeah, I mean, and then of course, you have tumbling boulders following all that, and they're just grinding the surface up.
Yeah, there are huge potholes in this, like, it's 50, 60 feet across, this giant hole in the ground, drilled into the salt from just a whirlpool. By a whirlpool that was in the water during the flood.
Boulders and gravel in there, just
like acting like a big drill.
Right.
It's nuts.
That place is insane.
You guys went there?
Yeah, we've been 3 times, I think. Yeah, it's amazing. Yeah, definitely.
Gotta detangentize.
Yes,
we go back from white sand. People could have done this many times in the past. get back to the Shamir, there could have been technologically advanced things that cut stone. Back to the Assyrian, look at the way it cut the stone.
Yes. Wow. You remember all the tangents.
Yeah.
That's fucking impressive.
So we're completely detangentized. So you're now looking at these scoop marks. Were they using some kind of advanced tool here? Right. And it definitely looks like they were going to, they were in the process of getting ready to flatten this wall. And we know that's what they were doing because they were flattening the wall. This is part of the same wall. And you can see that they were coming along and just shaving off the excess material somehow.
It really looks like shaving it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and their razor was about,
They had a nice
18
razor.
inches wide.
Yeah.
Diamond
Like
razor.
a squeegee, like a diamond
Yes.
squeegee.
Look at the little, just like a squeegee. You see these little, I don't know what to call them.
Is that just
like
a rim?
it would be streaks if you were using squeegee, right?
Exactly.
But it's actually extra.
ridge of
It's
stone.
a ridge of stone where the tool was being removed from the working surface as it got to the edge here.
It looks like when they tore concrete floor, they take those big things on the sticks and they drag them across it to smooth it.
Yeah. But this is actually
Trowels. That's what it is.
yeah, like a trowel, but they're just how do you do a bull float? Yeah. Here's another image of the same surface there from.
And they were gonna what? They were gonna. It was like a penguin on the side of that rock right there.
You talking about a carving?
This right here? I never even thought of that. Maybe.
Is that what that was?
I think it's like
Mine is retarded.
it's a nub.
Okay.
It's just the remnants of a nub.
If your tool has like a lip on each side, because it's holding like say a rotary disc or something, then you have leftover spots that need flattening, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't look like they have any
I know.
like that.
It's like a spinning drum or something that if it was grinding the stone.
Yeah.
That's the question. What was the cutting action? Was it grinding? It seems to me like it would be grinding. Now, was the grinding done by vibration or was it done by spinning something? Who knows?
And it doesn't have to be all the same tool. Like, I've done a lot of painting of houses, and you can use a roller because it covers a lot of surface, but to get up into the corners, you got to use a small brush and cut it in. Yeah.
So you have different tools.
Yeah, you got to get different tool tips or whatever. But yeah, this is just fascinating to me. And so again, you can see that this work is unfinished. That somebody was in the process of doing the finishing work, and they just didn't quite. They didn't have time. They ran out of time. But it looks like people put their tools down one day and then just never came back to the job.
But this also kind of explains why you have these tiny little insert stones in the corners. Because if that corner was chipped out, you'd want to put this little insert in there because you knew that when you came back to flatten it, when you flattened it, that little insert would flatten off and you would not have any voids in the wall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right.
So it's like you can see into the mind of the builders here, like what their intentions were for this wall.
Yes. And the arrows here are just pointing out these sort of scoop marks at the bottom that we were just talking about.
Right.
The other thing that's great about this is there's, like when we were talking earlier about why blocks go around corners, there's great evidence for this here. If you look in the corner here, this block goes around the corner. Mm-hmm. Here's the corner right here, and this block goes around the corner. So because they were flattening this wall, that this block had extra material, and it got flattened, and now it goes around the corner.
Right. Wow.
So again, it's all these little details, and when you start to look at the construction style, like how were they achieving these surfaces or whatever, then you start to see like this really mysterious things about blocks going around the corner. It's part of the process. It's a result of the process.
Did you see any other places like this, or any other structures that had blocks going around corners like this? Or are there any other places you're aware of?
In Peru, they do.
In Peru?
Yeah, they go around corners.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And they're smooth like this?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, we were looking at the Valley Temple just a little while ago. Now, that's far away. I mean, that's on the Giza Plateau. Yeah. So this is real serious. I don't know if that's what you meant, but yeah, I mean, there's those blocks go around corners.
Those blocks for sure.
Yeah. So that's why I'm saying, like, it looks like the Valley Temple was completed because there aren't any pillowy rocks on the outside. They just flattened the entire thing.
Right.
So that you don't have, but this clearly shows evidence that the style of building was to build with this excess material on the stone. It protects that finished face that will eventually be there once you do the flattening, once all of this major stonework is done. And this is why you get this appearance of rocks going around the corner. It's not necessarily the engineers saying, like, I need this cornerstone to go around the corner by 1.5 inches. It's just it's a result of this style of flattening the face after you're done with the construction.
But you can also imagine that the engineer knows that and he's planning this in, right?
Yeah.
Because in a lot of cases you see that it alternates.
It alternates perfectly.
Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes there'll be 2 blocks on the same side that go around the
Well,
corner.
but
Like their teeth.
Yeah.
But that would be a result of just like bricks. Like you have one brick like this in the corner, the next one goes this way, and that's the result that the blocks alternate going around the corner.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's the same deal.
Yeah.
But it's not like that in the rest of it. Like they're stagnating. It's only in the corners.
Well, the going around the corners will go back and
they,
forth. Yeah.
it's they're not bricks. They're all
They're not
different
bricks.
sizes, but they do have that basic like interlocking corner.
Yeah.
Whether the blocks are all the same size or not, still the same principle.
Right.
And if you did this with a brick wall,
But it's,
they would go around corners in alternating
exactly.
courses.
Exactly.
So where are we going next year? The quarry.
Aswan, another 300 miles away.
Yeah, 200 more miles. So like the total, 500 miles from Giza, 200 miles from the Assyrian.
What was it like? Like, what sort of shit were you running into on that drive from Osirian to the quarry?
Well, we get to do that on the boat, which is way.
Oh,
better
you
than
took the
driving.
boat the whole way.
Yeah, ride the Nile, bro.
You rode down the Nile.
Yeah.
What was that like?
It's amazing and beautiful and just peaceful. You like the first parts of the tour when you're in Cairo, you're doing a lot of driving. Going to sites or whatever, and then we go to the museum and then we get on the plane and we fly to Luxor, and then from there we get on the boat. Okay, and we go all the way to Aswan on the boat, and so the boat will cruise for a couple of hours, stop, get off the boat, the site's right there, or maybe you have to drive a little bit. But usually the site's right there. Some of them are right on the river. Wow. So it's the best part of it.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, lots of partying on the boat.
What kind of boat? How big is the boat?
They're like river cruise boats. They all have to be the same size because they have to fit through the canal, the locks. There's a lock that lifts them up, right?
They look like pontoon boats.
But they're like 3 or 4 stories.
Oh,
yeah, 4 stories and
lots of booze on them.
60 feet wide. Or something.
They have some
Yeah,
bars
they're
on
all
them.
standard. Yeah. There's
They got a little pool on top.
Yeah. Yeah.
Water slide. Casino.
No casino.
No, fuck. Let me know when they get casinos. I'll head over there.
So this is a Google Earth view of the quarry, so you can see the rock outcrop there. This big granite piece sticking out of the ground. It's been quarried for thousands and thousands of years. This whole section,
and the whole fucking city is just built around it.
Yeah, all these people around it, and you can see this thing. That is
that's the obelisk.
That's the unfinished obelisk, and it's
that thing is huge.
Yeah. So we'll be looking at it in a minute. But there's a whole bunch of interesting stuff. The quarry is full of interesting stuff because you're looking at lots of different tool marks. Like I said, everyone's used it. From the ancients, possibly these mysterious people who built this stuff earlier. The dynastics used it. The Greeks used it. The Romans used it. Everybody's used it all the way up to the modern times. At least until it became an archaeological site. So this is standard what you would expect to see with chiseling. Like if you look at this granite, it's been chiseled. It's a nice uniform chiseling, but those are chisel marks. This is Roman chiseling here and here, just to show you what that kind of looks like. Sort of striated lines.
Yep.
Then we have these marks, which we've seen some of these. This is the split quarrying technique where you're splitting the rock. So they would make these divots into the rock and then drive wedges in there, notches, and then drive wedges in there,
right?
And
break it,
and then break it off. Yeah, it's called the feather and wedge technique. This is the kind of tools that were used. This is what it looks like. You drill a bunch of holes, you put these in, you drive them in a regular fashion. It splits the rock,
and this is what we do today.
This is the modern version of it. Yeah. It looks like that. Then we have these. You look at this and you're like, well, that doesn't look like either one of those techniques.
But the work would have been in between those square divots in the part that was just broken off. So they made those divots, and then the piece in between them was the work that they took and broke it off. Yeah. So right here, it's broken. So what they did was they cut a trench down this side and cut a trench down this side, and then started cutting inward, and then they just split the block, which was sitting above this, off the bottom here. They break it off. So that's what this is. So, but the question is how are they trenching these? Because this is basically, you're looking at the bottom of the trench now.
Right.
Here's more of them. And this is where you get the dolerite pounding stone. The guy, yeah, they tell you this you get this fantastic propaganda video when you go to visit this quarry. Like everybody, you pull up in the buses and you get funneled into like a little. It's the only place where this happens, and it's like you can tell that they know that people are going to get in here and be like, how do they do this? So they have to tell you first, so you don't start making up crazy stories about magic, right? And so there's a bunch of seats, and you're watching this little tiny TV with everybody in there, and it's Zahi Awash showing you that they're pounding with, using pounding stones.
Is it really him doing it?
Zahi is in there, yeah. Oh, that's great. When we go with Ben, you get everybody starts cheering when Zahi shows up because it's all sarcastic. We're all like, woo, yeah, buddy.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
So there's another set of the, anomalous quarrying marks in there. These are it's like this weird stair step. I got another picture here of looking up this same set. Look at that. And how they're very regular. This is, it's 18 to 24 inches wide. And, that you can kind of see, it's difficult sometimes, but you can kind of see how it's a continuous trough that goes all the way up. And then they have these regular places where it goes down, right? And that kind of continues all the way along here. So it's like something is scooping out and scooping out and scooping out. It looks like something on an articulated arm. Here's another really great example of that.
Yeah, that's just ridiculous.
And notice how there's a kind of an angle change from here going across to here, right? Where this is like scooping straight across, but as they get farther this way, it begins to sort of tilt. It has this curve in it.
What do you think that was about?
It looks like something that has a central position rotating on an articulating arm. Like think of a backhoe, but maybe more complex. I don't know.
Yeah. So if you're digging with a mini excavator or something like that, and you go right in front of the machine, it's going to be moving like this,
right,
toward you. And then if you get way out, it's moving more vertically. The arm is, right. So as you move closer and closer, if you were looking at a wall of a ditch that was dug, when it's to the left side, it would be vertical marks. And then the closer it gets to that machine, it starts to slant towards the machine, be more.
Yeah.
So it kind of looks like some kind of that there's a radius.
Yeah.
That matches the changing angle of these marks.
Interesting.
Like somewhere, if you knew what we were looking at, you could figure out where the center of the machine was and where it was rotating from, right?
Dude, it left a lip. You see the top part?
Yes. Yeah, this up here. Yeah. Here's another great example of how these can be long, continuous marks. So you can see it goes all the way up. And every one of them is regular, going all the way down this wall. And there's an interesting there's a discontinuity in the granite here. It kind of goes along here, and there's also a color change, right? Maybe indicating a shift in the material type or quality. And so it's like they were scooping off this good stuff above it and then sort of ending the digging right here at the where this material change starts. I don't know if that's what really happened. It just looks like that. It's an interesting thing. And then here's the obelisk.
How long is that, roughly?
I think I may have the information. Yeah, here we go.
Oh my God, 137 feet.
Yeah, 41.75 meters. Rough, estimated 1,200 tons. So it's 2.4 million pounds or 1.09 million kilograms. 137 feet.
Is that a sacred number?
It's a number that physicists worry about.
Yeah,
it's the fine structure. Don't ask me what that is.
1/137 is the fine structure constant. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't. That's all we know.
Yeah.
All we know is that physicists worry about this number, and so it's interesting when it shows up. So yeah, again, you can see now that we've looked at these marks all over the floor, you can see it's very faint here because they were sort of making a nice finished surface. But you see this grid?
Yeah.
And then there's some, like somebody dug a little deep here, like they bored down a little hard on their belt sander and dug into the material. But it's like they're, again, think back to all the other structures we're looking at where we know that their standard method was to deliver stone from the quarry with lots of excess materials that would be removed on site. So you can imagine that this thing it could have a foot of excess material on each side. Like it was going to be a much thinner and smaller thing. Right now they're cutting it out.
And of course they say this is the largest one ever found or ever known about. It would have been had it been completed.
Yeah.
So it makes sense if it had all that excess material on it that it's going to be larger than any of the completed ones.
Yeah.
Because eventually when they get it to the site and they're ready to stand it up, they face it.
Right. Well, we look at this again. So this one wants 137 feet, 1,200 tons. The largest existing standing obelisk is 105 feet and only 455 tons. So this is the largest ones that they successfully.
Where is that one?
It's now in Rome, I believe.
Oh, wow.
It was stolen, right?
And is it the same material?
Yeah, I think so. It's granite. Yeah, I think so. I might not be in Rome. I don't remember where the Lateran is. It's no longer in Egypt, I don't think. But so this is the front of the unfinished obelisk. Yeah, where you can see like they were already making it sort of obelisk, right? They were giving it the pointed tip,
right,
shaping it already. But look at the trenches.
The trenches are insane. This is the most detailed photo I've ever seen of those trenches.
Yeah, and then you see the test pit to the left there.
Yeah,
where they dug way down. This is what they call them. Test pit
to test the quality of the stone,
right?
See what it was like.
Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah. But yeah, just look at the depth of the trench here, and it's very regular. It seems very interesting.
How wide is that little gap, that trench? Can you stand in there?
Yes.
Yeah.
Wide enough for you to stand.
Somewhere between 3 and 4 feet wide, maybe. You think?
Oh my God.
3 feet.
3 feet. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Now, what do the tour guides say when you get here? I want to know this.
There aren't any.
Oh, there aren't any.
You get the propaganda video and you get to walk around. Yeah. But Yusuf is always with us, and he's asking the same. He's all asking the same questions we are. Yeah. But the angle of the sun here also gives you a really good. You can see the sort of grid work here, and then also notice in the trench it becomes very it's rough out here. You see how it's sort of all these scoops. And it's sort of grid-like. The next picture might show this better.
Man, imagine spending all that time scooping that motherfucker out of there.
Right.
If they crack it, like, motherfucker.
Well, that's the weird thing, right? It's the idea that they were making an obelisk and they discovered a flaw or it cracked or there was an earthquake or whatever, and
abandon the entire thing.
Abandon it. Not like we have to cut granite blocks for anything else, and we've already done all this work, right? You could chop this up into a bunch of beautiful granite blocks, but no, they leave the whole thing. They just leave it there. All that work.
So that doesn't make
any sense.
If it broke when they were working on it, they could just make it into smaller blocks to be used for a wall or something. But they didn't.
Yeah.
So it suggests that whatever work they were doing just all stopped.
Yeah. And then it gets buried, and then the people who were quarrying later didn't even know it was there.
This correlates with the woman in white sands running.
Yes. Yeah. Get there. Yeah. It gets buried. Yeah. The other thing you'll notice, like, I can back up and show you this here, that these lines go all the way down the trench, across the bottom, up the side of the obelisk, probably pretty regularly across the top, down the trench. It's a continuous. I would love to scan the whole thing and find out, is it really a rough grid? Does it do it this way as well, all the way down?
Right.
But it looks pretty regular. Like, look at it down here. See how these scoops are going up, and then they start going across the thing? Same way here, down.
Somebody did something weird right there on the top of the obelisk.
Right here?
Somebody messed it up.
Yeah. I mean, that's clearly like done by hand. as opposed to the rest of the
I
grid.
think so. I think they left the machine running when they went for a lunch, and the arm just slowly let down and
Yeah.
that's what happened.
Somebody lost their job.
The smoothing machine was sitting on top of it. They just unplugged it. And when they came back to work after lunch, they plugged it back in and it starts bouncing around there. So yeah, again, this just shows you the regularity of the lines going across the bottom of the trench. And then the ones coming down the side here.
Right.
Oh, and here's Kyle attempting his.
No, I'm making an obelisk right
Yeah,
there.
he's building an obelisk.
Dude, look at your hair, man.
Oh yeah, I just cut it off.
No wonder you're so good at playing guitar.
I'm growing it back.
But yeah, you do that for a little bit, and you're just like, no, this is not how they did it.
Be there a while, mate.
So we couldn't get down in the trench next to that obelisk, but there are other places in the quarry where you can get down into the trenches next to some really large blocks that they were cutting out. This is one of them. So this is showing you scoop marks next to that. Here's another good set.
Oh wait, go back there.
Yeah.
So see the edge on the right? Does that look like a radius? Because look how perfect it is.
That's that curve.
Yeah, it does.
Could be.
Very interesting.
But they're definitely working. The work is the piece of stone to the left.
Yeah, this is going to be
That's the thing they were
stone that they were
removing.
trying to remove.
Okay.
So they were like cutting in and then cutting down deep and then cutting up underneath this thing.
Now wait,
Right.
there actually could have been a piece of work to the right,
Broken off here.
like you're saying. Yeah, they dug under it and broke it off.
Yeah.
So you might be right.
Well, I'm just thinking that if it's a machine that's got like a
You mean it's a
central tank,
radius this way?
Yeah. Like that was the extent of the reach.
Yeah, so it's going from one side to the other, and that's part of that radius. Yeah, that's a good point. That is a good point.
So this is
It just looks like sand. It's like a sand castle.
So this is down in that, next to that work on the other
So
side
you
of
get
it.
an idea of the width of that trench.
Yeah. So you can see how the lines are continuous. Now I'm down in there, looking up at the trench walls. This is looking underneath the work, so you can see the scoops continue up underneath the block and then go up onto the underside of the block and then continue up. It's like what was making this turn here. And again, it seems to happen. There's like a line in the granite here.
Is it a curved line?
What I mean is like there's
stone.
the natural stone is just lighter right in this section where they were turning.
Right.
It's strange. But yeah, see how deep these scoops are. You're standing in them. When you're walking through them, it's very strange. But like Ben has said this before, that if you're using pounding stones, the place where you want to use the stone is on these ridges. That's where you're going to break off the most material. If you were actually doing it by pounding rocks against it, you would hit this part and this part because you have the most chance of breaking off a large amount of material instead of a little bit of dust.
Yeah, the point is you just would never end up with ridges that high, that raised.
Right.
If you were just pounding away at it.
Not at all.
I don't think.
But I love this. The idea of the story is like this is your trench, Johnson. Take your pounding stone. This is where you work.
Don't come over
Don't
and
work on this trench. You work in this one.
Yeah.
And so each guy just sits here for his entire life. And digs.
Oh my lord.
So that's the quarry. So now we can look at the Serapeum real quick. All the way back up next to
That Serapeum is so fucking crazy.
Yeah. So this is a good map of the interior. It's the greater galleries is what this is called. There's a whole bunch of the complex was really big, lesser galleries all over the place, but the only part that's open right now is these the greater galleries. And,
How big that thing is.
There's Yusuf.
It looks cast.
Yeah, it does.
Now, Chris said that the outsides of these things aren't perfect, but the insides are.
Well, in some cases the insides are extremely flat, like he found when he was measuring them, and polished. But there are definitely other ones that show like non-flat surfaces, and they have different angles. But what's weird is that, you have to think about this in terms of priorities. So there's the priority of the quality of the stone, number one. There's the geometric perfection priority.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, what is more important? Is integrity of the stone more important, or is the geometry more important? Right? How much time do you have to do this? So, in some cases, to me, it looks like, from looking at the insides of stones, I found insides of the boxes, I found places where, like, an entire inside bottom corner was not finished. There's just this whole piece of stone in the corner. Mm-hmm. When you go to look at the outside, that same corresponding corner, it's cut away. So it's like, was the thickness of the wall a priority? Was wall thickness a bigger priority than geometric perfection? And then, of course, there's plenty of these that have these big divots, these scoops cut out of them. Mm-hmm. And so that brings the question, like, the integrity of the stone. Is there a crack? That they wanted to remove. Yeah. Like, look at this. So does the integrity of the stone again supersede geometric perfection? Like, they seem to not care whether it's the inside or the outside. Because I got into another box that had huge bowl-like scoop marks out of the floor. Yes.
Polished. It's like it's been scooped and polished, just like this exterior is here.
And in one case, like, I would say, so
also just pay attention to this.
Yeah, there's a big inclusion,
like
there.
A crystalline inclusion. So this is like a vein of other material.
Right.
Yeah.
One of them, the wall, this narrow wall of the box. On the inside, the whole thing was like slanted towards you. Like the wall was like this. I have no idea why. I mean, it's that's what I'm saying. It's like, it's not simple enough to say the interiors of the boxes are perfect and they didn't care about the exterior, because some of the exteriors of the boxes are magnificent also. And some of the interiors are very, very, made to a high degree of precision, and vice versa.
It seems like what they were going for was, especially on the interior, a kind of perfection, like, these beautiful 90-degree angles right here, that the lid needed to fit flat or whatever, but that there was something else that superseded that in importance, like the integrity of the box or the thickness of the stone, that would compromise the perfection of the interior surfaces if they had to. So like what Kyle was talking about, is there's a box where the entire bottom of the outside, the bottom corner is just cut away. For some reason it's gone, so it's flattened down here. So the interior surface of the box also has a bevel that matches this cutaway.
So it maintained the same amount of thickness.
Yeah. Or they just left enough stone on the inside to make up for some of that. It's just.
Here's another one with a bunch of scoops taken out of the outside. It's just.
Now, what is your guys' theory on what the purpose of these boxes was?
I like destroying theories about the purpose of the boxes.
Our favorite thing is to ask people to send us their theories, and we destroy them.
I was trying to pry this out of Chris, and it was like pulling teeth.
The thing that, I think they make a really good hermetic seal if you have enough precision on the lid and the box itself. They would basically ring together. Yeah. It's a way of, it's some kind of adhesion that happens, like a molecular flat surfaces that touch each other. They can't pull them apart. You can slide them against each other, but you can't actually pull them apart. They make these sets of blocks to use to measure precision. They're precision measuring tools that you can take different thicknesses of block. Well, you need a certain length, so you grab a couple of different blocks, you ring them together, you can't pull them apart. Right? So if you can imagine a fine, precise, flat surface on the lid and the box, and you slide those lids together, then you may have a hermetic seal. So that you could contain something for a long period of time without it oxidizing and destroyed.
They also act as a kind of a technological gate or safe.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right? Like it's so heavy and so massive and in such a tight enclosure that without some kind of technology like, rope, capstan, wheels, the idea of the lever and pulley, you're not going to be able to open it. So you could effectively lock away something in these boxes from anybody that's not primitive, not advanced enough to open the box.
And I love the idea that, because all these boxes were empty when they were found in modern times. Right. I love the idea that they used to have something in them, and whoever came and opened all but one of these boxes knew the contents. They knew what was in them because they left one box unopened and it had nothing in it.
It was blown open in modern times and it was also empty.
So if you...
Well, how do we know that they whoever blew it open didn't find it?
Was that Mariette that did that?
I think we can figure that out.
Was it Vise or Mariette?
I thought it was Vise.
It could have been Vise. Yeah, he liked to
Howard
use
Vise.
like gunpowder on stuff.
Yeah, some of the corners of these block
Vise. Yeah,
I'm just telling you what is in the record. That box was blown open and it was empty.
Okay.
And he would have loved to have found like the Apis bull or something in there.
Right.
So it's just if this was a vault that contained, for example, documents or some kind of knowledge, and that's what I'm saying. I just love this idea that somebody that had the knowledge of where they were and what contents were in the boxes would have come, opened them up, removed the contents, and never touched the one that was empty.
Yeah. Leave box number 13 alone. It's empty, but open all the rest of it
and get the contents out of it.
Yeah. And they're all open. They're all open just a certain amount, just like this.
Like if you were a bank robber and you went to rob all the safety deposit boxes, and you had information on which ones had stuff in them, you would only open those. Yeah. So that's what I'm suggesting here.
They're not marked, are they? Some of them have writing on them. One or two.
Now, when I asked Chris about this, he said he was very careful about giving just random theories about what he thinks they could do without evidence.
Yeah,
because he writes books and he wants to be taken seriously, and he doesn't want people to take something he said out of context and say, "Oh, this guy's a crackpot," which is fine. But when I was asking him, I was like really trying to drill down like what he thinks they were. He said I need to read the book called Engines of Creation to understand what they were. Have you ever heard of that book?
Nope.
But I did listen to that show, so I need to read that book also. Yeah. I remember him saying that now that you mention it.
And he was saying there's a theory,
like some kind of battery.
Well, yeah. So something about like crystals were grown in there. Something was.
Oh yeah, you could do that. That's cool. You could, yeah. So you grow a giant crystal in there, and then we get the crystals out,
and then crystals turn into laser beams, cut the stones.
You know what I'm saying? I'm like,
yeah. Then what?
And then we put the lid back on.
Put the crystals in the pyramid to vibrate.
Yeah. I don't know.
There's a lot of missing stuff too. This is the other thing about going through these sites in Egypt is that, like Kyle was saying earlier, thousands of years of people have been going in and out of these places, taking things, breaking stuff, removing stuff, stealing stuff, adding things, putting candles in, setting fires on things, worshiping things, letting camels live in there, and goats, and then of course there's all the environmental stuff, wind and sand and precipitation and just time. And so every one of these vaults that had a box in it also had two granite slabs to either side of each box that had false doors carved into them. There's a couple that are left, but most of them are all gone. So then you start to see a picture of like, okay, there's a box, and it's in its own particular alcove, and to either side are granite slabs facing it with these false doors cut into it. And so what does that mean? Does that make it some kind of resonance chamber? I don't know.
I find it hard to believe because this box doesn't want to move. It really badly wants to stay still.
Yeah.
This is not, but, the sound waves inside, they like to be sustained. They're echoing, bouncing back and forth across the wall. So you go in there, and when you hit the the fundamental frequency of, like, say, the width of the box, it's
overpowered.
just amazing.
Yeah.
It's incredible. And then you can find the one that's the height, and the width to the height, if they're slightly off, so they're a little dissonant, and you can kind of get them both. They put this third beat in there. It's just wild. It's
and then the length of the box is pretty deep and
really hard to reach with.
hard to reach.
You need a deep voice to be able to get the length frequency. But yeah, it's hard to imagine that. Okay, let me get down in there and you slide the box closed so that I can resonate the box and reach enlightenment.
Yeah.
You're gonna let me out, right? I don't know. I don't know about that as a boss, man. It's just that to me seems to be that's just a result of whatever the actual function was, because the function resulted in these geometric proportions that make the sound resonance inside amazing.
This is a good example of it. Like, they're aiming for this kind of perfection. Like, look at this edge.
The edge is like a razor.
I mean, it is perfect. This prism shape that they're going for, is awesome. But then they, for some reason, have scooped material off the front edge here, and then polished it, right? Yeah, the scoops are all polished too, and it's hard to see the polish because of the dust.
Yeah,
but I mean, it's like a mirror. There's a giant scoop taken out of that one.
Yeah, that one looks crazy.
So and then you see they smoothed it and polished it, right? So they're very concerned with removing, for whatever reason, whatever was contained in this part of the material, but then they carefully polish the remnant.
There are certain inclusions. I mean, you can see this in the quarry. Not necessarily the quarry where these came from. I don't think anybody knows where the quarry where these came from.
Oh, really?
But the asphalt
this particular
quarry,
kind of diorite, dark.
there will be spots in the wall where you can just see like a completely different type of rock.
Yeah.
Just stuck like a chunk. So I'm wondering if maybe some of the scoops were just like, let's get that different type of stone out.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You can see on this one, they cut the entire back corner off of the rip. They've cut this whole bevel off there. And then on this one, they've done it to the front side. They've completely chopped the entire front edge off of there for some reason, and then polished it. Like, you can see how shiny it is.
Right. Well, you said it was also really important that they didn't want cracks in there to remain keep the integrity of them.
Yeah,
so if there were cracks, they wanted to scoop them out.
That's a question. Like, is that what they?
That is incredible. How big that is.
Yeah, you can walk underneath. So we're all standing on a wooden floor that's been built. It's raised up above the floor. The box is sitting on, and you can still walk beneath the lid, standing up straight. So the boxes are enormous.
Unbelievable, man.
You gotta have them.
And that lid was moved how? We don't know.
Who opened them? They were opened in antiquity, so nobody really knows. I don't know who opened them. And they're all, like I said, if you paid attention, they're all just slid open a little bit, right? Just enough to get inside. In some cases, I'm not sure you can
how you can get in that.
You can get in most of them.
Really?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's like 3 feet off this end.
Yeah, there's an opening in the back.
Oh, okay, I see, for sure.
Yeah, because you can see how far.
And how would you even move that top part? Like today, if you wanted to move it, how the fuck would you do that? In that tiny little space.
Yeah. You could use hydraulics, up against the walls.
Yeah.
I mean, this is bedrock walls. I mean, you can put a lot of force against those walls.
Frame it out with something, wrap it in cable, and get some winches. And I have no idea.
Pushing it would be
easier than pulling on it. Yeah. Which is interesting because a lot of them are pushed. Their lids are shifted towards the central walkway from the back,
which is suggests you put something
against the wall. Yeah.
Right.
Here's Kyle. This kind of gives you the scale, right? That's Kyle standing on the upper edge of one of the. This is a box made of the rose granite, so it's different than the rest of them. Yeah.
And it has no lid.
The lid is in the hallway. It's
gigantic, and it has bosses. It has the nubs on it.
Yeah. Where you're
Oh,
down,
really?
down inside the
praying?
interior. I was trying completely legal science. Totally legal. Is he praying? Praying to the box god.
Please tell me what these were for.
The inside of that thing doesn't look smooth.
Yeah, this one isn't finished in the same way that the rest of them are. You
Right.
can see on the outside here, it's, you know, I mean, it's beautiful still, but it isn't polished yet. This just kind of shows you. The other thing is that, you know, the question about how did they get them in there, you know, that they weigh a lot and they're enormous, and that, you know, there's no like dropping the boxes in and then building the roof, because this is all cut into the bedrock. These are tunnels that were just basically drilled through the bedrock.
Right.
So they had to maneuver them through these long hallways.
And they were almost as wide as the hallways themselves.
Yeah, like this one.
Holy what the shit? What?
So this one, this is
magic.
This is another,
magic.
yeah,
It's gotta be magic.
this is another, you know, point of the whole unfinished concept. Like, they didn't finish the job. They were in the middle of transporting boxes to their places in their alcoves, and they didn't quite get it done. Most of the boxes are in place, they're polished, they're finished out. But this one is rough cut, it isn't polished, and it hasn't been completely moved into place yet.
And its lid is also sitting there.
Its lid is laying in the hallway too.
Near the entrance.
It looks like if the lid was on it, it almost wouldn't fit.
Right, that's it does seem like there's
There's
two ways to look at this. Like, that may be why they're moving this one without the lid. That also might be why the lids have bevels.
Those angles.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why you would want to move them together. That makes the job
Makes it
even
harder. Yeah, move them separately.
Man, this is the biggest fucking mystery.
So this is showing you the scale. And again, remember that he's standing on a raised platform. The box is sitting on the original floor,
Yeah.
like 6 or 7 inches
And they
down.
built the floor around the fucking
But it's still taller than he is. You know, you have to look up to see the edge of the box.
If you need to get past this to get to the other boxes, and you open up those other boxes and get shit out, how do you get it past?
There are
here?
two ways out. There are more than, actually, I think there are probably 3 ways out, and maybe possibly more. There are some places down here that are still closed off, and some collapsed.
Oh, I can go back to the map here.
Oh, okay.
This is the box that we're looking at in the hallway. This is its lid. So this is the you know, all the beautiful, like, we showed you a bunch of pictures of these guys in these, and look how they're kind of, you know, staggered. None of them are like exactly facing each other. It's really interesting. This whole thing looks like a T, right? So you got this box, and then there's a space. That space is opposite this other box. So there's always a wall facing the alcove. Like, if you needed to mount machinery to work on this box and get it in place, you have a place to mount it right here. You know, push it to get it in there. And then each alcove is a deep hole, right? So you're walking in these hallways, and then where the boxes are lower, they're set down lower to the point to where the lids are almost at foot level, like, so that, you know, you can kind of just slide the lid in on top of the box. It's interesting how it's set up like that. So yeah, this is what we were looking at. Let me go back to it.
Thanks, Gregor, for the map. We really appreciate
Yeah, this is incredible. I've never seen any kind of map of this like that. It really puts it into perspective. It's great.
And you can see how this box is, you know, it's a little wonky. Like, they've
wavy.
They've made it, you know it's going to be a box. It's hollowed out. It's got a lid, but they haven't, you know, flattened it and polished it. Like, and this also implies that they did all that on site in its place. They weren't doing it on the surface and then moving them down in, which is another interesting implication about precision. Because we were talking about, you know, the precision flat plates that they make out of granite. They're in climate controlled places. Because if you let the temperature change or humidity change or whatever, it will shift around.
The granite, the shape and size
warp
and change.
Yeah. So if you want to make a hermetic seal like Kyle was talking about, you have to do all the finishing work down in the tunnels. So here's a quick look at the writing on one of the boxes.
Right.
I know you've talked to Ben about this. How it's very rough. You can see they couldn't even really make the line straight. And there's a big interesting. This is a big scooped out piece. They removed a bunch of material here and polished it. And the people who are making these marks are just cutting through the polish.
Right.
Hammering through it. Yeah.
Yeah. It just looks like toddlers came through afterwards with crayons.
Yeah, and you can see that in some cases they couldn't even finish make the lines connect. You know, you sort of get this idea that like the guy is working along and in the dark, and then he gets tired, and it's the end of the day, and he's just like, fuck, and he goes home, comes back the next day, and it's a little better, you know.
Yeah. He's wearing candles on his head, dude, trying to hammer and chisel that.
Oh God.
Yeah.
This is amazing, man.
So just to show you a few more things around the world, this is Ollantaytambo in Peru. So look at the, megalithic. Yeah, you see the nubs, you see the scoops, you see the striations, you see the
drill marks, the vertical strips.
Yeah, those not drilled. It's flat.
No, I mean the vertical, like you swing.
Oh, these?
Yeah.
These are like inserts between each one, and they have a little nub on each one at the bottom.
So those little things, those are separate from the other stones?
Yeah.
Those are also stones.
Wow. Yeah. They're little flat inserts in between each giant block. Yeah. This is also at Ollantaytambo. Giant blocks, big nubs. It's beautiful stuff. This is cool. This wall is almost complete, but notice how the nubs show up around this opening. The blocks all get way bigger, and then the nubs are all around here. Like, this is why it seems like this is indicating something about construction.
And you can see a little bit of symmetry in the blocks on either side of that door.
Yeah. And then notice, how these giant blocks are sort of strewn around the landscape up here.
Right.
So this is another thing that you see in Peru is like evidence of some kind of enormous destruction to some of these sites.
Now, Luke was mentioning something about some of these sites in Peru and how they were built to be earthquake proof.
Yeah, this kind of, they call this, one term for this type of stonework is cyclopean. Like it's made by giants, basically. But yeah, it basically means that the idea of cyclopean stonework is they're non-homogeneous. Every block or piece of stone is a different shape and size. They're dry laid, which means there's no mortar. Right? And then, so that means that if you have an earthquake, each individual stone can sort of move around on its own.
And they'll go back together.
And then they'll just kind of go back together. Whereas when we make a wall out of bricks and mortar, number one, you have multiple fracture points that go all the way down the wall. Right? And then also we've glued them together. So instead of each brick being able to vibrate, the whole wall starts shaking. And then it splits and falls apart.
Right.
These are able to withstand earthquakes a lot better. But
there's no straight fracture lines here. I mean, you can't, even with a brick wall, you get these little stair step cracks that go run all the way down the wall.
Right.
There's no way to do that with these.
What's also amazing is these are retaining walls. These are terraces holding up the mountainside. So it's,
retaining walls.
Yeah, retaining walls. There's two kinds of retaining walls. Those that have failed, those that have failed, and those that will fail. Right?
Those that are about to.
Yeah.
But these are amazing to have withstood all that weight of that dirt for so long and still be so beautiful.
Now those little tiny rock walls onto the side and like on the top. On the top edge. Is that
same guys? Same guys, dudes.
Yeah. The next day,
they were like, you know what? This other style of construction is done.
Yeah, we got to do it this way. This looks cooler.
No, I'm
right.
This is the idea of the three that there's this sort of theory of, I can't remember all the terms, but it's Hanan Pacha and Udun. Yeah, there's three different terms, but basically it's talking about three civilizations in Peru. The oldest one seems to have been people who came along and did rock cut work, which is where you don't make blocks, you cut something out of the mountainside and leave a temple or a shape. Right? This is called rock cut instead of stacked construction. Then you have the cyclopean style megalithic work, which is also it's still beautiful, and but it's completely different from the rock cut stuff. And then you have this. Where's my pointer? Right here. Then you have this stuff.
Right.
So this is Inca. And then this is someone mysterious, and then there's Hanapacha, which is even older, somebody else mysterious, and they kind of surround each other. Like, notice how this repair or Inca work is at the tops of these walls. You see it here too?
Yep.
And here, right? So this wall is ancient, and then you can come along and sort of repair it with their own style of stonework. But in some places, you'll find the very ancient rock cut stuff, and this stuff is repairing it or enclosing it and protecting it, and then the Inca stuff is on top of that. So you have 3 different stages. Here's Sacsayhuaman. You see all the same marks, right?
It's the same.
Yeah,
it's the same.
Yeah.
Even the way they bevel the edges towards the, to where the joint is.
Yeah.
It's just like the Osirian.
Yep.
I wonder if they were planning to go back and flatten this.
Yeah. Can you imagine being the Inca guy that gets this job? You better make it look good, Johnson. It's going to stand there against this rock work for all of eternity. Well, where did this block go?
Dude, this is incredible.
Here's another one.
Unbelievable.
This stone is kind of famous. It has, yeah. But you see the divots, the scoops, the nature of the stonework, and then the Inca stuff at the top, sort of repairing things.
Now, are these photos that you took?
No, I haven't. We haven't been to Peru yet. I can't wait to go.
The Egypt photos were.
Yeah, the Egypt photos are all from our trip. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a. Now we're looking at the Moa. We were looking at these earlier, but this is another thing.
Easter Island?
Yeah, he's in the quarry, right? So he's unfinished. They haven't completely dug him out of the rock yet. This would, and the other thing that's interesting about this is this would have been the largest one ever made if it had been completed, just like the obelisk. But it's still in the quarry. Then you got Baalbek. This is in Lebanon. We were going to go see this, but circumstances changed. So this is the quarry for Baalbek. And what's fun is this, for a long time, this block right here was considered the largest block ever cut by mankind. It's an estimated 1,200 tons, something like that. It's completely removed from the bedrock.
That's bigger than the one at Aswan?
Yeah, the Aswan is estimated, but it's still connected.
This one's not connected.
This one's never. Yeah, this is completely dug out. This is called the Stone of the South, or the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. It's famous from the quarry. Okay. But then some German archaeologists went in and started digging down around it because it was buried. Like the dirt line was like here.
Oh, okay.
And so they started digging around, and they found out that it's sitting on top of 2 even larger blocks. These are estimated to be 1,600 to 1,800 tons.
Yeah, so the story was that they cut this top block out, and they were like, it's too big, we'll just leave it here. Again, it's like, instead of cutting it into smaller blocks and moving it, their
like,
story
put it
was
down.
No, it was too big. And yet, when they dig down, they find out they actually stacked it on top of other blocks. So no, it wasn't too big.
This gives you the scale.
That is wild.
Yeah, it just goes to show that the historians don't really have
no fucking clue what was going on.
Yeah.
And why didn't they? So it's obviously they just never finished the job.
Wouldn't it be great if we could actually discover what this was all, how this was done, and what it was done, who it was done by in our lifetime? That would be great.
Well, the standard story will tell you this is the Romans. We know the Romans could move some very heavy stones, and they built some amazing stuff, but they didn't ever move anything like this. And the idea that. And they did build a temple on the Baalbek platform. I don't have pictures of this right now.
Right.
But the Trilithon, which is the collection of 3 of these giant blocks, they're not quite as big as this one, but there's 3 of them, and they're stacked up and 30 meters high. It's a big wall. is a sort of a separate construction from the entire platform that the Temple of Jupiter is built on there at the Waldeck platform.
Right.
And the Temple of Jupiter is on a part of the platform. It's got this big pedestal, and the temple isn't quite big enough to fit on the pedestal. And it's like the Romans found this platform. It's very ancient. They honored it by building a Temple of Jupiter there, but they couldn't make the roof span all the way across this part of the pedestal, so it doesn't quite fit. It's too small.
Yeah, it's like that stuff. The stuff on the bottom was there way earlier.
Yeah, the platform was already
the
there.
platform,
Yeah.
right?
It's like in Japan, they have these giant megalithic stone platforms that, the emperors have been building their palaces on for a long time.
Right.
But the platforms are megalithic stone constructions that go down into water, and they've survived thousands of years of earthquakes.
It makes you wonder, like, how much stuff like this is there underneath the ocean? Because what is the ocean cover? It covers like more than 70% of the surface of the earth.
Yeah, 76%, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean,
There's a joke
the
that's funny.
continental shelves, you can see on the maps, like the continental shelves would go way out. In many cases, they would have been above
Right.
sea level
Yep.
before the end of
Yep.
the, I mean,
Before
there's a lot
meltwater
of
pulse went A. Yeah. Yeah. So it's interesting with with all this stuff, and then Ben and Chris Dunn's work with the vases, and then the stuff with the Comet Research Group and the Younger Dryas, that the evidence for some advanced civilization in extremely remote prehistory that was able to do some of these large megalithic anomalous projects all over the world, and they just almost completely vanished because we know there was a massive destruction, extinction event, and flooding event. And with the end of the Younger Dryas period.
Do you think some of them are still here?
Yeah.
I know. Where are they?
Underground and under the water.
They're living under the ocean.
Yes, and under the ground. Yeah, I do.
Have you heard of Project Looking Glass?
It sounds familiar. What?
It was, I think it was in the 60s or 70s. It was a project done by CIA and the Air Force, or maybe the Army. And it was one of those like psychokinetic programs they were doing, or they were working on during the Cold War. And they built some sort of a device for remote viewers to go into. And in this device they built at S4, they could actually remote view into the past and into the future. And there was a guy, I can't remember his name right now, but he went into the device and he basically saw like a cataclysm that wiped out the human race, and the survivors went underground and built like underground cities and catacombs. And over tens of thousands of years, humans evolved in this weird way because there was no sunlight. Human beings evolved into what looks like these gray aliens because there's no light. Their eyes got big, their bodies became really skinny, and it's a theory now that those gray aliens are like coming back in time to like visit us and like make sure that we go down the right path.
To result in them?
Exactly. To protect, to make sure, to ensure their survival in the future. Love that one.
It just seems like, I don't want to completely skirt that one, but
that's a good one.
Yeah, if you're already there in the future and you're there, it seems like anything you do going back into the past is only going to mess it up.
Exactly.
Right? Well, unless there's some other force trying to change it that you're fighting against. All you're going to do if you go back in the past is going to actually change the future, which is what you're already in. I don't know.
Which is why the UFOs are trying to stay. They're not trying out. They're trying to stay away from us. They're trying to observe us, right? This is the zoo hypothesis, right?
Yeah. I don't know. Why do they keep starting cults?
You don't even need the time travel, right? Really, you just have this continuous civilization passing down knowledge, and they've been doing this for who knows how long. And if they were living underground, turning into the grays or whatever. They could still be flying around in crazy UFOs, but they're not necessarily time travel. I'm saying you could remove the time travel aspect from that and still have it work.
Right.
But they're just involved in things that are going on today, but they're not widely known.
Yeah. No, yeah, you could.
And they've maintained their technology for who knows how long.
Well, I mean, I do think that something that, I think of this sort of like the third party hypothesis, that something has been sort of injecting information or very slightly interfering with human development for a long time. Like paleo contact. I don't know if it's aliens or if it's a future version of ourselves or if it's something even stranger. I don't know. It could just be a parallel track of human development that went underground or underwater a long time ago, and they're just us, but they treat us like uncontacted tribes.
Right.
Like a breakaway civilization, but we're talking about they broke away 20,000 years ago, and they just don't want to have anything to do with us, except then they see we start blowing up nukes, and they're like, whoa.
Right.
This is our planet too. Then they start showing up and they're like, yeah, we're from, I don't know, Venus, whatever. Stop blowing up nukes. They don't want us to know that they actually live here. And then you get this idea of like how often in ancient texts when they're writing about visions or religious experiences, is it really an encounter with this third party? And maybe some of it is like, I don't know, Project Bluebeam style, where they're just making a projection. And here's the angel, it's covered in light, and it descends from the sky. It isn't, a person; it's a hologram.
What is Project Bluebeam?
The Project Bluebeam idea is that somebody would have the technology to sort of make a lot of people believe that an alien event had happened, or the second coming of Jesus, or whatever. It's like a mass psyop, that would be visible to everybody in the sky, some kind of giant hologram.
Oh, like 3D hologram.
Yeah.
Kind of like maybe what happened with Joseph Smith, right? He saw something like that. Some angel came down and told him a message, in his bedroom or whatever, told him about the tablets. And it was like connected to a beam of light or something.
Yeah.
I mean, Bramley wrote about this, the Gods of Eden book, because this was his idea. He was like, I was looking at history for what are the reasons for all the conflicts and wars? There's this idea of that maybe there's this secret cabal of people who have been profiting off of wars and causing them for a long time. Like there's some kind of secret brotherhood, that have been doing this for a long time. But the farther back he went, he was just like, well, wait a minute. When you go far enough back, it looks like they were gods. And the text talk about them coming down from the sky. So he connects it to aliens and UFOs. But it's just as likely, I think, that it could be something from here. And all you have to do is sort of fly over to the less advanced people and descend from the sky, and they'll think you're a god.
Yes.
Right? You don't have to be from space to do that.
One of the weirdest things to me about the whole Anunnaki story is how they seemed like very similar to us in a way that they would start wars or be fighting over things.
Yeah, breed with us.
And I wouldn't. Whenever I think of like super advanced beings, I feel like they would evolve past that, like these deep primordial instincts of like fighting and being territorial and that kind of stuff. And if you're like this crazy enlightened god, why the fuck would you be starting wars? You would think that they would have a better way of doing things.
Yeah. I mean, maybe it was just a game to them.
Yeah, maybe.
It's like you get two like ant hills and you make sure that they start fighting each other just to watch. We call it hurling humans. Like you go all the way back in time and you see like these gods were gathering large groups of humans around them, and they would throw them at each other. Like my humans are going to attack your humans. Right?
Yeah.
Who has the best army?
I've got the best humans.
Yeah, my humans are going to kick your humans' asses.
Right. Right. Yeah. And that guy who I just had on here was explaining to me all about how apparently, according to these texts, that we were created and our lifespans were dramatically shortened, and people were living like tens of thousands of years before us, and then all of a sudden we only live 120,000 years. And you blew my mind last night. You were talking about how it's in the Bible. That's actually in the Bible.
In Genesis, yeah. His days will be 120 years.
Yeah,
like that.
Yeah, it's right after the flood. God basically decrees that man will live no more than 120 years. And before that, the antediluvian patriarchs of the Bible were, 600 years old, 900 years old, 800 years old. Noah was old. Noah was like 600 when the flood happened, something like that. Methuselah is, obviously famously I think he lived to almost 1,000 years before he died. But they were all, they lived a very long time. And then after the flood, no one lives that long anymore. It's like this decree.
And there's a similar story with the Tower of Babel where it's like God is looking down at the people building the tower. First, the people are like, they have survived the flood. Yeah. It's been maybe 600 years or something like that. So these people are aware that the world was destroyed in the past. And they're like, hey, let's come together and we'll build this tower. So they have this goal of building a tower to the heavens and being all of one language so that they won't be scattered throughout the earth again. Because they witnessed that, their ancestors had witnessed it with the flood. And then it switches to the God narrative, and he's looking down and seeing that they're building the tower, and he's like, because they're all of one language, nothing that they set their minds to do will they not be able to achieve. In other words, they'll be able to do anything they want. So we must go down there, destroy the tower, and scatter them and confuse their language so that they will be scattered. And it looks like
confuse their tongues so they can't work together.
Yeah, it looks like another set of attempts to prevent us, because the follow-up is, otherwise they will become like us. Yeah, is what he says. So it's like, so if you're thinking of them from becoming like the powerful.
So if you're going with, the pure religion, like, is this is supposed to be the creator of the entire universe, and he's worried that the humans are going to become him, or is this something else? This is a story about something else.
Yeah, because the traditional interpretation is that man's hubris makes him believe that he can be God, right? And that's true. Like we can be arrogant, and that is a flaw. But another way to look at it, when you just think of the narrative, that there is some other group of beings out there that are concerned about us becoming as powerful as they are. Yeah. And when we look like we're getting to that point, they put a stop to it.
So yeah, Tower of Babel. The gods didn't want us to unite and become them.
Yeah.
So they spread us out, made us have different language, so we became territorial apes.
It's a similar story with Adam and Eve. Like they eat of the fruit of the knowledge, right? The tree of knowledge. And then God is like talking, it goes to the narrative, his narrative, he's talking to whoever's with him. And he's like, if they then also eat of the fruit of the tree of life, they will become like us. If they have knowledge and life. So it's like the same deal. So it's weird.
Well, guys, thank you so much for doing this. This was extremely fun. I appreciate it. And now we are going to jump into Patreon episode. But first, before we do that, tell everybody about your show, where they can find it. Obviously, I'm going to link everything below. But Brothers of the Serpent podcast on YouTube, everywhere, Spotify. That's right. What else? What am I missing?
Yeah, that's it. I mean, we got Snake Bros, Brothers of the Serpent. You can look us up on Twitter. I hardly post on Twitter, but sometimes I see good stuff and I do post things.
Yeah, we do tours. Also, we got we're doing actually a little eclipse event. So this eclipse is passing right through our area. Yeah. So if you go to contact@thecabin.com and look up the eclipse, it's a little camp out. Go camp out. We're gonna have some bands and some
we're gonna talk
and stuff. Yep. This eclipse
will be there.
Yeah.
Where are you in that at?
It's in a little town called Utopia, Texas. Yeah. And I also have a band, $50 Dynasty, and go to $50dynasty.com. Check out some music.
Oh yeah,
that's been on the Cosmographia show. So
okay, yeah, you guys, it's the intro for Cosmographia, right?
Cool.
Yeah, brothersofservant.com is the website, and everywhere else you can look at the podcast. Yeah,
dope. I'll link it all below, and if you want to get some jams, listen to some of the tunes, we're gonna do a Patreon episode right now.
All right.
Oh yeah.
Thanks everybody. Thanks, buddy.
Krista Tilton of Oklahoma has reported that she had an experience of missing time in July 1987, where she had been abducted by two small gray aliens and transported in her craft to a hillside location where she encountered a man dressed in a red military-like jumpsuit. She was taken into a ton of computerized checkpoints displaying security cameras. She reported having been taken on a transit vehicle to another area.
So you have a new podcast that's called Journaling Stuff.
Correct.
And it's all about your life story. What is the premise of that podcast?
Well, the premise is I was a war correspondent for CBS News for a couple of decades, and the majority of the story takes place in Nicaragua in the 80s. But the first couple of episodes, we touch upon pre-journalism. I was a model in New York City. I then married a cartel guy, so I was in the game for a few years. And then I got out of that and wound up in Nicaragua covering a revolution. So it isn't just about war. War is sort of the backdrop. It's also about the insanity that was Cookie, the CBS office, the people rolling in and out, the partying.
So is your real name Cookie Hood?
No, it's Courtney Hood. But I've been called Cookie since the day I was born.
So I've been scouring the internet all day and I couldn't find a
I
damn
was
thing.
on the DL for many years, so you're not going to find anything. Really.
So if we Google Courtney Hood, will we find something?
No.
No.
A Muppet comes up when you Google Cookie Hood, I think. Yeah. And then there's a hit piece that comes up that they did on me. I'm not sure if it's under Cookie Hood or Courtney Hood, but I think those are the only two things. We're working to remedy that now.
So were you scrubbed from there, or were you just completely,
I was
you just never did anything on the internet?
And I was off the grid, you know. When I was,
so on your website, it says that you were responsible for breaking the Iran-Contra scandal.
I was one of the people. I made it clear in the podcast that there were many people involved in that. You had print journalists, photographers, researchers, people in New York, Washington, obviously Miami, and then myself, news. Because of my access to Nicaraguan officials at the time, I had complete, total, exclusive access to a lot of things that led to the Iran-Contra scandal being, broken. But I was one of the main people that did it, and you'll hear the story if you want to hear it, or if you listen to the podcast.
What was your specific role in breaking the story?
Well, as a journalist, and specifically a CBS News journalist, I was based in Nicaragua. I had the best relationship of any journalist with the Sandinista government, so I pretty much kicked everybody's ass for over a decade, dozen plus years, and it all came about, and that's the end of the podcast, where for almost a decade, people have been trying to prove that the U.S. was involved in overthrowing the Sandinista government by way of the Contras, which was, they were a rebel force being financed by the U.S., and since it was illegal to do that, our government, unbeknownst to me at the time, had to find ways to get money quietly. And so they did that by, we didn't know at the time, by selling arms to our mortal enemy, Iran, taking that money and using that hush money to fund the Contras. When that part of the scandal broke, then they had to find another way to fund the Contras, which was then they made deals with drug dealers and drug people, most of them friends of mine from my past, so that they were allowed to bring in cocaine, continue their business, bring it into the U.S., which at the time, my friend Rick Ross, Ricky, out in L.A., they were getting the coke from the drug dealers and then converting it into crack cocaine. So that was another stream of revenue stream to fund the rebel forces that were going to overthrow. They were trying to overthrow the Sandinista government.
Right. So what were you specifically doing? Were you embedded with the Contras? Were you embedded
No, I was embedded with the Sandinistas.
Okay.
Nicaragua was Sandinistas, obviously, so I covered the war from their side. But of course, as any good journalist, I was also sent to El Salvador, Honduras, so I did cover the Contra side sometimes.
How did CBS approach you and contract you to do this stuff?
Well, it's funny because I had just gotten out of the game, moved to New Orleans to take care of my mom till she died, went back to Loyola. I had a kid with my husband, the cartel guy. I said, I'll be back, and I never went back. When my mother died, I was like, let's go check out this, revolution that's going on. And so packed up my bags and packed up my one-year-old son and moved to Nicaragua. So, I still had a lot of friends and family there. And after about 3 months, I kind of had it. Being in a war zone wasn't fun. Everything was scarce. From food to electricity to anything you could think of. So after 3 months, I said, well, let me throw myself a going away party. I'll head back to New Orleans and see what I do after that. So I threw myself this huge party, which had military people, friends of mine from the wealthy society, journalists, you name it. Everyone was there. Black, white, Latino, rich, poor, straight, gay, and very eclectic. That's what my parties were like. So at the party, I got approached by this lady from NBC, Cecilia Alvear, and she asked me if I'd be interested in working for NBC as a, fixer translator. Sounded interesting, but at the same party was this CBS guy, major producer, major partier. Larry Doyle comes up to me, we're partying at the party, and he makes the same offer to me. Would you like to work for me at CBS? Translator, fixer, you seem to be plugged into a lot of people by the guest list here. You speak both languages fluently, you know both cultures. And so I went with the party guy. He says, go to the Intercontinental Hotel tomorrow. You'll get interviewed by Carla Farrell, and we'll see where it goes from there. So I showed up the next morning. She, interviews me, 2 questions. How do you feel about roadblocks? I said, no problem. I can get in and out of anything. She says, what is your biggest asset? For that one, I thought of about 30 seconds. And I said, adaptability. I can sleep in the jungle, in the shack, on top of coffee beans, like I could sleep at the Plaza Hotel in New York City. She says, you got the job. Come here tomorrow morning, 8 o'clock, you're going up north. I thought I was going to Miami. So I dressed, in heels, a suit. I walked in, she goes, what the fuck are you wearing? I said, well, you said I'm going north. I assumed it was Miami. She goes, no, you're going to the jungles up north with a camera crew. You got to understand, Danny, I didn't study journalism. I studied, liberal arts education at Loyola University in New Orleans. So I just kind of bullshitted my way into being thrown into the jungle with a camera crew, and that was how I started.
Wow.
Yeah.
So once you got to the jungle, what was your...
Well, looking for war. Look what we call bang bang. And so that's what we did. And
you guys taking photos?
Well, no, video. Yeah, we were TV, CBS News. So I had a camera crew, cameraman, sound man, and a driver, and they thought I knew what I was doing. I had no clue. And so I confessed to the crew. I'm like, dude, I've never done this before. And they're like, follow our lead, you'll be okay. And it turned into, the gig of a lifetime. I quickly adapted and became one of the top war correspondents, war journalists of the decade. And the stories were many that I kicked ass, but all the networks' asses. And I got a great career out of it, and a lot of fun, a lot of partying, and I started off as a model, went into the game, and then wound up breaking one of the biggest stories of the decade.
So, when it comes to, when you got into the jungle and you started reporting and filming some of these guys that were in the middle of the war zone, what was your sort of heat check? How did you like evaluate the situation of the ideology between the Contras and the Sandinistas?
Well, what a lot of people don't understand is that by then it was a civil war, so it was brother fighting brother. So the Contras were Nicaraguans, the Sandinistas were Nicaraguans, and there would even be battles where they're yelling at each other with the same street slang, and some of them knew each other. So it was insane because, like any good civil war, it was, people fighting their relatives, their neighbors, and it was crazy. But my objective always, CBS's objective, as the rest of the two networks, there were only three networks at the time: CBS, NBC, ABC. CNN was just starting out. Nobody gave a shit about them. Nobody gave them the time of day except me. Because I was the type of journalist, I helped everybody. Nothing was a competition for me, which is why all the journalists wound up in my office. And I helped people. Why not? Some good Southern girl. But our objective obviously was finding war. And for all the years that I did it, we just covered the worst things that human beings can do to other human beings. And I'm talking about beheadings, torture victims, faces peeled off, just the worst.
Out of all the stuff that you covered, what stood out the most to you?
Just the death and the senseless death and killing. And, I guess you could say I lost my faith with my first pile of dead bodies. And when I say piles, I mean piles. And women, children, babies. It's one thing to see dead soldiers. It's another thing to see dead civilians. And death quickly came upon me in every way, shape, or form. And I always said to myself, I'm not going to become one of those people where it doesn't matter to me anymore, where I don't feel the shit that I'm seeing. I could curse, right? Of course. On the show. So I quickly got broken in to what war was really like. I thought it was a game at first, I'll be a fixer, I'll be a translator. I became much more than that. And the guy that was running the CBS Bureau in Nicaragua, everybody hated him. So he was quickly replaced. Within 6 months, I was running the Bureau. Within a year, I was producing. And I worked with everybody. Morning news, evening news, weekend news. My favorite, though, was working with the big boys at 60 Minutes. that was awesome. There was a show we also did called West 57. That was awesome. But I guess my main objective was finding the winner for the U.S. and, you know, the audience to see, because unfortunately that's what sells.
It's crazy that, you know, during the Reagan administration and all of the like secret funding of the Contra rebels and all that stuff that was happening back then was, you know, it was illegal technically, right? What they were doing was hidden. They had to lie about it. But today you see it everywhere. Proxy wars are a normal thing.
They are. They're still probably illegal. It just depends on how they do it. But you can't legally, the U.S. legally cannot overthrow a government. You know, so like you said, by proxy, by, you know, subterfuge, yeah, they do it. That's the way they run it.
I had a guy in here a couple months ago by the name of Rick Prado. He was a CIA mercenary, CIA assassin, and he was sent down to El Salvador, I think, to train the Contras. And he was down there with those guys for a few years.
El Salvador is scary.
And one of the things that he pointed out was, you know, despite all the news coverage in the U.S. that was painting the Sandinistas as the bad guys and the Contras as the good guys, you know, he was explaining to me some of the fighters within the Contras. This wasn't an ideological war for them; it was a personal thing for them.
It was money. Whoever paid them the most, that's what it was. Ideologically, the Contras, few and far between did it for ideological reasons. They were being paid and funded by the U.S. The Sandinistas, on the other hand, who were the underdogs, they were doing it for ideological reasons.
Well, they were being funded by the Soviet Union as well.
Well, this is what people don't understand. First you had the revolution, then you had the Civil War. The revolution was when the Sandinistas overthrew the dictatorship, the Somoza dictatorship. That was in 79. And all the years leading up to that, the war, it was a revolution. Sandinistas never thought they would win. And they weren't winning. And the U.S. obviously was backing the dictator, Somoza. Because, you know, fighting for, you know, against communism and that. And up until an ABC reporter was shot and killed, that turned the tide. That told the U.S. stop. You know, by then 50,000 Nicaraguans had been killed. That they would give them. One U.S. journalist killed, that's it. That turned the tide against the dictator and for the Sandinistas. Now remember, the Sandinistas were a ragtag army, you know, and they won. They weren't expecting to win. So at the beginning, the U.S. was for the Sandinistas. They helped that government be set up, you know. They were for them until the Sandinistas decided that they were going to help poor people. Because, you know, we don't like to help the poor people. So the Sandinistas, their goal was, up until that point, it was something like 90% infant mortality, 90% illiteracy. Only 1% of the country owned everything. So when the Sandinistas came in, and there were some rich kids that were part of the Sandinistas, they decided, we're going to change things. We're going to make education available to everybody. We're going to make healthcare available to everybody. You know, let's spread the wealth. Everybody gets a chance. And that's what they did.
But when they start doing that, the U.S. doesn't like that.
What made them switch?
Well, they didn't switch.
Well, what made them adopt that sort of
Because
more
that's what they were all about.
since the beginning?
Since the beginning, they were about overthrowing the dictatorship because poor people were just fucking exploited and never had a chance.
But when did
Their goal was always, first of all, they didn't think they were going to win.
right?
But if they had thought they were going to win, that was going to be their plan, to help people, to create a more equal country, government. That was always the plan.
When was the Cuban Revolution? That was 78?
No. The Cuban Revolution was in the 50s, the late 50s. And
Castro.
correct. That was all the late 50s, early 60s. So, like I said, when the Sandinistas inadvertently won, that's when, they started fulfilling their goals, which is helping people. And that's when the U.S. didn't like it so much. So, the stupid thing that we always do, we want to fix a problem, and by fixing it, we create a bigger and worse problem. So instead of just keeping along with the Sandinistas, we decide we don't want them anymore. They're communists.
Well, they started working with Russia, though.
No, they worked initially with the U.S. until the U.S. cut them off. When they get cut off, what the fuck are they supposed to do?
Right.
The only people willing to help them, Cuba, Russia. Yeah. So if the U.S. wouldn't have tried to fix the problem of helping the poor, things would have just gone normally. And they would have never gone to Russia or Cuba. But once the U.S. decided, we don't like these social programs. We don't like you helping the poor people. We don't like you, helping infants not die after 6 months, on Earth. So that's what happened. Trying to fix a problem, we created a bigger problem. So then, yes, the Sandinistas were being helped by Russia, Cuba, because they had no other choice.
Right. And at that point, we had to start.
At that point, then we got Reagan, the freedom fighters, you got to overthrow this government, but quietly. On the DL, nobody's supposed to know.
Right. So this guy Rick Prado that I mentioned to you, who was covertly sent down there. He was covertly sent down there. He was like a knuckle dragger type guy. He wasn't a spy. He was
not a spy.
Eventually he became a spy, but yes, he was originally contracted out to train the Contras in military combat and train them how to use rifles.
Well, if he was in El Salvador, he was training right-wing death squad people.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, he wasn't training the Contras. The Contras were mostly trained in Honduras.
Well, he was He was in Honduras too. He was also training Mestizo Indians.
Yeah, they came from the coast of Nicaragua. But El Salvador was a fucking scary place, dude.
Yeah.
For journalists too. Not just for everybody. There's this scene in a Woody Allen movie, I don't know if you ever saw it, Bananas.
Yes.
And so there's a scene in it. The soldiers, U.S. soldiers are on a plane. They're going to get dropped, parachuted into this third world banana republic. So one soldier says to the other, whose side are we fighting for in this one? And the other soldier says, look, the U.S., they're not taking any chances this time. Half of us are going with the rebels, and the other half of us are going with the government. And it was like that. Nicaragua, we were funding the rebels. In El Salvador, we were funding the military government. So each country, it was different. So the countries where right-wing military was being funded, those were the scary ones. Okay? Those were the scary governments. Nicaragua, in the whole war, no journalists ever got killed. Not one. El Salvador by the hundreds. Because the military, right-wing military, they were after the journalists. Fuck these guys, we're going to kill them.
Really?
It was, like I said, it was scary.
But the Sandinistas weren't like that towards the journalists. Why not?
Because this was their goal. We have to protect these journalists, especially U.S. journalists, because not only we're fighting a war against the U.S., we don't want journalists to be killed on our watch to make things worse. You see? So they protected us. We didn't know how much they were protecting us. I didn't know how much they were protecting me till years later. Apparently there was always someone protecting me, whether they were dressed in a military uniform or civilian clothes, but there was always someone that was sent by the government, and their job was, you die before she gets a scratch. So that's why I'm here with you today, because they took care of me. Even though I was wounded many times, I was shot down in a Russian helicopter. I was taken down. Yeah, once you start listening to the rest of the podcast,
what's that story?
You're gonna hear some fucking insane stories, dude. So the helicopter crash, it was on one of our junkets going into the, 10-day junkets, where we get flown in and dropped into the jungles, and we go with, the troops to look for war. So on this particular one, it started off with a two-propeller plane that was going to fly us in to a base where we would then be flown in a helicopter even deeper. So it starts off with this two-propeller plane trip where I get caught in the exhaust of the back of the plane. When the pilot went to go turn it on, I got flung up in the air, then thrown down by the exhaust of this plane, and I was wounded. I mean, I was a hematoma from neck to my feet. So they fly me, they dump myself and the crew in this military base, and the military doctor said she can't go on the helicopter and into the second half of the junket into the jungles with the soldiers. She can't go, she's too wounded. But nobody told, the doctor didn't tell anybody that. So an hour later, they're rounding up my crew and myself, and they load us into the helicopter, Russian helicopter, to take us into the jungles. And then they dump us there. We're going to be on a 10-day junket with the soldiers. I'm so fucked up, physically wounded, but I was always a good, person to have, because I never yelled ouch ever. I was always out there proving that I could do anything as well as or better than any guy. I couldn't yell ouch. I couldn't say, I can't do it. So we went on this junket for 10 days. And after the end of it, we're going to get picked up by helicopters and flown back to civilization. So they fly a helicopter in, the Sandinistas, pick us up, and midair we get shot down. I didn't know what was going on. I heard 3 somethings, and if it had been a SAM, surface air missile, I wouldn't be here with you today. It was some lowly Contra soldier from the other side shooting at the helicopter because it's a Russian helicopter. They don't give a fuck if there's journalists on board. They wouldn't even know that there was journalists on board. So I remember screaming to one of the soldiers in the helicopter, that sound's got a good sound. He goes, no, we're going down. I'm like, what the fuck do you mean we're going down? And of course, that's, that thing where they say that people's lives flash in front of them. Not me. I was just saying to myself, you stupid fucking bitch. You're finally in a situation you cannot talk yourself out of. You can't schmooze yourself out of. I'm going to fucking die. And boom, 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 like 30 seconds it took for it to come down. I grabbed my crew. I said, look, we're going to do it like in the movies. We're jumping out of this thing before it hits the ground. Because the worst thing as a journalist to cover are helicopter and plane crashes. We call them crispy critters because you just burn, you just fuck. You're dead, you burn. So we jumped out.
How high above the ground were you?
I don't know. I never found out because, you know, the rest of the crew, the soldiers, they were killed. We jumped out. And, you know, running, not even looking back, but we fell into a field, a valley. So that's even worse because we knew once the helicopter would blow, hit the ground and blow, we're fucked because we're in a valley. So I'm trying to climb up, my crew's trying to climb up. And right before I get to the top, I could not take one more breath. I could not take that last grab to get me out of that valley. And all of a sudden, there's a hand that reaches out up at the top and pulls me up. It was one of the soldiers that had been on the 10-day junket with us. They saw the whole thing happening. Saved my life, saved the crew's life. Next thing we know, the commandante from that region, he heard what had happened. Remember, no journalist can be killed on their watch. They're beneath it. He said 3 helicopters, also Russian, but smaller. All of a sudden, I see the soldier. We're wounded. We're fucked. We're fucked up. Internal shit, internal bleeding, you name it. Remember, I was already wounded from the beginning of the trip. I see these soldiers with machetes clearing up this hilltop that we're on. They're chopping down trees. It was incredible. Next thing you know, 3 helicopters land. They took each of us in a different helicopter because they're not going to risk all 3 of us being in one helicopter, and they got us out.
What's up, guys? I'm super psyched to introduce to you another product that I've been using for years now that was also recommended to me by the world-renowned nutritional scientist, Dr. Dominic D'Agostino, and it is called Keto Brains. Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer is a way to perfectly dial in your morning beverage to bring you razor-sharp focus on demand. I start out every day with Keto Brains in my cup of coffee to combat the midday slump, and I use it for pre-workout. Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer has efficacious doses of focus-inducing alpha-GPC, lion's mane, alpha wave promoting L-theanine, and ketone stimulating C8-MCT powder. And all of those high functioning nootropics are packed into a delicious, creamy coconut powder. It tastes amazing. It's a keto nootropic powerhouse, and it tickles all the right neurotransmitters to give you the flow and jitter-free energy with absolutely zero crash. There's no dosage tricks involved. It's just 1 scoop is a full serving. You put it in your coffee, your tea, put it in your water, whatever you want, and you get 30 full doses per package. There's no pills, and there's absolutely no waiting for it to work. It kicks in like that. You can keep your brain razor sharp, primed, and ready for action with Keto Brains Nootropic Creamer. Whether you're an entrepreneur juggling multiple projects, a student studying for exams, or you're an athlete that's trying to optimize your training, Keto Brains will not let you down. All right, here, I'm going to list all the ingredients contained in Keto Brains and what they do. It increases ketone production via AG-C8-MCT powder. It increases acetylcholine and HGH production via 300 milligrams of alpha-GPC. It increases GABA and alpha wave production via 250 milligrams of L-theanine. And it increases BDNF and NGF via 500 milligrams of lion's mane mushrooms. And these are all carefully sourced and third-party tested ingredients. This stuff quite literally increases acute brain function, protects your brain and mitochondria long-term, and last but not least, it makes your coffee delicious. If you're interested in Keto Brains and you want to get a big discount, just go to the link in the description below, ketobrains.com, and use the promo code Danny20 when you check out. Again, that's ketobrains.com. Hit the link below and use the promo code Danny20 at checkout. Back to the show.
And CBS was always very good about when you got sick or you got hurt. They'd fucking fly in a Learjet medevac, Learjet, get you out of the city and get you to safety. And they got the 3 of us out. Once we landed in Managua, the capital, Then CBS sent the Learjet to get us out and took us to Miami. The three of us were in the hospital for maybe 2-3 weeks. It was all a blur. And then they said, well, you still need to recuperate more. Let's set you up in the best hotel in Coconut Grove. And I'm like, sure, So we proceeded to recuperate there, partying and everything for the next few weeks. So,
What year was this?
87.
Coconut Grove. No short of party.
Grand Bay Hotel. Oh, yeah. And remember, my ex-husband, hotel guy, he was living in Miami. So he was taking care of me, all, myself and the crew taking care of us. And yeah, we threw some great parties at the hotel.
Specified cartel guy.
Well, my husband worked with Pablo Escobar. And my husband worked with two of the biggest dealers, I guess, at the time, Norman Meneses and Danilo Blandon. Their characters were in Kill the Messenger. Do you remember that movie? So they were the two guys in that movie. They used their real names in the movie. Norman Meneses, Danilo Blandon. They had worked for years with my husband. These were my friends. These were guys I grew up with. Danilo was my son's uncle. Norbing was the best man at my wedding, and so I knew my husband and all of them from childhood, but we reconnected when I left New York City after I was modeling for a few years. We left that part out. So I was a model in New York City. When I got tired of it, I went to Miami. That's where I met my old friend, who later became my husband. And so I got caught up in that world.
How did your husband get involved in the Medellin Cartel?
We started, they were all big guys in Nicaragua. And Nicaragua was a stopping point.
Right.
So while I was out modeling, they were moving up in the ranks. So by the time I left New York City and went down to Miami, there was full-blown operation. So, yeah, so I had a lot of great, interesting, dangerous, scary to other people, not scary to me, friends. And so that's how I got involved in that life.
So were you guys still married when you were doing all the reporting in Nicaragua? No.
Remember, I left him when my mother got sick in New Orleans. I left him out, went down, and never went back. But when I left him, I left with a shitload of blow, a suitcase filled with money, about $1 million cash. Kept it under my childhood room, under my mattress. Because remember, I'm taking care of my mom. They have no idea what's going on or what I've been involved in. And I went back to Loyola. I got a 1-year-old kid.
So you brought your kid a suitcase full of cash and a double bag full of blow.
Yeah. And so went back to Loyola, finished getting my second degree.
What were you going to do with all the coke? Were you going to sell it?
No.
You were going to do it?
Yeah, well, I had friends. Remember, I grew up in New Orleans. We went out every night. Oh, yeah. This was just personal use. We went out every single night. And remember, I'm taking care of my dying mother. I got a 1-year-old kid. I'm still partying. It was,
how old were you?
By then, 27, 25 maybe, something like that. 24, 25. Then my mother dies, and that's when I went to Nicaragua. And that's how I fell into the CBS thing. Look, you're going to find out when you hear that podcast and talking to me. I'm always where something fucking happens. It's not that I'm making things happen. It's happened to be where there's always something happening. My first night in New York City as a model was the night the lights all went out on the whole Eastern Seaboard. The most famous blackout. That was my first night in New York City. You know, and so my life's always been like that.
What made you such a rugged woman? You're industrial strength.
Well, I think it was because of the way I was raised. I wasn't raised with love so much as I was raised with survival. I had to survive. My parents had 8 kids. You know, my dad was an airline executive, traveling all the time. My mother had her things. So we were kind of raised on survival. We kind of took care of ourselves. And I had 5 brothers. And so, again, looking for that, you know, you hear the same story, the girl that's looking for the father's approval. I always had to prove that I could do anything as well as or better than any man. And I always would tell people I got balls bigger than any man. You know, and so it served me well, that survival mode that I was raised in. And of course, the traveling and speaking several languages fluently and education. I had everything. I had the white privilege, the education privilege, money privilege, you name it. But I was a badass. I liked the dark side more than the right side. So I always hung out with, you know, shady people that were way older than myself. The husbands were older, but they kept getting younger as I aged. But
how many husbands have you had?
About 4. Yeah, not bad. And I'm married to one now. I've been married 20 years.
How much longer has he got?
No, I'm staying with him. He's 25 years younger.
Okay, so you might trade him in for a younger.
That's what he thought. But I'm too old. You know, like CBS wanted me to go back when there was this Revolution Spring a few years ago. I don't know if you remember. You know, the Arab Spring. There was So CBS was like, "Were you interested in going back?" I'm like, "Fuck no!" And they're like, "Why not?" I said, "I can't run anymore. You can't cover war and not be able to run. You can't be old and not, you know, and cover war." So I got out in the mid-90s, I guess, when the wars on this side of the world ended. Because once the wars ended, nobody gave a shit about Latin America. So I was basically out of a job. Yeah, because war is big business. War makes the news. But once the wars ended in Latin America, you know,
there's a lot of crazy shit going down in Latin America right now, though, with the cartel wars.
Yeah, that's been consistent for decades.
Those guys got all kinds of crazy weapons now.
But it went, again, we tried to fix a problem and we created a worse problem. It started with the Colombians. The Colombians, they at least had ethics. Okay, the Colombians were like this. You owe them $100,000, your buddy owes them 1,000. Who are they going to kill? Who? I'm asking you.
They're going to kill the guy who owes less money. Correct.
Right. So that the one that owes the $100,000, they had a form of ethics. Okay?
Well, yeah.
A form of ethics.
Well, it's more just, you know, rationality.
Correct. But it wasn't just, that's not the only example. They went about their business in a more business-like manner.
Exactly. Right.
Okay.
It's for fucking money.
And so what happened was we decide we're going to stop that. Okay? And so stopping the Colombians, it just transferred all the shit to Mexico.
Right.
And these motherfuckers were ruthless, like you said. the weaponry. They don't give a shit about anybody. I'll kill you, your whole fucking family, your dog, everybody. You know? And so that was not the game part that I was in. I wasn't in with the Mexicans. It was Colombia. And
Classy ones.
classy ones, yeah.
The classy.
Yeah, and the fact that I was a woman and I was at the table with these guys. And women are not at the table with these guys. You know, it's a guy-run business. But I was like the little mascot. You know, I knew the big players. Pablo was at my wedding. Pablo
Escobar was at your wedding?
Yeah, and he gave me.
Was he in the wedding?
Not in the wedding, but he did supply the party favors for the wedding. So I remember I flew in my girlfriend from New Orleans. We were grinding for 2 days, filling up 2 and 3 gram bottles as the party the favors when you walked in. Chipito Arias from Santana, the bongo player. He was the best man. Norman Meneses was big player. He gave me away at the wedding. The wedding was at his house. So, yeah.
So when people showed up to your wedding,
we gave them the gram bottle.
You got a goodie bag with
3 gram bottle, 2 gram, 3 gram bottles. You know, and
did you at least label them with like the people?
No, we just put those on. Because you know, at parties you never know who's going to show up.
Right. I thought like because when you go to the reception at least, you sit down, you have your name there.
No, we just put little bows on. Yeah, and that was a wedding for the ages for sure. There's a lot more to that wedding, but you'll hear it in the podcast. Listen, everybody's got to go to the Journalista podcast. You're just getting bits and pieces right now of what's in it. We've got early cookie, mid cookie, late cookie, and each era of cookie is as insane as the one before it. And so I really suggest to people get on board to, on the Journalista train. It's bonkers.
Absolutely.
It's bonkers.
So explain to me what happened. I mean, you mentioned it a little bit briefly with the ABC journalist who was killed. Not necessarily. Explain to me like what happened on the ground leading up to it. How did it happen? And then how did that change the U.S. the public perspective from the U.S. and the rest of the world?
So at that point, it's a revolution. Sandinistas are fighting the dictatorship. We already went through this. Right. So there's journalists there. Most of my friends were there. This is before I got, I became a journalist, de facto journalist. So there have been a couple of years of fighting. Oh, remind me to tell you the firing squad story. That's before that. But anyway, it's 1979. Bill Stewart is one of many journalists there in Nicaragua. And he's with his camera crew and a driver who later became my driver for CBS. And they're out looking, for Bang Bang, like any good war correspondent is looking for. He's got a translator with him, too. So they run into some trouble. They run into a neighborhood in the city, the capital. And remember, the dictator's soldiers, the Guardia, they've been up for weeks. They've been given methamphetamines. They've been up. They've got to fight, stay awake. So these guys are already shaky. And so Bill Stewart hops out of the van with the translator. And he goes up to, where these Somoza guardsmen are. And he asks them if he can continue on to, keep covering the war. Well, one of the Somoza guardsmen thinks he recognizes the translator. He thinks wrongly we find out later, he thinks that the translator is a Sandinista. So they take him around the corner and they shoot him. But Bill Stewart doesn't know that. And the camera crew and the driver are still in the van. And they're filming from the van, you know, because you just roll. Right. Something might happen. Yes, exactly. So at this point, they figure, well, if this translator was a Sandinista, this Bill Stewart is up to no good. So he doesn't speak Spanish, dude. So they tell him to get on the ground, face down, which any war correspondent it's happened to. You do what they tell you to do, and you're going to walk away, hopefully. And most of the time you do. So they tell him to lay down, and he does. And you'll see the video, dude. Look that up.
What's it called?
The Bill Stewart killing.
Bill Stewart killing.
So you see.
Let's pull up and look at it. Well, I'll censor it on the podcast.
You see the soldier putting the AK to his head, shooting, and the force of it, his body like went up and down. So at this point, the camera crew, who are still in the van, that's it. You got that's it.
Is it?
Yeah, they tell him, go down, lay down. He doesn't think anything's gonna happen. And right there, he kicks him, and watch what he does. The AK, there it is. So this is what happened. Now listen to this story. The camera crew is filming. This might even be their footage. They're filming. The driver knows better. He knows that they're next. The camera crew's freaking out. So the driver says to the crew, do not get out of this van. Shut the fuck up. Don't talk to anybody. Let me handle it.
Right.
So the driver gets out the van, goes up to the soldier, this guy, and says to him, dude, you just fucked up. We're from Somoza TV. You just fucked up. We're from your boss's TV station. But don't worry. We're not going to say a thing. You let us pick up this body, and you let us get the fuck out of here. We're going to say that the Sandinistas killed him. And the soldier says, okay. So the driver picks up Bill's body, flings it over his shoulder, gets in the van with the camera crew. At this point, they're freaking out. And he hightails it out of there, straight to the Intercontinental Hotel. It's the first time in history that a network has exclusive, explosive video. And what did ABC do? They gave it to every journalist that was there. Every camera crew, every network from around the world, everyone got a copy of that footage. And they knew they had to get that footage out of the country before Somoza and everybody realized what had happened. So the journalists as a group, foreign journalists from all over the world, they decide we're boycotting this fucking dictatorship. We're out. They left Nicaragua. The video got out. That night, every network put it on the air. Same video. Every network. And remember, I told you earlier, by then 50,000 Nicaraguans had already been killed, but nobody gave a fuck. The U.S. audience saw that.
So, yeah.
And it was an ABC cameraman, a very well-respected cameraman, very well-known. That changed the course of who we were going to help. So we went from helping the dictator, because, fighting for communism, but then this happened, well, maybe this dictator's not such a good guy. That's when we decided to finance and help the Sandinistas win. So what we did was we stopped helping Somoza, the dictator, We started helping the Sandinistas.
This is the moment that happened.
This is the moment that the tide turned. This was the moment where the U.S. decided we got to cut our losses here with the dictator that we've been. Remember, the U.S. had been financing and helping this dictator for two generations.
Right. Since like the 30s, right?
His father was the first one. Franklin Roosevelt, FDR, referred to the first Somoza. He's a son of a bitch, but he's our son of a bitch. And then it was this one, the son, and then his son, third generation, was already prepping, to take over. So after this happens, Somoza's days are numbered. There's a movie called Last Plane Out or something like that. Anyway, he's out. He leaves the country. The Sandinistas, this ragtag army of revolutionaries, misfits some, come rolling into the Capitol, and they won. They didn't know they were going to win. They didn't know what the fuck they were going to do. So where do they all meet? In the lobby of the Intercontinental Hotel. The episode 3, the Intercontinental Hotel is a character in all this, because that's where everything happened. From the 70s when Howard Hughes, the billionaire, stayed there, to the earthquake, to the revolution, to the Civil War, all the journalists. So they come rolling into the Capitol and they're in the lobby. Okay, now what do we do? Okay, well, you're going to be the president. You're going to be the vice president. You're going to be the minister of defense. You're going to be the State Department. You're going to be state security. And that's how it happened. 9 guys, some of them rich kids that I grew up with. Some of them, lifelong revolutionaries from humble beginnings. And that's how it started. So that's what brought in the Sandinista regime.
So going back to the killing of Bill, what was his last name again? Bill Stewart. What was his relationship with Somoza? What was he reporting on?
He was reporting on the revolution. The Sandinista revolutionaries trying to overthrow the Somoza dictatorship. He was just a journalist. He had no relationship with either side. Look,
maybe I'm thinking of a different journalist. I'm thinking of it. There was a story in your podcast. There was a journalist that was killed, and people speculate that Somoza killed him.
Yeah, that's another. That's what brought on That's what the revolution was about. The revolution.
Oh, that was before this.
That was before this.
Okay,
that's why there was this Nicaraguan editor, newspaper man. And he was always like the rival of Somoza. He was more left-wing, and he, helped the people, not help just the rich, even though he was rich. And so, not Somoza, but Somoza's son. My speculation is Somoza's son, the third generation, with his buddies that were mercenaries, Mike the Mercenary. These guys would be rolling in the Capitol in tanks with the bullets, here, and I suspect it was the son that had this guy killed, the journalist killed, the Nicaraguan journalist, because Somoza wouldn't have been that stupid. He had this rivalry that was, he could say, well, look, I'm not a dictatorship. I allow this guy to be, the opposition with his opposition newspaper.
Okay, so was it a situation to where this guy sort of reported on negative things that Somoza would do, but not too bad? So
absolutely, he would report stuff. Right. And Somoza, they were friends at one point.
Right. Like, look, your job is to paint me in a bad light, but don't go.
It wasn't like that.
Okay.
They had been friends, but then later their ideologies just were too far apart. So Chamorro did what he had to do, calling out the Somoza regime, and Somoza did what he had to do. But it was a rivalry
But it was useful for Somoza. Right.
That's it exactly. Most people don't get it.
Right.
So when he gets killed, that's when, all hell breaks loose, and the revolution. I always say that it's a revolution that started off with the death of a journalist and ended with the death of a journalist, which was Bill Stewart. That was the end of the revolution.
So what happened with Somoza after that journalist got killed? The first journalist.
It's war. It's war.
So
The
that got-
Sandinistas are fighting
That
him.
got my brain spinning. Once that story came out, that journalist got killed, people said, "Oh, it's obviously Somoza because this guy reports on all the negative shit."
And some people still think it was Somoza. Other people think it was, someone else. I've always been of the belief that Somoza he was a dictator, but he was a very smart man.
Right, and he was too smart to kill this guy. So that's why my brain automatically went to, okay, that guy's murder was a covert op.
And he had his Achilles heel, his weakness was family and friends.
This episode of the podcast is brought to you by BetterHelp. What are some of the things you want to keep the same about yourself or your life in 2024? What part of your life are you already grateful for, or what is something that you're already proud of? Around New Year's, we all get obsessed with how to change ourselves instead of just expanding on things that we're already doing great. Therapy helps you find your strengths so you can ditch those extreme resolutions and focus on minor changes that can really stick. For me, it's helpful to focus on wins or positive experiences that I'm already grateful for. And this isn't just for people who have experienced trauma or PTSD. It's for everyone. This is a daily ritual I like to use to keep my mind healthy and free of negative influences. If you're thinking of starting therapy, give BetterHelp a try. It's entirely online and designed to be convenient and suited to your schedule. Just fill out a questionnaire to get connected to a licensed therapist, and you can switch therapists at any time for no additional charge. Celebrate the progress you've already made. Visit BetterHelp.com/Danny Jones to get 10 months off your first month. That's BetterHelp.com/Danny Jones to get 10 months off your first month. It's linked below. Now back to the show.
Now, let's go back to when I'm 19. And there's skirmishes. This is before the revolution. The Sandinistas are way, way underground. Okay? Rich kids were underground. They were also fighting in the mountains. So I go on a junket, a road trip with some friends to the mountains, and we come back December 27th, 1974. And remember, the earthquake destroyed Managua in 72. So Somoza, instead of rebuilding the city, he's buying up all the land. So the city's crumbled, they never rebuilt it. So 74, remember, I'm one of the rich kids. My family was part of the society. I'm one of the rich kids. I'd go to school, Loyola. I was at Loyola in New Orleans and go back and forth, vacation. So we come back from the mountains and we're coming into our neighborhood, myself with 3 guys. And as we're passing in front of one of the houses in my neighborhood, 2 taxis are coming this way. Poor people taxis. Doors fly open. Masked gunmen, AK, kill all the bodyguards and the drivers that are outside of this party. It was a party where my relatives are at. And they kill the people outside. They go in to take the people inside hostage because they know Somoza's Achilles heel. There's friends of Somoza in the party, relatives of mine. So we're like seeing this shit. What the fuck just happened? It's like a movie. So we parked the vehicle. I don't know that one of my friends brought a pound of weed for New Year's Eve, and it's in the car. So after a few hours, by then Somoza had sent the guardsmen. They're fighting with the Sandinistas that are inside. Nobody really knows what the fuck's going on. So the driver, my friend said to Somoza guardsmen, "Can we just move our car to our house, which is across the street?" He said, "Yes, but we'll have to check the vehicle." So I'm just standing there, and they find a pound of fucking weed in the car. So the Somoza guardsmen immediately assume we're Sandinistas, and we're there to distract them from what's going on in the house. Next thing I know, within 2 minutes, we're loaded up in a military vehicle and we're taken to the prison. Well, this had never happened to anyone.
Who's taking you to the prison again?
Samosa Guardsmen.
Samosa
Because they think we're Sandinistas. Okay? Because we got a pound of weed. They think we're a distraction. We're here, come look at this. Come look at us. While something could happen in the house, the party that they took over. The Sandinistas took over. Next thing I know, I'm heading to the fucking prison where people are tortured and killed, not people like us, poor people. So my friend says, don't speak Spanish. We're just going to say you're an American. We'll get you out. Another one of my buddies, he's crying. We're not going to get out of this alive. And so they take us to the prison. Big fat Comandante. He gets it in his head that I'm Patricia Hearst. Remember her?
Mm-hmm.
She was the girl, William Randolph Hearst's daughter, that was missing at the time.
For like 2 years.
And I could hear him saying, I got Patricia Hearst. So at that point, I couldn't stop myself. So I started speaking in Spanish. And I'm speaking his kind of Spanish. I'm not Patricia Hearst. I'm an American from New Orleans. I go to Loyola. But by then, they threw us in the prisons. I'm thinking they're going to torture us. We don't know. But the Sandinistas knew that Somoza's Achilles heel was his friends and family. So he wants to save his friends that are in that party. A good dictator would say, fuck them. Let them kill them. We're going to kill everybody. He did. That was his weakness, we want to say. And we can't get out of the prison because nobody could give orders but him, and he knows that we're safer in the prison than out on the street. Next thing I know, I don't know that my family's getting us all out. But the guardsmen in the prison, they know that we're going to be released, but they want to fuck with us one last time. So they put the four of us against the wall with 6 soldiers, weapons, and I'm like, and the 3 guys I'm with, they're crying. I'm like, yo, shut the fuck up. I'm looking at the soldiers. I said, I'm going to act like in the movies. You know when they say you get a relationship with the guy with the gun, look him in the eyes, start talking to him, then he can't pull the trigger, right? So that's what I'm doing. I'm convincing these guys. Look, guys, my whole family knows I'm wild and crazy, but no one is going to believe firing squad, okay? I'm from New Orleans. I go to Loyola. I'm a sophomore, and I just keep them talking. They weren't going to kill us, but we thought they were going to kill us because they're aiming at us. And we got released a couple hours later.
They never like shot them? They never shot the guns off?
No. But they were aiming. And we didn't know. I mean, we thought we were going to be killed. So that was what led up to that party that the Sandinistas, took over, because Somoza was always had that weakness.
So what happened when they finally? How did it come to finally?
So what happened was the Sandinistas. So Somoza's got his friends in there, so he's not going to get them killed.
Right.
So the Sandinistas want all Sandinista political prisoners released. They want $2 million in cash. They want a bus, and they want the bishop so-and-so to be, the intermediary to get them out. So as we're being brought back in the next day, released from the prison, and going back that same route that we did, the night before, there's a bus coming out. And it's got all the political prisoners. It's got the Sandinistas that were in hoods that it killed. And it's got the bishop. It's got not 2 million. I think it's got 1 million in cash money. And I remember seeing this one guy in the bus. He kept looking at me, and I kept looking at him. Turns out, years later, he became the president of Nicaragua, Ortega. President Ortega, he's still president for life now. So everything that they fought against, that dictator, they have now become. So now the Sandinistas, Ortega's in power, he has so much more money than Somoza ever had. He controls the whole country. And it's like, do they not know how the story is going to end? He's going to be killed one day. He'll be assassinated. Why is he?
By who?
He's now got this whole country. He's president for life.
Like, that's the legitimate, that he is, there's no elections planned.
But when they do have the elections, he always wins. Okay?
Right.
So he has become now what he fought. Okay? He's the new dictator. Okay? So, listen, I always tell people, history just keeps repeating itself.
Yeah.
The only things that change are the faces and the names.
Right.
But the history just keeps repeating itself.
Power vacuums always get filled.
And now you've come to realize that I've always wished something happened. Right? I'm giving you right now from 72 to the helicopter crash, 87, and all the different things that I was involved in. So, I don't know if that's a good thing or it's a bad thing, but I'm always falling right into something, whether it be a war, a revolution, a scandal, and you ask how the Iran-Contra thing came about. What was my big piece of blowing that? So the Sandinistas for 10 years want to prove to the world that it's the U.S. that's funding these Contras to overthrow them. But there's no proof.
How did they know?
Because the Contras are Nicaraguans. And they know that they're being trained in Honduras. In fact, some of them being trained here in Florida. You know, it was sort of common knowledge, but because the government's not going to say they're doing it, there's no proof of it. So even the journalists, we all knew what was going on, but nobody could prove it. So in 86, October, I think it is, I'm in Miami on R&R, but I'm still hanging out at the CBS office. I get a call from my assistant. He says, "You're not going to fucking believe this. Sandinistas shot down a plane. It had to be a CIA plane because the pilot and another guy were killed, but the kicker, the guy that kicked the stuff out the plane,
The cargo guy in the back.
and he's kicking out, propaganda. He's kicking out boots, supplies for the Contras. He happened to bring a parachute with him. So he parachutes out. Plane crashes. He parachutes out. And he's hiding in the jungles. He's in Sandinista territory. He knows he's going to be killed eventually. So the Sandinistas find him. And again, it was a plane that was shot by a lowly soldier. It was a shoulder-held missile. The pilot was killed. The other guy was killed. Eugene Hazard survives. There's a famous picture of him being, caught. They bring him in. Again, he thinks he's going to be killed.
Yeah, the look on his face.
You saw, you heard episode 9.
He looks like he knows he's a dead man.
He knows he is, until he sees that there's journalists. But the journalists aren't there that day. So I get a call from Nicaragua, and I'm like, dude, you got to come back. They caught this guy, proof positive, blah, 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 blah. So what do? I call 60 Minutes. I call my boys there. Don Hewitt, the creator, Mike Wallace. I said, listen, this just happened. Why don't we go into Managua, interview this guy, put him on the air confessing Sunday night, because Monday they putting him on trial. And we all know he's going to be found guilty. Come pick me up, and let's do it. Don Hewitt, Mike Wallace, fuck yeah, let's go get her. They get the Learjet, come pick me up in Miami. I get some supplies from the ex-husband, because you know me, I got to get my supplies.
Some blow.
Get the blow, because the Sandinistas had wiped out drug use, and I would have to fly to the U.S. to get blow and bring it back to the third world country.
Sandinistas were on board with the drugs.
So, that's another story.
So these guys look like kids.
They were all kids, dude.
Like teenagers.
They were kids. And so 60 Minutes picks me up. We fly into Nicaragua. If you heard episode 9, you know what happened. They got poor Eugene. They put him in a safe house, military safe house. Cookies in the bathroom with doing blow in the military safe house of state security. I remember saying to myself, this is the best blow I've ever done, because I got state security, the head of state security outside the door of the bathroom, and I'm in a safe house. Anyway, that's Cookie. So anyway, we interview this guy. He confesses it all. Whatever. So you'll hear the story. I'm not going to tell that whole story, but
what stood out the most from that interview?
Well, he confessed that he worked for the CIA, which of course the CIA said, we don't know who he is.
The airline was a CIA.
Air America. He was completely disavowed by the CIA, by the U.S. government, by the U.S. Embassy.
They completely denied him.
We don't know. But he's got everything. So the pilot has a briefcase, the dead pilot. So the Sandinistas gathered up all this evidence. The Hagenfuss story, that's separate. I'm just going to tell you about the Iran-Contra evidence. So they've got all this evidence, and they've got it all logged in, from the parachute that that saved his life to the pilot has a briefcase full of documents, papers, all this kind of shit. They had already logged it in. He said, Cookie, I said, can I look at some of this evidence? I didn't realize I was going to be the only person to have access to this evidence. Well, one of the pieces of papers was a business card that was in this pilot's briefcase. And it's a Swiss bank. It's a vice president of the Swiss bank. And on the back is a series of numbers. But the Sandinistas put business card and on the back a phone number. I knew it wasn't a phone number, Danny. It was a huge bunch of numbers. I knew this had to be a Swiss bank account. So I'm saying to myself, what is this lowly pilot doing with a Swiss bank account? Okay? Eugene didn't know anything about it because he was just a kicker. So I took the card. I ganked the card. I put it in my pocket. Yeah, well, I ganked it. Well, I wouldn't have gotten in trouble even if they would have known. But they thought it was a phone number. So I go back to my office. I call the Swiss bank. I asked for the vice president, whose name is on the card. And I'm like, look, I know you can't give me any information on, bank accounts or names or anything, but would it be okay if I read you a series of numbers, if you could just tell me yes or no, it could be a bank account? So I read off the numbers. He goes, yes, and slams down the phone. Now, I've got a Swiss bank account number. Still don't know what I've got. Call CBS New York, foreign desk. They get Washington in, Miami in. It's a Swiss bank account. That was how Cookie blew up Iran-Contra. Not a year later, congressional hearings are being held on all the Swiss bank account, the money, what was up with that money. It was to secretly fund the country. So yes, I did blow up the story. Well, but they did the smart thing. It wasn't in any government person's name. It was in the pilot's name. No way, dude. way.
Did we ever find any more information about that bank account, like how much money was in it? Or
Swiss bank account, yeah. But there were hearings that later it got blown up, that this was what was happening. And there was a committee, a commission, and they realized that $30 million had been accrued, but 18 million of it was missing. Of course, that 18 million had been sent to the Contras.
Right.
18 million now is peanuts, but at that time,
with the Iran Contra scandal, I know the story with the hostages, but didn't we didn't we do it through
this is how it happened.
Israel?
This is how it happened. Reagan, there's that hostage situation in Iran, remember?
Right.
But that's over. So then while Reagan is president, another set of hostages were being held by Hezbollah. Okay?
Yes.
So Reagan wants to get them out, but we don't have the money or anything to get these guys out.
And he said that he won't negotiate with terrorists.
He says that publicly.
Right.
So that's when they come up with the scheme. Let's sell weapons to our mortal enemy Iran from already the other hostage situation. Let's sell them weapons. We'll take that money and we'll secretly fund the Contras. So that happened.
But they ended up getting more money from Congress than they needed. They got like $30 million.
No, they didn't get money from Congress.
Where did they get the money?
To fund the Contras. They got the money from selling the weapons to Iran. So that scandal blows up. So Reagan's fucked.
So correct me if I'm wrong here. I want to make sure my understanding of it is correct.
See, there's two pieces to that.
They went through. So the Reagan administration went through. This is my understanding. Went through the Department of Defense to get funding to pay for the weapons through Israel for Israel to give the weapons to Iran, and they got $30 million. The $30 million was sent through
to free those hostages that Hezbollah is holding. Okay,
right.
But 18 million of the money disappeared.
Right.
Which was later found out that it went to the Contras. So once that's blown up, now Reagan and the government need to come up with another revenue stream, and that's when
once they burn through the 18 million,
and everybody finds out publicly. So then that's when somebody comes up with a brilliant idea. Hey, let's take these drug dealers away from the DEA and let's let them continue doing their business. We're never going to bust them. They can fly, bring as much coke as they want to this country. And who are these drug dealers? My old buddies from back in the day. So they're allowed to bring in all this cocaine.
From where?
From Colombia.
Okay.
Bring it all in and to their dealers in this country. The main one was my good friend Rick Ross out in LA.
Right.
And of course, they didn't know that Rick and crew were then turning the coke into crack. So now the second stream of revenue is coming from the coke that the U.S. government is allowing to come in to this country. What happens to that coke when it gets here is the crack. Rick and all his people start saying we can make more money if we turn this into crack, into rock. So the money that was made, not from the crack, but the money that was made from the coke that was being delivered to Rick and friends.
So Rick was paying for it?
Yeah, he had to buy it from my friends, but he got it dirt cheap. You see? So now you got a new stream of hush money from the coke to fund the Contra. See, people think the Iran Contra was just one thing, the weapon. The weapons got blown open, so that's why they had to turn to the cocaine.
So they just capitalized on this amazing drug sales system that was going on between South America and the United States. They didn't necessarily, it wasn't any of their money, it wasn't their drugs. They just knew what was happening. They let it happen, and they turned a blind eye.
Who was the one bringing it in?
Is this when Barry Seal started coming on?
He was one of my husband's employees.
Barry Seal was.
So who's bringing in the coke? Who's being allowed to bring in the coke? My old buddies. The guy that gave me away at my wedding, my son's uncle, my son's father. So when I got the job at CBS, I told them I will cover any story you send me to except drug stories. And only one person ever asked me why. Because the rest of CBS, they're like, oh, okay. Only one person said to me, why will you not do drug stories? I said, I got kind of a shady past. I didn't want to be one of those people on the other side when they're going in busting the people, because I used to be on the other side.
Were you afraid of getting whacked?
No, because I would never do that. I would never cover that story. So when the drug thing comes out, who's involved and who's in charge of it? My old childhood friends. My son's father. It's like it came back to bite me. Not in a bad way, because I was still getting blow from them. It's like I still had ways of getting anything that I wanted. Yeah.
That guy from that smuggler book behind you, his name was Roger Reeves.
Yeah.
And he was a airplane pilot.
I know of him.
He wanted to be a missionary pilot. He wanted to fly and support missionary groups and stuff like that. Big religious guy, Southern guy. And he explained to me how easy it was to make money back then. He was like a teenager, and they were like, "Hey, you want $1 million for the weekend? Just fly this weed down to Mexico."
And they would throw shit.
Or go pick up this weed from Mexico and bring it back.
I remember they would throw in the kilos. We didn't deal with weed; it was all blow. And they would throw in pills. Remember the Quaalude?
Oh yeah.
That, and they throw in emeralds. Just a bunch of emeralds. I had a bunch of emeralds. Made it to jewelry. But
so back to my story with Roger real quick. I'll finish it up. But Roger basically, he eventually met Barry Seal, and he hired him to be one of his pilots and let Barry fly one of his planes. And at one point. Right. That's a crazy story.
And I told him, you're going to be killed if you keep talking like this.
Mm-hmm.
I warned him.
So there's a Steven, if you can search for this clip on YouTube, it's one of the short clips on the Clips channel. If you search for Roger Reeves Barry Seal story, it's a quick video clip I'd like to show you.
Right.
Anyways, so Barry told Roger, he said, I have basically a hall pass to land my plane in Mena, Arkansas anytime I want.
Oh, yeah.
It costs us $1 million, and we fly in and out scot-free. And by the way, I'm going to dinner with the governor next weekend.
It was good business. I mean, I had unlimited amounts of blow, money.
So it's a crazy story about how Barry basically asked him to meet him for dinner in Santa Barbara. But anyways, so he met him at a restaurant when Barry was trying to get him to testify. And he was like, and Roger was like, there's no way, Barry. He goes, Roger, he goes, Barry, they're going to kill you. And then Roger sat down and he paused for a minute. He's like, something's off here. And he looked around, looks at the people all next to him, and he goes, Barry, are those all agents? And Barry goes, every single one of them. And then he says, Barry, just tears kept coming down his face.
An asshole, man.
And then the agent came down and sat at the table with both of them, with Barry and Roger. And then the FBI agent said, or the DEA agent, whatever kind of spook he was, he said, Roger, he said, you have two choices. He's like, you can fly with us to Miami tomorrow in chains, or you can fly first class with your wife. The choice is yours. Crazy. He ended up not testifying, but he went to prison. He went to prison for 40 something years.
Fortunately, I was never confronted with that. I never got in trouble. I was never arrested. We did go on the lam a few times, from Miami to San Francisco, and from San Francisco, LA. But they were looking to speak to me, okay? But I was the wife, you know, and then what does a woman know, you know, kind of thing. Well, I knew everything, but there was never a moment where any of these guys ever doubted me. And that's why I had a seat at the table. The only woman. And there's a great story you're going to hear, I think, in episode 2. Where
episode 2 is all about Pablo, right?
Yeah, well, there was a thing that happened. Some indictments came out. That's my husband and my brother-in-law, and it was in the paper in New Orleans. And they, you know, they weren't even in New Orleans. That's another story. But what basically happened was we had to disappear. We went on the lam, and never ever did they doubt me. But one time in Miami, we're all at a table. Pablo, he's at my house, and a kid from New Orleans got busted. One of our employees. Because I already told my husband, don't ever deal in New Orleans. Stay out of New Orleans. That's my stomping grounds. Stay out of it. He didn't listen to me. So this kid gets busted, and he's in jail. He happens to be, and I'm not going to, and I will never say who it was. Suffice to say, he was the son of a very high-ranking government official in Louisiana. So the next thing that happens, this kid won't talk. He won't name names. So his father, who's a very powerful man, sees that his son is throwing away his life. So he starts his own investigation to see who supplied the blow that got his kid in prison. And the kid kept telling him, Dad, they're going to kill me. They're going to kill me. And there was a night, we're all at a table, and somebody comes up with the brilliant idea, let's get the kid killed and the father killed. And I stood up, and I said, nobody's getting killed in Louisiana on my watch. It's my stomping grounds. Next thing we know, it isn't just drug charges, it's murder. And Pablo was there. And Pablo was quiet, told me to sit down, calm down, and he whispered in my ear, he goes, you're right. We're not going to do it. And you'll hear what he says in episode 2. He says something in episode 2, you know, you should be running this show, something like that. And I said, I already am, dude. Not dude, I didn't say dude.
I wish you would have said dude.
But there was no dude then. But that's the relationship I had with these guys. They knew that they could trust me. They knew I wasn't like that chick that, oh, my boyfriend, he gets all kinds of blow and I get all kinds of money. Big women have big mouths. Big mouths. You wouldn't hear me say one peep about anybody to anybody.
What was he like in person?
I liked him, but I didn't know it was Pablo Escobar, the Pablo Escobar that we all know of now. He was just my friend, and we called him El Jefe, the boss. I didn't call him Pablo. I called him the boss, El Jefe. Oye, Jefe, pásame la mierda para acá. And he loved the shit out of me because I was pretty. I was really hot.
He liked young hot women.
But he never treated me that way. I was one of the guys. Okay, and he always respected me. He always respected me. Never was inappropriate with me. I mean, they were, bad boy jokes and shit like that. But they always believed in me and trusted me. And there was no way I would ever say anything to anybody about any of them. Pablo was not. I liked him. He was quiet. He didn't party that much. He liked to drink more than anything else. But he was just my friend. Like Ricky, he was just my friend. I didn't know it was Rick Ross, Freeway Rick Ross. He was just my friend. And I met Rick while I was working with CBS, because when I go to the U.S. for vacation, I'd always meet up with my ex-husband so he could give me some blow. And one of the times I was at Miami, he said, "Oh, Chino, he's in L.A. You got to go to L.A. if you want to see him." So I flew out to L.A., and that's how I met Ricky. Just partying, and I just always loved hanging out with the bad boys, you know. The seedier, the shadier the situation, the more comfortable I was. And nobody would suspect it, because I looked so normal, I guess, you know, and I could say the right things. That's where the education privilege and that kind of thing helped. I talked myself in and out of anything. Remember how I got the job? So,
did you party with Mother Teresa?
Well, no party. She
you guys didn't do blow together?
No. She came to Nicaragua and we met. We did an interview with her.
What was she doing down there?
Just coming to, you know, help the poor and meet the church people and stuff like that. And
so this part of one of your reporting gigs?
It was, and it turned out to be a real emotional one for myself and my son. And she was that kind of type of person. She just kind of moved you. Don't get me wrong, I'm not religious or anything, but I could feel shit coming from her, you know, like this. I don't know. And she said some things to me privately that really affected me. And we're getting ready to do an exclusive interview with her. She'd already kind of, her spirit, her presence had already kind of gotten to me. And so, but the camera crew's setting up, and she looks at me. I said, "So, what's up?" I didn't say, "What's up?" But she says, "You know, can I tell you something?" I said, "Sure." She said, "I think she's going to tell me something about, you know, what we're going to say in the interview." And she says, "I want to tell you something. Your generation thought that y'all were here to change the world, to change a bunch of people, to change the world." She goes, "Maybe you were just here, put here to change one life, and that life is yours." Whoa. Like even now, telling you the story, the hair stands on the goosebumps. And my son was there. She took my son and cradled his face in her little tiny hands. And this is really like a spiritual shit, you know? And I'm not religious. I don't get into all that. I'd already interviewed the Pope 3 times. He never did anything for me, you know, spiritually. But she kind of affected me. She had that effect on people. And there's if you go to my site, the Journalista site, there's pictures. I'll send you some good pictures of her.
How did this whole Journalista thing come about?
Well, I've been talking about this shit for 30 years. For 30 years, I've been saying, "Oh, we got to do something with this, you know, maybe a movie." I had the idea in my head. I had a different title. It was going to be called Well-Informed Sources. Well-Informed Sources, I just told CBS News, and my well-informed sources could be the prostitute on the corner, to a military guy, to my gardener, to my sources were everywhere. So about 13 years ago, a mutual friend introduced me to my brilliant partner, narrator, creator of Journalista, Steve Estes. And he gets told the story about me, and he says, "That's bullshit." So we set up a meeting, and I'm telling him more stories. And he says to me at the end of the meeting, "You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you're full of shit. I don't believe anything you're saying." I'm like, "Okay. Meet me here tomorrow at noon." So the next day I showed up with now we infamously called the box. And that box had everything in it. Press passes, newspaper articles, books that I'm in, pictures. You name it, it was in there.